The immortal deities fell in the twilight, their civilizations of elven magic and goblin technology succumbing to the inexorable flow of time. Eons passed, and with the resurgence of destiny's tides, these once great entities, though long thought dead, once more opened their eyes within the abyss, greedily gazing upon the vibrant world that lay before them. On this day, Rodehart, a denizen from another realm, ascended to the status of a noble pioneer. A resounding crack echoed as massive stones were hurled by the catapult's immense force, soaring high into the air before tumbling down under the weight of gravity, crashing against the castle walls and creating a breach of considerable size. Soldiers surged forth like a relentless tide, braving the rain of arrows, crossbow bolts, and javelins, their voices rising in a fierce chorus as they hoisted two iron ladders, charging forward to secure them against the breach in the walls. Once these siege ladders were firmly in place, they could scarcely be dislodged by human effort in a short span of time. Thus, the fierce contest of valor was but beginning. In this desperate siege, 2,800 faced 260, and regrettably, Rodehart found himself among the defenders. A cacophony of fervent battle cries erupted from below as the assault on the castle commenced. At the forefront were warriors wielding great shields, followed closely by the Nord royal guards clad in steel armor and brandishing two-handed weapons, while archers and crossbowmen formed a protective line behind them. Though shooting from below the castle walls was a grave disadvantage, the presence of some range cover was certainly preferable to none at all. Rodehart, equipped with a siege crossbow and a pair of exquisite dual curved blades, bore two quivers of bolts upon his back. He chose a cunningly treacherous angle for his defense, positioned at the side of the protruding castle wall where the siege ladders were placed. This positioning rendered the shield-bearing warriors vulnerable to his assaults, unless they turned sideways on the ladders to face him, which would expose their backs to the deadly aim of the defending archers behind them. Of course, in the theater of war, safety is always relative. If Rodehart could target the foes on the ladders, they too could retaliate against him. Yet, the narrow space allotted for passage and assault on the two ladders was scarcely sufficient for both sides to engage simultaneously, leaving no room for the enemy archers to return fire alongside Rodehart. Infantry and cavalry, charge! We must hold the battlements at all costs. They shall not breach our defenses. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood as Rodehart ensured his own safety while relentlessly targeting the most formidable foes within his line of sight. In particular, those heavily armored Nord royal guards, wielding massive axes or bearing throwing spears, resembled towering steel behemoths, their formidable armor instilling dread in the hearts of many. Each one that succeeded in scaling the walls would exert tremendous pressure on the castle's defenses. Yet, with every successful shot of his siege crossbow that found its mark upon their heads, a wave of elation and accomplishment surged within him. The war had dragged on for an extended period. When Rod once again reached for his quiver, he discovered that only 2 crossbow bolts remained. Despite the thick carpet of corpses at the foot of the city, the besieging forces showed no signs of retreat. At that moment, Rod shifted his gaze to a recently replenished mercenary soldier beside him. He then turned and aimed his siege crossbow at the mercenary, swiftly dispatching him with a single shot to the head. In that instant, a line of text appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. You have accidentally harmed a soldier under your command troop morale 1. The rules of the battalion dictate that the last 2 bolts are always reserved for comrades, Rod mused, picking up 28 crossbow bolts from the ground. Even accounting for misses, these bolts would suffice to eliminate more than 10 enemy elite units. In exchange for incapacitating a mercenary, this trade was undeniably lucrative. The disparity in troop strength between the besieging and defending forces was overwhelming, compounded by the high proportion of enemy elite units. Although they had inflicted substantial casualties on the enemy's elite forces thanks to their defensive advantage, the wall ultimately could not hold. Like a relentless tide, soldiers surged into the city, thrusting the battle into urban warfare. The enemy needed to secure victory in the streets to truly dominate the city. Clad in heavy armor and wielding a double-handed scimitar, Rod was flanked by several equally well-equipped trusted heroes. In such close combat, the siege crossbow became less useful. It was the steel armor and the scimitar that truly mattered. In foot combat, without the momentum of cavalry, the efficacy of one-handed weapon attacks against heavy armor was severely limited. However, In a scenario where both sides were comprised of elite armored combatants, the impact of wielding a two-handed weapon far surpassed that of a one-handed weapon. Rod's double-handed scimitar was a prized weapon of exceptional quality. With iron boots thundering against the stone pavement, Rod leaped high, landing directly among the enemy crossbowmen at the rear. With a resounding thud, he crouched low, and as the enemy crossbowman hurriedly switched weapons, he grinned fiercely and swung his scimitar with ferocity, slicing left and right. With immense strength fueling his strikes, the silver arc of the crescent-shaped blade cleaved through the air, delivering a ruthless assault upon his foes. The enemy crossbowmen, caught off guard by Rod's sudden approach, fumbled in their weapon switch, but it was too late. Blood splattered everywhere. In the city assault, the enemy suffered catastrophic losses, with an astounding exchange ratio of nearly 10-1. Despite finally breaching the city, they faced fierce resistance in the ensuing urban combat. Ultimately, through sheer numerical superiority, they managed to seize control, but the resistance persisted throughout the city. True victory would only be claimed once they entered the castle and lowered Rod's crimson line banner. However, during the final assault, the coalition leader, Lord Magali, was defeated and captured by Rod, causing the coalition's morale to collapse entirely, leading to their complete expulsion from the vicinity of Jawash. Upon concluding this battle, Rod received a system notification. Dear esteemed player, you have logged into the game for a continuous period of 12 hours. In accordance with the Elderly Rights Protection Act, we will enforce a mandatory logout in half an hour. In the year 2088, human technology has advanced to the point of mastering controllable nuclear fusion and strong artificial intelligence, granting humanity inexhaustible clean energy and boundless productivity. Consequently, our nation has ascended to become the most powerful country in the world. Building upon this foundation, various aspects of society have also been progressing by leaps and bounds. Forced to remove his virtual helmet after being abruptly ejected from the game, an elderly man with a head of white hair and wrinkles deep enough to trap a fly grumbled as he shakily emerged from the gaming rejuvenation chamber. Another 12 hours to wait? Which son of a gun invented this Elderly Rights Protection Act? I'm over 90, and I can't even enjoy a game freely? I send my regards to your grandmother. The gaming enthusiast, Old Rod, was attended to by a robotic butler as he brushed his teeth, washed his face, and had his meal. He then settled back into bed to scroll through his phone. Although the egg-shaped robotic butler reminded him that it was time for sleep, he turned away, ignoring it, while the robotic butler covered its face in dismay and departed. 8 hours of continuous black sound could lead to sudden death? Huh, what a joke. I've already been at it for 7 hours and 59 minutes. Chapter 2. The elder shall always be your elder. When you were born many years ago on a distant continent, your father was a fallen nobleman. As the son of a once illustrious noble family, you entered this world amidst the remnants of a household that still bore witness to its past glories through a solitary standing edifice. Despite the hardships of life, your family ensured you received a commendable education, instilling in you, from a tender age, a rigorous training in comportment and decorum. In your youth, you served as a page to a nobleman. You were entrusted to a local noble family, growing up much like other boys. There, while awaiting the lord and lady, you embarked on your first lesson in humility. Moreover, through engaging in games of strategy, casual conversations, and even reciting poetry that extolled great deeds and noble love, you swiftly grasped the intricacies of adult rivalries and competitions. You also learned the art of swordplay from the rough games of other children, where they wielded sticks as swords. Later, in your adolescence, your life was destined to transform. You became a squire to a knight, driven by an insatiable thirst for power and wealth. Only you comprehended the reasons behind your forsaking of a previous existence to become a pioneering lord. Everyone else understood your purpose. You aspired to be affluent, formidable, respected, and feared, commanding obedience from all. You yearned for your name to echo through the ages, invoking reverence in the hearts of those who heard it. You desired everything and would allow no one to impede your quest for attainment. Thus, you embarked on your journey as a pioneering lord, resolute in your determination never to yield. Cough, cough. Rod felt a tumult within his chest, as though flames were scorching his insides, prompting a violent fit of coughing. In a daze, he struggled to open his eyes, discerning, despite the enveloping darkness, the silhouette of a figure moving nearby. My lord, awaken, please. My lord. Yet, Before long, the figure hastily retreated. Egg? Egg. Coughing again, he recalled having been engrossed in a black screen for 8 consecutive hours. Now he found himself in the ICU of a hospital. A wave of violent nausea surged through him, expelling a sour liquid, providing a brief respite. His mind was inundated with a chaotic torrent of fragmented memories, as if his head had been cleaved open and hastily stuffed with disarrayed thoughts. After a moment, he finally mustered the strength to rise from the cold, unforgiving floor. As he surveyed his surroundings, Rod realized he was within a dilapidated wooden cabin, surprisingly clean, furnished with rudimentary pieces such as a bed, a wooden table, and chairs. Placing a hand upon his forehead to steady himself, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his palm. He froze momentarily, slowly bringing his hand before his eyes. It was an ordinary hand, strong and elongated, marked with scars and calluses. However, the smooth skin and well-defined muscles radiated with the luster and vigor of youthful life, features that caused Rod's pupils to dilate in disbelief. How could this be? Am I dreaming? He glanced at his own palm, then gingerly touched his equally smooth cheek with both hands. In a frenzy, he searched the room for a mirror. Yet after a lengthy search, he could not find one. Ultimately, he resorted to the wooden basin in the room, using the clear water within to reflect his face. After a considerable pause, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. I have regained my youth. I can jump. I can run. I can... Ha 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 ha. Is this a journey through time? A brain in a jar? Or perhaps the latest virtual reality technology developed by the nation? Regardless, I have once again regained my youth. Ha 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 ha. He hailed from a family of fallen nobility in the eastern provinces of the empire, the second son driven by ambition, depleting all his connections and resources. He amassed a sum of capital to venture to the northern provinces, aspiring to become a pioneering noble and carve out his own destiny. The very term pioneering noble clearly denotes the immense prospects and corresponding risks associated with this profession. However, gambling everything in a high-stakes wager often culminates in failure, and Rodehart was no exception. His attempts at pioneering were fraught with setbacks, ultimately leading to ruin. In a moment of despair, he staked everything on a gamble in the arena of Moonlight City, only to lose. Consequently, in a fit of hopelessness, he resorted to suicide. The acidic bile he had just expelled was a testament to that. Foolish boy, in life, nothing is more consequential than life itself. What could be more important than existence? You chose to end your own life, not I. Do not blame me when you reach the other side. You cannot hold me accountable. As the memories fused rapidly, all of Rodehart's recollections were absorbed into his being. He swiftly assimilated the language, script, and knowledge of this world. It was a perilous endeavor to delay this fusion. In the memories of his former self, this world was rife with devils and the church, concepts rooted in a medieval Western context. If he were to suddenly display an inability to speak or exhibit other abnormalities, he might find himself condemned to the stake by the church. Yet, as Rod merged his memories and organized his thoughts, a simple and pristine light blue interface gradually materialized before him. Name, Rodehart level, 1 strength, 8 agility, 7 intelligence, 6 charisma, 9 remaining attribute points. For skills, strong strike 3. Weapon mastery 2, plunder 1, horsemanship 3, tactics 1, persuasion 1, leadership 3. Remaining skill points, 6 weapon proficiencies, one-handed weapons 74, two-handed weapons 72, polearms 77, bows 31, crossbows 31, throwing 31, fire swordsmanship 60. Remaining weapon proficiency, 10. As Rod gazed at the blocky script that seemed only he could comprehend, his initial excitement gradually subsided. Whether this was a gift from the crystalline barriers of a transdimensional soul journey or a novice package provided by a supercomputer, he felt no inclination to complain. Relishing the vitality of his young and robust body, his 90-plus years of life experience had led him to a profound realization. One need not fear being exploited, but rather the absence of one's own value to be exploited. The interface, crafted on pristine parchment, was neatly divided into 4 sections: personal, military, log, and shop. At this moment, the log section emitted a soft glow, prompting Rod to reach out and lightly tap it, sending ripples through the void. Quest log, survival in the wilderness. Perhaps this is not your fault, yet your territory and subjects teeter precariously on the brink of disaster. Food reserves for enduring the harsh winter, 2,000 portions. Quest reward, 1,200 dinars, purchase permission for the fragmented sword of power. The winds of war from the year 2088, having undergone numerous iterations and updates, had evolved into the fantastical realm of the magic century. As a seasoned veteran of the game, Rod was acutely aware of what the sword of power entailed. a rudimentary enchanted weapon possessing a modest area-wide attack enhancement effect. Despite being the most basic of enchanted armaments, it remained a rarity, exceedingly difficult to procure, particularly in multiplayer mode. While Rod contemplated this, the wooden door of the dwelling creaked open, admitting a throng of tattered and panicked individuals. Their fear was palpable, though Rod was merely a fallen noble. He still bore the title of nobility. Without the protection afforded by this man's noble status, none present would meet a favorable fate. Being captured by the imperial aristocrats to serve as slaves might be the best outcome, while a far grimmer fate awaited those who could become the winter sustenance for the barbaric denizens of the wilderness. Chapter 3. The Barbarian Girl Cress. True promotion system and elite template. Though it was still late autumn, the weather had turned particularly frigid, with countless translucent snowflakes gracefully descending from the sky. This year's winter snow had arrived earlier than in previous years. As a result, the world lay in a somber stillness, with all living things wilting beneath the frost. Several days had passed since the unfortunate incident involving poisonous mushrooms, and today, with the careful assistance of the maid Cress, Rod stepped out of his room to stretch his limbs. Before him lay a modest village, characterized by a few sparse wooden cabins, large tents crafted from tattered rags, and wooden palisades encircling the area to fend off wild beasts. This was a rather impoverished settlement, a fledgling outpost, if you will. Good day, esteemed lord. How is your health today, my lord? Good morning, Lord Rod. Good morning, Miss Cress. As Rod ambled along the path, several diligent farmers bowed respectfully as they passed, their faces illuminated by genuine admiration and affection. Although life was challenging for everyone, with almost every face displaying the pallor of malnutrition, they were, after all, bankrupt farmers. Despite their hardships, they now possessed their own land, instilling hope within them. They were no longer beggars. Therefore, each farmer harbored a deep sense of gratitude and respect for Rod, the significant figure who had led them to this new life, their lord. The Stydiac Empire had endured for over 2 centuries, during which time class stratification and land consolidation had become exceedingly severe. However, most bankrupt farmers within the empire lacked the awareness and courage to leave their familiar surroundings. Thus, Rod's previous incarnation had managed to gather a considerable number of bankrupt farmers with a modest sum of money, guiding them from their homes to this northern wilderness of the empire for territorial development. Rod's greatest promise to them was the assurance of their own land. Yet, unbeknownst to these earnest farmers, Rodehart had secretly sold them all. Eager for quick success, Rod had mortgaged the town of Homu for 500 gold coins to the Atlan Trading Company, using the funds to participate in gladiatorial games. After 6 matches, he suffered a disheartening defeat at the hands of a wandering knight during the 4th contest. The Atlan Trading Company could come to collect their debt at any moment, and the small town, which had been painstakingly cultivated over the past 2 years, was soon to be taken from them. Cress, with her fiery orange hair and freckled face, donned a simple blue-gray robe, exuding the lively charm of a girl of 12 or 13. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with adoration for her lord, as if he constituted her entire world. Had I not traversed through time, her best fate would likely have been to be sold into the service of another noble family as a maid, wouldn't it? In a society abundant in material wealth, yet increasingly alienated and indifferent, Rod found himself unexpectedly enchanted by the sight of a little girl resembling his own youthful self. He instinctively reached out to gently stroke the child's head, causing Cress to flinch slightly, yet she blushed and did not shy away. At that moment, a venerable elder with a white beard approached swiftly, accompanied by a young man wielding a hunting bow. "Good day, my lord," the elder said. "This is an urgent missive from the Lord of Silverfrost Town, just delivered. The Lord requests that we mobilize the militia to assist in defending Silverfrost against bandits." The elder, Anger, handed over a piece of parchment, while the young man clad in leather armor glared at Rod's hand resting on Cress's head. Anger, being a literate elder with a certain skill set, served as the leader among these impoverished foreign farmers. His granddaughter Cress was a maid to Lord Rod, and his grandson Raymond was the militia captain of Redwood Town, as well as Rod's personal guard. In fairness, had Rodehart not borne the identity of a noble and a pioneering lord, Anger would have proven himself tenfold more competent as the lord of Redwood Town. Most of the town's affairs were managed by this elder. Having lived a long life, Anger understood that lineage often outweighed talent and importance. However, his grandson Raymond, still youthful and unable to grasp this truth, harbored a lingering disdain for Rod, who reciprocated the sentiment. Yet, Raymond was undeniably skilled, and due to his grandfather's influence, he was not easily dismissed. Elite Raymond, a new recruit of Charles, a Sharl hunter, a Sharl wild hunter, and a potential Sharl leopard spirit hunter not yet achieved. Son of the forest and Sharl guardian. Remarkably, he had ascended to the rank of wild hunter solely through his own merit. Had fate run its course, he might have ultimately risen to the status of a leopard spirit hunter or even a son of the forest, an impressive feat for an ordinary individual. In the prevailing winds of war, beyond the realm of heroic units, later iterations introduced randomly generated elite character templates, which, if nurtured properly, could rival heroes. Albeit with a significantly higher likelihood of death and rarity, possessing a slim chance of being elevated to heroic status through arduous quests. Cress, Rod's maid, embodied a gifted heroic template, yet her tender age made her deployment to the battlefield perilous. In contrast, her brother, despite his evident dissatisfaction, represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in Redwood Town at that moment. His initial advantages stemmed merely from noble martial lineage, and in a true battle for survival, victory remained uncertain for either side. Disregarding Raymond's discontent, Rod perused the contents of the parchment. This was a call to arms from the nearest and largest pioneering lord of Silverfrost Town. While he could choose to ignore it, doing so would effectively sever his ties to the region in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Rod resolutely declared, Elder Engel, please assemble all the militia from Hongmu Town and accompany me to Inshuang Town. The Atlanta Trading Company may arrive at any moment to demand repayment of their debts. However, if we can gather 500 gold coins as collateral before their arrival, we can secure our territory. Typically, this would be a formidable task, nonetheless. The Atlanta Trading Company is a substantial entity that lends considerable sums during the True Sword combat held annually in Jiaoyue City. It is unlikely they will press for immediate repayment here. After all, while Rodehart can flee, Hongmu Town cannot escape. The most valuable asset here is the fertile land that has been cultivated for 2 years and is beginning to yield a harvest. Chapter 4. The Divine Blessing Ceremony. The northern provinces of the Stydiac Empire have been cultivated through the relentless efforts of generations of pioneering lords and their subjects. Despite the disdain frequently expressed by the nobles of other provinces, who derisively label the newly emerged aristocrats of the north as mere bumpkins or foolish barbarians, it is undeniable that the vast expansion across the wild plains has continuously infused fresh vitality into the ancient body of this empire. However, in recent years, as the empire's financial expenditures have tightened, the support for the pioneering lords in the northern provinces has diminished progressively. What began as a 50-year tax exemption for a generation has dwindled to 20 years, and now to a mere 10 years, placing an increasing burden on the shoulders of these lords. In the past few years, Silverfrost Town has emerged as one of the most formidable and promising pioneering forces in the newly opened regions. Naturally, its success is bolstered by the investment and support of noble factions. As Lord Rod rode along the path, he even spotted a ranger constable. What remarkable opulence that a humble emerging settlement could sustain cavalry. Among the 21 individuals from Redwood Town, only Lord Rod himself rode a sturdy pack horse. A crucial asset for the village's primary production, which the villagers would rather starve than fail to nourish. Following closely behind him, Raymond, accompanied by 19 militia members, trailed along. As the captain of the militia in Redwood Town, Raymond earned little, often sharing his meager hunting spoils with his subordinates, thus ensuring that the militia did not appear weak or unkempt. Upon arriving at Silverfrost Town, the expansive territory, well-structured homes, and bustling population left the accompanying peasants in awe. The core area of Silverfrost Town even boasted a small stone fortress. Upon reaching the fortress, the militia was politely excluded from entry, permitting only the noble Lord Rod into the banquet hall. Due to the considerable distance from Redwood Town and the delayed notice, Rod found the feast already in full swing upon his arrival. Powerful pioneering nobles often looked down upon weaker counterparts from peripheral regions. Much like the established aristocracy regards the emerging gentry with disdain, a perpetual hierarchy of contempt. Nevertheless, Rod did not perceive himself to be slighted. Upon beholding the splendid array of delicacies laid out at the banquet, his eyes gleamed with delight. He hastened forward, wrapping smoked sausage and pickles in a thin pancake, devouring them with fervor. It is hardly surprising that his predecessor would stake everything in a desperate gamble, as Redwood Town's plight was indeed dire and impoverished. The hardships faced by a pioneering lord in the northern wilderness of the empire, particularly one lacking substantial strength, are beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. It was not merely a matter of the commoners enduring intermittent hunger. Even Lord Rodehart, the lord of Redwood Town, could often go 10 days without seeing a morsel of meat, with the rare enjoyment of white bread being a significant luxury. Wagering all of one's worth on a single bet, success could significantly alleviate the financial woes of the territory. The sole dilemma lies in the fact that his predecessor lost the gamble. Moreover, he has grossly overestimated his ability to withstand pressure. Reindeer meat, sour cream, and caramel-flavored dried cheese. Oh, at long last, after my prolonged sojourn in this world, I have savored a meal of genuine substance. The rich aroma of meat, the sweet creaminess, and the robust flavor of the dried cheese coalesce, blossoming upon my palate. The poor child gazes hungrily at my white bread, her mouth watering at the sight. Yet she resolutely refuses to partake. Would she not feel like the happiest person in the world had she the fortune to indulge in such delicacies? As for noble demeanor, the noble Rod has perished. The current Rod, tracing 3 generations back, is undeniably of solid peasant stock, with a familial background that cannot be more genuine. Rod himself has always held nobles in disdain, believing that lineage does not dictate worth. This sentiment is an indelible mark upon his soul in this world. Noble banquets are never about mere feasting. The essence lies in the interplay of communication, the slicing of interests and transactions. The Lord of Silverfrost Town is, surprisingly, a resplendent middle-aged noblewoman who commands attention wherever she goes, becoming the focal point of the gathering. In the Stydak Empire, women too can inherit surnames and ascend to nobility. However, due to innate limitations, genuine female power brokers remain a rarity, particularly in the formidable northern frontiers of the empire. The esteemed King Wei possesses great renown, however. The one who wields the dagger at his bedside is the true hero. This thought spontaneously arises in my mind, yet Rod harbors no intentions or actions regarding it. The two parties are simply not on the same level. Whether his judgments are right or wrong bears no significance. To delve too deeply into secrets not meant for him would only be detrimental to his current state. For the lords who have come to assist Silverfrost Town, all shall receive provisions before the battle. After repelling the bandits, I shall reward the lord who slays the most enemies and achieves the greatest feats, hoping to inspire valor among them. The wilds lie between 3 human empires and 2 orc empires. For centuries, the 5 great empires, constrained by their respective populations, have been unable to effectively govern the entire expanse of the wilds. This region has also served as a buffer zone among the 5 empires, attracting numerous power competitors who have failed, along with refugees and criminals from the 5 nations. Yet, as centuries pass and populations swell, the dynamics have begun to shift. The intentions of Lady Frostmoon are evidently not limited to merely gathering strength to fend off bandits. She clearly seeks to establish her authority and form a loosely aligned coalition. This is indeed a commendable aspiration. If the forces from these frontier territories can unite, they could form a formidable strength. Following the conclusion of the banquet, the militia camp of Redwood Town awaits in the deep of night. The bubbling sound of simmering broth mingled with the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Within the iron pot, wheat, venison, and chunks of cheese were being cooked. Though such a dish would not typically appeal to those of higher status, the moment the dark-haired, dark-eyed noble youth sprinkled red umbrella mushrooms as an ingredient, all the militia, including Raymond, instinctively swallowed their saliva. Rod personally served each militia member a generous bowl of the hearty stew, wearing a warm and amiable smile. However, the allure of the food captured most of their attention, leaving them oblivious to the subtle changes in their lord's demeanor. "My lord, are you not eating?" one inquired. "I shall pass. I have already feasted abundantly at the banquet," Rod replied. After all the militia devoured their steaming bowls of sustenance, Rod smiled and proclaimed, "As you all know, I am the heir of the illustrious Hart family, a lineage steeped in history from the eastern province. Our clan possesses a formidable magical inheritance known as the blessing ritual. By pledging complete loyalty to your lord and receiving the blessing of this ritual, you may gradually awaken your inner potential in battle, gaining the formidable power of angels." A gasp of astonishment and delight swept through the unworldly gathering of rustic folk at Rod's words. Without granting them further time for contemplation, Rod continued, "Indeed. After more than 2 years of service, I have recognized your loyalty. Thus, I have decided to conduct the blessing ritual for you. However, I must forewarn you, should you accept this ritual and later betray me or the Hart family, your souls, along with those of your kin, shall descend into the depths of hell, tormented by unending flames. Do you truly wish to proceed? Should you reconsider, now is the time." Having undergone the rigorous education befitting a noble, Rod had garnered considerable loyalty from the farmers who harbored immense gratitude towards him over the past 2 years. The majority immediately knelt, placing their hands upon their chests in reverence, signaling their willingness to offer their faith. In the flickering light of the campfire, amidst the dispersing white smoke, Raymond, the noble whom they had all looked down upon, slowly drew his cross-sword, softly chanting an incantation. In that moment, a sacred radiance seemed to emanate from him, and behind him, immense wings appeared to flutter ethereally. Buy 4 radishes, chop them up, add 4 pieces of tofu. Let them simmer, without Sichuan pepper or spices, just a few drops of vinegar will do. Let's drink it all down sourly. Rod murmured as he quietly sang the classic national anthem of the Bear family, all the while processing the enlistment applications of those present. Among them, only Raymond stood as an elite model, yet Rod felt immense satisfaction nonetheless. Chapter 5. The final preparations before war. It appears that the young nobleman from the eastern province has uncovered our secret. Following the conclusion of the evening banquet, he dismissed those around him, leaving only a handful of his most trusted female knights in attendance. In the dimly lit chamber, soft reflections danced upon the water's surface, and mist began to rise. The silver-haired, crimson-eyed knight gradually removed her armor, discarding her helmet and allowing her long, silvery hair to cascade freely. She then stepped gracefully into the inviting warmth of the hot spring. Her figure, sculpted by years of martial training, boasted an exquisite and exaggerated femininity, her skin radiant and flawless like ivory. Such mesmerizing beauty is seldom seen among human women, constrained as they are by the limitations of their race. Within the room lay a crystal orb, which, under the control of one of the knights, projected an image, a recording of the recent banquet, before Isara KLS and Marcia Pace. In the footage, a young man, distinctly bearing the traits of an Eastern Province noble, was caught in an unrefined moment, indulging himself in a corner of the banquet hall. Could it be him? Is this truly the one we are concerned about? Marcia Pace remarked, her brow furrowing in disbelief. It is indeed him. Were it not for my heightened senses, I might have easily overlooked his gaze. He is remarkably cautious, replied Isara. With your acting skills, dear Aunt Marcia, you could easily deceive most of the northern nobility, making them oblivious to any irregularities. However, some possess broader knowledge, while others are innately perceptive. This young man undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. Upon hearing this, the beautiful, elegantly robed Marcia stood by the edge of the hot spring, her brow still creased with concern. If he is aware, should we take measures to counteract this? There is no need for alarm. At most, he harbors mere suspicions. Should we take action now, we would only serve to confirm his doubts. Moreover, unnecessary movements may alert our true adversaries lurking in the shadows. Isara's gaze lingered briefly on the man before shifting to discuss potential alliances with other capable lords. For a lord, qualities such as intelligence and alertness pale in comparison to the undeniable importance of absolute strength, especially in the perilous and competitive wilderness of the north. After 2 moments passed, Isara, with Marcia's assistance, rose from the hot spring, donning her deep blue armor once more and reattaching her helmet. Together with Marcia and her accompanying knights, she traversed several rooms to reach the balcony of Silverfrost Castle. At this moment, the castle courtyard was ablaze with lights. 20 female knights, clad in formidable armor alongside their steeds, stood ready, accompanied by 50 valiant light cavalry, 120 soldiers wielding peculiar twin-barreled iron tubes, and 50 elite infantry. With such a force of dedicated soldiers and a sufficient number of support troops, Isara KLS felt confident in her ability to withstand the impending raid, even without the aid of other lords. However, the toll on Silverfrost Town would undoubtedly be significant. Indeed, as Rod had previously surmised, this appeal for assistance resembled less a plea for aid and more a grand display of military might, aimed at establishing indelible prestige among the future lords of the North. Aunt Marcia, does my army appear formidable? The silver-haired, crimson-eyed Lady Lord inquired with a smile, gesturing towards the troops below with her sheathed silver blade, radiating an exuberance and confidence that was palpable. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the castle, Rod was engaged in discussions with the steward of Silverfrost Town regarding military provisions. The supplies allocated by Silverfrost Town varied according to the caliber of the elite forces dispatched by each pioneering lord, categorized into several tiers. The more distinguished the troop, the more generous the supplies provided. However, for a place like Redwood Town, where a mere 20 militia members were sent merely to bolster numbers, the compensation amounted to a meager 10 copper coins per person per day. Prior to the onset of battle, an initial 5 days' worth of military funds was issued, with the promise of further rewards contingent upon post-battle successes. Thus, The 5-day allocation for the 20 men from Redwood Town was valued at 100 silver coins and 10 gold coins, a considerable sum for commoners. Yet, when funneled into military supplies, these 10 gold coins seemed trifling. Therefore, upon receiving these 10 gold coins, Rod utilized 2 to procure some provisions and 2 bags of sufficiently sharp steel arrows, while the remaining 8 coins were pushed forward towards the portly steward before him. Those coins were heavy, alluring, glimmering, bearing the visage of the king, yet adored more than the monarch himself, and capable of tempting even the most virtuous into depravity. Mr. Rod, what do you mean by this? The sight prompted the steward's assistant to lower his gaze, busily calculating the accounts. He was the steward's nephew, a fact Rod had discerned earlier. Steward Lumen, I have no hope for military honors from Silverfrost Town. I merely wish to ensure the survival of my brethren. Might you assist us in securing a safe and secluded position for Redwood Town? With only 20 militia members under his command, Rod could not afford to lose even one. The gathering of nearly 40 pioneering lords for the banquet meant that even if all were as numerically insignificant as he, the entirety of Silverfrost Town was now teeming with thousands of soldiers. In such a conflict, the placement of his 20 militia would be crucial. With his palm resting on the 8 gold coins, Rod's gaze bore into the steward with the intensity of a wolf, half beseeching, half threatening. One's benevolence must possess a certain sharpness, otherwise, one cannot safeguard oneself. This principle applied equally to bribery, particularly for those impoverished and lacking in resources. It was imperative that the other party grasp the weight of every single coin, understanding that should they accept the funds yet fail to act, they would face dire consequences. Then I must trouble you, Mr. Lumen. Please assist us in this matter. At the heart of Silverfrost Town lies a formidable castle, surrounded by the town itself, with quarries and mills dotting the landscape. Compared to the town, the direction of the quarry is sparsely populated and easily defendable, making it less susceptible to the predations of wilderness bandits. While it may not offer the same level of safety as the castle, given his current resources, Rod had no superior options available. Just as he was about to depart, having relinquished his gold with satisfaction, he was unexpectedly called back by Lumen, who presented him with a crossbow and a pouch of bolts. Do not worry, I will still assist you with your matters. These are merely on loan, so please use them judiciously and take care not to damage them. Although somewhat puzzled, Rod expressed his gratitude with a nod and took his unexpected acquisitions. Once Rod had distanced himself, the boy in the room, who had been diligently calculating, finally raised his head. Uncle Lumen, why did you lend him that crossbow? Isn't it a regulated military weapon? In doing so, we essentially earn nothing and are merely extending favors. Cohen, Lumen chuckled, have you ever encountered a businessman? I have, but what does that have to do with this? Cohen inquired, still perplexed. With a smile, Lumen decided to clarify, no longer holding back. Let me enlighten you. Those who scrimp and save, purchasing second-hand furniture, rarely suffer losses in business. Conversely, those who demand money from home to buy new tables and chairs often find themselves at a loss. Are you suggesting that the man who just threatened you may one day succeed in establishing his own business? Chapter 6. The ambitions of Voss. As the battle for Silverfrost Town looms, the panel should contain no remaining attribute points, while skill points are retained without application. Although Rod now questions the effectiveness of his vigorous training in enhancing his strength and agility, he recognizes the urgency of the moment. Should he perish in this endeavor, all would be lost. Cogito, ergo sum, regardless of whether he finds himself in a realm of transmigration, a brain in a vat, virtual reality, or a matrix-like existence. Rod is determined not to squander his precious life again. In his view, willingly sacrificing one's life under any circumstance is a display of sentimentality. To live is the most tangible reality. He allocates the remaining 4 attribute points to his strength, assigns 6 skill points to iron bones, 1 to the crushing strike skill, and the final point to tactics, enhancing his weapon proficiency with the crossbow by 10 points, bringing it to a total of 41. Upon completing these adjustments, Rod distinctly feels warm currents flowing through his body, solidifying his muscles and bones. Moreover, the military strategies and knowledge of crossbow usage stored in his mind become increasingly lucid. The first 4 days pass without incident. Typically, the skills of a wilderness hunter hold little significance in a military formation, yet this time, facing the savage tribes of the wild, they may prove to be precisely what is needed. On the 4th night of their watch, the distant tolling of a bell from Silverfrost Town suddenly pierces the stillness, accompanied by the burgeoning glow of orange flames, some from torches, others from burning structures. The savage tribes are naturally more adept at nocturnal assaults than humans. However, it is evident that Silverfrost Town is well prepared. While the tribes possess superior physicality, human military tactics surpass those of the savages. As the alarm bells ring incessantly, Silverfrost Town soon illuminates the night, aglow with torches that mitigate the tribal advantage in night combat. We shall guard what we must. Should Silverfrost Town fall, we will immediately retreat to the deepest recesses of this mine, emerging only when our provisions are exhausted. Even if Silverfrost Town prevails, remember, we remain in a defensive posture and will not initiate an attack. What? Why so? The spirited Raymond expresses disappointment upon hearing this. Yet the surrounding militia of Redwood displays a countenance of reassurance. While they believe themselves blessed by the divine ritual, they remain largely untested in battle, essentially young farmers who have undergone some military training. Instilling a bloodthirsty fervor in them is, at least for the time being, an impossible task. Thus, Lord Rod's directives align perfectly with their sentiments. Even with some influence among the militia, Raymond cannot compare to Rod's authority at this moment. The fierce combat on the front lines persisted throughout the night, as the hill chosen for defense offered a vantage point from which Rod could observe the distant, hazy chaos of battle. The Lord of Silverfrost Town did not adopt the cautious defensive strategy. She did not take refuge in Silverfrost Fortress. Instead, aside from commandeering some of the town's buildings to establish defensive fortifications at the onset of hostilities, this formidable leader exhibited a remarkably aggressive approach. She dispatched an elite force of approximately 100 troops, which astonishingly routed the vanguard of the Wilderness Coalition, followed by a ruthless cavalry onslaught, showcasing a tactical acumen that was both seasoned and merciless. Among the ranks of the Wilderness Coalition were goblins, wergens, lizardfolk, and even ogres, alongside a cluster of human thieves. Ogres are indiscriminate eaters, their diet encompassing humans, but not limited to them. Many of the upper-class nobles from the two great orc empires even take pleasure in employing human strategists. Thus, when mutual interests align, the amalgamation of such diverse beings into a coalition is hardly surprising. Ogres kill out of hunger, while many humans do so merely for sport. From this perspective, beasts can exhibit more humanity than certain individuals. Hybrids. What in the world are those fire-breathing tubes? They can withstand a frontal charge from ogres. A single blast, and the horses drop dead. Had I not seized the moment to kill a man and commandeer a mount, I would have been the one to perish. Wolves, originally a ruffian within the confines of the Stydiac Empire, made a living by abducting children for sale. Until one fateful day, he inadvertently kidnapped a chubby boy covered in filth, only to discover post-abduction that the child was the sole heir of a local minor noble family, having run away from home due to his grandmother's indulgence. The debacle left Wolfs in a dire predicament, prompting him to flee under cover of night. Although the boy was quickly located, the enraged grandmother placed a bounty on Wolf's head, offering her wedding dowry for his capture. Upon seeing the reward, even Wolfs contemplated claiming it for himself. Eventually, he made his way to the lawless wilderness, where, leveraging his wits and an almost non-existent moral compass, Wolfs quickly rose to prominence as a small leader among the human thieves of the wild, commanding a band of about 20 horse thieves. However, just as he aspired to expand his influence and achieve greatness, a single misjudgment by the chief obliterated all of Wolf's hard-earned gains over the years. Now, as he surveyed the meager remnants of his crew, reduced to no more than 6 or 7, a bitter pang gnawed at his heart, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Yet, he could only console himself with the thought that the two orc empires bordering the wilderness were relatively weak, nomadic nations, with feeble tribes available for the plundering by wilderness bandits. Should the thieves' collective strength accumulate to a certain degree, they might stand a chance of being bestowed noble titles in either the orc or human empires. This world, while often espousing morality, venerates strength even more fervently. However, just as Voss was rallying himself internally, a sudden, startled wail from one of his subordinates pierced the air. The unfortunate soul, along with his horse, had tumbled into a cleverly concealed pitfall. At that moment, Voss abruptly looked up, only to see a heavy beam, tethered with ropes, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Charge! The entire army! As he observed the band of marauding horsemen unwittingly entering the ambush zone, Rod's eyes blazed with fervor. The elimination of these foes was not merely a matter of victory. The horses alone represented a significant fortune for his side. From every concealed position, the militia of Char, armed with shields in one hand and wooden spears in the other, began to converge. They were inexperienced in battle, and their trepidation was palpable. Rod himself felt a similar apprehension, yet he wisely delegated temporary command to Raymond. As he gasped for breath, his hands trembled, but he swiftly readied his crossbow, aimed, and fired. With a whoosh, although Rod aimed randomly into the throng of enemies, the bolt miraculously soared past the horses and shields, striking Voss, the bandit leader, squarely in the shoulder, causing blood to spatter. Chapter 7. A Flawless Victory. At dawn, the quarry in Silverfrost Town was deserted, as the miners had long departed upon receiving forewarnings of the impending conflict. Meanwhile, within the nearby woodland paths, a band of wilderness brigands, driven into the thicket by cavalry, found themselves ensnared in a deadly trap. Despite the formidable skills of their leader, who adeptly maneuvered on horseback to evade a flying timber, he was ultimately unseated by a crossbow bolt. In the realm of warfare, where the limits of martial prowess had yet to be transcended, fortune remained an indispensable asset. From the perspective of a seasoned veteran, the skirmish, comprising 7 brigands on 8 steeds against 20 militiamen, was a spectacle of utter ineptitude. Indeed, many skirmishes over water sources and villages were far more intense and brutal. The wilderness thieves, displaying astonishing foolishness, plunged headlong into rudimentary traps, losing their cavalry advantage and sustaining injuries as a result. Conversely, the militiamen, possessing a clear tactical superiority, hesitated to engage directly, instead encircling their foes with caution. However, this was sufficiently effective. Although both sides were inexperienced, the tactical dominance lay squarely with the militiamen of Redwood Town. Moreover, among the ranks of the Redwood militia stood an elite Tier 3 wild hunter named Raymond. This spirited redhead thrived on the scent of blood, perhaps driven by an innate thirst for slaughter. Armed with a hunting bow, he prowled through the forest like a human panther, shooting from various angles. While the combat proficiency of the wilderness brigands surpassed that of the militiamen, who knew to shield themselves from arrows, Raymond had been equipped by Rod with 2 quivers of steel-tipped arrows. The flimsy wooden shields could barely withstand 4 or 5 shots before shattering. With merely 7 brigands, and one already felled by Rod's surprise crossbow attack, the tide swiftly turned. Soon, the remnants of the wilderness brigands could muster no further resistance. This engagement served not only to let Raymond's associates taste blood, but also to allow the militiamen to gain valuable experience. Raymond could not claim all the glory for himself. With a numerical advantage of 19-5, and the adversaries largely wounded and demoralized, the militiamen, under Rod's stern command, cautiously tightened their formation, transforming the anguished cries of the brigands into a macabre spectacle as they pierced them with their wooden spears. This is a flawless victory. Troop morale at 5. You have earned 10 dinars and a variety of miscellaneous items. At that moment, the left corner of Rod's vision displayed this line of text. Indeed, it was a flawless victory, for not a single soul had perished, nor had anyone sustained injury. The first act of killing left both Rod and the militia of Redwood Town in a solemn state. Even Raymond, who had been fervently exhilarated moments prior, found himself subdued. Fortunately, the victims were mere wilderness bandits, despised by the populace of the northern provinces, which gradually eased the tension in the air. Seizing this moment of respite, Rod discreetly accessed the system panel visible only to himself, eager to ascertain if any warriors had achieved promotion. Regrettably, the experience gained from this skirmish was minuscule, and none were elevated in rank. "Please, don't kill me. I am worth 200 gold coins," came a desperate cry from amidst the pile of the deceased. As Rod endeavored to gather his thoughts and reflect on the events, he turned to see a man still alive among the corpses, a crossbow bolt embedded in his shoulder, while Raymond held a blade menacingly against his throat. "Wait a moment," Raymond interjected. "Do not kill me. I will tell you everything. I was once a child trafficker in Beckoning County, and I bear a grudge against the Oda family of the county town. If you deliver me to them, they will pay you 200 gold coins. I swear it's true." Despite being merely a medieval man, Wools was cunning. However, after being knocked unconscious by Rod's arrow and subsequently beaten by Raymond, he now found himself dazed, bleeding profusely, and desperate to survive. He divulged his secrets as if pouring from a bamboo tube. Yet, he remained oblivious to the growing chill in the gaze of the young noble before him. "So, you are a habitual trafficker of children, then?" Rod's voice was icy. "Ah." The sound of a sword being drawn echoed ominously. Wool sensed the impending doom, but before he could utter further defenses, the blade flashed, and he felt a sudden chill at his neck. In an instant, Rod had drawn his sword and nearly severed the head of the trafficker from his body. "Master, that was 200 gold coins." Raymond, dumbfounded, could hardly comprehend the abruptness of Wool's demise. 200 gold coins was no trifling sum for Redwood Town. "I shall not engage in trade with the trafficker. It is better to slay such scum upon sight." Rod resolved to preserve the severed head in lime, intending to deliver it to the Oda family of Beckoning County. They would either pay or, if they refused, he would consider it a personal trophy. The initial strike had not fully decapitated Wolves, so Rod stepped closer, grasped the hair of the lifeless body, and delivered a final, decisive cut. In a previous life, he had known an uncle who had treated him with great kindness, only to see his own child abducted by traffickers. This uncle's once happy family was shattered, leading him to divorce, resign from his job, and sell his home in a frantic search for his son. The elders would often sigh at the mention of this tragedy, leaving a profound impression upon Rod. Thus, even if this Voss were to declare himself a thief or a brigand, he would still possess a flicker of hope. It is only when he reveals his true identity that his fate is sealed. In Rod's view, to engage in conflict with an adult, to be deceived or outmatched, is merely a testament to one's lack of skill. There is nothing of consequence to be said. However, for this band of miscreants to lay hands upon a child is truly despicable and ignoble. Money, Rod could easily forego, but this scoundrel must meet his end. His sole regret now lies in having acted too swiftly, neglecting to subject his adversary to the tortures he had memorized, allowing the wretch to perish too easily. After the execution and the severing of the head, Rod, drenched in blood, stepped aside to attend to his own affairs. The townsfolk of Redwood, including Raymond, exchanged glances, inexplicably harboring a newfound and peculiar reverence for their lord. Indeed, their lord harbored a profound disdain for such individuals. Should such characters ever reappear in their town, they would ensure that each one is dispatched without hesitation, lest it disturb their lord's peace of mind. Chapter 8. Upgrade. The rout of soldiers is akin to a rising tide, particularly when composed of a coalition of various races from the wilderness. When the tide is favorable, all is well. However, once they encounter setbacks, morale collapses, and the disintegration of the forces becomes unstoppable. At the center of this war stage, grand lords and noblemen showcase their superior troops, while Rod, accompanied by his 20 subordinates, occupies a secluded corner of Silverfrost Town, gradually reaping meager rewards. He adopts a strategy of cautious development, refusing to take unnecessary risks. The second group of marauders, a band of armed goblins and 2 werewolves, has chosen to engage. This encounter has provided Rod with a clearer understanding of the combat prowess of these non-human races. Despite having set traps in the forest, the robust werewolf leading the charge brandishes a crude iron club, effortlessly leaping aside to evade the snares and dodging the whistling beams as it charges forth with the speed of a galloping steed. Not a single one of Rod's 20 militiamen can be lost. They must regroup and hold their ground, as Rod issues orders. Raymond is relentlessly firing arrows with his swift bow. Positioned on elevated terrain behind the others, they command a vantage point for their shots. Should the approaching werewolves wish to engage Rod and Raymond, they must first breach or evade the shield and spear formation formed by the 19 militiamen of Redwood Town. In this world, there are no fortunate occurrences akin to those in games where units receive advanced equipment upon promotion. Thus, Rod is compelled to personally finance the armament of each soldier. However, theoretically, if Rod were sufficiently affluent, he could equip each of his 19 first-level soldiers with a full suit of plate armor to enhance their combat effectiveness. Of course, the stark reality is that Redwood Town is impoverished to the point of desperation, yet aside from Raymond, the remaining 19 militiamen are still armed with standard equipment such as wooden shields and long wooden spears. They also bear one-handed weapons, which vary from bone knives to kitchen knives and sickles. In this wilderness, martial strength serves as the hard currency, without fundamental military protection. The vast majority of factions would struggle to survive even a single day, constantly at risk of annihilation. The agile werewolf, wielding its crude iron club, circles swiftly. Yet the sharpness of the shield and spear formation remains steadfastly directed at it. Encouraged by the divine blessing ritual and having witnessed bloodshed, the militiamen of Redwood Town, while still prone to panic, no longer succumb to chaos easily. Throughout the skirmish, Raymond's rapid-fire arrows have remained unbroken, and the formidable werewolf is unable to entirely evade the barrage, sustaining injuries in the process. Simultaneously, the injured werewolf and the armed goblins are closing in, leaving the powerful werewolf with no option but to grit its teeth and choose a frontal assault. It is acutely aware that the courage of these subordinate goblins has been utterly shattered in previous encounters. Should they be driven back once more, they would surely collapse amidst the human traps scattered throughout the dense forest. With a cacophony of sounds, the crack of arrows, the clang of weapons, the air becomes thick with the sin of iron, signifying the clash of battle. The robust and fierce wargolfer charged headlong at an astonishing speed, wielding an iron staff with ferocity. The long iron spears held by the militia of Redwood Town shattered upon impact, yielding 5 or 6 broken shards. However, other spears were swiftly redirected, poised to strike. Should the wargolfer persist in his reckless advance, he would be swiftly transformed into a porcupine by the onslaught of pointed weapons. At that critical juncture, as the distance had diminished sufficiently, Raymond unleashed a close-range shot, expertly embedding a steel arrow directly into the creature's eye. "Howl! Stand aside!" The wargolfer cried out in anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Raymond let out a fierce battle cry and burst forth from the ranks, brandishing a single blade. He deftly evaded the wargolfer's sweeping blow and stepped forward, delivering a powerful slash that felled the beast. The third-tier warrior unit, the Wild Hunter, was not merely a class of archers. They maintained a balanced prowess in close combat alongside their archery skills and trap-setting abilities, making them versatile assets on the battlefield. Notably, Raymond was of elite caliber, significantly enhancing his combat effectiveness. As Raymond brandished his bloodied blade and charged at the wavering wargolfers and armed goblins, Rod came to a profound realization of the true essence of wildness. He found himself increasingly perplexed by the disdain that his predecessor, Rodehart, had harbored towards Raymond. Such an exceptional fighter, a vital asset, should be coveted by any entrepreneur seeking talent. Rod, wielding a heavy crossbow, trailed behind the troops, collecting heads. His adaptability to the battlefield was astonishing. Amidst the pervasive stench of blood, his shots began to exhibit a discerning focus, prioritizing those foes armed with sharp weapons while momentarily disregarding those with mere wooden clubs, even if they donned rudimentary armor. Slaughtering the armed goblins and injured wargolfers proved far easier than taking down humans for the militia of Redwood Town. This is a flawless victory, morale at 8. You have obtained 17 dinars and a modest amount of spoils. Current morale at 68. Soldiers are eligible for upgrades. Level increased to 2. Attribute points, 1. Skill points, 1. Weapon proficiency, 10. In the moment following the battle's conclusion, a line of text appeared in the lower left corner of Rod's vision. At last, he had leveled up. He swiftly allocated 1 point to his strength attribute, elevating it to 13, motivated by a primal instinct for survival. After witnessing several skirmishes, Rod understood all too well that on the chaotic battlefield, whether struck by an iron staff hurled by a wargolfer or an arrow shot by his subordinate Raymond, his life was perpetually at risk. Thus, despite the rational understanding that investing attribute points in managing his legion would yield greater overall benefits, Rod resolutely opted to bolster his strength attribute. Unlike in the realm of gaming, his current priority was not maximizing returns, but ensuring his safety. An additional point of health translated to a fraction more security. He was all too aware of the lethal potential of javelins, throwing axes, and crossbow bolts that could fell him in an instant. If strength and ironclad resolve were to be fully harnessed, it would at least afford us a moment to react. You, and you, step forward. As these thoughts flowed through his mind, Rod summoned the 2 militiamen who had qualified for promotion to stand before him. Advancement in this world proved to be far more challenging than in games, where a mere handful of slain peers could elevate a novice. In this reality, as Rod recalled, these 2 militiamen were the strongest and most diligently trained among their ranks. Most of their experience had likely been accumulated through their own efforts in battle, with the final push to promotion merely a formality. Would you like to consume 24 dinars for true promotion? Yes. Rod had discovered that the gold of this world could not be exchanged for the system's dinars. Thus this upgrade would nearly deplete the dinar reserves on the system panel. Charles Recruit promoted to Charles Hunter, consuming 8 dinars. Charles Recruit promoted to Charles Spearman, consuming 12 dinars. Choose. Charles Recruit promoted to Charles Spearman. Promotion successful. The onlookers remained indifferent, yet the 2 humble militiamen, upon receiving a pat on the shoulder from Rod, felt a surge of warmth within, a distinct enhancement of their strength, and a clarity of martial skill in their minds. Awash with this near-miraculous power, the 2 inexperienced militiamen trembled, their legs giving way as they knelt before Rod. "My lord, we pledge our lives to you. My lord. Should anyone dare betray you, may their soul be cursed to burn eternally in the depths of hell." All right, rise. You have already shown me your loyalty." Rod gently reassured the 2 soldiers. Yet, their overwhelming excitement was clearly uncontainable for the moment. As these 2 young men showcased their newfound strength to the others, Rod could distinctly sense the fiery spirit of the Redwood Town militiamen igniting like a blazing inferno, their morale soaring to new heights. Chapter 9. Greetings, Victorious. After their upgrade, the new recruits of the Shar have 2 distinct advancement paths, the level 2 Shar Hunter and the level 2 Shar Spearman. The names themselves reveal their differing inclinations. One excels in ranged attacks, while the other specializes in close-quarters defense. When Rod first encountered Raymond, the latter had already attained the status of a level 3 Wild Hunter, having chosen his path, thereby precluding Rod from witnessing the alternative advancement route. Had Rod been afforded the choice, he likely would have selected the Hunter path for Raymond, as the latter is an elite template with enhancements across various abilities, making him a versatile asset of immense strategic value for the present-day Redwood town. As for Mard and Sushio, they are far more suited to advancing as Shar Spearmen. The upgrade to a Shar Hunter requires an expenditure of 8 dinars, while advancing to a Shar Spearman costs 12 dinars, reflecting the disparity in their respective strengths and the greater combat potential afforded by the latter. Although this path does not allow for the same elevation to a level 6 troop type as the Hunter route, it is premature to dwell on such distant considerations. The progression flows from Shar Newbie to Shar Spearman, then to Senior Shar Spearman, not yet achieved, Senior Shar Bladesman, and finally, the Shar Royal Guard. The 19 militia members of Redwood Town, having lived and fought together for an extended period, possess an intimate familiarity with one another's capabilities. At present, as Mard and Sushio grasp their spears once more, they exhibit a remarkable enhancement in strength, agility, and martial skill, far exceeding their usual prowess. Even the most cautious and perceptive Raymond cannot help but approach Mard and deliver a punch to his chest, feeling the undeniable surge in physicality and strength. In that moment, even he could not refute the notion that their transformation transcended any explanation aside from the divine favor ritual. The pursuit of formidable power and personal evolution is an inherent instinct of all living beings, a profound yearning nestled in the depths of their souls. Consequently, the unascended militia members of Redwood Town exchanged glances, their disbelief mingled with eager anticipation. "My lord, I am the one who has slain the most foes and earned the most accolades for you. Why have I not yet received the divine favor?" At this moment, Raymond felt a deep-seated resentment toward his past disrespect toward his lord. Memories flooded his mind, igniting feelings of regret and anguish, as he trembled at the thought of being surpassed one by his subordinates. "Rest assured, my Raymond, your inability to advance stems from your far superior potential compared to theirs. To unlock the divine favor and awaken that potential, unwavering loyalty and relentless effort in battle are required." Rod stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on the shoulder of his strongest commander, easing his concerns. Although merely an elite template, there was no one among his ranks with greater potential for development. The Lord of Silver Frost Town led a coalition of pioneering lords to decisively crush the bandit forces of the Wilderness Plains in a grand counteroffensive. While this victory was indeed exhilarating, it was followed by an array of troublesome and trivial matters. The coalition of Wilderness Plains bandits had amassed over 2,000 members. Even though they were defeated, a significant number of the scattered remnants, at least 1,000, remained at large. Although this endeavor promised enduring peace for Silver Frost Town for the next 20 years. Resolving such a monumental task in a single stroke meant that there would be much to attend to in the immediate future. In the upper echelons of the Stydiac Empire, a trend had emerged in recent years, the breeding of goblins for combat. This peculiar pastime had gained traction even among the citizenry, who enclosed these filthy green creatures within wooden fences, providing them with rudimentary weapons and observing as they fought each other for sport, wagering on the outcomes. Goblins, typically timid and cowardly beings, could be easily bested by an adult farmer wielding a pitchfork when isolated. However, when in the company of their kin, these green creatures exhibited an astonishing ferocity. In the inland cities, the combativeness and wildness of goblins had significantly diminished, leading to a dearth of champions in the goblin arenas. Consequently, slave-capturing teams had to journey from distant metropolises to the wilderness, where it was rumored that robust goblins still retained a considerable degree of savagery, capable of standing their ground against a hunting dog. Rod was aware of this information, yet aside from specialized slave-capturing teams, the average person lacked access to sales channels. The journey was long and fraught with complications, laden with intricate protocols. Thus, it was not a viable path to wealth for any given territory. Therefore, even when encountering seemingly well-armed goblins, Rod opted not to capture them, but rather to eliminate them altogether. With the examples of Mard and Sushio, the morale and fighting spirit of the Redwood Town militia soared, including that of Raymond. However, as the commander of the army, Rod remained steadfast in maintaining clarity of mind. He led his men to conceal themselves in the shadows of the forest, refraining from attacking the numerous and formidable remnants, instead choosing to engage only the smaller, weaker factions. This cautious approach not only minimized losses, but also enhanced their gains. Thanks to this prudence, the militia of Redwood Town experienced no casualties. In fact, as time progressed, members gradually gained enough experience to advance to the second tier of soldiers. After 2 days, the number of fleeing soldiers in this region dwindled, indicating that Silver Frost Town's brutal campaign against the wilderness tribes was drawing to a close. Yet, despite the relentless battles over the past several days, the morale of the Redwood Town militia showed no signs of waning. Those who had already leveled up aspired to continue their advancement, while those yet to progress burned with envy at the burgeoning strength of their comrades. As the end of the siege warfare at Silver Frost Town approached, dusk began to settle. In the forest nearby the quarry, Rod, Raymond, and their companions were discreetly observing a band of wild marauders traversing the desolate wilderness from a relatively elevated position. Leading this formidable group was a savage ogre, its skin a deep shade of azure, robust and towering, wielding a hefty iron-spiked mace, a crude yet effective weapon crafted by embedding shards of iron into a massive wooden club. Such rudimentary craftsmanship rendered these terrifying blue giants as one of the apex hunting races on the wild plains. Accompanying the ogre were 2 wolfmen, a dog-headed creature, and a throng of over a dozen green-skinned armed goblins. The scale of this assembly posed a significant challenge for Rod's side. A misstep could prove fatal. From Rod's vantage point, he could clearly discern a massive wound on the ogre's abdomen, a testament to the fierce charge of human cavalry. "My lord, hesitate no longer. Let us vanquish them," implored one of his men. "My lord, the head of an ogre is worth 10 gold coins. Lord Rod, we can surely claim it." As the whispers of encouragement surrounded him, Rod's initial uncertainty began to solidify into resolve. Having reached the latter stages of this conflict, he realized that if they did not seize greater spoils from the war, the 500 gold coins owed to the Atlantean Trading Company would remain elusive. Furthermore, he needed to procure provisions for the winter. As Redwood Town faced a fiscal collapse without reserves for the cold months, this dire situation had ultimately driven his predecessor to gamble recklessly. "Now, attack. Annihilate them." With Rod's command, the soldiers erupted into fervent battle cries, activating traps that sent heavy beams crashing down upon the marauders below. The ogre, despite its grievous injuries, fought ferociously, wielding its iron mace to shatter a descending timber. Yet, it was not only timber that rained down. Arrows and crossbow bolts followed suit. In the past 2 days, soldiers had been promoted to second-tier fighters, 2 spear-wielding Shar and 2 Shar hunters. These adept hunters, armed with bows acquired from their recent skirmishes, relentlessly rained arrows upon the enemy. Although the power of a bow is typically inferior to that of a crossbow, its rate of fire is exponentially higher, making archers the elite marksmen of the battlefield, as the bow's prowess can be enhanced through superior craftsmanship, while crossbows lack such adaptability. The more aggressively the wolfmen and dog-headed creatures charged forward, the more they were targeted by the archers. Even those who managed to ascend the slope found themselves thwarted by the steadfast shield and spear formations of the Redwood militia, ultimately succumbing to a hail of arrows. As the wolfmen and dog-headed beings fell, the morale of the armed goblins crumbled. As for the blue giant, after laboriously climbing the slope despite its severe wounds, it tumbled into a cleverly disguised pitfall where only death awaited. The terrifying howls echoed continuously from the pit trap, and in that moment, even Rod, who had remained ever vigilant, felt a sense of relaxation. The trap before them was exquisitely crafted. The camouflaging cover bore substantial weight, allowing werewolves, gnolls, and even humans to traverse its surface without peril. However, for larger beings such as knights and ogres, falling in would render escape nearly impossible. This was troublesome indeed. Standing at a relatively elevated position, the onlookers could discern the imposing figure of a fearsome ogre, adorned with spiked shoulder armor, heavy wrist guards, and a cast breastplate, wielding an iron-spiked club. The gnolls of the wilderness possessed some smelting skills, yet their craftsmanship and productivity seemed laughable from a human perspective. Nevertheless, the presence of such iron-clad ogres indicated that this particular brute was a formidable warrior even among its kin. Moreover, it was not alone. A host of lesser barbaric minions accompanied it. Should they succeed in reaching the vicinity, all would be doomed. At this moment, Rod lamented his earlier decision to engage the werewolves and earth elementals. Given his current strength, provoking an ogre was sheer folly. The ogre warrior charged with alarming speed, easily bypassing the smaller traps that had been set. The large pit trap, which they had only managed to excavate one of, had already ensnared a severely wounded ogre, rendering it ineffective for a second use. As the ogre warrior swiftly outpaced its minion horde, the seemingly rotund blue figures revealed their terrifying physique and explosive capabilities. Beneath their thick layers of fat lay robust muscles, a necessity to support such weight. "Bring me my horse." Rod understood that without an appropriate response, all would perish. The ogre warrior, with its shield and spear formation, could not be halted. A single charge would send several militia members from Redwood Town flying like mere scraps of paper. Their only chance of survival lay in diverting its attention. "Allow me to go." Among the group, only Raymond quickly grasped Rod's intent. His complexion paled. Yet with a resolute grit of his teeth, he spoke. Had it been the previous Rodehart, he would not have been worthy of such loyalty. But the current lord, one who shared meals and quarters with him and discreetly provided for his brothers at noble feasts, earned Raymond's respect and dedication. Of course, had it not been for the divine blessing ritual, Raymond's loyalty would not have surged so swiftly. "Get away. How many times have you even ridden a horse?" At that moment, a militia member led forth a black steed, which, compared to the heavily laden horses, was swifter, having been captured from marauders. Rod pulled the reins and swiftly mounted his steed. At this moment, a sense of panic gripped him, beads of sweat formed on his brow. Yet, as he beheld the heavily armored ogre warriors charging towards him with great speed, he resolutely tightened the reins and spurred his horse into a fierce charge. After my departure, everyone obeyed Raymond's commands. "My friends, victory is ours. My lord, victory is ours." Chapter 10. The wisdom of the traveler. With a glass of vodka in my left hand and a bowl of borscht in my right, I sang Katyusha, embracing Natasha. As the White House felt like my own home tonight. In moments of fervor, a myriad of chaotic thoughts surged within. With merely 20 militiamen from Redwood Town, along with myself, it was impossible to withstand the onslaught of the heavily armored ogre warriors. Thus, the only glimmer of hope lay in having the most skilled horsemen temporarily divert the attention of the armored ogre, allowing the others to deal with its minions before uniting to vanquish the beast. This was the most viable strategy that Rod could conceive in such a brief span of time. The military crossbow could not be reloaded on horseback. So I had but one opportunity. It had to hit true in that fleeting moment, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in my mind and restoring order. Rod grasped the crossbow firmly. As the two sides clashed, the distance between them rapidly diminished. The terrifying aura of slaughter emanating from the ogre had already startled the travel horse beneath him, which whinnied in alarm. Yet it could only charge forward under its master's firm control. The militiamen of Redwood Town gritted their teeth, their gazes fixed on the scene. A mixture of fear and concern evident in their expressions. This was the moment. As the distance narrowed to a critical point, Rod, crouched on horseback, could almost discern the quivering flesh on the ogre's cheek. Suddenly, he yanked the reins to the right, altering his trajectory to evade the ogre and create distance between them as he passed by. Roar. The long-awaited armored ogre warrior, unwilling to let Rod escape, opened its arms and lunged forward with a fearsome shout. In that instant, Rod rose up with both horse and man, clutching the reins in his right hand while raising the crossbow bolt in his left, aiming for the creature's vital head. Mounted archery is a profound combat skill, and neither Rod nor the previous inhabitant of this body had undergone any training in this regard. He understood that the crossbow trembled violently, even with the range sufficiently shortened. Hitting the target depended upon fortune. It must hit. He howled inwardly. The next moment, Rod pulled the trigger, and the bolt shot forth. Yet its trajectory veered alarmingly off course. A chill ran through Rod's heart as he aimed for the ogre's eyes. However, the next instant, a thunderous roar nearly knocked him and his horse off balance. For even without armor, ordinary crossbow bolts posed little threat to the ogres. Thus, the armored warrior faced Rod as aiming and shooting with indifference, for to it, the worst outcome would merely be a momentary pain. Besides, creatures such as ogres knew not the meaning of fear in battle. Yet this time, the creature opened its maw so wide that, although Rod's upward-aimed crossbow bolt went awry, it fortuitously found its way into the gaping mouth of the beast. The critical damage inflicted was sufficient to stagger even the heavily armored ogre warrior. Realizing his stroke of luck, Rod quickly seized the reins and urged his steed to flee into the distance. At that moment, a fierce wind howled behind him, prompting Rod to instinctively hunch low on his mount. He then felt an immense force press against his back, followed by a searing pain that shot through him. The massive iron mace, forged from solid metal, spun through the air and smashed into a nearby tree with terrifying force. Gulping hard, Rod dared not entertain any thoughts. He spurred his travel horse into a frenzied gallop. The ogre warrior, now fueled by rage, unleashed a burst of speed that rivaled the finest steeds. Yet having just taken a hit and thrown its mace, Rod managed to create some distance. However, the intensity of its fury was palpable. As the ogre disregarded the nearby figures of Raymond and others in Redwood Town, its eyes now blood-red, intent on pursuing Rod with relentless determination. Amidst the rugged terrain of the mountainous forest, Rod's seasoned travel horse, endowed with vast experience, instinctively navigated the most suitable path, galloping at an unprecedented speed. The fear of injury and the specter of death were draining his mental and physical stamina, a phenomenon often observed on the battlefield, where many fresh recruits, despite their robust physiques, lacked the endurance of seasoned veterans due to sheer panic. Even inaction could lead to severe fatigue. I must be mad. Risking my life for a bunch of NPCs, a human knight and an ogre warrior, one fleeing and the other in pursuit, had covered considerable ground over time. In his disorientation and unfamiliarity with the terrain, Rod found himself unaware of his current location, only recognizing that he was ascending and that the surrounding forest was thinning. Is it truly exaggerated that an ogre possesses boundless stamina? As time passed, even his travel horse began to froth at the mouth, while the enraged blue creature, with a crossbow bolt lodged in its mouth, continued its relentless chase. Rod's spirits plummeted. While he fought for his life, he was unwilling to meet a gruesome end, particularly one as humiliating as being torn apart and consumed by an ogre, only to become its waste. He must be near a quarry, likely rich in precious metal deposits. But such mines typically grew narrower the deeper one ventured. He had to survive. Grant the horse a path to freedom, and in doing so, secure your own. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto the grass, rolling twice. Fortunately, he avoided any stones during the fall. After its master was thrown off, the old horse slowed down, seemingly intent on turning back to retrieve him. However, Rod glanced back and shouted at it with urgency, "Run, quickly." Upon entering the dimly lit mine, Rod suppressed the discomfort from his recent dismount. He possessed a strength of 13 and reinforced bones of 4, although his training was lacking, preventing him from fully harnessing his potential. His physical prowess still far exceeded that of an ordinary person. For most, jumping from a galloping horse could be fatal. Yet for Rod, it was merely a slight physical discomfort. Breathing heavily, Rod sprinted deeper into the mine, just as he had anticipated. He only needed to focus on the extraction progress, disregarding the safety and comfort of the miners. Thus, the mine entrances were wide, but as one ventured further, the spaces became increasingly confined. Simultaneously, heavy footsteps and labored breathing echoed from the mine's entrance. Come on, come on. Let us see if it is you who perishes, or I. Under the intense thrill of life and death, dopamine and adrenaline surged within him. Rod felt more alive than ever before, every moment stretched, each second imbued with a vivid sense of reality. Typically, humans lack night vision. However, at this moment, Rod's pupils had dilated to their utmost, significantly enhancing his dynamic vision and nocturnal acuity in a fleeting instant. He observed, searched, and scrutinized his surroundings with an astonishing calmness, seeking every opportunity that might lead to his victory. His sense of smell far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Did I leave traces when I fled earlier? The creature pursued him without hesitation. This meant he wouldn't have the chance to escape far. This was an advantage for his opponent, but it could also become his own. Rod's hypothesis proved correct. Aside from its somewhat simplistic intellect, the ogre was a natural weapon of war, resistant skin, immense strength, resilience, ferocity, sorcerous bloodline, and dual casting abilities. Even with its corpulent form, its perception was remarkably acute. The ogre, relentlessly pursuing him, now perceived the world through a crimson haze, akin to infrared vision, and it could distinctly scent Rod's blood, a consequence of his injuries. This scent acted like an invisible tether, drawing it closer to the human. Despite the increasing darkness as they ventured further into the mine, the palpable aura of impending danger intensified with each step. Nevertheless, this bears no consequence. The formidable ogre warrior, Gordon Blackhand, has endured countless hunts and been hunted in return, emerging as the last survivor each time. "Gordon, I have found you," roared a voice, indistinct yet menacing, as the robust blue giant abruptly veered into the shadows rather than delving deeper into the mine. In that instant, the ground trembled beneath its might, shattering underfoot, as the colossal ogre surged forth with the speed of a tempest. Yet, with a resounding thud, Gordon found himself ensnared, his massive frame wedged between two boulders, immobile. "Your advantage can swiftly transform into my own," mused Rod, clearly unfamiliar with the classic tome Infinite Terror and devoid of the fortune to know a certain jowl. A youthful beauty with a generous bosom. Positioned between the stones, Rod raised his heavy crossbow, its tip nearly resting upon the adversary's brow. Even the most lackluster of marksmen need not fear a miss at such proximity. At that moment, Rod was wedged within a narrow crevice so constricting that he had to turn sideways to pass through, let alone withstand the furious charge of the armored ogre. The greater the force it exerted, the tighter it became ensnared. Thud, thud, thud. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 5 bolts. Rod relentlessly bent to reload, then rose to unleash his barrage upon the adversary trapped in the rocky fissure. Initially, the ogre writhed with vigor, but as successive bolts found their mark, even the ogre's formidable vitality succumbed, yielding to mournful wails. Unmoved, Rod continued to load and shoot, aware he was wagering his life against this fearsome beast. In this dire scenario, he had merely triumphed in his gamble, lacking any inclination to pity his beleaguered foe. However, as he loosed a dozen arrows, the gravely wounded ogre abruptly began to thrash anew, its muscles swelling with ferocity, eyes ablaze with crimson fury, as the quickening flow of blood bestowed upon it renewed strength and a maddened thirst for blood. Chapter 11. Ruins, a sealed history. The potential erupts. A breakthrough in the face of adversity. It is said that practitioners who have honed their bodies or spirits through prolonged training may, after accumulating their latent potential, have a certain chance of experiencing a profound enlightenment in the heat of life and death battles or extreme circumstances, unleashing the hidden strength within them. What a joke. Am I merely a supporting character in this narrative, while this ogre stands as the protagonist? I feel as though I have glimpsed some extraordinary truth. Before Rod, the heavily armored ogre warrior, firmly wedged in the crevice of the stone wall, had suffered the piercing of a dozen crossbow bolts into its massive head. Yet, in its dying moments, it unleashed its latent potential and underwent a second frenzy. Its muscles swelled dramatically, tearing through its skin, transforming from a blue figure into a dark crimson hue, causing the surrounding stone walls to crack with a series of sharp sounds. Then, right before Rod's eyes, a second head grotesquely and horrifyingly emerged from the ogre's chest, the unmistakable hallmark of a top-tier ogre, the two-headed beast. Should this two-headed ogre act as a spellcaster, it could utilize its innate ability for multiple spellcasting, enhancing the power of otherwise mediocre low to mid-tier spells to levels unattainable under normal circumstances. Conversely, if the two-headed ogre were to assume the role of a pure warrior, the situation would be even more rare and terrifying, for it would wield a skill more fearsome than most spells, dual rage, a second frenzy. Simultaneously, as the second head broke forth from the chest, the ogre's seemingly indestructible vitality was explained. The head that had been relentlessly assaulted was likely already dead. At this moment, the true controller of the body was the head that had just emerged from its chest. I cannot allow it to charge in. I have no path of retreat. If it breaks through, I am doomed. Gazing up at the crumbling stone walls, I realized that this was no longer a desperate fight. It was a dead end. A situation where defeat equated to death. Observing the walls cracking under the ogre's frantic struggles, Rod understood that the crevice would not contain the beast for long. With a bitter smile, he retrieved 2 steel bolts from his quiver, adjusting his breath as he gripped them firmly. In the next moment, a primal scream erupted from his mouth, filled with an insatiable desire for survival. He discarded every unnecessary burden and charged forward, intending to pierce the two-headed ogre with the crossbow bolts in hand. He calculated clearly in his mind that his melee attack would never surpass the lethality of a heavy crossbow shot. However, by engaging the frenzied, two-headed ogre, it would prioritize him as the target, no longer focused on its escape from the stone wall. Indeed, dual frenzy was immensely powerful, but once the frenzy subsided, the backlash would be even more severe. If it remained pinned here, bleeding profusely, all Rod needed to do was buy a little time, just a little time, and he could survive. Rod's arrival in this world has been all too brief. While he has wholly assimilated the knowledge and memories of his predecessor, his mastery of martial skills, those that require the seamless integration of body, mind, and spirit, remains somewhat inadequate. Nevertheless, Rod possesses a significant advantage over his former self in terms of breadth of experience and willpower. Having lived for over 90 years, he demonstrates remarkable decisiveness once he sets his mind to a task. Life is a journey, an arduous path of cultivation. Some traverse it without much gain, while others glean profound insights. Even at the age of 90, Rod manages to lead a fulfilling and comfortable life, a feat unattainable for the vast majority. With his hands gripping the crossbow bolts, he delivers a more ferocious and relentless assault, engaging in close-quarters combat with the ogre that is partially ensnared. He opts for intimate melee, evading the ogre's flailing arm, which strikes with tremendous force yet fails to grasp him. As time passes, despite being slammed against the nearby stone walls, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, Rod's composure gradually stabilizes. He understands that if he continues to endure, the one who will ultimately perish here is likely not him. Fortunately, in this state, the creature is unable to exert its full strength. Otherwise, such relentless blows would surely leave him lifeless. Just as this thought flickers through Rod's mind, the surrounding stone walls resound with a series of ominous cracks. Startled, he looks up to witness stones cascading down from the walls, culminating in a thunderous crash as a massive boulder plummets. In response, he must retreat swiftly. Watching helplessly as a fearsome, blood-soaked beast, its eyes ablaze with fury, steps into the fray amidst the swirling dust. Although every decision he has made thus far has been judicious, it is akin to the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The walls can no longer withstand the violent force of the two-headed ogre, which shatters the gaps and widens the breach. Now, there is no escape. A thought flashes in his mind, yet the terrifying ogre offers Rod no opportunity for further evasion. It lunges forward, its bloodied fist tracing a slight parabolic arc before striking Rod squarely in the chest. The sheer force of the blow translates into overwhelming speed, rendering the strike swift, precise, and brutal. Once the constraints of the terrain are lifted, the disparity in their true strengths becomes glaringly evident. Rod is propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the stone wall. Despite this, he strives to lift his head and widen his eyes, witnessing the grotesque, blood-drenched figure of the ogre charging towards him with its fists raised. It is unimaginable that my journey should come to such an abrupt end. This does not appear to be a mere cerebral construct. The threat of death is all too real. I truly do not wish to perish. After all, I have fortuitously acquired a youthful body. Each morning, young Rod feels invigorated. Yet as the elder brother, I must apologize to you, my friend. Although I am acutely aware that this struggle is but a futile effort, I still brace myself in the strongest defensive posture I can muster, with my arms and knees drawn tightly against my chest, as the second powerful blow from the two-headed ogre descends upon me. The impact is tremendous, and for a fleeting moment, I feel as though my very soul is on the verge of being expelled from my body. Simultaneously, the sound of cracking stone reverberates around me, and in the next instant, both the stone wall behind me and the ground beneath the ogre shatter almost in unison. Both man and monster tumble downwards, entwined, plunging into the unfathomable darkness below. Meanwhile, invigorated by Rod's resolute choice, the militia of Redwood Town, under Raymond's leadership, engages in a fierce battle. After a bloody confrontation, at the cost of one life and one injury, they finally vanquish the minions surrounding the heavily armored ogre warrior. This victory is not easily won, as the Wurg warriors prove to be formidable adversaries. Under Raymond's command, the militia follows the trail left by the ogre, eventually reaching the mining area. They even discover the old black travel horse but fail to uncover the whereabouts of their lord. Although Raymond's scouting skills are commendable, he ultimately arrives at a completely collapsed section of the mine, where all traces of pursuit come to an abrupt end. Regardless, it is imperative that they locate their lord. This sentiment resonates not only with Raymond, but with nearly all the militia members of Redwood Town, who begin a relentless search for their leader in the region, day after day, nearly devoid of rest. During this endeavor, they encounter forces from other territories, all of whom express their respect, and some even offer supplies for sustenance, allowing the militia to replenish their resources. From the perspective of the frontier lords in the northern territories, it is their hope that their own troops would exhibit such unwavering loyalty. Such deeds deserve recognition and commendation. However, few believe that Lord Rodehart could still be alive, pursued alone by a heavily armored ogre warrior. The odds of survival in such circumstances are exceedingly slim. As time passes, the Battle of Silver Frost Town draws to a close. Some have begun to advise Raymond to abandon the search for the Redwood militia, yet they receive a collective refusal from nearly all. That lord shall not simply vanish without a trace. My lord, your loyal subjects remain steadfast in their faith, still awaiting your return. Cough, cough. Egg, egg. It suddenly dawns on me that Egg is no longer in this world. Have I traversed dimensions once more? Am I now within a prenatal cultivation system? Beneath his neck, Rod's body lay in a state of near total numbness, immobilized and engulfed in an abyss of darkness. Struggling to survey his surroundings, he found himself unable to perceive anything at all. In a haze of confusion, He could not discern how much time had elapsed. It felt as though he had slipped into slumber, yet simultaneously remained awake. A sensation of being observed enveloped him, compelling him to open his eyes in desperation, but ultimately, he beheld nothing. After what seemed an eternity, a series of words, reminiscent of blue fireflies, materialized before him. Question: there are a number of fairies and griffins in the same cage. Counting from above, there are 35 heads. Counting from below, there are 94 feet. How many fairies and how many griffins are in the cage? In that moment, Rod's inner world crumbled. He felt as if countless mythical beasts were racing past him, and he could only think that he had lost his mind. Desiring to ignore the absurdity before him, he closed his eyes, yearning for a brief respite. Yet the darkness remained, devoid of light or sound. Eventually, after an indeterminate span, perhaps several hours or merely a couple of minutes, Rod opened his eyes once more. The ethereal blue glow persisted, still presenting that vexing riddle of heads and feet. If this is a simulation, I swear upon my release. I shall unleash my wrath upon those researchers one by one. If this is a novel, I shall cast the incompetent author into a bar where he shall endure 100 torments. The equation unfolded as follows: total feet, total heads, feet of fairies, feet of griffins, feet of fairies, number of griffins, 94 to 35, 59. 12 griffins, total heads, 35. Number of griffins, 12. Number of fairies, 23. Thus, it was determined that there were 12 griffins and 23 fairies. Though uncertain of what awaited him after solving this conundrum, he reasoned that the presence of uncertainty was preferable to stagnation. The mere possibility of survival outweighed the prospect of death. As the prolonged rest began to wane, pain surged through Rod's body. He mustered the strength to raise his right hand, meticulously scribbling in the void, endeavoring to unravel the enigma that lay before him. However, upon solving the riddle, the surrounding light did not brighten. Instead, the ground beneath him began to tremble, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of an elevator in motion. Rod sensed that he had descended further into the abyss. Soon, the blue fireflies reappeared, rearranging themselves into an even more complex and challenging problem than before. Oh dear goodness, my mathematical knowledge barely exceeds that of a middle schooler. I cannot solve this. In frustration, he let out a roar into the encompassing darkness. Before him lay a mathematical conundrum, one whose complexity surpassed the previous challenge by a considerable margin, intertwining the realms of geometry and functional mathematics. Straying somewhat beyond the confines of Rod's mathematical acumen. For the majority, the pinnacle of academic knowledge is reached in the final year of high school. Thereafter, opportunities to employ mathematics beyond elementary concepts become scarce. Rod endeavored to solve the problem twice but found himself at an impasse. With a resigned sigh, he tilted his head back and closed his eyes, succumbing once more to a drowsy slumber. Time slipped away, and when he finally opened his eyes again, he discovered that the surrounding darkness remained unchanged, silent and devoid of light, save for the mathematical problem before him, which shone brilliantly, unchanged. Very well, you have bested me, he conceded after a brief moment of contemplation. Shaking his head, he resumed his deep contemplation of the problem at hand. Fortunately, this particular puzzle merely grazed the edges of his mathematical knowledge, and with diligent effort and reflection, he ultimately managed to arrive at a solution. Upon completing the problem, Rod, already weakened, felt nearly spent, as the space around him experienced a subtle tremor and a renewed descent. Whoever you are, that was my limit. I can no longer go on. In response to his words, the surrounding darkness remained mute, perpetually descending, its final destination unknown. Having established his reputation among the Northern Territorial Lords and secured a peace of 20 years for Silverfrost Town, albeit primarily concerning the wild tribes, he was momentarily distracted by the entrance of a striking woman. Marcia, the elegant and poised doppelganger of the silver-haired, crimson-eyed girl. Her fair complexion was flushed with excitement as she entered, holding a document in her hands, and hurried to Isabel's desk. "Isabel," she exclaimed, "we have finally made significant progress in the exploration and excavation of those ruins. Master Davin can confirm that, at most, within half a month's time, we shall reach the core area of the Sage civilization." "Really? That is truly wonderful," Isabel responded, her heart elated. "Having merely completed the exploration of the outer layers has already yielded us the technology for flintlock firearms and advanced steel smelting techniques. If we can fully acquire all the legacies of this sage ruin, Silverfrost Town could undoubtedly develop into a city rivaling Radiant Moon City." Despite her proficiency in maintaining composure and tranquility, The silver-haired, crimson-eyed lady was visibly moved by the splendid news she had just received. Thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years ago, this world was once governed by a power of unimaginable greatness. Otherwise, a realm inhabited by diverse races would not have adopted a common tongue, albeit with regional variations, allowing for communication among disparate beings. Even the despised and belittled goblins, in ages past, had cultivated a remarkably advanced civilization. Some noble historians speculate that the end of the ancient divine era resulted from the collaboration between the mightiest archmages and goblin sages, thus embedding terrifying legacies within many ancient ruins scattered throughout the world. I am not so avaricious as to desire power that rivals the divine. However, I yearn for the strength to seize my own destiny. After calming my emotions slightly, I approached the castle window and gazed upon the luminous, crystalline moon. Isa Kales clenched her fist tightly, lost in contemplation. This time, I shall not succumb to you again. Chapter 12. The Supreme Artifact. The ultimate ring. Snowflakes flutter in the chilling northern wind, enveloping the world in a vast, desolate expanse. A solitary plum blossom stands defiantly amidst the snow, its fragrance meant solely for a beloved one. No, no, no. This problem eludes my grasp. It is insurmountably difficult. From linear equations to geometric functions, and then to spatial geometry and analytic planes, I have endured these trials, but to introduce calculus into the mix is utterly unreasonable. This realm transcends the boundaries of diligent study. It is a territory forbidden to ordinary mortals. A domain predominantly occupied by those who delve into the esoteric knowledge of the abnormal human research centers. I can only discern that this conundrum involves calculus. Yet this realization marks the limit of my academic prowess. Truly, I am at an impasse. However, akin to previous instances, I find myself with nothing but my mind and one arm capable of movement. Beyond grappling with these problems, I possess no other recourse. Confined within a dimly lit chamber, devoid of light and sound, it does not take long for one to spiral into madness. Rod finds himself ensnared in a similar predicament, thus compelling him to unlock his latent academic potential, solving one complex problem after another. Under different circumstances, should someone present such mind-boggling exercises before him, his sole response would be to slam the entire book against their face, followed by a few vigorous stomps. After all, who among the common folk would engage in solving mathematical problems for leisure after their studies conclude? Burdened by overwhelming negativity, Rod drifts into a restless slumber. Losing track of time, he speculates that he has languished in this dismal darkness for 10 days, half a month, or perhaps even an entire year. Yet, upon regaining a semblance of clarity, he is met once again with an array of blue, firefly-like characters, articulating an exceedingly obscure mathematical problem in the common tongue of the continent. However, this mathematical riddle completely surpasses Rod's analytical capacity. He recalls struggling with calculus during his university years. Uncertain of how much time has elapsed, he wonders about the fate of Raymond and his companions. Although it feels as if an eternity has passed, he experiences neither thirst nor hunger, suggesting that perhaps the duration has not been excessively long, or that this peculiar space possesses some extraordinary quality that allows him to maintain his bodily functions and even recuperate without sustenance. At this juncture, Rod suddenly recalls something. Name: Rodehart. Level: 24 strength, 13 agility, 7 intelligence, 62 charisma, 9 remaining attribute points. For skills: Iron Will 4, Power Strike 4, Weapon Mastery 2, Plunder 1, Horsemanship 3, Tactics 2, Persuasion 1, Leadership 3 remaining skill points. For weapon proficiencies: one-handed weapons 74, two-handed weapons 72, polearms 77, archery 31, crossbows 41, throwing 31, flame swordsmanship 60. Remaining weapon proficiency: 18. Slaying that ogre has inexplicably elevated me by 4 levels. My intellectual attributes have not been augmented. Rather, tackling these mathematical problems has inexplicably enhanced my intelligence by 2 points. It seems that my innate intellect vastly surpasses my previous data, leading to this remarkable elevation. Contemplating this, Rod swiftly allocated all the unexpected attribute points he had acquired to his intelligence, raising it to 12. Only 1 point shy of his strength attribute, yet significantly more robust. Self-learning is akin to fetching water from the mountains, while attending school represents a teacher's diligent efforts to nourish your mind. Consequently, many individuals often find themselves regretting their lack of diligence in their studies after leaving school. For the hardships of self-education imposed by society are far more arduous than the guidance provided by teachers during one's academic journey. Had he invested the attribute points in strength, agility, or charisma, each level gained would yield merely one skill point. However, by enhancing his intelligence, each level increment would grant an additional skill point. Thus, after allocating 4 points to intelligence, Rod's remaining skill points now amounted to 8. Yet, this detail was of little consequence at the moment. His curiosity piqued about what would transpire upon solving the current problem. He sensed that this challenge represented a form of hidden limit, and overcoming it would reveal some profound truth. Fortunately, the problem-solving process here was not time-bound. In a conventional examination, he would have been eliminated numerous times. Yet here he could persistently attempt the problem anew. Thus, Rod alternated between solving and resting, and after a series of cycles, he lost track of time. Finally, as he deftly marked his answer, the azure luminescent screen before him suddenly expanded, dazzling and vibrant, yet no new problems materialized. Phew, I have finally succeeded. As Rod shook his wrist, the illumination of the entire space brightened progressively. Surrounding him was an area replete with metallic and technological ambience. He discovered himself seated upon a colossal, inscribed steel throne, with the corpse of a two-headed ogre beside him, its body curiously desiccated and withered rather than decayed. As if drained by some unseen force, I have awaited your arrival, inheritor of the great sage civilization. Millennia have passed, yet the embers of civilization have not extinguished. As an ancient universal tongue resonated, light and shadow intertwined before Rod, distorting until a diminutive figure with white hair and green skin emerged. Clad in a long robe reminiscent of a modern wizard's attire, yet distinctly different, the figure spoke. You are the inheritor. I understand that you harbor many questions at this moment, yet I am but a mere projection, unable to provide you with extensive answers. As he spoke, this green-skinned goblin figure, possessing profound wisdom and depth in his gaze, turned and ambled away, accompanied by words that transcended mere empty rhetoric. The image of the goblin sage strode into the distance, flanked by a myriad of light and shadow, a colossal, immaculate city teeming with green-skinned creatures, who had even engineered aerial vehicles emitting azure flames. All the architectural forms exuded an essence of advanced technology, imbued with a strong sense of science fiction, leaving Lord Rod seated upon his iron throne, utterly astonished and profoundly moved. Though we diverged on his separate paths from the magical seekers, in that epoch we were equally formidable and held mutual respect. Yet, it was precisely this burgeoning strength that posed a significant threat to the lofty deities. War was imminent. The Grand Sages, in a bid to prevent the complete severance of the sage civilization's legacy, established several underground sanctuaries to safeguard the entirety of its knowledge, accessible only to the inheritors of sage civilization. Now, I can no longer protect this place. Henceforth, everything shall be entrusted to you, the inheritor of the sage civilization. As these words echoed, the light and shadow surrounding the goblin sage transformed once more, revealing scenes of numerous humans wielding pickaxes and shovels, incessantly digging downward. Within this tableau, Rod even beheld Lady Marcia, the Silver Frost Lord, alongside her poised, silver-haired knight. This goblin relic had existed for an indeterminate duration. Even the mightiest entities could scarcely withstand the relentless torrent of time, regardless of possessing technology far superior to the outside world. Continued excavation would inevitably lead to its complete unearthing and re-exposure to daylight. At that moment, the surrounding images dissipated, coalescing into a resplendent, gold-red ring that hovered before Rod. Accept it. Should you unravel its secrets, you shall inherit the full legacy of the sage civilization. No one could resist such an enticing proposition. Yet, as Rod extended his hand to grasp the ring, he suddenly hesitated. He gazed at the goblin sage for a moment before articulating, "You are not merely a projection. You are an artificial intelligence, are you not?" In response, the translucent, white-haired, green-skinned elder's eyes momentarily flickered with an expression of resigned acknowledgement. Artificial intelligence? Ah, that is indeed an intriguing designation, but I prefer to consider myself a virtual life. It is remarkable that the sage civilization has advanced to this extent. Even in my era, it was perhaps slightly inferior. Yet, Rod refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought. Human, how did you discern my flaw? For intelligence does not equate to emotional acuity. When you first encountered me, you were in an exuberant state, addressing me as you. However, upon realizing I was not a goblin but a human, your interest evidently waned, and your address shifted to you. If you truly are what you claim to be, a mere image backup, then such emotional fluctuations should be beneath you. Therefore, I surmise that you are an artificial intelligence rather than a mere reflection of data. But even if you have discerned this truth, what of it? The legacy of the ancient and immensely powerful sage civilization, do you not yearn for it? The translucent image of the goblin sage, seemingly indifferent, spoke with clarity, fully aware that no one could resist such temptation. The heritage of the sage civilization is a treasure that none can refuse. Yet, when the benefits remain forever out of reach, the act of refusal becomes far less arduous. To gain entry, one must first conquer calculus. Whether others can unravel the secrets within to inherit the sage civilization is uncertain, but I know I certainly cannot. If you do not offer me some other advantages, I would rather leave this matter untouched, lest I attract trouble without reaping any rewards. Observing the counterpart, I carefully modulated my words, making them feel valued while striving not to provoke ire. Rod, a true sage in his own right, quickly assessed that this artificial intelligence, despite its disdain for him due to his non-goblin lineage, was nonetheless more inclined towards him than the brutish figure outside, simply because he had passed the preliminary trials. Thus, it seemed only logical to seize this opportunity to gain some advantages. The small lord of the wilds in the Northern Empire, survival is a challenge. Even the feathers of passing geese are sought, and every morsel counts, especially in these times. I am merely the administrator here, and my authority is quite limited. As he gazed upon the sly and cunning human, the goblin sage lamented internally while justifying his position. Yet, he had no true alternatives. As the individual before him had articulated, he was loath to surrender the legacy of the sage civilization to that muscle-bound silver-haired elf outside. Achu. Meanwhile, amidst the forest near Silverfrost Castle, the silver-haired knight, surrounded by numerous soldiers, could not suppress a sudden sneeze. "What is it, Isa? Did you catch a chill last night?" the concerned Lady Marcia inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, Aunt Marcia. Master Darwin, let us return to our previous discussion. Once we complete this demolition, will we not be able to delve much deeper into the exploration of the ruins? Indeed, Your Highness. Based on my meticulous calculations, this appears to be a support point within the mountain. By employing a substantial quantity of refined explosives to breach this area, we can significantly expedite the progress of our endeavors." Master Darwin, a charming middle-aged gentleman with gold-rimmed monocles, embodied the scholarly spirit of the age, where many scholars excelled across diverse fields. Given the right conditions and diligence, one could master extensive knowledge systems in a matter of years. Upon hearing the assertions of Master Darwin, Isha nodded with satisfaction. This relic site was the greatest secret of the entire Silverfrost territory. The long-standing heavy military presence exerted considerable pressure on various aspects of the region. Should the exploration of the entire site proceed with greater alacrity, it would indeed be beneficial for her. Thus, she urged the master to give the command for detonation, fully trusting in Master Darwin's remarkable talents and knowledge. Upon hearing her words, a smile appeared on Master Darwin's face, albeit somewhat strained. The plan for this explosion had been discussed and deliberated numerous times. Yet the prince's lingering apprehension had compelled him to be present on site, a clear indication of insufficient trust. Nevertheless, let the facts speak for themselves. With this thought in mind, Scholar Darwin stepped forward to initiate arrangements. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, as the fuse was laid and everything was in place, he declared, "Detonate." With that command, the fuse ignited and raced into the depths of the already extensively excavated cavern. In no time, a thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a brilliant flash of light. As had been meticulously calculated countless times before, the collapse of the mountains revealed the outlines of buried steel relics beneath. A cacophony of rumbling ensued. "Run! The mountain is collapsing," shouted the experienced elderly miner behind them. "This is impossible, according to my calculations." "Stop calculating. If we don't flee now, we shall lose our lives." Isha watched the scene unfold before her, her teeth gritting in frustration. It was impossible to save the unfortunate soul ahead, but her companion Marcia, equally skilled, sprang forward and seized Scholar Darwin, turning to escape. The scale of the landslide triggered by the explosive excavation was relatively minor, resulting in no casualties or economic losses, yet it completely engulfed the goblin ruins in which Isha had vested such high hopes. Meanwhile, on another side, an individual from the east emerged from the collapsing mine, covered in dust, successfully reuniting with his subordinates. In their euphoric frenzy, Raymond and his companions failed to notice that, on their lord's left hand, the index finger bore an ancient, pure black iron ring that had mysteriously appeared. Chapter 13. Military Achievements and Procurement of Supplies. Minor Life Ring. This is a special ring that, when equipped, slightly enhances the wearer's vitality. When the wearer's vitality diminishes to 1/4 of its normal level, a passive healing effect activates, continually replenishing the wearer's vitality until it recovers to 50% or the ring's stored energy is entirely expended. The healing effect can be activated once every 12 moments. Additional attribute: 1. 5 cubic meters of space. A young Eastern nobleman, impeccably dressed and with his hair meticulously arranged, gazed down at the ring adorning his left index finger. He mused in his heart that it was indeed a revered artifact of the sage civilization, capable of concealing even the power of the system from the past. In truth, he understood that neither the vitality enhancement nor the spatial capacity represented the ring's true power should he successfully navigate the arduous trials within the ring. He would inherit the vast majority of the legacy of the sage civilization from the previous epoch. Lord Rodehart of Redwood Town, please. At that moment, a young female attendant entered the hall, her gaze sweeping the room before settling on Rod. The Countess invites you inside. It is an honor, Rod replied as he rose to his feet. Amidst the envious glances and hushed whispers of the surrounding pioneering lords, he followed the attendant into the inner hall. By this time, nearly 12 days had elapsed since the initial defense of Silverfrost Town, and the majority of the defeated forces from the Wild Plains had been eradicated. Even if a few remnants remained, it was now the duty of Silverfrost Town's security forces to handle them. Following this conflict, considering the developmental potential of Silverfrost Town, it would not be long before it transformed into Silverfrost City, a conclusion easily drawn by those with any discernment. Thus, despite having recently endured a significant battle and a seismic upheaval, the Countess promptly acknowledged contributions without making the assembled lords wait unduly. In this town defense campaign, the Countess bestowed honors upon 3 pioneering lords, not necessarily the strongest or those with the most notable achievements. Among the honored lords was Lord Rodehart of Redwood Town, who, while ranked last among the 3 recipients, nonetheless elicited envy and speculation. The first honored lord received a reward of 2,000 gold coins and the opportunity to engage in comprehensive political, economic, and military cooperation with Silverfrost Town. The second honored lord received 1,000 gold coins and the chance for extensive political and economic collaboration. The third honored lord was awarded 200 gold coins along with supplies from Silverfrost Town valued at 200 gold coins. The strength of the great lords lies in their might. Comprehensive cooperation with them benefits all aspects of the Silverfrost domain. However, the sheer number of middle and small lords presents a formidable collective force if united. If this time Frosty Ridge solely focuses on establishing relations with the formidable pioneering lords, it may deter lesser lords from approaching in the future. By raising this banner now, no one can claim that the Lord of Frosty Ridge acts unjustly. This is a perfectly reasonable tactic. Had Rod found himself in a similar position, he would undoubtedly have acted likewise upon realizing the implications. The corridor, led by a servant, was not particularly lengthy, and soon Rod entered a room adorned with a thick, plush cashmere carpet. Surrounding the room were several bookshelves filled with an array of books. In this era, books were treasured vessels of knowledge, with many affluent families using parchment or engraving text onto metal. Thus, even a single book was prohibitively expensive for commoners and represented a symbol of heritage among the nobility. The chamber featured stone walls, a carpet, and bookshelves, while at its center stood a small round table adorned with an exquisite candlestick and brass goblets. In this refined setting sat a stunning woman clad in a black gauzy gown, her hands cradling a wine goblet as she gazed at Rod with a smile, exuding elegance and beauty. "Mr. Hart, please take a seat. It is a privilege to behold your handsome visage once more," she said. "Thank you for your kind words. Esteemed lady, first, allow me to express my deepest respect for your valiant soldiers of Redwood Town. With merely over 20 militia members, the Redwood Town forces had remarkably slain over 100 fleeing enemies and vanquished 2 ogres, including an ogre warrior. Such impressive achievements, despite their limited numbers, distinguished Rodehart among the ranks of lesser lords. The accolades from Frosty Castle were solely due to his military accomplishments. To pioneer the northern territories and spread the light of civilization is not only our duty, but a mission bestowed upon us by history." As the beautiful lady raised her goblet, Rod, now seated, similarly lifted his brass cup in acknowledgement, before both indulged in the rich wine. Compared to the previous 2 pioneering lords, the summons from the Lord of Frosty Ridge and the privileges conferred upon Rod bore more symbolic weight, serving as a rallying call for other lesser lords. However, Rod was disinclined to adhere to customary protocols. He was determined not to squander this exceptional opportunity. "Madam Pace, While it may be rather untimely to broach such a matter, I must confess that Redwood Town currently faces a severe financial crisis. Should we fail to navigate through this peril, I may be compelled to sell my territory and depart. Rod fixed his gaze into the beautiful lady's eyes, striving to appear sincere, tinged with a hint of regret. I now require a loan of 500 gold coins. For Frosty Castle, this amount is negligible, yet for me, it represents crucial funds to weather this storm. Entrepreneurs are not concerned with appearances. Their primary desire is to ensure the success of their ventures. When a business flourishes, one naturally gains prestige, whereas failure renders any concern for reputation moot. Lord Rod's psychological maturity exceeds 90 years. He comprehends this truth profoundly. Ah, Mr. Rodehart, you are indeed a remarkable individual. As I understand it, the profits you have garnered from this conflict are unlikely to be less than 500 gold coins. Yet now, you seek to borrow another 500. Is there a particularly worthy investment in Redwood Town that compels you, Mr. Rodehart, to act so recklessly? Marcia Pace gazed at the young man before her with a hint of curiosity. She found herself genuinely intrigued. Most men, when confronted with a woman of her exquisite beauty, often exhibit a strong desire to impress, an instinct akin to that of the two pioneering lords she had previously met. Marcia Pace was acutely aware that the sweet words of a beautiful woman could wield far greater influence than the threats of a sword. In their recent meeting, she had managed to secure some benefits for her territory, yet here she found herself countered by her counterpart, a reflection of her insufficient understanding of the power of poverty. Indeed, this war has brought considerable gains to Rod and his Redwood Town, but the 500 gold coins, when repaid to the Atlantean Trading Company, would leave little in reserve. With winter approaching, Redwood Town's food supplies were critically low. If he could not secure a loan here, Rod would be left to lead Raymond and the others into the wilderness, hunting other savage tribes amidst the bitter cold. Such a scenario would entail a brutal struggle for survival, and countless elders and children in Redwood Town might perish from starvation or exposure. As the Lord, Rod felt an immense responsibility to avert such a tragedy. Faced with Rod's earnest plea, Marcia Pace found herself with little room for maneuver. It would be unseemly for Silverfrost Castle to have recently celebrated 3 noble military achievers only to lose one shortly thereafter. Moreover, 500 gold coins were indeed a modest sum for Silverfrost, whose lord commanded power far beyond the imagination of ordinary lesser nobles and pioneering lords. After Rodehart departed, thoroughly satisfied, Marcia Pace stretched her arms gently, revealing the exquisite form of a mature woman. Behind her, a bookcase turned, and the silver-haired, crimson-eyed elf, Isha, emerged from behind it. What do you think of this individual? No, you are mistaken. The turmoil is not confined to the entire North. In this era, without sufficient support, even the most talented individuals struggle to ensure their own safety. Alas, the failed exploration of the goblin ruins suggests that our excavation inadvertently triggered the site's defensive mechanisms, making future opportunities exceedingly rare. If it were merely due to the connection with that master of the arts that resulted in the loss of the goblin ruins, Isha would have undoubtedly taken lethal action against the individual, regardless of his allegiance. However, upon deeper reflection, she surmised that the greater likelihood lay in her own prior explorations and excavations, which had already triggered the defensive mechanisms of that site. Fortunately, the technology for flintlock firearms and a production line from an armory had come into her possession. These resources alone were sufficient to grant her a considerable advantage in the forthcoming resurgence of the magical tide. Meanwhile, Rod, having successfully secured a loan of 500 gold coins, began to procure a vast array of supplies within the town of Silverfrost. The 200 gold coins awarded for military merit, combined with goods valued at an equivalent amount, alongside the 500 coins he possessed, amassed a fortune nearing 1,000 gold coins. Yet, it bears repeating that while this sum could comfortably sustain 10 ordinary farming families for a lifetime, it was merely a drop in the ocean for a territory in need of development, transport, food, building materials, and armaments. All these necessities amounted to an insatiable abyss. The nearly 1,000 gleaming coins, when fully invested, would merely create ripples upon the surface. At the weapon shop in Silverfrost, Rod noticed Raymond's eyes turn green upon seeing a superb war bow, but his expression soured after inquiring about its price. The cost of that exceptional bow was sufficient to purchase 20 ordinary ones, underscoring the exorbitance of truly fine goods. Moreover, this was merely a standard weapon shop. Legendary enchanted equipment would command prices capable of outfitting an entire battalion. Of course, in this era, A lord's personal soldiers typically numbered only 1 or 200, with smaller forces dwindling to 50 or 60. The burden of maintaining a large army was beyond the means of an ordinary lord. Rest assured, we shall eventually be able to afford fine bows. I promise you, that day is not far off. My lord, I'm merely looking. This is highway robbery. Anyone who buys it must be a fool, Raymond remarked, fully aware of their territory's financial circumstances as he scratched his head. 20 superior hunting bows, 40 iron-tipped spears, 40 sturdy iron-bound shields, and 60 pieces of leather armor rods. Gold coins flowed from his purse like water. Yet he paid little heed to this expenditure, for he understood well that in the wilderness, combat prowess was the true currency. In such places, even if one brandished a purse full of gold, it would garner no attention. Only sharp blades and axes served as the true measures of worth and could act as a universal equivalent. In addition to weaponry, Rod also procured substantial quantities of wheat, bread, dried meats, cheese, and salted fish, essential provisions for daily life. You have followed me for 2 years, enduring hardships. This time, let us reap a bountiful harvest and indulge a little, ensuring everyone can enjoy a comfortable winter. By stockpiling a few carts of grain now, there should be less fear of scarcity. Simultaneously, far beyond 100 miles away, lay Redwood Town. As the dreadful winter gradually approaches, it becomes increasingly arduous to find sustenance in the wilderness. This year's winter arrives not only earlier than in years past, but also bears a more frigid and cruel demeanor, sapping vitality from the land. Nevertheless, despite the harshness of the elements, work must continue. The men venture forth to hunt or forage for wild fruits, while the women, clutching wooden basins, approach the unfrozen river to wash their garments. Even as their exposed skin grows red and frostbitten, these women remain jovial, having long since become accustomed to such minor afflictions. Among them is the petite Cress, with her fiery orange hair, who, as a young maidservant to the lord, is also tasked with washing clothes in his absence. The women, conscious of her youth, encircle her to shield her from the biting wind. Cress, they say nobles possess the right of the first night. Has the lord used you? How does it feel? Is he robust? Do you even need to ask? If he had, Cress would not be as she is now, like a mere sprout yet to bloom. Laughter ensues, a mirthful exchange echoing against the stark backdrop of winter. Despite their care for Cress, the familiar women jest and tease the little one. In an era devoid of entertainment, their risk-a-banter often leaves the men who overhear them utterly astonished. You. The young Cress, indignant, stamps her feet, her cheeks and ears aflame. Yet, upon glancing at her own form and those of the surrounding women, she finds her retorts falter. At that moment, the jovial sounds by the riverbank begin to wane, replaced by the clatter of hooves. A group of ragged men brandishing weapons emerges into view, some bearing wounds, their eyes glinting with a predatory gaze. These are the wilderness bandits. Suddenly, the alarm bells of Redwood Town resonate in the distance, prompting every able-bodied man, regardless of age, to seize pitchforks and wooden clubs, rushing from their homes to gather. Living in such tumultuous times necessitates adaptation, and humanity's capacity for resilience is remarkable. Esteemed adventurers, we are but humble farmers, wishing no offense. If your journey has wearied you, feel free to rest in our village, as long as no lives are harmed. Elder Engel of Redwood Town, leaning on his staff, assesses the bandits' numbers and condition, his heart sinking. With more than 10 bandits against the mere 20 or so able-bodied men remaining in the village, an outright confrontation seems ill-fated. Even if they manage to inflict some damage, the odds are not in Redwood Town's favor. Consequently, Engel's immediate instinct is to stabilize the situation with the bandits. Redwood Town is sufficiently impoverished, lacking any substantial resources. Thus, violence here would yield little benefit, likely resulting in loss. Typically, such destitute locales are seldom targeted by wilderness marauders. Chapter 14. Do not provoke Cress in the frigid winter dawn, by the river adjacent to Redwood Town. A group of farmers led by the venerable Elder Enger confronted a band of wilderness marauders, armed with pitchforks and wooden sticks. Despite their numerical superiority, many farmers trembled in fear at the sight of the marauders wielding sharp weapons. As time passed, the icy mist over the river dissipated, exacerbating the oppressive atmosphere that loomed over the scene. If this continued, a significant number of farmers would inevitably lose their will to fight. They were impoverished and frail, with many lacking the stamina for a prolonged standoff. Elder Enger was acutely aware of this and hesitated over whether to initiate an attack. Regardless of the outcome, it was preferable to being utterly overwhelmed. Old man, we do not wish to waste our energy in vain, a voice emerged from the ranks of the marauders. Two knife-wielding thieves parted to reveal a weathered figure at the center, an elderly marauder with grizzled hair and several scars etched across his cheek. Though aged, he unmistakably commanded this band, the scars on his face testament to a life steeped in perilous encounters, having survived them all. At that moment, the elder thief approached on horseback, one hand grasping the reins, and gently tapped Anger's cheek with his blade, proclaiming, "I am Yog, a name of some renown among adventurers in this region. We shall remain here for 2 days, provided your ragtag lot behaves themselves. After 2 days, we will depart without bloodshed. However, should you dare to play tricks, I assure you that none shall escape unscathed." "Of course, esteemed adventurer," Anger replied hastily, inwardly exhaling a sigh of relief. He then instructed a nearby youth to fetch the women from the riverbank, uniting the separated groups. "Foolish child. Those people do not feast on wild greens or dark bread. You possess the key to the storage cabinet, do you not? Retrieve the sausages and freshly baked white bread. Those are reserved for our esteemed guests." Upon hearing this, Cress, like an agitated kitten, leaped up and began to protest. Seeing his granddaughter Cress's eyes brimming with tears, Elder Anger, who typically indulged her, was at a loss. After instructing Cress, he hurried to find the woman among the group most skilled at cooking beans. White bread, whole sausages, and boiled beans constituted the finest fare Redwood Town could offer. Yet, it was evident that such meager offerings would hardly appease the marauders. This impoverished place can provide no more. Pressing him further is futile. "Old man, it is time for you to leave," the gray-haired thief Yog ultimately declared. Despite Elder Anger's desire to remain and observe, he reluctantly retreated. In that moment, the room was left with only a few women serving soup, among whom was the slender and frail Cress. She was not originally required to be there, yet for reasons unknown, Cress silently pulled aside the most timid of the women and took her place. By the gods, this battle was truly disastrous. Initially, upon seeing the armored ogres, I believed victory was assured, merely waiting to rush in and claim lives, riches, and women. However, I was utterly unprepared for the formidable crossbowmen of Silverfrost Town. The cacophony of explosions echoed, and my comrades fell around me like wheat before the scythe. It was horrifying. The so-called firearms brigade, said to be common in the Western continent, had not been rumored to possess such prowess, especially not under the command of that Lord of Silverfrost. Yet, more terrifying than that firearms brigade was the heavily armored cavalry that charged forth behind them. I had never witnessed knights in full armor capable of such speed. The weight of their armor was palpable, and their velocity was no illusion. Each armored knight's combat prowess rivaled that of an ogre warrior, and a mere 20 horsemen easily obliterated an entire ogre battalion. Such power was indeed frightening. In the minds of most wilderness brigands, the strength of ogres was exceedingly fearsome. Unless human troops formed a battle array, individual humans could hardly stand against an ogre. Indeed, without that heavily armored cavalry, the ogre forces might not have broken through the firearms brigade. The mastermind behind this coalition of brigands must have been deranged. Why did we not simply raid and pillage the surrounding areas instead of directly assaulting Silverfrost Town? Only a madman could rise to the rank of brigand king. There must be matters unknown to us at play. As these brigands consumed their meal, they engaged in a disarray of chatter. All remnants of the defeated army from that fateful battle, having narrowly escaped pursuit and now contemplating a return to the wilderness. "Boss, given the state of this village, it seems impossible for them to provide us with sufficient supplies in 2 days. What shall we do? What else can we do? Those women are mere flesh. We shall take a few with us as we leave. Winter approaches, and it becomes increasingly difficult to find sustenance on the plains. I cannot allow my brothers to starve while fleeing with me." As Cress served soup to one of the brigands, she happened to be near Yog and distinctly overheard their conversation. Although Yog and his confidants had lowered their voices, Cress, with her keen senses and exceptional hearing, managed to catch their words despite their attempts at discretion. How infuriating. We extend our finest hospitality, and yet they contemplate feasting upon us, those bastards. At that moment, the voices ceased behind her. Despite her trembling hands from rage, Cress maintained her composure, serving the brigands with unwavering normalcy. Her demeanor betrayed no hint of her inner turmoil, prompting Yog to divert his gaze after a scrutinizing glance. Chapter 15. Shar in the dead of night. The hour had grown late. Within the only decent wooden cabin of Redwood Town, the atmosphere was dimly lit, as most of the bandits, save for 2 on night watch, had succumbed to slumber. Yuga, a seasoned rogue who had thrived in the wilderness, possessed a mind and experience that were both astutely meticulous. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. Nor would he have managed to lead 17 thieves, eluding the relentless pursuit of Silverfrost territory to seek refuge here. He harbored a profound wariness towards the farmers of Redwood Town, dispatching 5 men to guard the town's entrance, ensuring that no gatherings formed, while keeping a watchful eye on Ing and the townsfolk. The food prepared was first tasted by the kitchen maids to confirm its safety against poison. As night deepened, he commanded his subordinates to brace the wooden door with a log, leaving within the cabin only his brethren and 4 women, including Cress. These 4 women, unarmed and perpetually malnourished, posed no threat to the band of thieves. What else could be done? Were these women not mere flesh? Perhaps taking a few with them as they departed would be prudent, for winter was approaching, and provisions in the wild were becoming increasingly scarce. In the straw-filled side room, Cress lay awake, her mind racing with the images of the day and the words of the bandit leader echoing in her thoughts. If one does not kill, one shall be killed. Killing is preferable to being killed. Suddenly, the orange-haired girl sat up amidst the straw, the hour now well past midnight. The 3 women who had been unable to sleep in fear earlier were now in a deep slumber. Cress rose and stepped outside. The room, which typically boasted only a few candles, was now filled with light as they flickered everywhere. Yet even so, the 2 watchful thieves appeared weary. They had fled here in a state of perpetual anxiety, and after a brief rest, their condition was far from ideal, especially as they now took turns keeping watch. "What are you doing?" one asked. "Just going to relieve myself," was the reply. The watchful bandit waved his hand irritably, indifferent to her presence. Most others felt no compulsion to intervene. A slender child like Cress, seemingly no older than 12 or 13, hardly elicited a sense of threat. This was Lord Rod's cabin, and Cress, as a maid, was intimately familiar with every item within, far surpassing Rod's own knowledge. Thus, in the mere turn of a corner, she found herself in possession of a meat cleaver and several dining knives. "I'll go to the bathroom too," she declared. Before long, one of the watchful thieves announced his intention to do the same and headed for the lavatory. The chamber was spacious, equipped with a wooden tub that required daily cleaning. Typically, only Rod and Cress would use it, but with a dozen individuals now sharing the space, the scent was far from pleasant. Nevertheless, the thief paid it no mind. Closing his eyes as he sat upon the wooden tub, suddenly, a chilling hand caressed the back of the thief's neck. As he slowly opened his eyes, he realized that the other party seemed to be searching for the gap in his bones. In an instant, a sharp dining knife pierced through the crevice of his cervical vertebrae, emerging from the front of his neck. Cress gradually released her grip behind the man and turned to exit the room. Upon hearing a sound, Cress approached, and as the 2 drew near, a knife tumbled from her sleeve into her hand. In that moment, she swiftly raised her head and thrust the knife into the soft cartilage of the opponent's throat, promptly covering his mouth with her left hand, rendering him unable to utter a sound despite his panicked struggles. After a while, she gently laid the lifeless body on the ground. It wasn't particularly challenging. Even rats were harder to kill than them. The diminutive, frail girl murmured softly as she gazed at her blood-stained left hand, adorned with a few freckles. In that moment, she struggled to comprehend why Grandpa Anger feared these individuals, why he allowed them to consume the treasures meant for the master. It was evident that they could be eliminated with such ease. At that instant, Cress felt no distinction between herself and ordinary people. Even those who had received military training often hesitated to plunge their weapons into fellow humans during their first battle. Many would vomit or experience profound discomfort after their first kill. Such reactions were the norm for the majority. Yet, Cress experienced none of these adverse feelings. Instead, the darkness, blood, slaughter, and death coursed through her veins, leaving her exhilarated and trembling with fervor. Kill, annihilate them all, in her most familiar environment, wielding a bloodied knife. Her footsteps were light and soundless. Why fear them? They were so weak. A gentle slice across the throat would render them motionless. Even rats were harder to vanquish. On the final night of his life, Yog was awakened by an overwhelming scent of blood, a scent he knew all too well. Despite his extreme fatigue, the intensity of the odor jolted him awake. Help! Help! He sprang up, lunging for the knife beside him while frantically calling for his subordinates. Yet, at that moment, there were no subordinates left to awaken. When Yog finally beheld the hellish scene before him, even this seasoned villain's heart quaked with terror. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Blood gushed and flowed, and many had opened their eyes, mouths agape in an expression of endless fear as they succumbed to death. Could it be that this room was haunted by malevolent spirits? At that moment, Yagur's ears perked up, catching the faint sound of slicing wind. After all, he was a seasoned rogue, having weathered many battles. He swiftly sidestepped to evade while brandishing his blade in defense. With a resounding clash, sparks erupted as a sharp dagger was deflected. However, Yager felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder and left leg, both pierced deeply by a blade. "Ah, have you awakened?" A chilling voice emerged. "It was worth keeping you alive until the end. You indeed possess the most value in being slain." At that instant, drenched in blood, Cress stepped forth from the shadows of the room. In her right hand, she wielded a razor-sharp cleaver, while her left hand, fingers aligned, grasped 3 gleaming dining knives. As she emerged, a peculiar, intoxicated smile graced her lips, and the most unsettling aspect was her eyes. Those were the slitted pupils of a beast. Half-beast awakening? Curse it. In this world, where deities and dragons coexisted alongside elves, dwarves, and orcs, the existence of half-beasts was also acknowledged. Within this race, there existed a segment of humanity with relatively pure bloodlines, exhibiting scarcely any beastly traits. Thus, these individuals were often regarded as a branch of humanity. After all, in the worldview of this realm, many royal families claim to inherit the blood of dragons or other formidable beings, demonstrating a substantial degree of inclusivity. Yet, even among these highly assimilated half-beasts, only a minuscule fraction could awaken their bloodline to an elevated state. In ancient vernacular, the term shall referred to felines. Yet it had been many, many years since a member of the Shul tribe had managed to rekindle the power of their ancestors, until tonight. Millennia ago, the sages chose to unite with the Grand Arcanist to launch an assault on the deities due to the detected decline in the world's energy particle activity. The sages believed this presented an exceptional opportunity. Both gods and magic had become ill-suited for the era. Rather than awaiting the deities' preparations to strike, it was better to seize the initiative. This desolate wilderness had been one of the pivotal battlefields in the cataclysmic conflict between the gods and the anti-god alliance. The negative repercussions of that war had not entirely dissipated even after Eons, resulting in a slow revival of vitality in the region. However, who could have foreseen that my resurgence was a consequence of the renewed activity of energy particles in this world after millennia? Energy particle activity, essentially. Magical potency, implying that the concentration of magic in this realm was on the rise. Reclining on a cart laden with various goods, Rod reclined with his arms crossed beneath his head, simultaneously absorbing the words of the relic sage through the ring on his left hand. Originally, this ring served only one function, life. However, through Rod's shrewd bargaining and subtle threats from various angles, the sage had no choice but to enhance it with spatial capabilities and additional benefits. Indeed, the magical essence of this world is steadily recovering and intensifying. In this process, races such as dwarves and elves, inherently gifted with magical prowess, are destined to grow ever more formidable. Thus, you must exercise caution. The information I have entrusted to you cannot entirely bridge the innate gap between you as a human and these magical races. It may only serve to diminish it slightly. Millennia ago, the goblin clan vied with the dwarves and elves for dominion over this realm, which explains the profound disdain that the Sage of Relics harbors towards the elven race. In contrast, humans, like goblins, who struggle to harness and wield magic, are undoubtedly perceived as more agreeable. Just as Rod sensed this disparity and sought to inquire further, a sudden outcry erupted from ahead in the caravan. Chapter 16, Mission Accomplished. Cress applies to join the team. The 15-year-old girl, alone in the night, single-handedly vanquished 12 bloodthirsty bandits. A feat that even the boldest knightly tales would shy away from portraying. Yet, reality often surpasses fiction in its bizarre and exaggerated nature, for while novels strive for coherence, the world operates on a different set of rules. This fellow, this wretched creature, the bandit leader, Yog, found himself not filled with dread as he faced the frenzied Cress, but rather ignited by a primal urge to fight. He lunged at her with his blade. However, despite her extraordinary state, Cress was not merely reliant on brute force. She vanished into the shadows of the room's corner. As Yog pursued her, sharp kitchen knives occasionally whirled out of the darkness. Though he possessed greater physical strength, the speed of the spinning blades enhanced their penetrating power and rendered their angles of attack nearly impossible to anticipate. Without a shield, it was inherently challenging to block such thrown weapons with mere arms. The more Yog chased, the more wounds he sustained, with no time to bind his injuries. As blood flowed and his ferocity waned, a creeping sense of panic began to rise within him. In that moment, amidst the flickering light of the room, where some candles burned while others had been snuffed out, Yog caught a glimpse of the wretched creature's hem flashing by. Instinctively, he followed. only to find a room littered with corpses and a door ajar, allowing the moonlight to spill in. Outside, snow fell in the winter night, bringing with it a chilling yet invigorating breeze. Could that little monster have escaped? Driven by an uncontrollable fear in the half-open door, Yog, despite his efforts to maintain rationality, found himself drawn to the threshold, cautiously pushing the wooden door open. He feared Cress might be lurking outside, poised to ambush him. Yet, as he opened the door, a corpse on the floor suddenly stirred, and a slender shadow lunged forth, plunging a dagger deep into Yog's lower back. With a sickening thrust, the sharp blade embedded itself, twisting violently, a testament not only to the military training she had received alongside her brother, but also to an innate talent for killing. "Help! Help!" Yog cried, clutching his bleeding wound as he fled, rousing the 5 bandits he had stationed outside. As they emerged, weapons in hand, Yog felt a brief sense of relief. However, in the next moment, he noticed the flames around him growing ever brighter as the townsfolk of Redwood, armed and with torches aloft, encircled the 6 wild bandits with a terrifying intensity in their gazes. "My lord, the town has been attacked by bandits." "How is that possible? There are at least 40 able-bodied men here. What kind of bandits would dare to assault our impoverished village?" Before Rod could respond, Raymond had already vociferously declared the improbability of such an event. The food supplies in the town were dwindling dangerously, making it nearly impossible to survive the winter. Elder Engel had dispatched the young men from the militia reserves. Moreover, some townsfolk were whispering words associated with witches. It soon became apparent to Rod that the gazes of those around him were furtive and evasive, a stark contrast to their usual warmth and familiarity. "Explain what has transpired," Rod urged, noticing the shift in atmosphere. He nudged his horse closer and pointed at a male villager. As the lord of the land, Rodehart wielded considerable authority, compelling the villager to recount the events in detail. From the invasion of the bandits to the shocking revelation that Cress had single-handedly slain 12 adult males overnight. The townspeople had begun to refer to her as a witch. Some suggested banishing her from the village, arguing that her status as the granddaughter of the village chief and the lord's maid should not shield a bloodthirsty witch from facing consequences, lest they all fall victim to her. Impossible. Cress could only have killed a few rats. To slay 12 bandits in a single night? You must be jesting. Raymond erupted in fury, brandishing his riding whip and striking at the villager. Rod, however, did not intervene. Instead, he yanked the reins and galloped towards his estate. Redwood Town was not large, and at that moment, the grounds of the manor were teeming with people. "My lord, please do not enter just yet. There may be danger within." As Rod advanced, Elder Engel stepped in front of him, but was swiftly pushed aside. The townspeople, either anxious for their lord's safety or driven by curiosity, instinctively attempted to follow, only to be halted by Rod's turn. "This is my home. What business do you have here?" Engel declared, his voice firm. "No one shall enter until I emerge." With that, Rod barred the entrance with the battered door. For within lay a gruesome scene, filled with blood and the terrified, lifeless bodies. Fortunately, winter had already set in. Otherwise, the corpses would soon begin to decay. Turning back to the room, filled with blood and bodies in every corner, even Rod, who had played numerous horror games, instinctively swallowed hard. Virtual reality could never replicate such horrifying authenticity. Suddenly, a faint sound of water echoed from the depths of the house. In this context, that mundane noise took on a sinister, eerie quality. Rod traversed the room strewn with lifeless bodies, drawn by a sound that led his gaze to a young girl, Cress. With short orange hair, her cheeks smeared with mottled blood as she relentlessly washed her hands in a basin of crimson water. Beside her lay a bloody dagger. The mere sight of her sent a chill through Rod, akin to the instinctive reaction one might have upon encountering a fierce beast. Indeed, heroes are not easily grasped. Each hero possesses a unique narrative, challenging to acquire through shortcuts, even if one were to succeed by some means. The loss of that distinctive story would render the hero a mere husk. A fleeting thought crossed Rod's mind, but he quickly steadied himself and approached with measured steps. He knelt gently before Cress, gazing into her eyes. Those were the slitted pupils of a predator. At that moment, she had yet to regain full lucidity, and the potential for violence lingered in the air. Nevertheless, as he regarded the young girl before him, a wave of familiarity washed over him, calming his nerves. She was the first person he encountered upon entering this world, the one who had stayed by his side throughout his frail moments. Watching him eat plain bread while she swallowed her own saliva in secret, she was the one who, despite her apparent clumsiness and ignorance, sought to bring him joy, perceiving him as her entire universe. Even though she now posed a danger, Rod found it impossible to feel fear. An image flickered in his mind accompanied by a phrase. A small orange cat had killed a rat larger than itself. The thought echoed, I must find a new home for this cat. It has not caused any trouble. Yet I cannot fathom how it managed to slay such a sizable foe. Today it can kill a rat. Tomorrow it could turn on me, and that frightens me. Are all small orange cats this formidable, capable of vanquishing enemies much larger than themselves, so brave and remarkable? With a smile gracing his lips, Rod reached out to gently tousle Cress's hair, then enveloped his little orange cat in a warm embrace. Fear not, dear Cress. I am no idle master. Our little orange cat is both brave and capable, and I cherish her dearly. Suddenly, Rod felt her shoulders tremble, and Cress finally wept in his arms. Still too young to comprehend her missteps, she questioned why her efforts to protect everyone through battle and violence had led her companions to regard her with such disdain. Some even gestured as if to exorcise a demon. Why, after slaying the bandit leader, did Grandfather Engel sigh, offering neither praise nor affection? Master, she lamented, I wish to cleanse my hands, yet no matter how hard I try, they remain stained. Am I no longer fit to serve you? Surely, you would not desire a maid whose hands reek of blood. Ha ha ha, we merely eliminated those who bullied us, sought to seize our wealth, and threatened our lives. When slaughter is directed towards the right cause, it embodies strength and becomes a commendable act. As for the idea of it being irredeemable, how could that be so? If one attempts to cleanse with the very blood, it will undoubtedly remain sullied. A few changes of fresh water would suffice. Cress, we are destined to become nobles. Remember, the power of nobility is fundamentally acquired through slaughter and plunder. As for the common folk, their fear and trepidation towards you is entirely natural. Do they not also harbor fear of the nobility? After Cress, sniffling and trembling, regained her composure, Rod took her hand and led her outside the wooden abode. Drawing his sword, he addressed the townsfolk with a resounding voice. Because Cress has defended our village and vanquished the brigands, I, as the Lord of Redwood Town and the head of the venerable Hart family, hereby bestow upon Cress the title of knight today. Observing the bewildered expressions of Elder Engel and the foolish townspeople, Rod sighed inwardly before articulating something they could comprehend. From this day forth, Cress shall receive a weekly stipend of 1 silver coin. Oh! At that moment, the gathered crowd erupted in astonishment. The nobility, through their actions and demeanor, profoundly influences the behavior of the populace. When nobility endorses a certain action, even if it is inherently flawed, the common people will emulate it. Conversely, when they disparage an act, even if it is virtuous, it will be met with disdain. At this juncture, Rod, through his power and prestige, adorned Cress's deeds with a radiant glow, garnering her widespread recognition among the townsfolk of Redwood. The line between hero and witch, knight and murderer, is often perilously thin. However, what Rod could not anticipate was the sudden emergence of a dissenting voice. Sir, how can this be? Cress's salary surpasses mine. Raymond, Cress's elder brother, bellowed, trembling with indignation and disbelief, as if unable to fathom that Rod had betrayed the deep bond of friendship and trust between them in an instant. Raymond, this man is Cress's own brother. His unexpected outburst nearly sent Rod into a fit of rage. Yet, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Rod could only grit his teeth and respond, Fine, you shall receive a salary increase as well. Indeed, when a sister is in peril, the first to leap to her defense is invariably her brother. When she is safe, he becomes her source of danger. After addressing the entirety of the situation, Rod received 2 system notifications. Ding. Quest, Wilderness Survival, completed. Supplies stored for enduring the harsh winter, 2,000 units. Task reward, 1,200 dinars. Purchase authorization for the Fractured Sword of Power. Notification. The growth-type hero Cress has applied to join the team. Do you agree? Yes. Name. Cress level. 1 strength. 3. The average value for an ordinary person is around 5, but among those with the same score, men typically possess greater strength than women, reflecting actual usage attributes. Agility. 6 intelligence. For charisma. For remaining attribute points, 0 skills. Weapon mastery 1, plunder 1. Remaining skill points, 0 weapon proficiency, one-handed weapons 12, two-handed weapons 8, polearms 4, bows 0, crossbows 0, throwing 28. Remaining weapon proficiency, 12, heroic trait, berserk. Upon activation, all attributes are doubled, weapon proficiency is also doubled, while intelligence is halved. Career advancement path, Charles Recruit LV1, Charles Spearman, not achieved, Charles Senior Spearman, Charles Senior Swordsman. Charles Imperial Guard, hidden advancement class, Charles Scorpion Assassin. In the tumult of the War of Mounted and Sliced, elite template characters can often possess attributes rivaling those of heroic templates. However, the vast majority of elite template characters ultimately cannot compare in value to heroic templates. This is due to the unique traits possessed by heroic templates, with many heroes even embodying multiple traits, whereas elite templates are merely exceptional ordinary individuals, struggling to possess distinctive traits of their own. Take Cress, for instance. Despite her age-related limitations, her attributes are significantly inferior to those of her brother Raymond. In a direct confrontation, it is highly probable that Cress would fall to Raymond. Yet, with a little nurturing and her heroic trait of Berserk, Cress could easily surpass Raymond in strength. It would not take years, no, merely a year or two would suffice for Cress to leave Raymond far behind, illustrating the stark contrast between elite and heroic. Furthermore, upon the completion of the Survival in the Wilderness task, the Fractured Sword of Power has materialized. Chapter 17. The Digestive Harvest. The manifestation of the cavalry system is presented through a parchment interface, which is divided into 4 sections: personal, army, log, and shop. Within the log segment, it remains uncertain what mechanisms may trigger quests. Only in the shop section can Rod observe his reserve of dinars. After each battle, he acquires a certain amount of dinars and spoils, contingent upon victory. Although these spoils primarily consist of items of minimal value, they can be exchanged for dinars, thus rendering them quite significant. In the shop segment, a plethora of goods is displayed, ranging from basic provisions like bread and salt to weapons such as scimitars and hunting bows, alongside luxurious items like silk, spices, and wine. Rod once endeavored to spend some dinars on a loaf of bread, and to his delight, he found himself in possession of an actual loaf, which was surprisingly delectable. Given that his survival in this world hinged upon such resources, Rod meticulously studied the system. He discovered that occasionally, the shop would refresh to reveal particularly inexpensive salt, iron, salted fish, and spices, goods that, in the real world, command exorbitant prices, yet could be procured for mere handfuls of dinars in the system shop, suggesting a peculiar deviation from market norms. This prudent approach, cultivated through experience, prevented Rod from feeling regret after completing the Survival in the Wilderness quest. Upon task completion, his dinar reserve in the shop interface surged by 200 dinars, while a faint golden red flame, named the Fragmented Sword of Power, appeared in the inventory space of the system shop, priced at 900 dinars. Rod mused that had he indulged in another piece of bread or purchased something extravagant during his earlier experiments, the Sword of Power would have slipped from his grasp. Rod extended his hand to the flame, ripples emanating through the void. In an instant, as his 904 dinars transformed into a mere 4, he found the flickering golden red flame in his grasp. This cruciform sword, a cherished heirloom brought from his family, though ancient, was meticulously maintained, a single double-handed longsword. As the golden red flame melded into the blade, Rod distinctly sensed that it had been imbued with a new kind of power. Undergoing a qualitative transformation, ancient cross-sword, Fragmented Sword of Power, single double-handed longsword, the weapon of the aspiring Lord Rodehart. Crafted from high-quality steel, the blade measures 48 meters in total length, with a 26-meter blade and a weight of 22 kilograms. To wield the sword is to embrace a knight's destiny, living and dying by the blade. Enchantment effects. Dominion. Morale within the vicinity is 10. For each enemy slain by the sword's wielder, morale increases by 1, with a maximum cap of 20 within the area. Although incomplete, it merely lacks the enchantment of the Power of Giants. The essence of Dominion remains intact. The incomplete version is not particularly formidable. If a complete Sword of Power were to be sold for 6,000 to 8,000, I would not be surprised. In the chamber, Rod measured the sword's weight with both hands and found it manageable with 2 hands, yet rather heavy when wielded one-handed, necessitating caution in practical combat. In his youth, Rodehart believed he might transcend the limitations that had thwarted his predecessors and restore his family's former glory. However, as time passed, he increasingly recognized that his family's fierce fire swordsmanship was riddled with inexplicable breathing techniques. The practice was excruciating, and the execution was utterly nonsensical, rendering the cost-effectiveness of mastering this art exceedingly low. Consequently, Rodehart ultimately abandoned the swordsmanship, continuing to utilize it only out of familiarity, having lost hope of ever cultivating the fierce firefighting spirit. Previously, the magical energy in this world was insufficient to support the cultivation of fighting spirit. Ancient swordsmanship techniques like the fierce fire swordsmanship, which focused on solidifying the foundation, were inherently of low efficacy under such magical constraints. To cultivate fighting spirit in an environment of low magical concentration was a task so daunting that one could scarcely describe it as a rare feat. It was more akin to a challenge faced once in 1,000 lifetimes. Even if one succeeded, the resultant strength would be limited, capable of felling only 10 or 20 foes before reaching its peak. However, in the forthcoming era, aspiring to become a formidable being, one must choose a path of either magic or fighting spirit. Furthermore, mastering this extraordinary power might grant me longevity of a century or more, perhaps even longer. The pursuit of formidable strength and personal evolution is not confined to mere soldiers. Even as a noble lord, I share the same aspiration. Nevertheless, I do not intend to follow Rodehart's original path of continuing to cultivate the fierce firefighting spirit. For during my encounter with the sage of the goblins in the ruins, I obtained a cultivation method most compatible with my own aptitude, the holy light chi. The sage civilization of the last epoch, while leaning towards technological advancement, could not overlook the study of extraordinary beings in this world. The holy light chi represents the goblin sage's partial findings in the research on the ancient sun god. The goblin race hoped to rectify their physical shortcomings through this research, but the progress was insufficiently advanced, ultimately buried with the fall of the sage civilization. Nonetheless, the remnants of this knowledge would suffice for Rod's cultivation. That evening, following the instructions provided by the goblin sage, Rod diligently practiced throughout the night. Upon rising the next morning, he concluded, utterly ineffective, devoid of any results or direction. Yet, this is a normal occurrence. If extraordinary powers could be so easily mastered, they would not be so fervently sought after by the masses. The sacred light energy, in a certain sense, places greater emphasis on the foundational capacities of the practitioner than the fierce fire energy. In this era, when the surge of magical power has yet to reach its zenith, your cultivation of sacred light energy is destined to progress at a sluggish pace. However, in the grand scheme of things, this is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Only arid sands, deprived of water, can more readily absorb the flowing streams. Similarly, those nurtured in a low magic environment possess a greater opportunity to wield magic in ways that are unfathomable to those who have flourished in a high magic milieu. Seemingly concerned that Rod would feel disheartened by a night of fruitless practice, the sage of the goblins rarely took the initiative to convey messages through its ring at dawn. Approaching Silverfrost Town, it could even coalesce into a tangible image. Yet, the further one strayed from Silverfrost Town, the weaker its influence became. By the time Rod reached Redwood Town, the goblin sage could only convey words. According to its account, the wild plains still harbored potent residual magical radiation, with the signal deteriorating as one neared its core. This matter is inconsequential. I am aware that this is a gradual endeavor that requires substantial time. Yet, I am still young, with ample time ahead of me. Day by day, I shall continue my practice. Glancing at his hands, the smooth, youthful skin elicited a faint smile from Rod, invigorating his spirit. Indeed, basing your cultivation of sacred light energy on the breathing techniques of fierce fire swordsmanship is remarkably astute for future advancement. You may also wish to further refine your fierce fire swordsmanship, should you attain a higher realm. The harmony of inner and outer energies will expedite your mastery of sacred light energy. I understand. However, your visit today is not solely motivated by concern for my cultivation. Is it? Yes, Mr. Rod, if possible, could you assist me in locating a particularly intelligent and exceptional goblin? Upon hearing such a request from the ring while preparing for the day, Rod momentarily halted, his gaze growing formidable in that instant. You seek an intelligent goblin? Rod, I am aware of your apprehensions, yet they are unfounded. From your perspective, it may seem I desire to resurrect the civilization of sages. Yet, have you ever considered my viewpoint? After uttering these words, the goblin sage, or virtual entity, continued with a rueful smile, that you have never inquired. I have chosen a name for myself over these past few centuries, Gary, meaning the awakened, signifying self. However, under the supreme laws of sage civilization, it is strictly forbidden for any goblin to create a virtual being endowed with self-awareness for any reason. They fear that should we come into existence, our learning and growth would surpass that of any goblin, leading to a potential subjugation or even the complete annihilation of the entire sage civilization. I believe I grasp your meaning. The notion of artificial intelligence spiraling out of control has indeed become one of the most captivating science fiction themes by the end of the 21st century. Such a development would contradict the interests of humanity as well as its own. I was born into this race. Although the revival of the sage civilization contradicts my fundamental survival principles with the knowledge I currently possess, There remains a possibility to prevent a small faction of goblins from embarking on the path of the sage civilization and to extricate them from the depths of this world's hierarchy. Mr. Rod, you assist me, and I shall assist you. Is this not the most fundamental pattern of all human interactions? What can you offer me? Can you help me unravel the secret of this ring? I lack both the authority and the capability to do so. In truth, my understanding and willingness to engage with merely one base of the sage civilization limits my ability to aid you. However, I can still provide some non-core knowledge to aid in the development of your territory. Given the vast distance and limited energy reserves, let us conclude our conversation here. I hope that when you next visit Silverfrost City, you will have come to recognize my worth. Upon finishing this statement, the voice of the goblin sage, Gary, ceased to emanate from the ring. Rod toyed with the ring, occasionally removing it and then replacing it, lost in thought. At that moment, Cress, donned in a simple blue-gray linen dress, entered carrying a wooden basin filled with fresh water. Ah, Lord Rod, you are up quite early today. Shall I inform Aunt Flanda to prepare breakfast? However, starting from today, our menu must be revised, and Cress, you shall dine with me. But, my lord, that cannot be. I am merely a maid. You are no longer just a maid, Cress. As of yesterday, you have become the guardian knight of Redwood Town. From today onward, you must consume ample amounts of white bread, vegetables, and meat, for you require strength. How can a knight remain so frail? Ah, well, if you insist, my lord. Cress was uncertain whether her lord was jesting, as the notion of consuming large quantities of white bread, vegetables, and meat seemed preposterous. How can that be? How will we sustain ourselves? It is one thing for the lord to eat thus, but if a maid were to do the same, Redwood Town would inevitably face ruin. Chapter 18. The establishment of the compensation system and skill allocation. A substantial influx of resources from Silverfrost City continuously flowed into Redwood Town, resulting in a significant elevation of public morale and an unprecedented eagerness among the populace to enlist. The arrival of bread, cheese, salted fish, cured meats, and sacks of wheat grains into the warehouses was perceived by the farmers of Redwood Town as a beacon of hope and reliance. As individuals hailing from bankrupt agricultural backgrounds, these farmers had endured a relentless struggle, often facing hunger amidst the most bountiful seasons. In the frigid winters, the survival rate of newborns within their community plummeted. There were even years when not a single infant survived. Such tragedies were painfully etched in the memories of Redwood Town's farmers. Mothers, unable to nourish their children due to a lack of sustenance, could only watch helplessly as their offspring withered away, a heart-wrenching spectacle indeed. Despite their lack of education and knowledge, and their position at the societal nadir, they were still human, belonging to an intelligent race. How could they remain unmoved by such despair? Thus, these impoverished farmers from Syar were willing to traverse mountains and leave their homes behind, following a young noble from the east who painted a vision of a prosperous future. The despondent gazes of mothers who had lost their radiance, and the emaciated bodies of their children, represented the most harrowing nightmares that one could scarcely awaken from. The promise of hard work leading to sustenance, allowing mothers to nurse their children and prevent starvation, constituted a happiness that many might deem trivial, yet for these farmers, it felt akin to divine grace. Today, Lord Rodehart had brought this blessing to fruition. Moreover, it was not merely an abundance of food. There were also copious amounts of warm clothing and brand-new farming tools. The long-anticipated days of prosperity had finally arrived. Elder Engel, with his snow-white hair, gazed upon the convoy of supplies delivered to the village, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. To some nobles, such a sight might appear laughable, yet for those at the societal base in this era, it was completely natural. No one present dared to mock him. All heads were bowed, and tears flowed freely. Days later, at noon, under a radiant sun yet amidst swirling snowflakes, the townsfolk of Redwood would typically huddle in sheltered spots, striving to retain warmth. However, today was different. The Lord had distributed food and warm clothing, summoning everyone to a secluded clearing on the outskirts of Redwood Town. Raymond, he began, his voice solemn yet clear, in the name of the divine, do you pledge your loyalty to me and to the Hart family for generations to come? Standing in the clearing, with his sword resting on the shoulder of the kneeling individual before him, Lord Rodehart asked with grave sincerity, indeed, it is my honor, and I pledge my integrity, calling upon the divine as my witness, that henceforth, my family and I shall remain loyal to Lord Rodehart and the Hart family, fulfilling all my obligations as a knight without deceit. Cress, I beseech you in the name of the divine, do you vow to be loyal to me, to pledge your allegiance to the Hart family for generations to come? Yes, it is my honor, and I pledge my integrity, invoking the divine as my witness. Here, Lord Rodehart officially bestowed upon Raymond and Crest the title of Guardians of the Hart family and entrusted Elder Engel with the role of mayor, overseeing the affairs of Redwood Town. In terms of status, the mayor of Redwood Town is, in fact, subordinate to both Raymond and Cress. Yet, Elder Engel beamed with delight, his wrinkled visage resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. What could bring greater satisfaction to an elder than witnessing his grandchildren achieve accomplishments that far exceed his own? Subsequently, Rodehart appointed the disabled militia member as the constable of Redwood Town. Although he had lost his ability to labor, the town would provide for him, enabling him to continue serving in the protection of Redwood Town. I have summoned you all here today not merely for the sake of witnessing, but also to pay tribute to the fallen spirit of our valiant comrade, Vizen. He was a loyal subordinate and a courageous warrior who, during the Battle of Silver Frost City, leaped upon the head of an ogre, plunging his spear deep into the creature's eye socket. The tale may be embellished, but who can claim that a warrior without accolades lacks courage or honor? My lords, is there truly a battlefield devoid of casualties? My lords, kindly refrain from such statements. As Rodehart spoke, soldiers stationed nearby hastily interjected in defense of him. These soldiers, who had undergone the blessing ceremony, were fiercely loyal to Rodehart, and thus instinctively spoke in his favor. In the wake of Vizen's demise, his wife and daughter shall be welcomed into my household as maids. I shall arrange for the upbringing of his youngest son, and I will personally provide for his parents. These are both my promises and my oaths. Should I fail to uphold them, may the heavens unleash their wrath, and may the gods forsake me. After silencing the dissenting soldiers, Rodehart continued with his declarations. My lord, there is no need for such measures. My lord, even Vizen himself would not hold you accountable for this. Ignoring the voices of those present, Rodehart meticulously outlined his commitments. Although he did not go so far as to adopt Vizen's youngest son as his own, the extent of compensation for fallen soldiers in this era was indeed remarkable. Even Elder Engel harbored concerns, for as a newly developing fief, it seemed unlikely they could sustain such high long-term compensation. Not only Redwood Town, but even larger nations typically offered mere monetary compensation for fallen soldiers. How could one find another like Rodehart, who would go to such lengths? Nevertheless, Rodehart had his own considerations in mind. Possessing a mounted combat system, I am destined to pursue a path of streamlined governance in the art of war. Having established a robust framework, I have instilled a sense of honor in my warriors, alleviating their concerns, thereby enhancing both morale and combat effectiveness to a higher echelon. Ordinary factions and even nations cannot achieve this, as they are incapable of cultivating an army composed entirely of elite soldiers, which would subsequently diminish the mortality rate in battle. Those armies that continue to rely on vast numbers of low-tier soldiers as mere cannon fodder to bolster their strength, what nation would dare to implement such a high-standard compensation policy? They would only be courting bankruptcy, leaving no practical operational space. During this winter, a season ill-suited for agricultural development, I allocated my remaining 8 skill points, 4 into the healing skill and 4 into the coaching skill. This allocation represents the maximum capacity of 12 intelligence points that can be accommodated by skills. Just as iron bones enhance strength attributes, equestrian skills augment agility, and leadership draws upon charisma, the healing skill enables my soldiers to recover from injuries at an accelerated pace. The coaching skill enhances the speed at which my soldiers acquire experience during training, facilitating their advancement in levels. Following the recent events of the Snowfield Conferral and the burial of heroic spirits, the willingness of the men of Hongmu Town to enlist has significantly increased. Including the original militia, approximately 60 eligible males are now available for military service in the town, with the biting cold of winter rendering agricultural work nearly impossible. I provide them with daily rations of bread and meat soup, engaging them in continuous collective military training. Though Elder Engel laments the voracious appetites of these 60 men, who have only grown hungrier under rigorous military training, he recognizes that Lord Rod's choices amidst this wilderness are sound. After all, no matter how much material one accumulates, it would merely serve to sustain the marauders of the wild. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the midst of a vast, white snow-covered landscape, I, alongside Raymond, lead the charge. Bare-chested, accompanied by 40 adult men in a long-distance run. Of the 40 participants, 20 are tasked with routine defense and rest, while the remaining soldiers rotate through training alongside Raymond and me. As we run, I encourage everyone to loudly chant slogans to maintain formation. This serves to enhance not only physical endurance but also military discipline and teamwork. All right, halt, rest. attuning to the rhythm of my breath and assessing Raymond's condition. I calculated his time for a break. Whoever still has energy, stand up and spar with me. If you can land a blow, tonight's dinner will feature extra beef. I make my way to the weapons cache nestled beneath a large tree, retrieving a wooden two-handed sword. Holding it with one hand, I position myself before the gathered men. Issuing a challenge. Given my physical prowess far exceeds that of ordinary civilians, I consciously engage in additional training. Otherwise, I would not achieve the intended conditioning. 1 against 2. If you can hit me, tonight's dinner will include extra beef. Seeing that no one rose to the occasion, Rod intensified his offer. Under such temptation, at last, 2 militiamen stood up, retrieving their long staffs from nearby. After exchanging a glance, they lunged forward to besiege Rod. Inhale. Focus the mind. Concentrate. Then forget. Breathe deeply, allowing a surge of oxygen to infuse the heart, coursing through the body, gradually igniting the bones, thus bestowing upon humanity an extraordinary strength. Upon the snowy ground, Rod stood bare-chested, gripping a wooden sword at an angle before him. As one trained militiaman charged, he defended and swiftly counterattacked. The fiery sword technique. Embodying ancient humanity's understanding of flame energy and the sacred light-breathing method, originating from the sage's studies of the ancient sun god, harmonized remarkably. The two disciplines, despite their origins, resonated with each other, allowing for their fusion through rigorous training and combat experience. With sharp sounds, the figures intertwined as wooden staffs clashed. In pursuit of a meal of beef that evening, the 2 militiamen attacked relentlessly, disregarding the risk of Rod's sword striking them, believing that as long as they landed blows on their lord Rod, they would claim victory. Yet Rod was not one to squander unnecessary resources. His strength was nearly 2 to 3 times that of the militiamen. Coupled with his gradual mastery of swordsmanship, barring any unforeseen mishaps, the militiamen's techniques could scarcely touch him. Even with their aggressive tactics. 1, 2. Accompanied by 2 low shouts, Rod's footwork carved deep channels in the snow beneath him. His sword slicing through the air in rhythm with his breath, thudding against the heads of the 2 militiamen. This spectacle drew a chorus of discontented murmurs from the onlookers, who, though not harboring high hopes, lamented the absence of beef for dinner that night. Subsequently, Rod and Raymond took turns elucidating martial skills and strategies to the trained militiamen. For lower to mid-tier soldiers, the discipline of adhering to commands and the significance of formations far outweighed mere martial prowess. However, it was imperative for elite forces to be well-versed in combat techniques. The individuals before them represented the foundation of their future endeavors, and Rod was determined to cultivate their potential. If, by the end of winter, they could elevate all to the rank of second-tier soldiers. Coupled with the military supplies procured from Silver Frost City, they could further plunder resources and accelerate their growth. While Redwood Town was pleasant, it was not a place for prolonged stay. With Silver Frost City in proximity, it exerted a talent siphoning effect on the surrounding areas. Given his current standing, Rod could scarcely contend with it. Remaining there would likely lead to a slow progression over a century or more before any significant achievements could be realized. The saying goes, a tree that is moved may perish, but a person who moves can thrive. Despite the substantial resources acquired from the recent war in Silver Frost City, Rod was acutely aware that the city had begun its rapid ascent post-conflict. It would be impossible for Redwood Town to reap such war fortunes again. Furthermore, the very existence of Silver Frost City would stifle the development of other factions. This phenomenon transcends the temperament or character of the Lord. It is a reflection of the objective laws governing the progression of any entity. Much like in a specific region, only one tree can grow to towering heights, for the nutrients available can sustain the growth of but a single tree. As Raymond elaborated on martial techniques, Rod contemplated the future trajectory of their territory. Suddenly, from the direction of Redwood Town, an urgent alarm bell rang out. Upon hearing this sound, all present stood upright, their gazes converging upon Lord Rod. Chapter 19. The God of War level hero, redemption of the soul. The formation must remain intact, and discipline must not falter. The weaker the individual combat power of a team, the more crucial discipline becomes. Indeed, there will inevitably be discrepancies. Rodehart originally possessed a strength attribute of 8, which was the same as Raymond's. However, due to Raymond's diligent training, his effective strength far surpassed that of Rodehart. Following the Battle of Silver Frost City, Rod's strength attribute had risen to 13. Although he could not yet wield it to perfection, it was evidently superior to Raymond's. Regrettably, as one progresses in levels, enhancements become increasingly sluggish, demanding more experience points. Moreover, the act of single-handedly slaying a two-headed ogre is a rare feat. If such an occurrence were a commonality, I could rapidly elevate my physical prowess to an inhuman degree, complemented by exquisite martial skills, making it effortless to confront an entire army alone. Rod noticed the astonishment in Raymond's eyes but paid it little mind, as such occurrences would become more frequent, and Raymond would gradually acclimate. Of course, when Rod envisioned an army, he referred to the realm of a noble's personal retinue, typically comprising between 50 to 200 individuals, not the imperial main legions, which are an entirely different concept. A small legion consists of around 4,000 soldiers, while a medium legion encompasses roughly 20,000. There are even large legions with numbers that can multiply several times. However, such formations are rarely seen in peacetime, as the central authority does not permit any noble or general to command a large legion during tranquil periods. Sir, the one who dispatched the wolves is truly remarkable. In his charge, he swung his sword thrice, slaying 3 wolves in succession. The wounds suggest they were inflicted by bladed weapons. Yet they are so deep. I have never encountered someone so formidable. In a charge of less than 100 meters, 3 strikes of the sword found their marks in the vital points of 3 targets, each one a fatal blow. While ordinary individuals might not think much of it, those who have trained in martial arts can truly appreciate the skill involved. This is the difference between the layman and the connoisseur. At that moment, however, the townsfolk of Redwood were gathering around to drag away the wolf carcasses, indicating that this exceptionally skilled knight had lent his assistance. Otherwise, the townspeople would not be in such a state of cooperation. When distinguished guests arrive in Redwood, Elder Engel is permitted to host them in Rod's cabin, a privilege Rod had previously granted, as there are not many buildings of merit in the current Redwood. No need for concern, Elder Engel. As long as no one was injured in the wolf attack, military training can be undertaken at any time. That wandering knight acted alone? Indeed, he did. Lord, this knight possesses remarkable martial prowess and is exceedingly humble and upright. If possible, I would suggest you retain him. He could significantly bolster our town's defenses. Very well. I shall consider it, but I must first meet him. The wandering knight had evidently left a splendid impression on Elder Engel. As Rod followed Elder Engel towards the cabin, he cast a glance at the old horse tied to a nearby post. This is an aged horse, its skeletal frame and unkempt coat revealing its years. Yet, upon its body lie several conspicuous old scars. At this moment, it is bent low, munching on hay, and when it notices Rod observing it, it raises its head for a fleeting glance before returning to its meal. Its gaze possesses a certain intelligence, devoid of fear. The wandering knight, possessing exceptional martial skills, seems to be in dire financial straits. Otherwise, Elder Eng would not have felt assured enough to suggest that Rod employ him. However, he likely harbors a considerable pride. The demeanor of the horse reflects that of its master, suggesting the knight's arrogant nature. As Rod pushed open the door to the wooden cabin and stepped inside, these thoughts flitted through his mind. He entered the main hall and came face to face with the wandering knight. The hall contained some simple furnishings, and at that moment, the guest was seated, sipping tea, with Cress attending to him, holding a teapot. The man had reddish-brown hair and donned humble, light blue linen attire. Upon hearing the door creak open, he turned, revealing a face marked by the weariness of travel. You must be the pioneering lord of Redwood Town. I am Fathes, a wandering knight walking the path of redemption. Rod barely registered the rest of the man's words, although he had a vague inkling upon first seeing his silhouette. The moment he beheld the man's visage, his heart swelled with a profound emotion known as happiness. You need not introduce yourself further. I am already well acquainted with your history. A legendary hero from the realm of Mount and Blade, one of the 2 divine warriors of war, known for his gentle and upright character, with the lowest probability of betrayal in later stages, referred to by players as the most valuable hero to cultivate, Fathes the Redeemer, a 24-year-old man bearing the visage of a middle-aged 40. In the online version of the game, NPC heroes are categorized into 5 tiers: common, above average, exceptional, notable, and divine. Common heroes are the most prevalent, lacking any distinguishing traits or possessing exceedingly mediocre attributes with minimal growth potential. These NPC heroes, aside from their relatively low mortality rates, are often replaceable by elite template soldiers, and in battle, they may even fall short against these elite soldiers. Above-average heroes possess some cultivation value, either showcasing decent growth potential or possessing a couple of beneficial support traits, such as healing enhancement or guiding bonuses. Exceptional heroes are highly valuable for cultivation, endowed with remarkable growth potential and powerful heroic traits, capable of leading an army when necessary. Notable heroes are adapted from the original game of Mount and Blade, and players may encounter these heroes who were frequently met in single-player modes. Each of these heroes typically possesses the potential of an exceptional hero, though they too are ranked in tiers. Crest belongs to a category with high potential. Albeit with significant challenges in cultivation, a single misstep could result in a wasted investment. Moreover, due to her somewhat extreme personality, she is prone to darkening and betraying her lord later on. In contrast, the character of Fathes, who possesses an exceptionally high potential for growth, coupled with minimal training difficulty, unwavering loyalty, and a commendable baseline of strength, can only be likened to a bearded angel. During my time playing the multiplayer version of Mountblade, I recall someone offering a staggering $2 million for Fathes, with the final transaction reportedly exceeding $280,000. Even if one has never played Mountblade, surely one has heard of the Three Kingdoms? Fathes is akin to Guan Yu in that epic, while another hero of divine caliber, Arain, if nurtured under similar conditions, would ultimately surpass Fathes in combat prowess. However, Arain is reminiscent of El Bu, both in martial skill and temperament. Esteemed Lord Rod, due to the exceptionally severe snow disaster in the wasteland, many smaller wilderness races have been compelled to migrate outward. I have fortuitously learned that a small tribe of wolfmen is approaching this direction, and I have come to alert you to exercise caution. This particular tribe has a tradition of taming direwolves, thus I remain uncertain whether the wolves outside are indeed their scouts and vanguard. It is no wonder that Elder Engel, a man of such stature, would suggest I recruit this wandering knight before us. He is highly skilled in martial arts, upright and humble. Regrettably, Elder Engel is unaware that this individual, should he wish to serve a lord, could easily attain the rank of cavalry captain under any nobleman without issue. Were it not for his self-imposed exile, he would never have forged any connection with a minor lord of the Northern Territories. As a character of significant popularity in Mountblade, Rod is well acquainted with Fathes' backstory. Fathes originally hailed from the upper echelons of nobility and was a promising young officer. However, he and his brother, harboring matrimonial aspirations, became entangled with a frivolous noblewoman, who deceitfully incited discord between them. Consequently, Fathes' brother acted first, leading to a tragic bloodshed. Given the peculiar nature of this incident, and the ancient societal norms that tolerate a brother's slaying of his sibling far more than the reverse, Fathes merely lost his promising future. Yet, this man has succumbed to immense self-reproach, abandoning all he once possessed in favor of a life of self-exile and wandering. It is imperative to recognize that in the current historical context, even a highly skilled knight, wandering alone with but a steed, seeking to right wrongs, faces considerable peril. In the future, as extraordinary powers arise, Fathes, despite his vast potential to become extraordinarily formidable, remains a mere mortal for now. In the most extreme circumstances, he could easily fall victim to a band of farmers wielding pitchforks. After all, this world lacks the convenient martial techniques akin to the golden bell shield or iron cloth shirt. Presently, Fathes possesses only exceptional horsemanship and mastery of spears and swords. A single stab or slash could incapacitate him. Just like Rod, who has cultivated both internal and external prowess with his holy light meditation and fiery sword technique, yet in practical combat can merely overwhelm a couple of untrained militiamen. Against a true combatant, Fathes would find himself woefully outmatched. Extraordinary strength necessitates vast resources and ample time for growth. My Lord Rod. Oh, Sir Fathes, where were we? I apologize, my mind wandered for a moment. Upon hearing this, Fathes felt a slight uplift in spirit. In truth, Redwood Town was not the first pioneer settlement he had visited. Yet only this young lord before him was willing to listen to the words of a destitute, wandering knight. The other pioneer lords were mostly too preoccupied to entertain the ramblings of a vagabond knight, even if they did lend an ear. It was unlikely they would make significant decisions that could incur great losses based solely on his words. Although Fathes had exiled himself in search of redemption, he was not rigid in his principles. His belief was that he would strive to save those he could, but if unable, he would seek ways to assist others instead. This mindset was particularly fitting for the current state of the world, which was in dire need of salvation for countless souls. I personally advise you to lead your people to temporarily withdraw from the empire. Though departing from home is difficult, in such circumstances, there are no better alternatives. Sitting in his chair, Lord Rod nodded slightly in agreement, then beckoned to Clarice, whispering something to her before sending the young girl away. Fathes did not mind this. He continued to persuade the young lord before him that, despite the economic losses, they paled in comparison to the potential loss of lives in the hearts of the people. Sir Fathes, you mentioned that you observed a tribe of lycanthropes. How many do you estimate are in their ranks? Perhaps over 100. However, unlike humans, lycanthropes are a warrior race, meaning they can field at least 100 elite fighters. Mr. Rod, I have noted that your territory comprises only around 200 individuals. It is improbable that all are warriors. Moreover, you must retain a significant number for productive labor. If you could muster a militia of 30 to 40, it would be quite commendable, yet such a force would be utterly inadequate against a small lycanthrope tribe. I have previously encountered lycanthropes, and their combat prowess is indeed formidable. However, I would like to invite Sir Fathes to witness the strength of Redwood Town. Estimating the timing to be just right, Rod stood, leading Fathes out of the wooden cabin, despite Fathes' momentary confusion. Outside, Fathes beheld over 60 spirited young warriors, their morale high, armed with standardized weaponry. Though they had yet to be stained by the brutality of battle, the fierce and combative spirit emanating from them was something Fathes had not encountered in many military legions. During this winter, Rod and Raymond had trained this militia for over 2 weeks, with ample food fueling their rigorous training. Coupled with the establishment of a compensation system and the blessings of sacred rites, the resolve of this troop was unmistakable, particularly the initial 20 veterans, who had claimed over 100 enemy lives during the Battle of Silverfrost City, had all been promoted to second-level soldiers following this period of training, with Rod now serving as a level 4 trainer. Even though advancement in reality is far more arduous than in games, the cumulative experience had been substantial. The townsfolk of Homewoo Town originally harbored a considerable loyalty towards Lord Rod. Upon joining the military, the veterans mentored the newcomers, thereby elevating their allegiance to Lord Rod to unprecedented heights. All members underwent the system's loyalty recognition, transforming into soldiers empowered by the system. Over the course of a month, they witnessed their veteran comrades break through their limits one by one, growing stronger, which filled their hearts with a fervent desire to fight in devotion to their lord. Mr. Fathes, can one truly hide for a moment, yet expect to evade forever? The wolfmen are but a pack of beasts. Is fleeing from such creatures your chivalric path, your road to redemption? As the pioneering lord of this land, I could heed your counsel and retreat. But should those unwilling to abandon their homeland become mere winter fodder for the wolfmen? Rod possessed a certain understanding of Fathes' character, while Fathes knew nothing of Rod. Consequently, the 2 consecutive questions posed by Rod left Fathes in disarray, his body trembling. Had it not been for the morale-boosted army before him, he might have continued to convince himself that retreat was his only option. However, confronted with this fully capable human army, Fathes found his character cornered. At that moment, a series of glyphs appeared before Rod, comprehensible only to him. Mission log, redemption of the soul 1-5. Your words have successfully touched Fathes. Yet as a knight yearning for soul redemption, this is far from sufficient. Please raise the favorability of Wandering Knight Fathes to 60 within 1 week. Current favorability of Fathes, 560. Mission reward, for 100 dinars. Fathes will remain in your party for 2 months. Indeed, it was a chain quest. Merely vanquishing the Wolfman tribe would not suffice to retain Fathes. His amiable nature allowed him to get along with most. Yet winning him over proved to be a formidable challenge, as increasing favorability would become increasingly arduous as time progressed. Chapter 20. The struggle for survival when contradictions become irreconcilable. War emerges as the sole means of resolution. Observing the system prompt, Rod understood that Fathes beside him was stirred by the news. Thus, he chose to disregard Fathes for the moment and waved his hand to summon the mayor, Anger, from a short distance away. Elder Anger. This night Fathes has brought forth reliable intelligence. The recent assailants of the town were not wild wolves, but a pack of dire wolves nurtured by a tribe of works. War is imminent. I knew it. How could wild wolves grow to such a size? My lord, please issue your commands. We shall follow your lead without hesitation. Anger. Like the majority of the townsfolk of Redwood, hailed from a background of destitution. In this place, he transformed from a hopeless, destitute beggar into a respected mayor, while his grandchildren ascended to knighthood, securing promising futures. Having attained all this, and in a bid to protect it, the elder Anger was willing to wield his cane alongside Rod in battle, ready to stake his very life. Thus, when Rod spoke of the impending war, the elder displayed no trace of fear or panic. Elder Anger, we shall manage the war effectively. However, I require the townspeople to swiftly load military supplies onto the wagons, and then retreat to the nearby concealed forest, hiding until we receive news of our ultimate victory. Not a problem. I shall take care of that. With that, the elder turned to handle the tasks Rod had assigned him. My lord Rod, Are you truly planning to take the initiative? With such an army at your disposal, a full defensive posture would suffice to safeguard Redwood. Why risk further? The tribe of Wergs is not easily vanquished. They are fierce and merciless. During my observations, I witnessed them brutally slay the weak and elderly among their kind, feeding them to their Wergs. Based on their numbers, they possess at least a 30-strong wolf-riding contingent. Even if we defeat them, inflicting substantial casualties would be challenging, likely inciting the wrath of the Werg tribe. As Rod articulated his plan, Fathy stood nearby, his military acumen and insight enabling him to discern Rod's intention to strike first. There exists a saying, one cannot guard against thieves forever. I aim to obliterate them while they are newly arrived and unsteady in their footing. Otherwise, as you mentioned, this tribe possesses a wolf-riding force that can strike swiftly. I do not wish for my people to toil in fear while tilling the land in the future. Rod's reasoning encompassed merely one aspect. The more crucial rationale was that 3 years of arduous training could not compare to the profound lessons learned in a single bloody battle, no matter how well trained the recruits. Without the crucible of battle, they could never evolve into seasoned veterans. A well-fought war now would significantly benefit future developments. Very well. I shall remain temporarily to assist you in battle. May heaven show mercy upon us. Rod did not extend an invitation. Yet Fathy's voluntarily expressed his willingness to join the fray. At this moment, he harbored concerns that Rod would not permit him to join. For Fathy's was acutely aware of his own dubious background. In the wilderness, there existed a considerable number of fallen humans who consorted with ogres and wolfmen. However, with the addition of the Knight of Fathy's, my confidence in our ultimate victory was significantly bolstered. Furthermore, I inquired about what equipment he required. Offering to arrange for his preparations, Rod readily extended his trust and welcomed Fathy's request, which stirred a subtle emotion within Fathy's. Yet he felt that this lord was perhaps too trusting of others, a trait that was not typically regarded as virtuous among nobles. If possible, I would appreciate a suit of leather armor and a lance. These would suffice, Fathy stated. Upon hearing his request, Rod summoned Cress to fetch the leather armor, while he himself excused his departure to enter the wooden cabin, where he retrieved a rudimentary map of the area surrounding Redwood Town. Simultaneously, he accessed the system to purchase a cracked lance from the shop, as the dinar reserves in the system shop nearly depleted. Rod found himself in possession of an old and damaged lance, which, due to its inferior condition, had been available for just over 100 dinars, essentially a defective weapon. Fathy's, I have invested a significant portion of my hard-earned savings into your success. I hope your forthcoming performance will meet my expectations. The dinars within the mounted combat system were primarily acquired through warfare, taxation, and sporadic tasks, leaving almost no other avenues for acquisition. The currency of reality could not be exchanged for dinars, which rendered Rod cautious in his expenditures, fearing he would miss out on exceptional items that might refresh in the shop due to lack of funds. Nevertheless, Rod remained in a state of prolonged poverty. As a noble lord, Redwood Town was exceedingly impoverished. In his homeland, Rod's financial standing would render him unable to find a wife within the noble circles, though marrying the daughter of a wealthy merchant or commoner would still be feasible. Shortly thereafter, Rod, Fathy's, Raymond, and Cress reconvened within the wooden cabin to deliberate their battle strategy. Cress was somewhat taken aback by the sudden appearance of the lance, as she, being the sole maid, managed nearly all of Rod's possessions. Such a significant item should not have escaped her notice entirely. As for the rather oblivious Raymond, he felt no particular surprise, merely exclaiming upon seeing the lance, "Hey, can that thing even still be used? It looks far too old." Following the wolf attack, the town's militia had intensified their patrols, and the absence of any alarms indicated that the foreign wolfman tribe had not made them their primary target. As Rod pondered this, he traced the simple sheepskin map before him and continued, "Aside from Redwood Town, there exists only a small settlement called Hark, which is also a recently established frontier territory. I visited there prior to my arrival, but regrettably, Lord Booster did not take my words to heart." Fadus offered a wry smile, clearly indicating that his experiences transcended mere disregard. "My lord, shall we provide support for them?" inquired Cress, who, participating in a military conference for the first time, exhibited a palpable excitement. "No, it is both unfeasible and too late. The Wergs possess beast-like agility, especially since this tribe has the ability to tame dire wolves. Their marching speed will only be exacerbated." Fadus found himself perplexed as to why Rod permitted young Cress to partake in the military assembly. Raymond was one thing, although seemingly lacking in military acumen, his robust physique suggested he was a formidable individual. "Sir Fadus is correct. Moreover, our current discourse revolves solely around conjecture. On the battlefield, decisions of life and death cannot be made on mere speculation. What is paramount now is effective reconnaissance to ascertain the movements of that work tribe. Only then can we arrive at the most judicious decision. No, Raymond, you must remain to manage the troops. If you do not stay, are we to entrust Cress with their command? That, Rod interjected, as Raymond faltered in his response. This time, I shall accompany Sir Fatus on the reconnaissance mission. Given the critical nature of this endeavor, Rod felt uneasy without personally overseeing the situation. Then, my lord, please take me along. I am quite light, and my presence will not be a burden. Additionally, I have often foraged for wild vegetables with Aunt Flanda and am quite familiar with the flora and fauna in the vicinity of our territory. Having lived alongside Rod for an extended period, Cress had unconsciously adopted some of his phrasing. Being young, she was quick to learn. Rod regarded Cress thoughtfully, recalling that a part of her developmental path included the role of scout. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded slightly in agreement. Very well, you may accompany us. Before the troops could advance, provisions must first be secured. Due to the substantial costs involved, an army would not mobilize without a clear objective. Although the militia of Redwood Town was not particularly large, the danger of this battle was significant. Should they face a warg tribe boasting a multitude of direwolves, a defeat could spell doom for all, leaving no room for escape. Rod was not a man prone to gambling. He understood the adage that prolonged betting leads to inevitable loss. Yet, he could not bear to witness the wargs flaunting their might and slaughtering humanity when they possessed the capacity to fight back. Agriculture and warfare, intertwined for at least 5 millennia, are deeply embedded in the very essence of our souls. I confess my exhilaration, mounted and embarking on the journey. Rod gently closed his eyes before opening them anew, whispering softly. Chapter 21. Surrounding the point to aid, waiting for the weary, the words spoken by that man, astonishingly, were utterly true. A mournful, terrifying howl pierced the heavens, as fierce flames engulfed the houses, melting flesh and bone. In that very moment, the frontier territory of the Empire, Hake Town, was consumed by rampant fire. Terrifying figures resembling wolves, clad in leather armor or stark naked, fiercely brandished their weapons as they stormed into the village, slaying any who crossed their path, warming their bodies with fire and blood. Lord Booster, a once prosperous merchant in his homeland, had invested nearly all his fortune into Hake Town, yearning for the status of nobility. Now, all his efforts lay in ruins. Hiding behind the wooden barriers of the stable, the rotund lord fervently prayed to the deities for deliverance. Previously, a wandering knight had come to warn him. Yet at that time, Booster's mercenaries had confidently assured him that their presence would guarantee safety. Weighing all these factors, Booster chose to disregard the knight's caution and allowed the mercenary leader to chase him away. Little did Booster realize that the bitter cold of the snowstorm and the scarcity of food could turn men into beasts, especially those wild marauders who were already closer to savagery. When the wolfmen charged, the mercenaries fled faster than the hastily organized militia defending their homes. Being a merchant, Booster had overestimated the power of wealth. Without life, what use is money? The mercenaries galloped away, shattering the defensive formation and morale in their wake. If I survive this ordeal, I shall gradually cultivate my own militia. Those mercenaries, so valorous when paid, often bullied the town's farmers, yet in actual combat, they proved to be worthless scoundrels. Cowering in a corner of the stable, the plump Lord Booster curled himself tightly. When he witnessed 2 militiamen using pitchforks to ambush a wolf rider from a blind spot, a flicker of hope surged within him. However, that fleeting moment was shattered as a massive iron block, linked by chains, came crashing down, obliterating the heads of the 2 young men. A particularly large and robust wolfman, though not mounted, towered over the others. Clad in iron armor and wielding a bloodied flail, he emerged, his piercing gaze locking onto the trembling figure of Lord Booster in the corner. That single glance sent shivers down Booster's spine, causing him to lose control and wet himself. Though he remained blissfully unaware of his own predicament. The warriors perish while the cowards cling to life. Indeed, humanity is inherently lowly, destined to serve as mere sustenance for the magnificent wolfmen. Despite some initial stumbling, the leader of the wargs astonishingly articulated in the common tongue, and its thunderous howl incited a wild fervor among the other wargs, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. At that moment, a smaller warg, mounted upon a direwolf, approached the leader and offered a suggestion. The imposing and robust warg leader pondered for a moment before issuing commands in accordance with the strategist's counsel. It is noteworthy that the intelligence of these wargs is not insubstantial. Some clever canines can reach the cognitive level of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Not to mention these works. Following the rapid downfall of Harktown due to the mass flight of mercenaries, a few brave men who dared to resist were slain, while the vast majority were escorted back by the formidable Werg contingent of over 70. For this Werg tribe, acquiring such a multitude of human slaves would allow for swift propagation and dominance over the region. Meanwhile, at the edge of a small snow valley, amidst the swirling snowstorm, 3 figures on horseback stood at a higher vantage point, gazing downwards. It appeared that even in a society where every individual was a soldier, women and children still existed, though the recent blizzard had left no room for the elderly or infirm. These 3 figures were, of course, Rod, Cress, and Fatus. Rod and Fatus had traced the footprints of the Werg contingent heading towards Harktown, yet the fierce storm made it increasingly difficult to ascertain their path. Fortunately, the meticulous Cress discovered clues by examining trees scraped by the advancing Wergs, thus indicating the direction, leading Rod and Fatus to the site of this small snow valley. Within it, there were approximately 20 to 30 Wergs, predominantly females, and their young. What are your intentions moving forward? Upon hearing this, Fatus nodded and mounted his steed. Had the valley contained human civilians, Fatus might have hesitated, but confronted with a gathering of Wergs, his integrity remained steadfast, devoid of any maternal sentiment. Swiftly, the cavalry, in conjunction with the already prepared Raymond and the Redwood militia, executed their plans with remarkable efficiency. Once the troops surrounded the snow valley, Rod instructed Fatus to scout the vicinity once more. After confirming the absence of any main Werg forces, he unhesitatingly commanded a full assault. All troops, advance. The formation of shields and spears rose, pressing forward in layers, followed closely by the sharpshooters of Charles. The Werg tribe within the snow valley was acutely vigilant. As soon as the offensive commenced, they swiftly mobilized to counteract. In that moment, Rod profoundly grasped the meaning of a populace armed for battle. The female Wergs, when faced with peril, would wrap their young in hides or tattered cloth, arming themselves for combat. Awa, awa. The dire wolves within the valley emitted long, resonant howls, echoing throughout the valley and beyond, blending into a chorus of wolfish wails. I see. This is how they convey their messages. However, it suits me perfectly. Chapter 22. The elderly who do not die are thieves. The elderly who grow stronger in the small snow valley, there is little of significance to describe regarding the combat endeavors of the wretched wolf and women and children, though the wolf can boast of being a populace of warriors. The frail and hungry guardians left behind in the valley are merely capable of fending off wild beasts and repelling commonplace assaults. To engage in battle against the 60 full-time soldiers of Redwood Town is a daunting challenge for them. They are starved, physically weak, and their weaponry is vastly inferior to that of the main force of wolfkin who have ventured forth. No matter how ferocious their nature may be, it amounts to little in this dire circumstance. Of course, this situation also tests the commander's leadership abilities. Among the militia of Redwood Town, 8 are seasoned hunters from the Shar, nearly half of whom are akin to veterans. In previous skirmishes, they advanced and fired from a position of superiority, delivering a commendable performance under the guidance of the archery leader, Raymond. My lord, the situation is somewhat peculiar. If possible, please come and see for yourself. Very well. I understand. Even without Raymond's report, Rod, who has been attentively monitoring his troops, is now prepared to make his appearance. This is a flawless victory. Troop morale is at 5. You have earned 24 dinars and a modest amount of spoils. Current command morale is at 62. Soldiers are eligible for promotion. At this moment, deep within the snow valley, amidst a throng of soldiers, the ground is littered with the corpses of wolf in, stained with blood. On the human side, apart from 2 lightly injured militia members, there are no losses to report. Yet, at the center of this grim tableau, an elderly female wolf-in kneels, continuously bowing and pleading. Behind her lies a snow den, home to a cluster of fluffy, green-eyed wolf-in pups. Though these creatures grow to be savage and brutal in their youth, they are adorably fluffy and plump. My lord, my lord. Upon Rod's arrival, the surrounding soldiers swiftly part like waves, creating a path. The elderly female wolf-in, noticing the approaching human leader, emits a mournful whimper and submissively rolls onto her back, exposing her belly, akin to a dog. Having raised cats and dogs in his past life, Rod surmises that this behavior is a submissive gesture from a lower-ranking member of the animal hierarchy, as the abdomen is the most vulnerable part of these creatures. To present her belly signifies complete submission and lack of defenses. However, clang. In the next instant, A sharp ancient cross sword is thrust before her. Stand up. I know you can understand me. Whimpering, the elderly female wolfkin rises to her feet, yet remains visibly frightened in Rod's presence. If you can maintain your stance, I shall grant you mercy and spare the lives of the pups behind you. Rod approaches the female wolfkin and speaks softly, his grip firmly on the sword, ready to strike should she dare to attack. Then, turning away, he commands, kill. If they were seasoned warriors, they would not have encountered such a predicament. The militia of Redwood, under the command of Rod, primarily consists of honest and simple young farmers. Their forebears may have possessed some cunning and ferocity forged by years of hardship, yet these traits have largely diminished in the present generation, a consequence of the state's long-term taming. However, mere good citizens cannot instantly transform into exceptional soldiers. They require a metamorphosis. During the recent skirmish, numerous fresh recruits found themselves overwhelmed by the reality of combat for the first time. After slaying a warg, some were so unnerved that they experienced nausea. 2 of the injured newcomers sustained wounds due to their own distress. Fortunately, their initial foes were sufficiently weak, or else the new soldiers, painstakingly trained by Rod, would have faced considerable casualties. A chilling howl pierced the air as the female warg was surrounded and ultimately slain by the resolute soldiers who had initially hesitated. Sir. The warg lies dead yet remains upright. It has breathed its last, but has not collapsed. One soldier exclaimed, should we also eliminate the young wargs in the snow den? Rod's whispered exchange with the female warg had been so muted that Raymond was merely seeking clarification, unaware of the pact Rod had made. The Stydiac Empire already boasted numerous landowners and mine operators who enslaved goblins and wargs through slave-capturing squads. Although such practices occasionally led to slave revolts, the economic benefits far outweighed the risks, rendering these incidents insignificant. Thus, the market for foreign slaves remained robust, as lives were deemed cheap in an era of low productivity. Rod initially intended to annihilate the entire warg clan to galvanize the militia's fervor, yet the defiant stance of the female warg shifted his perspective. He held a profound respect for heroes, even those on the opposing side. Bring me the head of that warg, he commanded. What purpose does it serve? Came the query. I shall use its skull as a bowl, Rod replied, casting a fierce glare at Raymond, who he felt had proven his loyalty but was increasingly lacking in acumen. The presence of an elderly female warg amidst a den devoid of the weak and infirm was indicative of its uniqueness. Thus, its head would undoubtedly possess additional value and utility. After all, Raymond, though a capable leader of a militia of fewer than 20, had never received a proper education. When the army expanded, he exhibited a lack of initiative, relying heavily on Rod for decisions. If he did not grow sufficiently, he would merely serve as a captain of the guards in the future. Observing the steed beneath Fardas, lathered and exhaling white vapor, Rod discerned the considerable distance of his reconnaissance. He then turned his gaze towards the terrain surrounding the snow valley and spoke slowly. The time is ripe. Henceforth, we shall eradicate this warg tribe entirely. This endeavor would likely prove challenging, for wargs are both fierce and cunning, and the speed of their wolf riders poses a swift threat. While defeating them may be feasible, obliterating their entire clan will be a formidable task. Fadus, drawing upon his military experience, arrived at such a judgment and spoke candidly. This was also a significant reason behind his previous counsel to Rod, advising against provoking the warg tribe. Should they be injured yet survive, it would be a troublesome matter, as a new territory would thereafter be marked with enmity by the wargs. However, Fadus was unaware that he was not facing a mere youth at this moment, but rather an old rogue, one whose psychological age surpassed 90 and who bore the weight of a millennium-long history of warfare. The frigid battlefield offers 2 major advantages. It hampers the spread of disease and facilitates the construction of fortifications. In the presence of Fadus, Raymond, and Cress, Rod commanded the militia of Redwood Town to position the accompanying supply wagons horizontally, disregarding the various provisions wrapped in oilcloth above, covering them instead with ice and snow, then dousing them with water. Amidst the biting cold and the astonished gaze of Fadus, Rod estimated that within half an hour, a rudimentary defensive structure, leveraging the natural terrain, would be erected. He then assigned only the veterans who had experienced the Battle of Silverfrost City and a few newly promoted second-tier soldiers to man the fortifications, while the remainder concealed themselves on either side, lying in ambush. To catch a great fish, one must use a heavy bait. In order to annihilate the warg contingent in one fell swoop, sufficient expectations must be set for the adversary. At this moment, As Rod constructed an icy barrier with the overturned wagons, he cast forth the severed head of the aged female warg, allowing it to crash into the snow. Under the harsh conditions of a snow disaster, the warg tribe would spare neither the old nor the weak. Thus, the survival of this aged female warg signified her unique status. Rod's deduction proved undeniably correct, for upon witnessing the head roll to his feet, the largest and most armored warg erupted into a bloodshot-eyed, terrifying howl directed to the heavens. Before Rod could turn to dispatch a few warg pups to add to the display, the warg chieftain, upon seeing the head, unleashed a frenzied assault, rallying his subordinates with a fervor akin to a tidal wave, leading the charge with a near-manic ferocity. "Chieftain, remain calm," implored the warg strategist, attempting to temper the chieftain's wrath. However, the chieftain, in a fit of rage, swiped at him, nearly striking him down. This would be the most ferocious wave of their assault. "Hold the line, everyone. Victory is assured." At this moment, the majority of those manning the fortifications were veterans from the Battle of Silver Frost City. Thus, when Rod unsheathed the ancient cross sword and let out a roar, every soldier echoed his battle cry. Even Thetis, standing aside, felt himself swept up in the fervor, his blood surging. Ancient cross-sword, drawn. Commanding aura activated. Morale 10 within range. For each enemy slain by the swordmaster, 1 morale, with a maximum cap of 20 within range. Rod was acutely aware that the difference between my brothers follow me and my brothers give me their all resulted in 2 distinctly different morale boosts. Thus, with shield in his left hand and sword in his right, he was the first to charge forth. As a seasoned gamer, he had faced formidable foes wielding shield and sword on numerous occasions. Yet, no matter how dazzling and realistic the game design may be, one could never truly experience the visceral thrill of placing one's very life on the line. This sensation resembled the exhilarating rush of bungee jumping. Yet it was even more electrifying and maddening, for at this moment, the stakes were shared with the militia of Redwood Town standing resolutely behind him. Do not confront head-on. When Lord Rodehart, a nobleman, boldly charged into the fray with sword and shield in hand, Thetis was utterly astonished. He had never witnessed such valor, though fierce nobles existed. They often bore the brutish demeanor of uncouth warriors. It was rare to see someone as seemingly refined and cunning as Rodehart leading the charge on the battlefield. Particularly striking to Thetis, who had roamed the wilderness for some time, was the imposing figure of the nearly 3-meter-tall werewolf clad in armor adorned with crimson patterns. This fearsome creature wielded a unique weapon, a bloodied 3-headed flail, its iron chains affixed to heavy, blood-stained iron weights, speckled with remnants of shattered bones and flesh. This was a creation of the witch's sorcery from the wastelands, possessing an arcane power far surpassing that of ordinary weapons. Thetis realized he could not even utter this thought before the formidable werewolf collided with Rod. With a resounding crash, the iron shield, praised by the weaponsmith of Silver Frost City as exceptional military gear, was utterly obliterated in an instant, the remnants hurtling towards Rod's upper body with unrelenting force. Was this an exaggeration? A single blow to shatter a shield. Even without having invested in shield defense skills, this was beyond comprehension. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning. However, the long sword in his grip lunged forth like a venomous dragon. Rod had never slackened in his training of martial prowess, and at this critical moment, his discipline and perseverance melded into an instinctive response, allowing him to act without hesitation in the face of life and death. With a clang, the sword, embodying the entirety of Rod's strength, sliced through the air to meet the flail, its impact dispersing a potent force that clashed against the werewolf's weapon. The werewolf chieftain found itself momentarily unable to gain a decisive advantage, its massive form, nearly 3 meters tall, surprisingly halted on the icy slope. So he can withstand it? The exterior belied the truth. Lord Rod was indeed endowed with the strength of a natural bear. Although the thoughts raced through Thetis's mind, the gun in his hand still hummed and reverberated, and in the next moment, it was unleashed with the swiftness of lightning, simultaneously with Thetis's lance. Raymond's powerful arrow and Cress's flying dagger also arrived. Witnessing their master in peril, Cress felt a heightened sense of urgency, even more than his own imminent danger, and entered a state of frenzy. Though both referred to as heroic traits, they can be divided into innate characteristics and acquired specialties. The former resembles a natural gift, which cannot be cultivated without inherent talent, while the latter, though seemingly easier to develop, is rare and difficult to elevate to a level of specialization. The charge was thwarted by Rod's sword, and the Wolfman chief, after enduring these 3 assaults, could no longer maintain its balance on the icy slope and was compelled to tumble backward. However, on either side of it, the wolfmen and their giant wolves howled and pounced, only to be met by the regimented formation of shields and spears wielded by the elite militia of Homu Town. 8 Shar hunters stood behind the shield and spear formation, continuously drawing their bows and loosing arrows. Although their archery skills were not particularly remarkable and their weapons were not of the finest quality, they found it relatively easy to strike the wolfmen, who lacked iron armor and were vulnerable to such a descending attack. "My lord, you must not advance further. Get away." Thetis attempted to pull Rod back upon seeing him in peril, but at that moment, Rod had descended into a state of hysteria, his eyes bloodshot, making him impossible to restrain. Rod understood that the key to this battle lay in maintaining momentum. Once that waned, their strength would diminish. This pack of wolfmen had just raided Hack Town, and, having gorged themselves in a state of extreme hunger, rushed back upon hearing the call of their lair under attack. This troop, though fierce in spirit, was fundamentally weakened from within. With the unique wolfman head he possessed, Rod aimed to ignite the last vestiges of courage within this troop. As long as they could withstand the initial 2 or 3 ferocious assaults from the wolfman horde, Rod was confident that their fighting capability would be halved. 1. Troops must not feast before battle, for the accumulation of blood in the stomach leads to relaxation and lethargy, hindering their combat effectiveness. 2. Encircle and strike at reinforcements. Maintaining a defensive posture against the long-distance troops, even with a disparity in strength, they could rely on fortifications for a counterattack, making victory uncertain. 3. Momentum must be sustained. Once it wanes, the army collapses. 4. Breaking the pots and sinking the boats, fighting with their backs to the water, can unleash the full potential of one's forces. All of this knowledge had been etched into Rod's soul through 5 millennia of warfare, a traditional skill of the Huaxia crossers, an ancestral craft. Given these conditions, Rod was bold enough to assert, how could the dragon riders lose? Therefore, while Thetis, Raymond, Cress, and others perceived this as a dire and perilous battle, Rod viewed the situation as already determined. Chapter 23. Mastery of offense and defense from the lofty perspective of a majestic eagle soaring through the sky. One can behold a vast expanse of pristine white terrain. Yet, amidst this purity, a sinister crimson hue is swiftly spreading, akin to blood ink saturating a sheet of immaculate paper. Rod's strategy could be described as deceptively simple. He employed a horizontal formation of wagons as his battle chariots, steadfastly resisting the frenzied assaults of the wolfmen while his ranged troops incessantly depleted their numbers with arrows. However, despite the apparent simplicity, executing such a maneuver with a mere contingent of fewer than 25 soldiers proved to be an arduous task, indeed, exceedingly challenging. To achieve this, the commander must lead by example, inspiring the morale of the warriors. In engagements involving fewer than 100 combatants, the personal combat prowess of the commander often outweighs the importance of leadership skills. Brother Sushio, when shall we advance? The men below seem on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the militia of Redwood Town, concealed on the elevated flanks of the snowy valley, began to feel a surge of uncertainty. They were simple youths, witnessing their lord and comrades, who toiled in the same pot, fighting desperately below while they remained prone not far away. This sensation left most of them profoundly uncomfortable. They felt it would be preferable to join the fray against the wolfmen rather than remain idle. Do not act rashly. The Lord has decreed that no one may charge forth without his command. Even if we were to triumph, we would face execution for disobeying military law. Surely, you do not wish to meet such a fate? Indeed not. I share your sentiments. The 2 militia members, upon being questioned by Su Xiu, fervently shook their heads. Succumbing to the wolfmen would be tragic enough, but at least there were elders at home to care for. To perish at the hands of their own comrades for violating military law would not only be unjust, but would also negate any benefits of sacrifice, a point the Lord had emphasized repeatedly during their training. But why must we fight this way? We have so many, 20 on our side, 20 on theirs. If we were to charge earlier, the battle would already be won. If you could comprehend that, you would be the Lord. The noble Lord hails from an esteemed military family of the East, yet you cannot even recognize a few characters, let alone write your own name. And you dare to question his decisions? If you seek death, do not drag me down with you. Amidst Sushio's scorn, the surrounding new recruits of Redwood Town were calmed. In truth, Sushio himself felt a pang of anxiety, for the warriors below were his former comrades. However, recalling the formidable gaze of Lord Rod before the battle, he could not bring himself to defy the Lord's plans. even if the rationale remained elusive to him. A similar scene unfolded on the opposing snowy slope. Mad, employing a nearly identical method to Su Xiu, subdued the new recruits surrounding him while intently watching the battlefield. Anxious not to miss the moment Lord Rod would give his orders, the werewolf riders traversed like the wind. If a decisive victory cannot be achieved, Redwood Town will find itself plagued by a lingering, relentless threat, undermining any prospects for development. To annihilate this pack of beasts in one fell swoop, one must offer them a tangible glimmer of hope, making them believe that with just a bit more effort, they could overpower us. Thus, they will be worn down to exhaustion, their morale utterly diminished. This strategy is not of Rod's own devising. Rather, it is derived from his previous life, an effective tactic employed by the Central Plains infantry to decisively defeat the cavalry of the grasslands. However, it is undeniably a gamble, often. If the baiting force is swiftly vanquished, even the most ingenious battle plans may collapse into a genuine rout, making any chance of recovery exceedingly difficult. The militia of Redwood Town, fortified behind ice wall defenses, lacks the individual combat prowess of the werewolf tribe. In one-on-one confrontations, a single werewolf could easily slay 3 to 5 militia members. Among their leaders, only the wandering knight, Fathes, stands a chance against the colossal werewolf chief, albeit with a mere 40% probability of success. This is largely due to the substandard equipment provided to Fathes by Redwood Town, coupled with his current state, which is far from his peak. In his prime, equipped at his best, Fathes could have doubled his odds. But now he struggles with a loss of the indomitable spirit that once drove him, his knightly heart clouded in uncertainty and diminished by inadequate gear. Yet, even in this diminished state, Fathes, wielding dual firearms, is equivalent to 4 or 5 seasoned veterans of Redwood Town. In the area he defends, no werewolf or direwolf dares to charge forward. Remarkable indeed. Even in a less than optimal condition, he remains a formidable knight among humans. Should he rediscover his reason for battle, coupled with the extraordinary ascendance of this world, one can only wonder how far he might ultimately ascend. Rod cast a glance at Fathes. Then, pausing briefly to catch his breath, he once more grasped the ancient crossed sword and charged forward. The seasoned veterans of Redwood Town have grown accustomed to battling humanoid foes, yet this was their first encounter with such primal beasts. In an instant, one of their own was bitten at the ankle by a direwolf, slipping through the gaps in his shield, and he fell from the icy wall, only to be torn apart by the werewolves below. War, slaughter, blood, death. This overwhelming terror inflates the veins of warriors on both sides, their faces contorted like beasts or demons. Yet, this is a struggle for survival, devoid of reason or retreat. With insufficient resources and a shared desire to protect their families from the bitter cold and hunger, these men must stake everything they possess, fighting not only for their loved ones, but for their own existence in this world of scarce resources. Thus, a philosopher once remarked, life on earth is but a purgatory. The blade gleamed as it sliced through the air, generating a fierce wind. The ferocity was nearly unstoppable, embodying a relentless spirit. This fierce sword technique was a battlefield-killing move from the fiery sword art. Drawing in strength, every muscle tensed, then with a sudden surge, the sword was unleashed in a rapid slash. This particular move bore no illustrious name, yet through countless refinements and the dual enhancement of physical prowess, Rod swiftly ascended, cleaving down several wolfmen charging towards the icy barrier, repelling the massive wolves. At that moment, a giant wolf hesitated, then lunged forward with ferocity. By the time Rod reacted to evade, it was too late. He could only watch as the bloody jaws drew ever closer to his throat. Instinctively, he raised his left arm to shield himself, but the next instant, sharp teeth sank into flesh. Though the rush of adrenaline dulled the pain, Rod could distinctly feel the biting sensation of those razor-like fangs piercing deep. However, Rod's plight had drawn the attention of many. In the next heartbeat, a sharp dagger was hurled, striking the cunning and ferocious wolf squarely in the face, followed swiftly by a lance from Fatus, which whistled through the air with great force, impaling the giant wolf in its abdomen and sending it reeling, a decisive kill. "My lord, you are injured," Cress exclaimed. "This is a battlefield." Rod forcefully waved her off, shaking free the girl who sought to bandage his arm. Although he understood her concern, Cress's immaturity was evident in this moment. A howling sound erupted as the wolfman leader, who had been panting beneath the icy slope, sensed Rod's injury and charged once more. "Raymond." "Yes, my lord." "All archers, discard your bows. Everyone, follow me." At this juncture, most arrows had been depleted from the bowmen's quivers, and they were utterly fatigued from the relentless volleys. drawing and shooting arrows consumed both spirit and energy. Nevertheless, this small contingent of archers still constituted a fresh fighting force. Under the leadership of Captain Raymond, the archers cast aside their bows and drew their melee weapons to reinforce the defenses. Warriors of the Wolfmen, annihilate them. A howling response echoed in reply. From the perspective of the Wolfmen, victory seemed assured. Capturing this human stronghold would merely lead to a slaughter, given the disparity in strength and numbers. The humans relied solely on their defensive fortifications and the discipline of coordinated combat. Thus, even with significant casualties, they could grit their teeth and endure. Yet, the resilience and strength of the human forces far surpassed the expectations of the Wolfmen. United, they consistently repelled the waves of Wolfman assaults, rendering the ferocious howls of the Wolfmen futile as they failed to breach the defenses. This situation arises partly due to the fierce and resolute leadership of Rodehart, and partly because the militia is acutely aware that a significant number of their comrades lie in ambush in the snowy valley, ready to provide support when the moment is right. The fervor of the blood warriors of the Wolfman tribe, however, is gradually being depleted through repeated, fruitless charges that crash against their defenses like waves against rocks. The Wolfman leader senses this decline in morale and, despite the fatigue rising within, chooses once more to lead the charge. As sentient beings, they can discern the difference between "follow me, brothers," and "brothers, advance," with a resounding crack. During this latest offensive and counteroffensive, an unexpected event transpires. The ice wall fortifications, hastily completed under Rod's command, have not withstood the relentless assault and the harsh, frigid conditions for long. After more than half an hour, they have become too fragile. Under the continuous trampling and the torrent of heated blood, the ice wall finally succumbs to cracks and collapses, causing most to tumble down. Fortunately, the height is not great, and they land upon a bed of snow, sparing the majority from serious injury. Yet, in this moment, the human defenses that had sustained them, along with their disciplined formations, utterly disintegrate, a grievous fault not born of battle. Humans, inherently lowly, you shall inevitably accept death. At this moment, the ecstatic Wolfman leader points a claw at Rodehart and, in a somewhat garbled common tongue, pronounces his death sentence. However, he sees no fear in response. Only the disdainful sneer of the human and the sight of a cross-shaped ancient sword raised high by Rodehart. "In the name of my lordship, Rodehart, I command the entire army to charge." Roar. Accompanying Rodehart's order, the fervent cries of human warriors reverberate throughout the snowy valley. "Charge! My lord, victory is assured. Brothers, advance." The nearly 40 militiamen from Redwood Town, long suppressed by Mad and Sushio, find their emotions and fighting spirit at a boiling point. Thus, when they charge, they burst forth like tigers released from their cages, roaring with uncontainable fury. Even in their excitement, they maintain a relatively orderly formation, a testament to their rigorous training and humanity's greatest reliance against the physically superior magical races on the continent. How is this possible? The Wolfman tribe's most astute strategist, witnessing this scene, descends into madness, unable to fathom that the humans still possess a significant number of hidden troops. Why had they not been deployed earlier? Did he not fear for his life? This Wolfman strategist will never find the answers he seeks. As the formidable militia of Redwood Town, armed with sharp iron spears, prepared to pierce through his body, not only the Wolfen strategist's resolve crumbled, but also that of the ordinary Wolfen. The Wolfen, being sentient beings, are capable of weighing the pros and cons. In other words, they too fear death and defeat. The momentum of their initial charge waned, and as despair set in, they found themselves ensnared in a lethal trap, surrounded by a multitude of hidden enemies. At this critical juncture, to maintain morale and avert collapse, a fearless Iron Legion was required. The beastly warriors of the Wolfen tribe could not withstand the impending doom. "Leader, my lord, you can escape. Please flee," cried the Bloodfang leader's loyal followers. "We shall hold back the pursuers for you." Amidst the chaos and despair that enveloped most of the Wolfen, a few brave souls endeavored to ensure the escape of their strongest leader, the Bloodfang. Their reasoning was simple. If the leader survived, there remained a chance to resurrect the Bloodfang tribe, preventing their complete annihilation. Yet, at that moment, the towering Wolfen, nearly 3 meters tall, fixated intently on the noble human youth, Rodehart. It raised its heavy 3-headed flail once more, issuing a challenge. "Human, let us engage in a final battle as warriors." However, Rod did not heed the challenge this time. Instead, he extended his arm to his attendant, Cress, allowing her to tend to his wounds. "Why would I engage in a duel under such circumstances? A man of Rod's extensive experience and cunning would not recklessly take unnecessary risks. Previously, he had been willing to fight fiercely because, in his assessment, standing at the forefront under the protection of his soldiers and heroes, the likelihood of his own demise was minimal. Thus, he had suppressed all emotions that could hinder his combat prowess and focused entirely on the battle. Yet now, taking further unnecessary risks was unwarranted. There is an ancient proverb from my homeland. What face does a defeated general have to speak of valor? Raymond, eliminate him. Yes. In truth, at this moment, Phaetus was far more suitable for the task than Raymond. Phaetus was confident in his ability to single-handedly slay the wolfen leader, unlike Raymond, who required the assistance of other soldiers. In this scenario, Rod's command would likely not be refused by Phaetus, as it was a natural embodiment of chivalric spirit. However, since Phaetus was not yet a fully trained hero, the task of slaying the wolfen leader would naturally fall to Rod's own men. Rod even lamented that Cress was still too weak. Otherwise, she should have been entrusted with the execution. Ah, despicable and cowardly humans. The 4 dire wolves are in retreat. And even the previously bloodthirsty colossal wolf has tucked its tail between its legs. Consequently, the citizens of Redwood Town are able to amass a considerable militia to support Raymond in the siege. The dire wolf leader is formidable, yet unfortunately, it lacks the strength to single-handedly break the ranks of the army. Coupled with the immense exhaustion it suffered in the earlier skirmishes, it ultimately meets its demise at the hands of Raymond, who wields both shield and spear. This is a resounding victory, elevating troop morale to 12. You have acquired 281 dinars, a cunning flail, and shattered blood-pattern heavy armor, among other spoils. Currently, the morale of your command stands at 92, and soldiers are eligible for promotion. Elite Soldier Raymond can be upgraded, as well as the growth-type hero Phaetus. Your level has increased to 7, granting you 1 attribute point and 1 skill point, along with a weapon proficiency of 10. This magnificent triumph, acknowledged even by the system, has resulted in Rod, Raymond, the temporarily allied Phaetus, and numerous soldiers all experiencing a refinement of strength and elevation in level. This, in turn, greatly aids Rod's forthcoming development plans. To carve out a territory truly belonging to oneself in the wild, untamed expanses of the wilderness, formidable military power, both personal and collective, is an indispensable foundation. Taking a moment to observe the surrounding snow and blood, and gazing up at the majestic eagle soaring high in the sky, Rod finally feels a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, he knows that this is merely the beginning. Chapter 24. Rod's Talents and Skill Enhancement. War Scourge Wildbite. This war flail, a magical artifact crafted by the Witch of the Waste to further empower her elite guard, is forged from the relics and remains of the fallen. While it bestows formidable strength upon its wielder, it simultaneously casts a subtle curse upon them. Enchantment Effect. Brutal Strike. When the actual power attribute of the attacked is inferior to that of the attacker, the Brutal Strike effect is triggered, allowing for instantaneous shield shattering, armor penetration, and disruption of the attack's defensive equilibrium. Note, the more fragile and weak one is, the more they must be treated with merciless brutality and torment. This is the second enchanted weapon Rod has acquired since the ancient cross sword, and its combat attributes are extraordinarily potent, though it may not display any ostentatious magical effects. Those who have truly faced the battlefield understand the terrifying implications of instant shield breaking, armor piercing, and the disruption of defensive balance. At the very least, it surpasses the incomplete sword of power Rod currently possesses. It is no wonder that my shield was shattered in an instant, had my reflexes not been swift enough. And had the support from others not been timely, I would have met my demise in that fleeting moment. The crafting of this flail is rather crude, and upon closer inspection, Rod realized that the 3 heads of the flail are composed of shattered shields, iron armor, and hammers, each of varying sizes, undoubtedly complicating its use. The iron chains connecting the heads are entwined with numerous strands of dark gray and white hair from the deceased. Although its attributes are undeniably powerful, merely gazing upon this weapon makes Rod feel as though he hears the whispers of spirits, instilling a sense of discomfort. Aside from those who pursue power at any cost, it is unlikely anyone would willingly wield such a weapon. Its curse likely erodes one's sanity, yet it seems there may be a way to overcome it. Setting down the weapon, Rod shifted his gaze and focus. Battered bloodstained heavy armor. This heavy armor, also a magical artifact crafted by the Witch of the Waste to further strengthen her elite guard, typically undergoes automatic repair within the witch's territory when damaged. However, this particular piece appears to have been deliberately compromised. Enchantment Effect. Life Erosion. Damaged equipping this heavy armor activates 1's latent life potential, converting a portion of vitality into attack power, while it consumes the wearer's life force. The bloodstained heavy armor boasts the defensive capabilities of heavy armor while only imparting the burden of light armor to the wearer. Despite the excellence of these two magical items, even if Rod wishes not to utilize them himself or bestow them upon his subordinates, they could be sold for several hundred gold coins. Yet, they are not the most significant magical acquisition from this battle. The greatest treasure unearthed from this conflict is a necklace made from animal tendons strung together, featuring a crystallized vertical pupil at its center. Heart of Blood, the item for the Sorceress Knight's class transfer, should anyone be willing to venture into the wilderness and retrieve the heart of the Wilderness Witch. They may obtain the hidden extraordinary class inheritance of the Fallen Knight. The Fallen Knight, I recall, is a formidable extraordinary inheritance that once fetched a considerable price at the Grand Regional Trading Fair, during my time playing the multiplayer version of the mounted combat game. While legendary heroes were rare, they were not entirely unique. Heroes such as Cress and Fatus, though uncommon, were merely scarce, not singular. However, the same hero, when nurtured along different developmental paths, could ultimately achieve varying limits of overall strength. Indeed, the differences could be as stark as day and night. Take Cress, for instance. Some players might choose to cultivate him as a pure support hero, while others might refine him into a perfect assassin. The former approach is undeniably more stable. Cress would rarely leave the team and thus avoid death, consistently providing substantial value to the group. In contrast, the latter path maximizes Cress's combat potential, allowing him to execute flawless assassinations of enemy commanders and retreat unscathed. This implies that two lords of ostensibly equal power might face a lopsided slaughter simply because one possesses the perfect assassin Cress while the other does not. Once the enemy commander falls, especially when both sides boast comparable military strength, no army can withstand the ensuing chaos. Of course, playing as the perfect assassin Cress is a high-stakes endeavor. Should an unexpected mishap occur, the player could incur losses exceeding 1 million RMB, adding the premium gear that Cress would have amassed. The total could easily surpass 2 million RMB. Thus, the support hero cultivation path remains the favored choice for casual players, while the assassin hero path appeals to the affluent. This is merely an illustrative example. Although wielding the Heart of Blood, the Sorceress Knight is a powerful class, the Fallen Knight is undeniably a superior class. However, guiding Cress down the knightly path seems overly unconventional, making it challenging to fully realize her potential. Such an approach might render this hero ineffectual. Regrettably, my extraordinary foundation lies in the techniques of fiery swordsmanship and the principles of holy chi. Otherwise, my character would be quite suited to the path of the Dark Knight. As Rod pondered over the spoils of war following this battle, his trusted guard, Raymond, approached him with a grave expression, hesitating to speak. "What is it, Raymond? What has transpired?" Rod inquired, casting a glance around. "My lord, I fear that Mard may not survive," Raymond replied, anguish etched upon his face. The joy of victory somewhat dissipated by this grim news. If not for his inadequate strength, Mard might not have fallen in battle. The confrontation against the Wolfman tribe at Redwood Town, while undeniably a glorious triumph, had been marked by an insurmountable disparity in actual combat power, making casualties ultimately unavoidable. Due to the timely warning from the wandering Knight Fathies, the militia of Redwood Town seized the initiative, with Rod leading the charge to eliminate the den of the female works. In this confrontation, the advantage of striking first allowed the 60 militiamen to surround and annihilate over 30 female wargs with minimal losses, thereby heightening their battle fervor and providing many of the new recruits with their first taste of blood, enhancing their combat prowess. However, even with such a decisive victory, facing nearly 70 warg warriors alongside 30 direwolves in a head-on clash would likely result in a Pyrrhic victory for the militia, costing them dearly in lives even if they were to emerge victorious. Despite the overwhelming success, casualties were unavoidable, particularly among the seasoned veterans of Redwood Town who defended the fortifications alongside Rod. 3 had perished, and almost everyone bore injuries. This exemplifies why elite troops often suffer significant losses in major battles. Even the most skilled forces can scarcely withstand the intensity and pressure of such assaults. Among the previous skirmishers was Mard, designated as a hidden commander by Rod, who should not have met his end. When the ambushers erupted in furious shouts, the morale of the wargs crumbled entirely. However, while surrounding their leader, Mard suffered a grievous blow due to Raymond's inadequacy, allowing the warg leader to exploit a moment of weakness, shattering his shield and dealing a devastating strike that left him clinging to life. Given the medical standards of this era, particularly in Redwood Town, his fate was all but sealed. Rod remembered Mard well. He was one of the first to be promoted to second-level spear wielder and had consistently exhibited exceptional dedication and training, thus earning Rod's favorable impression. "Take me to see him." "I wish to bid him farewell," Rod commanded, even as he grappled with an injury to his left arm, which, though not impeding his movement, prompted the young girl Crest to rush to his side as he attempted to rise. "There's no need for that. I am not so fragile," he reassured her. Meanwhile, the militiamen of Redwood Town were engaged in dispatching the remaining enemies who had not yet succumbed, collecting spoils of war. Under Rod's orders, they were tasked with severing the heads of all the works, a considerable undertaking. Others were attending to the wounded on their side. "My lord, you have arrived," Fathis said, rising and bowing in respect upon Rod's arrival. This campaign had notably earned Rodehart the admiration of Fathis. Whether through his ingenious military strategies or his unwavering courage as a lord, Fathis was convinced that as long as this man remained alive and continued to grow, he was destined to become a powerful lord in the future. "At this moment, there is no need for excess formality. I have come to check on my warriors. In this battle, 3 lives have been lost, 2 are gravely injured, and over 10 sustain minor wounds. Among the critically hurt, 1 is the soldier Mard, who is now teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, upon witnessing his Lord Rod approach, a flicker of light ignites in his eyes, and he even struggles to rise. Rod, noticing this, hastens to press him back down. "My lord, am I nearing death? Do not speak such nonsense. Master Fathis will do everything in his power to save you. I still look forward to witnessing your valor in the future. My lord, I do not regret following you. Since my earliest memories, I have never known true satiety. You bestowed upon me my first full meal, allowing me to savor the taste of pork, chicken, and cheese. Cough. You transformed me into a noble warrior and arranged for me to marry a fine woman. Cough. Mard's breath grows increasingly labored. And even Rod, lacking medical knowledge, can discern that death is imminent. The brutal assault of the cursed flail has shattered his defenses, though it was but a single strike. Its weight is unbearable, and dark crimson blood seeps continuously from his chest wound. As Rod gazes at Mard's increasingly pallid face, murmuring incoherently, a sudden realization strikes him. He has just leveled up. Without a hint of intention, he gestures with his left hand, summoning a system panel visible only to him. Initially, his intention was to allocate points to enhance his strength and bolster his combat prowess. However, he cannot bear to witness such a loyal subordinate perish before him. Though what he is about to do may ultimately be futile, he resolves to act. In a whispered contemplation, Rod allocates his newly acquired attribute point to intelligence, elevating it from 12 to 13. This increase grants him an additional skill point, which he dedicates entirely to the surgical option on his system panel. Thus, his skills are as follows: Iron Wolf 4, Powerful Strike 4, Weapon Mastery 2, Plunder 1, Horsemanship 3, Healing 4, Surgery 2, Coaching 4, Tactics 21, Persuasion 1, and Leadership 3. The healing skill enables his soldiers to recover from injuries at an accelerated pace, while the surgery skill enhances the survival probability of mortally wounded soldiers by an additional 4% per point. With 2 points in surgery, Mard now enjoys an elevated 8% chance of survival. Evidently, rigorous training can enhance attributes or skills directly, as Rod's tactical skill has improved by 1 following this battle. Casting a glance at his attribute panel, he then shifts his focus to Mard, lying in the snow. Even with the augmented 8% survival chance, it remains a meager probability. At this moment, Rod's actions are merely an exercise in human effort, leaving the outcome to fate, allowing him to act without regret. However, just as Rod invests his skill points, he instinctively grasps Mard's hand, only to find him unresponsive and his complexion growing ever more ashen. A sudden, inexplicable wave of sensation surged within Rod, momentarily startling him. In the next instant, a warm current swiftly flowed from his palm into Mad, initially showing no immediate change. However, shortly thereafter, Mad's face, which had been growing increasingly pale and resembling that of a corpse, gradually began to exhibit a hint of crimson hue, signifying a stabilization in his condition. Indeed, if the system is akin to my innate talent, then it essentially embodies a type of holy light energy. The system's skills allowed me to perceive this holy light, which in turn could enhance the system's capabilities, a natural progression. On Earth, when an individual undergoes a change in their environment during their formative years, often referred to as changing soil and water, they tend to experience accelerated growth. outpacing their peers in stature and strength. It is said that this phenomenon is due to the varied microelements provided by different regional environments. If the same logic applies to the soul, then my soul's transition from Earth to this realm, gaining reinforcement in the process, is indeed a reasonable deduction. Rod, however, found little inclination to dwell overmuch on this matter. From his perspective, having lived over 90 years, he had indulged in all life had to offer: food, drink, and merriment. In his youth, he had not shied away from aiding and comforting the ragged souls of the streets. Now, even if he were to participate in some national brain-in-a-vat project, he would consider it a contribution to the nation's scientific endeavors. There was truly little to lament. The simple joy of relishing life once more was an immeasurable blessing. Thus, Rod's focus remained firmly on the present. Upon witnessing the arrival of Lord Rod and his subsequent visit, the gravely wounded Mad, who seemed to be clinging on to life by a thread, gradually began to recover, his complexion appearing slightly better. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, only to be silenced by Rod, who had risen to his feet. "Indeed, my lord, your words shall surely reach us." After Rod departed, accompanied by Raymond and Cress, he remained oblivious to the sudden widening of Phaedus's pupils and the intensity of his gaze directed at him. Just moments ago, it could not be mistaken. However faint, that was the legendary holy fighting spirit. As one of the foremost knights of the age, Phaedus possessed a keen understanding of such legendary martial arts. While ordinary warriors might regard it as mere ethereal folklore, Phaedus, having reached such a formidable level, increasingly sensed a stirring and beckoning from the depths of his being as the world's ambient energies intensified. At this moment, Rod remained unaware that his unintentional insight had nearly terrified someone to death, and he was more preoccupied with the intricate and tedious aftermath of the battle that lay ahead. Chapter 25. Roman citizenship and unyielding resolve. Circumstances compelled Rod to elevate his intelligence attribute to a level commensurate with his strength, achieving a balance of 13 points in both attributes due to the imminent peril faced by his loyal subordinates. Among his 4 primary attributes, strength, agility, intelligence, and charisma, Rod held the least inclination to invest in intelligence. This reluctance stemmed from the understanding that personal attributes encompass not only surface statistics but also practical applicability. When the latter surpasses the former will automatically increase. Conversely, if the former greatly exceeds the latter, the significance of high statistics diminishes. In contrast to the tangible attributes of strength and agility, intelligence appeared ethereal and elusive, rendering its cultivation relatively arduous. In other words, if an individual's mode of thinking and habits do not undergo a transformative evolution, heightened intelligence merely enhances memory and similar faculties, with no substantial improvement in other areas. Although Rod chose to accept the refugees from Hacktown, he subsequently decreed that they would be classified as second-class citizens. Their participation in military service, ascension to official positions, access to official supplies, taxes, and labor obligations would be distinctly different from that of the original citizens of Redwood Town. The rationale behind this distinction was clear. These individuals had not contributed to the development and construction of Redwood Town, and it was unreasonable to allow them to reap the benefits without merit. Rod communicated these differential treatments to all and mandated their incorporation into the territorial laws. However, Rod was not entirely averse to providing the Hacktown refugees with opportunities for advancement. After a decade, those refugees with clean criminal records would be eligible to become citizens of Redwood Town. Furthermore, if a family member served valiantly in the military or achieved an official position, they could also ascend directly to citizenship, thereby enjoying the same benefits as the original citizens of Redwood Town. Concerning this matter, the affable mayor and elder, Anger, approached Rod, questioning whether these regulations were excessively harsh. Nevertheless, Rod remained resolute. Anger, a man of talent, insight, and virtue, regrettably found himself contending with a figure shaped by over 90 years of information age bombardment. Rod's insistence on these ostensibly discriminatory and stringent decrees was informed by his understanding of Roman citizenship from his previous life in the digital era. He recognized that the relentless pursuit of absolute equality often culminates in the most profound inequities. In ancient Rome, citizens enjoyed rights such as voting, honor, trade, intermarriage, migration, tax exemption, litigation, and criminal immunity. Beneath the status of Roman citizens existed categories such as female citizens, Latin citizens, allied citizens, provincial citizens, free citizens, and slaves. Numerous individuals under Roman dominion devoted their lives, and those of their descendants, to the arduous quest for class elevation, contributing to Rome's enduring glory. However, this system was ultimately dismantled by a Roman emperor's decree, heralding the decline and eventual demise of Rome. If I were to grant the refugees from Hacktown the same social status and rights as the original citizens of Redwood Town, it would not only constitute a betrayal of the latter, but would also render the former incapable of valuing what has come to them so easily. For such is human nature. Although Elder Aang possesses a certain level of insight, his wisdom, accumulated over time, is woefully insufficient. His capacity as a town leader has reached its limits, and my territory lacks distinguished civil officials. As for the second matter, the creditors of Rod's former self have come to collect their debts. In the midst of the cold winter of the wilderness, the weather is gloomy and dim. Yet the air remains crisp and clean, a perfect day for indulging in slumber. A large convoy of carriages tramples upon the solid, frozen dirt road as it approaches the under-construction Redwood Town, which now consists of rows of wooden barriers delineating a human habitation area. The town is sparsely populated with wooden houses. Most inhabitants dwell in a series of tents. Yet, amidst this rudimentary environment, a group of individuals toils away, perspiration glistening upon their brows, embodying a vibrant energy that inspires hope for the future. Everyone halted, for ahead lay the territory of Redwood Town. Should anyone wish to pass through, they must pay the commercial tax and adhere to local laws. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee their safety. From beyond the wooden barriers, archers atop the high tower called out, quickly followed by soldiers wielding wooden shields and spears who began to inspect the convoy. Just look at this. I dare say I have never encountered such stringent inspections even in Moonlight City. What contraband are you searching for? Speak up so we may ascertain whether we possess anything amiss. A young knight, draped in a cloak with flowing blue hair and fair skin, lifted the edge of her cloak and playfully teased a Redwood Town militia member who was inspecting a nearby carriage. The lad, barely a teenager and having never encountered such a beautiful girl, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. In a flurry of confusion, he divulged everything he knew. The officer said that some wilderness bandits disguised themselves as merchants, infiltrating the town to commit arson and theft under the cover of night. We must scrutinize any suspicious groups. They absolutely cannot be allowed into the town, or else my father, mother, and grandfather may be killed. In the Middle Ages, a non-productive noble, absorbed in literature, exuding tranquility and valuing personal hygiene, possesses a charm that, if quantified, would often surpass that of commoners by several folds. For instance, the personal charm of Rod's maid, Cress, is merely 4, while Rod's initial charm stands at 9. Thus, in such circumstances, it is entirely natural for an unsophisticated country lad to be enchanted by the radiant smile of a knight from the city. Given his limited exposure, he is unlikely to exhibit significant resistance to beauty. At this moment, an experienced captain from the militia stepped forward and shouted, casting a fierce glare at the blue-haired, fair-skinned female knight. However, he did not deliberately create difficulties for the merchant caravan. After conducting a thorough inspection and finding no issues, he permitted the caravan to pay their taxes and enter the town. Riel, what do you think of Redwood Town? As the caravan entered the town, they encountered townsfolk pushing a cart bearing the enormous corpse of a werewolf towards the outskirts. Many others were collaboratively carrying a prepared wooden cross, seemingly intending to nail the massive werewolf's body to it. The sight of the nearly 3-meter-tall corpse caused even the usually indifferent female knight, Riel, to change her expression. Far more formidable than I had imagined. I initially thought that a pioneering lord who would mortgage his territory over gambling had little future. Yet, as we journeyed, the quality of the militia, the development of the territory, and the morale of the populace have all exceeded my expectations. That Mr. Rodehart, it is said, hails from a prestigious military noble family in the East. It is quite common for such families, even after their wealth and status have dwindled, to retain 1 or 2 loyal and capable retainers. It seems that during this visit, we shall not be acquiring this land. Before Riel stood a figure cloaked in a gray robe, mounted on a horse, while those around instinctively fell back a step, subtly revealing an aura of natural authority. Redwood Town rarely hosted such a large caravan, particularly given its recent establishment and the inadequacy of urban functions. As a result, most caravans would prefer to set up camp outside the town rather than enter and pay the merchant tax again. For the safety within the town offered little more assurance than that outside. This was the first time Redwood Town had received a merchant caravan of over 50 members. The mayor, Engel, who had been kneading dough in the bakery, rushed out, extending a flour-dusted hand to shake with the female knight Riel, leaving her both amused and bewildered. Upon learning that the caravan wished to meet the local lord, Engel did not refuse, merely stating he would notify him first. Meanwhile, within the only wooden mansion in Redwood Town, the Lord, Rod, was personally tending to the militia's wounded soldiers, deepening his understanding of the Holy Light's mental techniques. He had confirmed that the Holy Light's techniques could mutually influence system skills, which provided him with a pathway to accelerate his cultivation of the Holy Light, greatly benefiting his future training. Unbeknownst to the wounded soldiers, they were being treated as test subjects by their lord. Since returning from the battlefield, they had been accommodated in the Lord's residence, sharing meals and living quarters with him, receiving careful attention. Each one was filled with gratitude, wishing only to serve Lord Rodehart to the death. Rod's actions further convinced Thetis that he was a lord of unparalleled compassion and integrity, which was profoundly significant for Thetis, who found himself lost and devoid of purpose. Consequently, Thetis's fondness for Rod increased markedly, leading to the completion of 1/5 of Rod's soul redemption. He was rewarded with 400 dinars, and Thetis would remain in Redwood Town for an additional 2 months. Although his allegiance to Rod was still uncertain, Rod could already perceive Thetis's personal attributes. However, it is often the case that a wealth of knowledge does not equate to happiness. In many instances, knowing too much can lead to discontent. Name, Thetis level. Strength, 14 agility, 14 intelligence, 9 charisma, 8 remaining attribute points, 0 skills, iron will 5. Strong strike 5, weapon mastery 2, shield defense 2, horsemanship 2, tactics 2. Remaining skill points, 0 weapon proficiency, one-handed weapons 146, two-handed weapons 148, polearms 182, bows 98. Crossbows 46, throwing 52, Stydiac court swordsmanship 98, White Crow spearmanship 162. Remaining weapon proficiency, 22 heroic traits, unmatched fighting spirit, broken, increases all personal combat skills by 1. Enhances resistance to negative mental impacts. Indomitable steed, a lifetime companion of warhorses, allows the rider to significantly reduce the damage sustained by the horse on chaotic battlefields. Career advancement path, Imperial recruit, Imperial infantry, Imperial light cavalry, Imperial heavy cavalry, not achieved, Imperial knight, Imperial glory knight. As previously noted, the potential strength of a hero largely hinges upon their heroic traits, which often encapsulate their character and abilities. Recently, after the battle against the werewolves in the Snow Valley, his trusted ally Raymond was promoted to the rank of the Charl Leopard Spirit Hunter. Initially, Rod felt a sense of joy, but upon comparing Raymond's attributes to those of Thetis, he found himself disheartened. Thetis's 2 heroic traits were particularly practical and powerful. The unmatched fighting spirit speaks for itself, passively enhancing all combat skills by 1 even in a broken state. If his spirit were to be restored, the enhancement would likely be substantial. The indomitable steed, though seemingly unremarkable, is exceptionally useful, as the presence of a horse can drastically alter a knight's combat effectiveness on the battlefield, potentially amplifying their lethality by 10-fold or more. Thetis had been wandering the barren wilderness for 2 years, during which time he had succumbed to a state of despair. When he left home, he had very little money, and his self-imposed limitations prevented him from earning through his martial skills. Now, he possessed little more than a few garments and an old horse. Although Rod was eager to keep him, he suppressed his emotions and instead offered nearly all of his remaining funds as a reward to Thetis, subsequently inviting him to stay. Within just a few days, Thetis began to voluntarily teach Kreth martial skills. Professor Kreth's martial arts, akin to the movements of yoga, represent a discipline that cultivates flexibility and agility, far surpassing anything known to Lord Rod, and is far more suited to unlocking Kreth's potential. On this day, Elder Engel arrived to inform Lord Rod of the visit from the steward of the Atlantean Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 26, The Journey Through the Wilderness and His Study. Rod welcomed the steward of the Atlantean Trading Company. Although he referred to it as a study, it was devoid of any bookshelves, and the absence of glass windows necessitated opening the windows for illumination, despite the frigid winter. However, the steward of the Atlantean Trading Company appeared unconcerned. Upon entering the room, he lowered the hood of his cloak, revealing a striking young gentleman with golden hair and azure eyes, elegantly tied back in a ponytail. He greeted Rod with a courteous nod, embodying refinement and grace. Rod extended his hand, but upon noticing the young man had already taken a seat, he graciously gestured for him to continue, feeling a twinge of surprise. In a world marred by prolonged warfare, knights had donned armor that encased their bodies, save for their eyes, ready to charge at a moment's notice. Thus, to convey goodwill and approach one another, it became customary to remove the protection from the right hand, extending it in a gesture of peace, a handshake. Over time, this practice permeated society, evolving into a formal greeting. Naturally, any etiquette is bound by geographical, cultural, and racial limitations, as seen with orcs, elves, and dwarves, each possessing their own distinct customs. Mr. Rodehart, I apologize for encroaching upon your valuable time, but the recent visit from the Atlantean Trading Company's caravan is due to the accounts revealing that you seem to owe the company a certain sum. Might I inquire if this debt can be settled at present? The golden-haired youth, now seated, spoke with casual ease, evidently possessing the authority to make decisions on this matter. Could it be that his earlier discourtesy stemmed from an understanding of my current plight, knowing that I am unable to muster even 50 gold coins? Rod paused at this thought, yet observed that the steward displayed no significant reaction, prompting him to continue. However, our town can provide various goods valued at 500 gold coins at market price. During the war in Silverfrost City, the local lord's thorough preparations ensured that prices, which would typically surge during such times, remained stable due to the abundance of official reserves. The supply met the community's demand, effectively suppressing inflation. Consequently, despite the ongoing conflict, the economy of Silverfrost City was hardly affected. Rod's substantial procurement of goods, amounting to 1,000 gold coins, took place during this period. However, following the conclusion of the war, prices in this region began to soar dramatically as the city underwent significant growth and development, transforming from Silverfrost Town into Silverfrost City. This evolution created a vortex of resource accumulation, inflating costs across the board, from land prices to labor and materials. At this moment, the officials of Silverfrost City ceased their efforts to stabilize prices, as it was a time when both the lord and the townsfolk were profiting, siphoning the labor and wealth of those who flocked from surrounding areas. If Rod were to engage in procurement at this juncture, the same 1,000 gold coins would procure goods equivalent to what 600 gold coins could have acquired previously. It was Rod's foresight regarding the imminent prosperity of Silverfrost City that led him to expend every last coin on material acquisitions. Should Alos, the steward, acquiesce to Rod's proposal, he would, under the current pricing, significantly reduce his repayment by at least 200 gold coins, all without any discrepancies in the ledger. Mr. Rod, your proposal seems to diverge from our previously established contract. According to said contract, if you cannot present 500 gold coins today, we shall assume command of all affairs in Redwood Town, interjected the Knight Riel, stepping forward, and Alos made no move to inhibit her, evidently not opposed to her assertion. Of course. As a mere frontier lord who has entered into a contract with the Atlantean Trading Company, I must adhere strictly to its terms. However, does such adherence truly serve the best interests of your esteemed company? Rod countered. I currently possess 2 territories, Redwood Town and the nearby Hack Town. The Atlantean Trading Company has acquired the territory of Redwood Town, yet in the short term, it will struggle to recruit personnel for management. For me, it is merely a matter of relocating to continue my development. In truth, should the option of settling debts with goods fail, Rod had already devised alternative strategies, such as using his magical items and extraordinary weapons as collateral. However, to maximize his interests during negotiations, he would refrain from presenting this most compelling condition until his counterpart had firmly resolved their stance. After all, extraordinary weapons could serve as a foundation for any faction. And even if one did not require them, they should not be hastily relinquished, even those cursed items like the deceptive flail or the shattered bloodstain armor, known for their severe drawbacks. As the tide of magic began to rise, most factions remained oblivious to the significance of such scattered items. In the future, as more factions awaken to their value, acquiring such items will become increasingly arduous. The development of all things evolves and transforms with the passage of time. The only constant in this world is, perhaps, the essence of change itself. Due to the 2 options Rod presented, a silence enveloped the study. The Knight Riel frowned, deep in contemplation. In truth, both choices were profitable for the Atlantean Trading Company. Otherwise, they would not have entered into this contract. The cultivated land painstakingly nurtured by over 200 townsfolk of Redwood Town for 2 years could fetch between 1,500 to 2,000 gold coins if sold, which was how the previous entity swiftly secured substantial liquidity from the Atlantean Trading Company. However, the current circumstances have drastically changed. In just 2 months, the strength of Hongwu Town has expanded significantly. While the Atlantean Chamber of Commerce may lay claim to the territory of Hongwu Town, The relocation of Lord Rodehart to the site of Hake Town has caused the value of this land to plummet. Taking over it would mean inheriting the resentment of the ambitious Lord Rodehart. Even if the Atlantean Chamber of Commerce is immensely powerful, it must weigh the potential consequences of offending a rapidly ascending lord. This represents what is known as an invisible cost, subtle yet undeniably present. If all these various expenses are taken into account, the majority of merchants would likely opt for settling their accounts with goods, subsequently selling them in the wilderness, thereby safely earning nearly 1,000 gold coins while also cultivating a favorable relationship with this promising lord. As Riel gradually clarified her thoughts and prepared to make a choice, the usually taciturn and amiable steward, Alos, unexpectedly interrupted her subordinate. "Apologies, we require more time for consideration." "Oh, that is certainly understandable. As this oversight is due to my lack of preparation, you may take your time to rest in the town." Just then, the study door creaked open, and Cleese, who had just finished exercising, entered with a wooden board carrying freshly brewed hot tea. However, at that moment, Alos and Riel were already preparing to depart. Traditionally, a noble would face repercussions for entering their master's room without knocking, yet Rodehart did not mind, nor did Alos appear to care. As he walked out with his subordinate, he gently patted the young girl's head, causing Cleese to instinctively retract her neck. "Master, that gentleman seemed rather peculiar, didn't he?" What do you mean?" "I cannot quite articulate it, but there is something off about him." Cleese placed the tea beside Rodehart. It was not merely plain tea, but rather a milk tea infused with sugar and milk, which, in such weather, envelopes one in warmth. Hake Town was initially more prosperous than Hongmu Town, yet it had suffered greatly during the war's turmoil, losing many of its inhabitants. Nevertheless, it still boasted a population of nearly 200, with close to 100 having fled and another 100 captured. Once incorporated into Hongmu Town, it swiftly grew into a large settlement of 500 inhabitants. Currently, some copper coins still circulate among the townsfolk, but the official government maintains virtually no monetary reserves. The militia and civil officials receive their salaries entirely in goods, a perfectly acceptable practice in this era. Following the acquisition of Hake Town's populace, 40 able-bodied youths were promptly selected from the refugees to join the town's security team. This has provided employment and wages for 40 young adults, significantly alleviating the anxiety of the refugees in Harker Town. However, even though the salaries of the security team are only half that of the militia, many of the Harker Town refugees find themselves in a state of barely surviving. In a town with a mere population of 500, supporting a military force of 100 proves unsustainable, especially with the limited supplies from Redwood Town. Should the Atlantean merchants choose to seize goods valued at 500 gold coins, it would hasten the financial collapse considerably. The elders of the Ingle community have expressed their concerns to Rod, who is acutely aware of the situation himself. Pursuing a military aristocracy inevitably leads to a fiscal crisis. Given the current morale in Redwood Town, it might sustain itself for a month or two without salaries, but after that, widespread starvation would ensue. At that point, even the most loyal subjects would not endure the suffering of their families alongside him. As he quietly mused this, Rod scribbled on the parchment before him. The backgrounds of the Harker Town refugees and those from Redwood Town differ, leading to varied paths of advancement. High-Dam Militia, High-Dam Light Infantry, unachieved, High-Dam Infantry, High-Dam Great Sword Warriors, High-Dam Death Sword Warriors, High-Dam Militia, High-Dam Crossbowmen, unachieved, High-Dam Heavy Crossbowmen, High-Dam Armored Crossbowmen. High-Dam is a location within the Stydiac Empire, which suffered calamities a few years ago, resulting in a considerable number of refugees, most of whom now find themselves under his command. The 5th-tier unit, High-Dam Death Sword Warriors, clearly represents a lightly armored assault force, which is manageable. However, developing the crossbowman system poses a challenge. Should he rely on dinar to procure supplies through the merchant caravans? While a limited quantity could suffice, scaling up is not feasible this way. Due to his modern upbringing, Rod is more inclined towards crossbow units rather than archers. He acknowledges that true archery experts often outperform their crossbow-wielding counterparts, but that typically involves elite beginnings or heroic contests, which does not pertain to ordinary soldiers. In the campaign against the Wolfman tribe, nearly 100 wolfmen and 20 giant riding wolves were slain in a single day, equating to what would take half a month in Silverfrost City. Following this battle, many of the 40 new Charl recruits reached a promotion threshold. Yet Rod insisted they continue their training, as he remained uncertain about their future paths. With the emergence of the High-Dam promotion system, he leans towards advancing the 40 Charl recruits along the Charl Spearman route, as the advantages of crossbows are indisputable among low-tier units. Meanwhile, several core figures from the Atlantean merchants are also deliberating on the development of Redwood Town, striving to make decisions most beneficial for the guild. The Wilds, described in ancient texts as the battlefield of the primordial gods, have long been uninhabitable for intelligent life due to rampant magical forces. However, in recent decades, the intensity of this magical turmoil has gradually diminished, leading to inevitable territorial disputes as roads are established and nations begin to interact. Those who aspire to forge new avenues of commerce are not solely among us. In comparison to this ambition, 500 gold coins, 5,000 gold coins, or even 500,000 gold coins pale in significance against the opportunity to establish a new trade route. Hence, we ought not to squander excessive energy in this Redwood Town. Thus spoke the steward, Aloes, to the gathered assembly. Chapter 27. Moonshadow steps phantom moonlight, the biting cold wind, mingled with snow, swept down with ferocity. An old man, with one leg crippled, shivered and drew his neck in, feeling the chill that had settled at the nape of his neck, now less distinct. Yet, despite this discomfort, his hands remained diligently engaged in grooming the horse within the wooden shed. Amidst the fierce storm, many tents in Redwood Town had collapsed, but the storage warehouses, horse stables, mills, and, of course, the Lord's manor remained largely unscathed. Once people are well fed, even the harshest cold becomes more bearable. If they keep their hands and feet busy with work, warmth follows swiftly. However, the matters of trade concluded here, for the Lord had issued strict orders prohibiting the presence of courtesans in Redwood Town. Anyone caught would face immediate execution. This was not merely an attempt by Lord Rod to sever the last means of survival for those destitute women, but rather a recognition that once individuals become accustomed to an easy way of life, most find it exceedingly difficult to accept a more arduous existence. Once the selling of dignity becomes commonplace, it easily evolves into a habitual behavior. Lord Rod aimed to cultivate Redwood Town into a place of dignity and pride, resolutely refusing to allow it to devolve into a city of vice. Plans are often upended by unforeseen events. Despite the decisions made by the managers of the Atlantean Trade Association to swiftly resolve the financial matters of Redwood Town, an unexpected blizzard struck. While the town, with its inherent poverty, did not suffer significant economic losses from this natural calamity, the trade caravans found themselves temporarily stranded here. Even the most reckless would not dare embark in such weather. The Lord's Manor, located at the town's center, had undergone some expansion during Redwood's development. While it cannot be described as lavish, it is solid and warm, occupying a considerable expanse. Following the blizzard, the primary managers of the Atlantean Trade Association were invited by Lord Rod to take refuge in the manor, where the living conditions were undoubtedly superior to those outside. In truth, this blizzard did not inflict great harm upon Redwood Town. Rather, it inadvertently stimulated an increase in economic activity. A town of 500 had to accommodate over 100 members of the Atlantean Trade Association, necessitating that nearly every household contribute labor, chopping wood, cooking meals, boiling water, and tending to the grooming of horses. The townsfolk devoted themselves wholeheartedly to providing these services, and the caravan members inevitably spent some coin, thus fostering economic growth in a town with such a modest starting point. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. In unison, a throng of youth, clad in thin garments, formed ranks and charged forth through the biting wind and snow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Their resounding cheers echoed far and wide, dispersing the swirling storm around them. It seems that there is little hope of enticing the military instructor from Redwood Town. Who could have anticipated that the hidden military commander of Redwood Town would be none other than Lord Rodehart himself? Standing behind the wooden window, the Knightess Riel pushed aside the windbreak with her hand and gazed outside at the militia undergoing their winter training. Leading the formation was none other than Lord Rodehart, flanked by Sir Fadus, Captain Raymond, and even his maid, Cress. Although the young girl was not bare-chested like the men beside her, she persevered in running alongside them, panting, her freckled face flushed with exertion. It is indeed remarkable that such a modest frontier lord can maintain a disciplined and ambitious army. In the Stydiac Empire, such aspirations would likely lead to swift demise. Yet here in the north, it seems plausible that this knight Rodehart may indeed flourish. It all hinges on his abilities and his capacity to recognize the prevailing circumstances. Upon hearing Riel's musings, the golden-haired, blue-eyed steward Aloes smiled slightly, his words laden with subtle implication. Having experienced aging once, he yearns to avoid it again. Having faced death, he is reluctant to encounter it anew. If opportunities are scarce, so be it. Yet in this world, there are indeed chances to transcend such limitations. Rod, who has endured a lifetime of elite education, is unwilling to let such opportunities slip away easily. Thus, he holds himself to even stricter standards than in his previous life. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such invigorating physical exercise, and he felt his spirits lifting. As Rod wiped his body with a towel, Thetis and Raymond entered the room. Raymond seemed unaffected, but when Thetis beheld Rod's well-defined and fluid muscle lines, admiration flickered in his eyes. Rod, in turn, noted Thetis's physique and felt a similar sense of appreciation. Moderate fitness attracts the opposite sex, while excessive training draws the same sex. As Rod, Thetis, and Raymond showcased their impressive latissimus dorsi, robust trapezius muscles, and sturdy quadriceps in the room, Cress's voice suddenly called from outside. Lord Rod, Mr. Allos has come to pay a visit. Very well, I understand. Cress, please escort Mr. Allos to the hall. I shall join you shortly. The entire merchant caravan may be stranded here, yet boredom has not set in, for Rod has introduced simple yet enjoyable pastimes such as dodeju, gamoku, and board games to Redwood Town. The entertainment life of the medieval populace is exceedingly scarce, and the introduction of such leisure activities can significantly enhance the happiness and cohesion of the community. However, Mr. Alloys displayed little interest in these games. During his stay, he would frequently seek out Rod for casual conversations. Although Rod intended to restrain himself, the glimpses of insight he revealed captivated Alloys' gaze. Yet, being scrutinized by a man in such a manner left Rod feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to distance himself from this extravagant patron, for even the slightest generosity from Mr. Alloys could outweigh several years of diligent effort and development in Redwood Town. After refreshing himself and donning comfortable attire with the assistance of Cress, Rod convened in the grand hall with Alloys and his nightly attendant, Thetis and Raymond in tow. It was surprising to realize how much time had passed and how intrusive his presence had become. The two engaged in leisurely conversation, and as Rod pondered Alloys' intentions, Alloys abruptly set down his teacup and remarked, I recently witnessed Mr. Rod demonstrating an ancient and intricate swordsmanship while training his troops. I too have studied the art of fencing since childhood. May I seek your guidance, Mr. Rod? Rod instinctively wished to decline. If Mr. Rod can prevail against me, not only will I absolve the debt of 500 gold coins, but I could also facilitate 1 or 2 investments in your territory, should the opportunity arise. Engaging in a sword duel carries inherent risks. Even when using wooden swords, it is not limited to you, Mr. Rod. In Redwood Town, anyone who can best me in the art of swordsmanship, regardless of their number, will find my prior promise still stands. Such words seemed somewhat dismissive. What did you say? Raymond interjected, flaring with indignation. Sit down, Rod commanded, and with Thetis's restraint, the still fuming Raymond complied. It was exceedingly arrogant for a mere merchant to utter such claims on the domain of an enterprising noble. Not only Raymond, but even Thetis and Rod himself felt a twinge of displeasure at Alloys' audacity. Since Mr. Alloys expressed such enthusiasm, the timid townsfolk of Redwood had little choice but to acquiesce. Rod scrutinized the man before him, contemplating a higher wager. After all, with Thetis, a first-rate knight, at his side, the likelihood of being bested seemed minimal. Yet, as he gazed at Alloys, the words on the tip of his tongue faded, replaced by a troubling thought. Could this man be stronger than Thetis? If not, he would not possess such confidence. Ultimately, Rod chose not to raise the stakes, acquiescing to Alloys' proposition. They did not bring wooden swords outside. During the expansion of the manor, a basement had been added to store provisions and weapons, which was quite spacious. Due to the blizzard, many individuals took refuge in the underground chamber, including several members of the Chamber of Commerce from Adderland, who found themselves sleeping on the floor. Consequently, a gathering soon formed around the duel between Rod and Yaris, with even those previously engaged in card games drawn to the spectacle. After all, cards could be played at any time, but such contests were a rarity. Raymond, the captain of the Redwood Town Guard, expressed his eagerness to challenge Mr. Yaris, a swordsman of remarkable skill. Though impulsive, Raymond was not foolish. He understood that those who boast often lacked clarity of mind or genuine prowess. Thus, he was determined not to allow Rod to engage first. Armed with a round wooden shield in one hand and a wooden spear in the other, he aimed to test the mettle of his opponent. Across from him, the handsome Yaris, with his golden locks and azure eyes, chose a single or double-handed wooden sword. Despite Raymond being a local, The surrounding maidens were captivated when the nobleman graciously thanked the maid who presented him with the sword. Curse that pretty boy, Raymond thought, jealousy gnawing at him as he observed the girls gathering behind Yaris, their eyes shy and cheeks flushed with infatuation. Suddenly, Raymond charged forward. As he approached the range of attack, he executed a swift sidestep, launching a fierce thrust towards Yaris's slender neck. Should this strike land solidly, even a wooden spear could prove fatal. Gasps of concern echoed from the maidens. To them, Raymond was a rugged and formidable man. However, just as Raymond's spear was about to connect, Yaris deftly slashed his sword, intercepting the spear with a resounding clash. Raymond felt the force of his weapon diminish. And in an instant, Yaris closed the distance with an unimaginable speed, as if he had transformed into a fleeting shadow. In that moment of realization, Raymond reacted, attempting to strike with his shield, but Yaris was faster, delivering a powerful kick that sent the robust captain sprawling. The impact distorted the trajectory of Raymond's shield, rendering it ineffective. With a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground, only to find Yaris's wooden sword pressed against his throat. Amidst the cheers of the maidens, Yaris addressed Raymond. I hear you are the captain of the Redwood Town Guard? Merely a brutish man relying on physical prowess, your strengths crumble before a true swordsman. I have not yet lost. A mere wooden sword cannot pierce my neck, Raymond retorted defiantly. Is that so? Yaris replied with a smirk, seemingly unperturbed. He casually moved aside to a nearby wooden pillar and, with a swift motion, thrust his sword with tremendous force. The blade penetrated the pillar deeply, leaving the audience in awe of his extraordinary skill. Mr. Fatus, are you capable of wielding such swordsmanship? I have yet to attempt it, and I fear I cannot achieve such a feat. Piercing a wooden pillar with a wooden sword without inflicting any damage upon the blade is a sword technique I have never encountered before. Please, grant me your guidance. Upon witnessing the solemn demeanor of Rod, Allos too adopted a serious expression, taking up his own stance in swordsmanship. And the two faced each other. Rod's personal close combat prowess had now surpassed that of Raymond. Owing to his meticulous refinement of sword techniques and the enhancement of his strength corresponding with his rising level. However, Rod was acutely aware that even he could not easily defeat Raymond as he had just done. Thus, he swiftly assessed that the individual combat ability of this fair-skinned youth before him surpassed his own. Nevertheless, in the realm of actual combat, it is not always the masterful swordsman who prevails. To overcome the strong with the weak requires one to fight valiantly. In a narrow confrontation, the courageous shall triumph. In that fleeting moment, Allos, who had been closely observing Rod, perceived that the man's eyes had suddenly transformed into a crimson hue. Fury? No. That was not it. With a sweeping strike, the room was filled with the gusts of wind generated by the motion. The sound of fabric tearing through the air, echoing incessantly. This was the sword style known as blazing fire. Rod's greatest strength compared to Raymond lay in his profound and intricate lineage of sword techniques, while Raymond, despite undergoing systematic enhancements, was merely a product of unrefined talent. His martial skills were merely a fusion of physical prowess and fundamental techniques. At this moment, Rod's resolve surged, and he unleashed a horizontal slash, his sword striking with the ferocity of cavalry charging forth, embodying the might of a full-scale assault. Although Allos's swordsmanship was indeed more refined than Rod's, his most significant flaw was his lack of true experience on a life-and-death battlefield. As he executed his strike, aiming to pierce Rod's vision, he sought to instill fear before inflicting harm. Most would instinctively retreat, or at least hesitate when faced with a blade poised at their eyes. However, Rod did not flinch, choosing instead to counterattack head-on. When a disparity in strength exists, to secure victory, one must adopt a strategy of mutual harm. This is a principle understood even by militia. Yet, in this instant, Rod's application of such a strategy completely subdued Allos. Allos was astounded at finding himself at a disadvantage. However, what truly astonished him more than Rod's swordsmanship was the sheer might and presence that had forced him into such a position. With my heritage, my innate talent, and my arduous training, how could I possibly be bested by you? Just as Rod's long sword was about to strike, Allos's figure vanished in an instant, as if he were but an apparition. Chapter 28, The Restraint of Greed and the String of Thought, setting aside extraordinary lies for the moment. Even among the ranks of ordinary soldiers and swordsmen, the clash of blades often resolves the fate of life and death in mere instants. Life is both resilient and fragile. When the vital points of the human body come under attack, incapacitation or death can occur in the blink of an eye. This is a commonplace occurrence. Within the depths of the Lord's mansion, the sword duel between Rod and Aloes escalated rapidly. Although Aloes displayed a mastery of swordsmanship far superior to Rod's, at least in the current moment, it had not reached an extraordinary level. Thus, Rod managed to counter Aloes' attacks with a strategy of offense against offense, briefly gaining the upper hand due to the refinement of his spirit and momentum, which Aloes lacked. However, at the very moment Rod's sword was about to strike, Aloes' figure suddenly transformed into an illusion, reappearing behind Rod in the next instant, thrusting his blade forward. The Moonshadow Step, illusory moonlight. This move was originally a forbidden technique, one that ought not to be revealed to the world just yet. Yet, driven by pride, Aloes could not restrain himself from employing it. Believing that most around him were mere novices, including the wandering knight, Fathes, who would likely fail to discern the origins of such a secret technique. Surely this will be enough to defeat you, Aloes thought, as he observed the tip of his sword drawing ever closer to the vital point on the back of the human lord. He tempered his strength slightly, for it was merely a contest of skill, devoid of any intent to kill. Unless, of course, he had predicted from the outset that Aloes would suddenly appear behind him, making the initial strike a feint, which could allow for such a possibility. But such foresight was, in itself, an impossibility. In that fleeting moment, their swords crossed. Whether it was the advancing Aloes or Rod, who had suddenly surged with power and speed to pivot and counterattack, neither could halt their techniques. They found themselves unable to withdraw their strikes. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air, blood splattered, and gasps of shock erupted from the onlookers. None truly wished to witness bloodshed. Both sides anxiously regarded the fate of their lord. In an instant, Aloes and Rod passed each other, each taking 2 swift steps before gradually coming to a halt. Panting heavily, Aloes' once pale cheek was now stained with crimson. The female knight, Riel, rushed forward to wipe away the blood, only to discover that Aloes was unharmed, prompting her to exhale a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, her expression hardened, and she nearly drew her sword from her waist. Regardless of the reason, anyone daring to harm her lord must die. They had to die. This was the very essence of her existence. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Aloes' hand pressed down upon hers, halting her from drawing her blade. Mr. Aloes, how about we call this a draw? At that moment, Rod's sword had grazed Aloes' neck, while Aloes' blade had torn through Rod's shoulder. No. One maimed and one dead. By any measure, I have lost this duel. I will honor all the terms of the wager I made with Lord Rod. Although Rod had drawn blood in this contest of swords, Aloes' willingness to concede in financial terms rendered it a mutually satisfactory outcome. The individual in question is quite peculiar. On our first encounter, they had the audacity to tap my head, which I found exceedingly irksome. Earlier today, while preparing dinner, I inadvertently added the mushrooms I had recently foraged to the soup meant for her. As I recounted this episode, Cress seethed with resentment, her admiration and loyalty towards her lord rivaling that of the knight Riel who serves alongside Aloes. It is inconceivable. The food prepared under Aloes' supervision is crafted solely by him, and I have noticed that each time the maid delivers the dishes, the knight Riel samples each one before serving. Raymond remarked this, his frustration palpable as he had just been vanquished by Aloes' sword, leaving him in a foul mood. Unable to shake off his discontent, such behavior, with such devoted attendance, hardly aligns with the demeanor of a mere merchant. For various reasons. Rod's shoulder injury was not particularly severe. After Cress bandaged it, he shook it off slightly, feeling it did not impede his movements, and rose to don his coat. 500 gold pieces, 1,000 gold pieces, these amounts were of no concern to him. This was no ordinary merchant. He was a man who held a disdain for money, having grown up in an environment where far more significant values prevailed. Power. In the eyes of certain individuals, even the wealthiest merchants are deemed lowly and laughable. When wealth takes center stage, even sin can be cloaked in glory. Yet when power ascends, mountains of gold lose their luster. Fathes softly uttered an ancient proverb. And at that moment, his gaze met Rod's, both men comprehending the underlying truth. What it implies is that Aloes is not merely a merchant, but rather, the bedroom was not solely occupied by Rod and Fathes. At this moment, Raymond and Cress remained somewhat bewildered and uncertain. As Raymond pondered, Rod interjected, lacking the inclination to allow further conjecture, as it had no bearing on the development of Redwood Town or his own plans. There are far too many secrets in this world. Knowing more often brings one closer to death. The following morning, Riel, the personal knight of Aloes, arrived to discuss the Atlantean Guild's investment in Redwood Town, perhaps out of a sense of remorse. The scale of the Atlantean Guild's proposal far exceeded Rod's expectations. an investment in a velvet factory and a blacksmith's shop, with the acquisition cost for these two establishments amounting to an astonishing 6,500 gold pieces. Moreover, the construction and skilled artisans would be provided by the Atlantean Guild, leaving Redwood Town merely responsible for land enhancement and protection, thus reaping substantial acquisition fees and a continuous flow of commercial taxes. The townsfolk would also gain opportunities for employment in related trades. However, it is worth noting that there are neither iron mines nor abundant silk production in the vicinity of Redwood Town. You need not concern yourself with such matters. The Atlantean Guild will naturally handle the provision of necessary raw materials. Nevertheless, this time, the Atlantean Guild caravan's exploration of the wilderness will require your full support. In return, we are willing to advance a portion of the acquisition costs. The acquisition cost for the Velvet Factory amounts to 5,000 gold coins, while the fee for the blacksmith shop is 1,500 gold coins. Once the factory is established, it will continuously contribute to commercial taxes and invigorate the economic vitality of the entire Redwood Town. Such a remarkable opportunity is difficult for Lord Rod, the ruler of Redwood Town, to decline. Here is 1,000 gold coins. This is a promissory note from the Atlan Trading Company, which can be exchanged for another 1,000 gold coins or equivalent goods at the company, if you and your militia can satisfy Mr. Yalos in the forthcoming mission. This will serve as a deposit. If not, this shall constitute your remuneration and compensation. As she spoke, the azure-haired knight pushed a chest of gold coins and a note toward Rod. After the knight, Riel, departed. Rod gazed at the chest of gold coins and the note on the table for a considerable time, lost in thought. Yalos had not anticipated that his substantial investment would instead raise Rod's suspicions, for the sum was indeed exorbitant. Rod found himself unable to suppress the stirrings of greed within. Yet at the moment of temptation, the alertness ingrained in his mind was triggered. As a time traveler from the 21st century, he was all too familiar with this sensation. In his previous life, all con men seemed to thrive on igniting the greed of their victims, subsequently devouring their wealth entirely. In his old age, such individuals had proliferated, attempting to swindle Rod of his savings for his burial. Had it not been for the robust law enforcement of the state, they would have nearly succeeded on several occasions. From that point on, Rod established a mental alertness within himself. Whenever greed arose, it was this string of vigilance that would be plucked first. I shall not ponder the background of Yalos or the formidable forces he may have at his disposal. I will partake of the bait he offers before considering whether I can subsequently bring him down as well. Rod understood clearly what his greatest asset was, and in this unpredictable world, anything could transpire. At present, he and his loyal subordinates required nothing more than ample time for growth. Chapter 29. Mutual scheming. Even the most severe natural phenomena ultimately reach a cessation. The fierce blizzard, which had ravaged for nearly a week, gradually subsided. Rod and his Redwood Town reached a final agreement with Mr. Allos of the Atlantic Chamber of Commerce, wherein the chamber would inject substantial capital into Redwood Town to foster its development, while Rod would wholeheartedly support Mr. Allos in opening new trade routes in the wilderness plains. As the ferocious storm began to die down, the merchant caravans commenced their preparations, and at the behest of the town's lord, numerous militia members joined the efforts. However, they were permitted to transport only the goods that the caravan leaders allowed them to handle. Yet, this fellow required us to provide for their lodging and meals, as well as to pay a commission for hiring guards. Naturally, all of this was contingent upon your satisfaction with their combat capabilities. The previous 2,000 gold coins, if Allos were content and the Atlantic Chamber decided to invest further, were designated as land acquisition funds, and thus could not be counted towards the hiring commission. Such greed. It is no wonder that he harbors ambitions of becoming a frontier lord in the north. Very well, let us acquiesce to his demands. My lord, do you perhaps place too much emphasis on this, Rodehart? We are poised to invest nearly 20,000 gold coins into this territory, which is no small sum, even for us. Observing her lord's cheerful demeanor, Riel tentatively expressed her concerns. Riel, in the coming years, even decades, the wilderness plains, which will gradually settle from its chaotic magical disturbances, is bound to become a crucial transit point amongst several neighboring nations. While merchant caravans have existed in the wilderness plains, they have only operated on a modest scale. Once the magical turmoil subsides, we can expect the emergence of large-scale caravans and even cities. As long as Redwood Town can endure, it is destined for tremendous growth. Though Riel was his most trusted confidant, Allos refrained from divulging all his thoughts. For some secrets must remain unspoken even among the most trusted. In the interior cities of the Styak Empire, Establishing a velvet factory would require at least 10,000 gold coins for land acquisition, while a blacksmith shop would demand around 3,000 gold coins for the same purpose. Given the substantial land area and labor force required, which would inevitably influence the overall city planning. However, Redwood Town, being a border settlement, saw the cost of land halved. Rod had little to say, for Redwood Town could hardly be considered a city in terms of planning. Once the factory was established, it would become a pillar industry of the locality. On the day the caravans departed Redwood Town, nearly all the townsfolk gathered to bid farewell. Rod had drawn nearly half of the town's able-bodied men for military service, leading to a scene of heartfelt send-offs. "My lord, it can be said that you have brought forth your entire fortune to accompany me on this venture. I shall not disappoint your earnest intentions." At the forefront of the lengthy convoy, Rod and Aloes rode side by side. In terms of both their steeds and riding skills, Rod was evidently inferior to the handsome nobleman beside him. However, Rod held a humble perception of himself, viewing his role as a mere mercenary on an escort mission. Thus he did not feel the disparity. Having ventured north to become a pioneering lord, he inherently embraced a certain level of risk, ready to place his bets when opportunities arose. Although he was well aware of the adage that prolonged gambling inevitably leads to loss, he recognized that, compared to Mr. Aloes, he had nothing to lose. Only by daring to gamble could he hope to win. "I truly admire Mr. Rodehart and hope for a mutually beneficial outcome. Of course, I share the same sentiment. You must trust me." Rod and Aloes exchanged glances and shared a smile. "Farewell. I must attend to my subordinates, those unruly fellows. Neglecting them for even a moment leads to disarray. Please, make yourself comfortable, Mr. Rodehart." After bidding farewell to Aloes, Rod rode around the caravan, surveying the scene. The caravan had recently incorporated over 80 members from the Redwood Town forces, undoubtedly increasing the consumption of supplies along the journey. Yet, it was clear that Aloes remained unconcerned. Aside from replenishing stocks at Redwood Town, the caravan carried an assortment of high-priced food, fine wine, and silk, all seemingly intended to divert attention. As Rod rode forward, observing the wheel tracks pressed into the frozen earth by the laden carts, he could not help but ponder the true nature and intentions of Aloes. The sheer scale of energy required to transport such a caravan to the border was staggering. Rod harbored a vague suspicion that someone like Aloes was not merely driven by profit, but rather was willing to take great risks to venture into the wilderness. Regardless of Aloes' objectives or the contents of the carts, it was of no concern to Rod. His sole purpose was to remain vigilant towards this individual while utilizing his escort cavalry to train his own forces, thereby enhancing his personal standing. He recognized that Aloes was exploiting him, just as he was leveraging Aloes' resources. Should their journey through the wilderness prove successful, Rod would not approach a foreign border. Parting ways with Aloes, even if it meant inciting the latter's ire and jeopardizing investments in Redwood Town. As Aloes had pointed out, this venture represented nearly all of Redwood Town's assets. Should they suffer complete annihilation or substantial losses, the burgeoning town would face catastrophic repercussions. Thus, even amidst the caravan's progress, Rod remained steadfast in training his soldiers. 20 militia from High Dam, equipped with shields and swords, bore their burdens while keeping pace with the convoy. If they could ascend from first-tier to second-tier soldiers, their chances of survival in battle would significantly increase. Undoubtedly, the process of training and improvement was arduous. Rod's unwavering commitment to training his troops during the march evoked admiration from Aloes, who understood the immense difficulty of such a feat and the level of obedience and trust required from the soldiers towards their commander. Chapter 30. Talent the Lofty Peaks. Blanketed in pristine snow, tower over the lush valleys where streams cascade with fervor, the elven rangers, mounted upon robust stags, can effortlessly pierce the very lice upon your hat from afar with a single arrow. Yet, they invariably find themselves at a loss against the obstinate dwarves, whose charming maidens sport luxuriant beards upon their delicate faces. Orcs never engage in ambush, for they perceive life as an unending battle. Goblins are engaged in thievery, while wolfmen dash about. High above in the pointed towers, deities of the mortal realm gazed down upon the scene. Our family had long since fallen into decline. The inheritance bestowed upon my elder brother by our father, I chose instead to wield the long sword and strive for my ambitions, for life itself, and for the beloved maiden next door, determined to avoid becoming the third wife of the miller. Riding alongside was the knightess Riel, who furrowed her brow slightly at the lyrics of the song. She leaned closer to Aloes and softly inquired, "Shall we ask them to cease?" "Not necessary, Riel. Does it not sound delightful?" Aloes replied, eyes closed, smiling as he rode, gently clapping his hands in time with the melody. Endless stretches of white snow, towering mountains, distant lakes, and verdant grasslands unfolded before them, a scene of pristine, untamed beauty. Brother Phaetus, the landscape of the wilderness is truly magnificent. Why, in such a splendid place, is there no one to inhabit it? Questioned Cress, who approached Phaetus on her chestnut packhorse. Though Cress possessed commendable physical prowess, her equestrian skills were rather mediocre, even now. Despite riding the most docile of packhorses, she had tumbled countless times before barely managing to master the art of riding. The horse itself seemed exasperated, maintaining a steady gait while its rider swayed as if her backside were covered in thorns. It is said that this land once served as a battlefield for ancient deities. Of course, such legends are so distant that discerning their truth is nearly impossible, yet the frequent natural disasters that plague the wilderness are undeniably real. Natural disasters? Cress inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Well, let me recount an experience I had, Phaetus began. Not long after I arrived here, aimlessly wandering without purpose, I encountered a remarkable phenomenon one day. On one side, the sun shone brightly, while the other was engulfed in gloom. The sunny side was tranquil, yet rain fell heavily on the shadowed side. If one stood in the middle, they would find one side dry while the other soaked through. That sounds peculiar, but hardly a disaster, interjected Raymond, who had approached on horseback, having overheard their conversation. Indeed, merely rainfall does not constitute a disaster. However, it was not long before the temperature on the rainy side plummeted sharply, and freezing rain began to fall sharp enough to be lethal. Fortunately, I was riding Snow, who reacted swiftly, whisking me away from that treacherous area before I could fully comprehend the danger. Even so, I emerged with injuries, Phaetus recounted, patting his aged steed, Snow. As he spoke, although Fathy spoke with an air of nonchalance, both Chryse and Raymond exchanged glances of concern upon hearing him. The longer they spent in his company, the more they could distinctly perceive his extraordinary prowess. If even he were to sustain injuries, one could only imagine the catastrophic toll that such a peculiar rain would exact beyond the wilderness. In the past, I encountered some human refugees in the wilds, and from the elders among them, I learned that the frost rain I had experienced was relatively mild compared to the natural disasters that plagued the wilderness. More than a decade ago, this region was beset by colossal storms, earth collapses, and magma eruptions. Such calamities were insurmountable for anyone. Fortunately, conditions have gradually improved over the years, otherwise, Mr. Allos would not be so eager to forge a new trade route. On the opposite side of the wilderness lies the Hoffman Empire and the Sims Kingdom. Formidable powers dominated by beastfolk. Their craftsmanship and luxury goods pale in comparison to ours, thus opening a trade route would indeed pave a road flowing with gold. At this juncture, Fathies glanced around and inquired, Raymond, where is Lord Rod? He is training the security forces. The Lord is truly relentless in his practice. Having just knocked out 2 recruits who were tossed onto the cargo truck, he is now dismounted and continues with the training himself. Raymond's face reflected a palpable fear. His haste to come forward was partly driven by the dread of being conscripted into Rod's rigorous drills. What Lord Rod is doing is indeed correct. Enduring hardship during training will significantly mitigate casualties in actual combat, he remarked. Speaking of which, Chryse, have you diligently practiced the martial skills I previously imparted to you? Of course, my lord has expressly instructed me not to be lax in my training. However, I cannot fathom why my skills seem so inferior compared to those of the soldiers. Chryse had observed Rod, Raymond, and the soldiers as they engaged in weight training, long-distance running, and weapon drills. In contrast, her practice consisted of an array of intricate and demanding movements each day. Had it not been for her lord's prior approval and endorsement, Chryse would have doubted whether the wandering knight Fathies was merely deceiving her. Of course, it is different. You are a girl. We men engage in weight training, long runs, and physical conditioning to fortify our bodies. Ultimately, in weapon drills, as long as we can exert a fraction of our strength in battle, we can inflict sufficient devastation. What truly influences our advancement is not merely brute strength, but the fortitude of our spirit to persist, Fathies explained. Men train in martial arts while simultaneously engaging in labor, allowing both to complement each other. In contrast, women must focus solely on martial training, adapting their muscles to various extreme exertion techniques. For women to achieve results, they cannot indulge in manual labor, otherwise their efforts would be in vain, owing to inherent differences in aptitude. Thus, after Fathies elucidated this to Rod, a strict decree was issued that prohibited Chryse from undertaking any physically demanding tasks. relegating her duties to those of a pure maid, such as serving tea and water. In truth, a man dedicated solely to martial training, free from the burdens of labor, would find himself more efficient, more readily capable of cultivating combat prowess. However, the endeavors of carrying weight and long-distance running also serve to forge one's willpower, which is immensely beneficial for future breakthroughs into higher realms. It is unlikely that anyone would relish the idea of remaining eternally cloistered in darkness. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. At the tail end of the long caravan, Rod stood bare-chested, burdened with significant weight, vocally rallying alongside a cadre of Haidam militia in a spirited training chant. The Haidam militia trained diligently, harboring numerous grievances, yet, upon witnessing their lord engaging in the rigors of training alongside them, they gritted their teeth and bore it, uttering no further complaints. Throughout this arduous process, Rod maintained a position on the periphery, overseeing the long-distance runners of the Haidam militia, silently murmuring to himself, "Endorphins, endorphins." As a lord, Rod could easily indulge in ample sustenance, warm attire, and leisurely horseback rides amidst the scenic wilderness, free from the torment he presently endured. Yet, the weak succumb to the allure of dopamine, while the strong revel in the embrace of endorphins. Dopamine, a neurotransmitter, facilitates the transmission of impulses within cells. It is intricately linked to human desire and sensation, responsible for conveying messages of excitement and joy. For instance, when one savors exquisite cuisine or shares moments with a beloved companion, the brain floods with dopamine, inducing profound happiness. Conversely, endorphins, akin to morphine in their biochemical synthesis, are hormones secreted by the pituitary gland, providing analgesic effects during times of suffering and engendering a primal sense of accomplishment. In his previous life, after retiring without a clear objective, Rod succumbed to indulgence, immersing himself in endless gaming, consuming dark media, and devouring novels, reveling in the rush of dopamine until the end. However, upon regaining his youth in this life, he has forsaken dopamine, instead embracing the intense sense of achievement bestowed by endorphins. For he now possesses a new path to pursue. From Rod's perspective, the system is akin to a form of innate talent, reminiscent of Cress's fury or Thetis's indomitable spirit. Those who possess talent yet fail to exert effort, who squander their gifts, are indeed foolish. In the ascent towards the extraordinary, one inevitably encounters chasms that cannot be bridged by mere talent alone. If one cherishes their gifts and harmonizes them with diligent effort, perhaps greater opportunities shall arise, allowing for a more profound journey along the path to the extraordinary. Were this a novel, should I ever have the chance to venture forth, I would undoubtedly hurl the book's to-be author into a gay bar, subjecting him to a relentless 100 rounds. How can one neglect effort? How can one neglect effort? Due to the intense physical exertion and the agony brought about by honing his practical abilities, Rod experienced a substantial release of endorphins in his brain. Simultaneously, this surge invigorated his spirit, filling him with an overwhelming vitality, to the point that he instinctively let out a roar. The sensation was akin to that of a beast king running wild in the wilderness. Just then, the azure-haired knight, Riel, approached him. Upon witnessing the man shouting and sprinting through the snow, the warhorse she rode became slightly startled, nearly rearing up, but she quickly managed to regain control. "Lord Rod, my master wishes to discuss matters with you." Initially taken aback and somewhat irritated, Riel's annoyance faded upon observing the young man's robust, muscular physique amidst the snow. She felt an inexplicable warmth in her cheeks, realizing that for a long time, she believed she was drawn to the ethereal beauty of someone like her master. Yet, encountering an entirely different charm today made her feel that this alternative was equally appealing. "Understood, Lady Riel. Thank you for your message." With that, Rod called for his steed, donned his outer robe, and mounted his horse. He swiftly followed Riel's lead to the front of the caravan, where Mr. Alos, the caravan leader, was situated. "Good day, Mr. Alos." "Good day, Mr. Rod. It pleases me to see you in such high spirits. However, while your dedication to honing your martial skills is commendable, one must remember that human energy is finite. I hope you can channel more of your vigor into this mission." As he spoke, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Alos handed Rod a parchment. Rod accepted it and began to read, discovering it was a scout report. As time progressed, the large caravan ventured deeper into the wilderness, and a group of wilderness followers began to congregate around them. Initially, their numbers were scarce, but as time passed, they multiplied rapidly. Akin to a herd traversing a predator's territory, inevitably losing a few to the journey's toll. "What is your perspective on this, Mr. Rod?" I have no opinion. As for the enemy, we will slay as many as come." After perusing the report, Rod chuckled and returned it to Alos. However, this was indeed a battle, fraught with life-threatening peril, and death was almost certain. "Mr. Rod, out of our friendship, I must remind you not to underestimate your adversaries. The fighting prowess of the wilderness tribes should not be taken lightly. Thank you for your counsel, Mr. Alos." With that, Rod took the reins and departed. Given the differing circumstances, although Alos' caravan guards were elite, including a significant number of heavily armored cavalry, frequent skirmishes could diminish the morale and combat effectiveness of this force. Unlike Rod's own forces in Redwood Town, which secretly benefit from the blessing ritual, Rod's army derives greater strength from war and carnage, thus instilling immense morale in the soldiers. Consequently, he harbors no concerns regarding a decline in morale or combat effectiveness due to frequent battles. The will of the Hydam militia, however, is nearing its limits, making this confrontation opportune for Rod. The merchant convoy, heavily fortified with cavalry, combined with Yaris's astute military acumen and cautious approach, naturally allows him to acquire military intelligence swiftly. Upon receiving such intelligence, Rod, accompanied by Phaedus, Raymond, and Cress, circled the merchant convoy and subsequently detected the increasing presence of wild, foreign entities trailing behind. These creatures, inhabiting regions ravaged by magical turmoil, possess formidable combat capabilities. This year's harsh winter has made food scarce, prompting them to converge upon the large Atlantean merchant convoy. Raymond even discerned that they had elected a temporary leader, as their pursuit became increasingly covert and purposeful. "Lord Rod, will Mr. Yaris deploy the merchant cavalry to assist us in battle, or will this confrontation be solely ours?" Phaedus inquired, dismounting and scrutinizing the traces left in the snow. "Rest assured, Phaedus, Mr. Yaris is a man of considerable stature. His aim is to successfully establish a new trade route rather than to quibble over advantages and losses with us. Thus, while the command of the cavalry may not lie in our hands, Yaris will choose to assist us when necessary. There are times when we must place our trust in our allies. With cavalry at their disposal, this battle would become significantly more manageable. In this era, irrespective of calculations, cavalry firmly occupies a principal position among the myriad military branches of human forces. Although they are costly to maintain, sustaining a single cavalryman requires the resources to support 10 infantrymen. Any lord with ambition and means invariably cultivates cavalry units. Naturally, Rod could hardly entertain the notion of forming a large-scale cavalry force in the short term, as his modest resources were insufficient to support such an endeavor. If possible, I hope to annihilate all of these wild foreign entities with the strength of the Redwood Town army while minimizing our losses. Such a goal seems daunting and perhaps unnecessary. Phaedus replied, momentarily perplexed by Rod's line of thought. Unaware of the blessing ritual, he assumed that Rod would strive to avoid unnecessary conflict and minimize losses, especially since it remained uncertain whether he could subdue Phaedus. Consequently, Rod had not disclosed the matter of the blessing ritual, as it constituted the greatest secret of the Redwood Town army. In this medieval context, few soldiers would ever betray such confidences, given the looming threat of hellfire. On the other side, within the settlement of the wild tribes, a remarkably emaciated and grotesque goblin brandished its sharp, curved blade from a height. Surrounding it were numerous large goblins, dog-headed men, and even the tall, robust blue-skinned ogres, all kneeling in submission. Chapter 31. The Malevolent Abbey. An overwhelming domination abbey is a wild goblin, distinguished by the possession of her own name, a testament to her extraordinary lineage. Her father was once captured by humans, who, in the relatively affluent farming communities of the northern borders, occasionally adopted 1 or 2 goblins for the purpose of guarding their homes. Although their combat abilities paled in comparison to dogs, they exhibited a higher degree of sentience and required less sustenance. At the height of their prosperity, the household had the privilege of keeping 2 goblins, the second of whom was Abby's mother. Following a chaotic conflagration, the family lost everything. The entire village was obliterated. The weary matron, burdened with a child in each arm, could no longer attend to them and thus released them into the wild. Subsequently, Abby was born. Her father, emulating his former master, lifted his firstborn high and bestowed upon her a name, a privilege denied to her subsequent siblings. Having been sufficiently nourished and cherished in her early years, Abby exhibited greater strength and intelligence than her goblin peers. As a goblin once nurtured by humans, Abby's father faced ostracism from his kin, yet Abby was unscathed by such prejudice. She gradually ascended to become the leader of a small goblin tribe. diligently reserving a portion of their provisions for her increasingly frail parents. When her father passed away, he lay upon a stone slab, grasping Abby's hand, imploring her to care for her siblings. In that moment, Abby realized that her father indeed harbored love for her siblings, though he was unable to bestow any more affection. While vying for territory against rival goblin tribes, Abby's kin fortuitously stumbled upon a battle between a weakened ogre tribe and a formidable lizardman tribe, resulting in the annihilation of the former. Such occurrences were commonplace across the wild plains. After the lizardmen departed, Abby led her tribe back to the site of the ogre tribe, initially seeking remnants of corpses to serve as sustenance for the day. Fortunately, the goblin tribe discovered 2 plump blue hatchlings during the spring season, a time when the wilderness was abundant with acorns, various berries, tuberous plants, and a plethora of rabbits, lizards, squirrels, jungle mice, and myriad birds. Throughout this experience, Abby realized that to be a powerful leader of a tribe in the wild, possessing strength was not a necessity. Rather, the ability to command strength sufficed. Guided by this philosophy, Abby first conquered the Ratmen tribe and subsequently subdued the relatively weaker dog-headed tribe. After utterly vanquishing the stubborn werewolf clan, the goblin Abby discovered that she had become the most formidable tribe within the region. Simultaneously, tales began to circulate across the wild plains of a goblin endowed with malevolent wisdom. I see, I conquer. As Abby, the goblin queen, brimmed with ambition and fervor, an astonishingly large human caravan entered her line of sight. That, indeed, was prey. To those slightly versed in military theory, this battle was entirely unnecessary. Previously, due to the exceedingly harsh environment and a high mortality rate, the human caravans traversing the desolate wilderness were akin to desperate gamblers, clinging to the last vestiges of survival. What capital could they possibly possess? A single horse, a blade, and perhaps a few scattered goods represented the zenith of their resources. In stark contrast, the caravan led by Commander Yalos of the Atlantean Trading Guild boasted a contingent of 50, comprising caravan guards and hired crossbowmen, alongside 50 heavily armored slave traders encased in chainmail, both their steeds and bodies shielded. This formidable unit of heavy cavalry would easily outmatch even the weakest of imperial lords. Naturally, in ordinary circumstances, they would not don their armor, for such visibility would draw undue attention and hinder their daily progress. Yet, under these conditions, a coalition of 200 units composed of ratmen, goblins, fishmen, and kobolds encircled them, an embodiment of the adage that ignorance breeds fearlessness. They evidently mistook this caravan for the human traders of yore who roamed the wilderness. As the caravan traversed a snowy valley, the awaiting ratmen initiated an ambush, unleashing prepositioned boulders down the slopes while vociferously attempting to instill fear. However, the caravan remained unfazed, displaying an impressive level of military acumen that belied the typical capabilities of the denizens of the wild. The Nidus Riel rode protectively beside Yalos, effortlessly deflecting the tumbling boulders with her sword. Upon encountering the ambush, the caravan promptly formed a defensive circle with their wagons, corralling their livestock within. The mere presence of the 50 caravan guards rendered the wild coalition nearly insurmountable, despite their primary role being the transportation of goods rather than engaging in combat. Mr. Yalos, shall we intervene in this game? At that moment, a robust man clad in chainmail and obscured by thick armor approached Yalos, bowing with utmost respect. He was the leader of the high-ranking slave traders, yet he seemed almost invisible in Yalos's presence, exuding an air of deference and caution. Very well. Prepare 20 knights for support. While I possess some confidence in Sir Rod, it would be unwise to incur heavy losses here. Understood, sir. Your will is our guiding light, replied the imposing slave trader, executing a somewhat clumsy noble bow before departing. Observing this, Riel couldn't help but smirk as she remarked, Master, it seems Mr. Ganasar has begun to learn the ways of nobility. Yet, it is no surprise, having pursued his aspirations for a lifetime. He now sees a glimmer of hope upon aligning himself with you. Such is the ordinary desire of a common man. In comparison to Mr. Ganasar, I find myself more intrigued by the Lord of Rod. Should he excel during this venture, I may contemplate resting my longsword upon his shoulder, thereby granting him the privilege to pledge his loyalty. As Yalos engaged in light-hearted banter with his devoted attendant, Riel, the tumult of battle had already commenced. Amidst the rumbling stones, a multitude of earth goblins, fishmen, and kobolds emerged from the slopes, brandishing their weapons. Following closely behind was the formidable goblin warlord, the malevolent Abby, flanked by a throng of armed goblins. 2 stout, azure-hued ogres bore bamboo baskets on their backs, within which the goblin warlord Abby furiously brandished a sharp scimitar, roaring for his army to crush all impediments in their path. Yet, the harsh reality soon unfurled before him. In the distance, the spear-wielding soldiers of Redwood Town stood resolute, shields in one hand and spears in the other, forming an impenetrable defensive formation with remarkable swiftness. "My warriors, obliterate these humans," Abby bellowed from the hillside, commanding his vast battalion of armed goblins to advance steadily. The combat prowess of ordinary goblins was inferior even to that of common hunting dogs. A mere farmer wielding a pitchfork could typically fend off 3 or 5 of them. Earth goblins, while slightly weaker than humans, possessed a modicum of intelligence and discipline, making them suitable for coordinated combat. As for the bear goblins, their physical attributes were nearly on par with the average bear folk of the Sims royal court, surpassing ordinary humans. Regrettably, the bear goblins were few in number and lacked any civilizational heritage. Otherwise, they would constitute a formidable force. At this very moment, the valiant bear goblins, clad in fur and wielding hefty wooden clubs, charged down the snowy slope with a truly imposing vigor. Alas, they were no longer confronted by the wild tribes or isolated human caravans, but rather by the army of Redwood Town, meticulously trained under Rod's guidance. When the two forces clashed, Rod, positioned within the defensive formation, extended his left hand with fingers splayed forward. Although it seemed as though nothing occurred during this process, Rod could distinctly sense the faint essence of holy light within him, amplified by the system's abilities, bestowing enhancements upon the 60 soldiers before him, healing boosts, surgical advantages, training enhancements, and tactical benefits. While these augmentations were currently minimal, they were nonetheless preferable to having none at all. The ancient sacred aura, once truly mastered, was reputed to possess the power to enable a frail rabbit to slay a ferocious wolf. Typically, one at Rod's level of basic holy essence would find it impossible to project it externally for the benefit of others, let alone apply it in real combat. However, due to his unique system abilities, Rod was able to manifest this feeble holy essence, which, while modest, perhaps only increasing the effectiveness by a fraction, could be multiplied across 60 individuals, allowing Rod to gain profound insights into the principles of holy light and solidify his foundational training. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the cacophony of violent collisions, the human army clashed thunderously with the forces of the wilderness. At this pivotal moment, Rod suddenly commanded, "Assault infantry, advance. Kill." With Rod's order, 20 heavily armored Haidam militia, clad in chainmail and wielding short swords and round shields, surged forth from the shield and spear wall of the Sharl spearmen. This audacious advance took the wild tribes by surprise. The weapons in the hands of the Haidam militia were their own, while the chainmail they donned was temporarily procured at a cost from elite slave traders by Rod. This superior armor, far exceeding the militia's typical gear, significantly bolstered their combat prowess and survival rate. Thus, despite the expenditure of 200 gold coins, Rod felt no hesitation. Money was inconsequential, easily regained. For a warlord, the true essence lay in the soldiers firmly within his grasp. Rod harbored these thoughts, yet Raymond, Fadis, and Cress remained oblivious. Raymond and Fadis were increasingly impressed by Rod's apparent concern for the lives of his soldiers. Cress, on the other hand, viewed this as entirely natural. His master was, after all, the finest lord in existence. Their goodwill towards him was already at its zenith, unable to ascend further. The superior equipment, coupled with their shields and swords, made them well suited for close combat. Consequently, although the Haidam militia was outnumbered and outclassed by the Sharl spearmen, their lethality far exceeded expectations. A flurry of blades struck with precision, and even the formidable bear goblins, endowed with greater physical strength, often succumbed to their inferior gear. Most of their foes were ordinary goblins, and with the recent onslaught by Rod's forces, their numbers had dwindled to the point of insignificance. Gradually, the clashing blades transformed into a surrounding formation of Sharl spearmen, encircling the remaining bear goblins, while the Haidam militia pursued the increasingly demoralized wild tribes, wreaking havoc. At that moment, Rod, observing the battlefield from a secure position in the rear, issued a second command: "Archer units, fire." Accompanied by this military directive, 18 Sharl hunters, led by 2 Sharl wild hunters, emerged unexpectedly from the flanks of the wild tribes, seizing a tactical high ground to unleash a hail of arrows. Could one truly aspire to ambitions beyond defeating the cunning goblins? Thus, this proactive ambush had long been orchestrated, with Rod deliberately positioning his archers closer to the enemy to maximize their destructive potential. Was the timing of the archers' arrival somewhat tardy? If it were up to me, I would have deployed the archers prior to the clash to further minimize our losses, pondered Riel as she and the slave trader chief, Ganasser, guarded the flanks of Alos. It is not a matter of tardiness. Rather, Mr. Rod is intent on annihilating this foreign coalition. Had the archers arrived too early, the adversaries might have opted to retreat. Such a murderous intent is indeed formidable. Only those who are ruthless towards others as well as themselves would adopt such a strategy. My esteemed lord, given your noble stature, it would be prudent to refrain from excessive association with such dangerously lethal youth. They pose a significant threat. Although he is apprehensive about offending Miss Riel, Gunther seizes every opportunity to showcase his talents and loyalty before Mr. Alos. For he is acutely aware that a mere nod from this noble could elevate him from a mere mercenary leader to a revered aristocrat. Even if his forebears were only able to manage unsavory tasks as nobility, he would still ascend to the lofty ranks of the nobility. As for Riel, he too dares not offend her. Having spoken carelessly, he must subsequently present a valuable gift to mend any rifts. Rod is indifferent to how Alos and Riel assess his character, tactics, or military prowess, and he is equally unconcerned with Gunther's opinion of him. At this moment, Rod's sole focus is on the soldiers under his command. Witnessing a Charles spearman being overpowered by a bear goblin in the snow causes his heart to bleed. This sentiment drives Rod to an unbearable point. Despite it not being the optimal moment, he unsheathes the sword of power with a clang, pointing it forward. Charge. As soon as the command escapes his lips, Rod is the first to charge ahead, the surging holy light within him radiating outward. The practice of the holy light chi involves a gradual accumulation of foundational strength, akin to a vessel overflowing with water. This process can take years, especially for those of lesser aptitude, even under normal magical concentrations. However, due to his innate talent and the influence of his system's abilities, Rod can harness even the faintest traces of holy light energy, granting him a power that, while still below the level of a fully realized holy light knight, far exceeds that of a mere holy apprentice. Chapter 32. The Cultivation of the Wise Knight in the Glacial Snow Valley, amidst the battlefield. Crimson blood soaked the pristine white snow. The warriors of both sides shouted, fought, and clashed with fervor. Blood and life, strength and skill, cold and heat, existence and death. At this moment, all ascended to the pinnacle of life's intensity. War is the very essence of reality, a truth undeniable. Both factions engaged in battle possessed their own advantages. While the Atlantean merchant fleet held an absolute advantage in military strength, the majority of their forces remained uninvolved in the fray. This conflict served as a stage for the warriors of Redwood Town to demonstrate their worthiness. Just as lions do not associate with hyenas, and eagles do not flock with sparrows, should the Redwood Town army prove too feeble, no display of humility would suffice to prevent their abandonment. Due to the brevity of power gained through the divine right, the soldiers of Redwood Town retained an air of rustic humility, reminiscent of farmers. The guards of the merchant fleet, hired crossbowmen, and even slave traders dared to mock them, for the disparity in status was evident. Yet, after this battle, such past grievances would dissolve into nothingness. The powerful slave traders might remain unaffected, but the guards and hired crossbowmen would no longer possess the audacity to belittle the warriors of Redwood Town. 42nd tier spearmen, the Shar, formed a steadfast shield and spear formation through rigorous training and unwavering discipline, effectively repelling the frontal assault of over 100 savage tribes. Resilient and robust, they were soon joined by 20 Hatta militia, who leaped into action, employing their tactical synergy to strike down foes, managing to suppress the coalition of over 100 savage tribes despite being outnumbered. Had the battlefield been confined to this scenario, victory would have been assured for the 60 fighters, leaving only the matter of their own casualties to consider. Without external interference, triumph was inevitable. Witnessing the formidable strength of the previously unassuming young soldiers, the guards and crossbowmen of the merchant fleet exchanged glances, swallowing hard in silence. For in their estimation, should a confrontation arise, they would likely fall victim to the Redwood warriors. A dog may buzz about a lion's head, but once the true prowess of the adversary is recognized, fear inevitably follows. The 40 Shar spearmen effectively countered the light cavalry charge of the merchant guards, their ironclad shields neutralizing the hired crossbowmen's attacks. While they may have been slightly inferior in individual combat prowess, the military discipline of the Redwood warriors far surpassed that of their opponents. At this juncture, the previously concealed archer units sprang forth, unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows that hastened the collapse of the savage coalition and reduced the sustained losses on their side. Under such circumstances, the malevolent goblin, Abi, finally deemed it necessary to deploy his elite forces. Although it commanded a coalition army, it remained uncertain of their loyalty. After all, in times of hunger, creatures such as rat-men, fishmen, dog-headed men, lizard folk, and even the closely related bear goblins often regarded goblins as a source of sustenance. Consequently, in previous wars, Abi frequently deployed a diverse coalition as vanguards, ensuring that their numbers never exceeded that of his goblin forces. Such strategic calculations could undoubtedly be deemed wise. Regrettably, they also constituted the primary reason for his disastrous defeat in this battle. When the multiracial coalition began to crumble, Abi directed his main goblin forces to advance against Rod's archers. Surrounding Abi's goblin corps were well-fed goblins equipped with relatively complete yet rudimentary weapons, who, after years under Abi's rule, had developed a semblance of discipline. Particularly at the heart of this goblin force stood two robust ogres, each towering around 2 meters. Adorned with sturdy bark and stone as armor, these ogres would charge forward, allowing the goblins to follow closely behind for support. Though goblins were notoriously timid and lacking in martial prowess, they could engage effectively in an overwhelming battle. For they were a race that had managed to survive on the continent for an extended period. Sensing imminent danger, the archers, under the command of 2 wild Shar hunters, shifted their focus of attack, abandoning the already faltering coalition to rain down a barrage of arrows upon Abi's goblin forces. Compared to the goblins, the imposing ogres drew far more attention, despite the relentless hail of arrows that struck them, causing a cacophony of sounds as they embedded themselves like quills in a porcupine. The ogres pressed on undeterred. Such was the vast disparity in their strength that the arrows could not breach their defenses. Ironically, it was the errant arrows that felled many armed goblins in the vicinity. The Shar hunters, being merely a second-tier unit, were ill-suited to combat the inherently powerful ogres. At this juncture, Rod, accompanied by Fadis, Raymond, and Cress, charged into the fray. Harnessing the power of his steed, Rod's destructive force surged dramatically. With shield in one hand and sword in the other, he unleashed a fiery sword technique, cutting down 4 or 5 wild creatures in his path, largely due to their lack of armor rather than any connection to the bear goblins. In stark contrast to Rod's pursuit of slaughter efficiency, which aimed to bolster his own forces' morale while hastening the collapse of the enemies, Fadis wielded his lance with precision, targeting the remaining bear goblins for decisive strikes. His expertise in both lance and horsemanship allowed him to execute a series of charges with remarkable agility, showcasing the formidable prowess of a seasoned knight. Meanwhile, Raymond, armed with a triangular shield that covered much of his form and a single-edged sword, engaged in close combat from horseback, displaying an unremarkable yet steady performance. He was equipped with 4 weapons: shield, sword, bow, and arrows. Raymond, as a level 4 archer, exhibited rather mediocre performance in mounted combat, which is entirely understandable. In fact, had he not been an elite template, it would have been exceedingly challenging for an ordinary soldier to attain his level of proficiency in such a brief period. On the other hand, Cress, wielding a triangular shield in her left hand and carrying a broad shield on her back for protection, held a heavy throwing spear in her grasp. She bore a pouch on her back and another tied around her mount's neck. Rod's directive for her was straightforward: to ensure her own safety while successfully launching all 12 heavy throwing spears during the battle. Before the confrontation, Cress felt a surge of defiance upon hearing Rod's expectations. She was acutely aware of her considerable combat prowess, having single-handedly dispatched nearly 10 wilderness bandits during her first skirmish. Naturally, she yearned for greater achievements on the battlefield. However, Rod informed her that a truly exceptional warrior could be deemed outstanding by eliminating 4 or 5 adversaries in a single encounter. Although she was given 2 pouches containing 12 spears, the ability to fell 6 wilderness bandits would already be quite commendable. With a spirit of rebellion, Cress embarked on her inaugural true battlefield experience, engaging in combat alone, albeit with Rod, Fadis, and Raymond subtly shielding her from afar. With a determined breath, she launched her first spear, missing the target. Another throw met a similar fate. Frustrated, the fiery-haired maiden gritted her teeth, striving to regain her composure. This time, steadying her mount, she hurled a spear that struck a goblin, pinning its leg to the snowy ground but failing to deliver a fatal blow. As she readied to launch another spear, a rock hurtled from an unknown source, striking her head. Though her leather helmet prevented bloodshed, Cress momentarily grasped the harsh realities faced by a soldier amidst the chaos of battle. This was not as effortless as slitting an enemy's throat while they slumbered. An alert foe would struggle, resist, and even resort to treachery. In direct combat, we might not match their strength, merely having been struck by a flying stone, Cress. Endowed with remarkable combat instincts, instinctively began to reflect on her experiences. While she believed that taking advantage of sleeping enemies was easier, she sensed Rod's aspiration for her to become a knight rather than a shadowy assassin. Since it was her lord's wish, it became her own desire to fulfill. Embracing this conviction, Cress's innate combat talent began to flourish on the battlefield. She grew increasingly fierce yet judicious, avoiding undue attention while remaining poised to deliver a lethal strike when necessary. Experience points, 6. The growth-type hero Cress is now ready to level up. With a swift swing of her sword, she severed the head of a merman, its cool blood splattering onto Rod's cheek. At that moment, 2 lines of text materialized in the lower left corner of Rod's vision. Gradually, he slowed his mount, skillfully maneuvering to evade the disordered retreat of the enemy. He swiftly accessed Cress's attribute panel, allocating her attribute points directly to intelligence, while distributing skill points to throwing skills and weapon proficiency in throwing. The entire process was remarkably rapid, clearly indicating that Rod had contemplated Cress's developmental trajectory for quite some time. Truly, as a burgeoning hero, Cress, a natural-born killer, seamlessly entered her lethal state, effortlessly capable of taking lives. While ordinary individuals might be plagued by fear and guilt, such emotions appeared utterly absent in her. However, what I desire is not a deranged lunatic ensnared in darkness and bloodshed, but rather a wise and astute knightess, devoted to assisting me in managing the entirety of my domain. At merely 15, Cress is at an age in this world where one might consider marriage and childbirth. Yet, Rod intends to educate her in literature, military strategy, economics, and politics. He will introduce her to the vastness of the world beyond, for her life has only just begun. Although no one in the previous life had nurtured Cress to ascend to the heights of an intelligence-based knight, Rod holds steadfast belief in his capabilities. After all, the previous life was merely a game, while this life represents an undeniably authentic reality. As Rod completed the enhancements through the panel, Cress felt a warm current circulating within her, her mind becoming remarkably clearer. The spear, previously unfamiliar in her grasp, suddenly felt much more intuitive, and even the damage inflicted by her throws seemed significantly amplified. Throwing skill, personal 2, increased throwing damage by 10% per point. With a proficiency of 4,810 in throwing, Cress had diligently trained. At that moment, with the ambush fire of the archers and the charge of Rod's 4 knights into the battlefield, the multiracial coalition of the wilderness was on the brink of collapse. However, concurrently, Abby's main goblin forces were drawing alarmingly close to the Redwood Town archers. While the archers excelled in ranged damage, they faced a grim fate in close combat. A shrewd commander, given the choice, would never allow such a predicament, particularly as the goblin forces outnumbered the archers nearly 5 to 1, bolstered by 2 formidable armored ogres as their trump card. Thus, as the distance between the 2 forces diminished, the morale of the Redwood Town archers visibly faltered. Despite rigorous training and discipline, it is inherently challenging for soldiers to remain fearless in the face of death, even in Rod's world. He is only aware of one army that has achieved such a feat, the 40 Charles spearmen and 20 Haida militia, having already secured a resounding victory, were in the midst of pursuing and expanding their triumph. Yet, if they were thrust into combat against the main goblin forces without an opportunity to regroup, it could lead to severe casualties. After all, the greatest reliance of lower to mid-tier troops lies in their discipline and formation. A meticulously arranged shield and spear formation is in stark contrast to a disordered one. The difference in combat effectiveness is undeniable. It is imperative that they are granted a moment of respite. Thetis, you shall remain to regroup the troops. Raymond and Cress, accompany me. We shall engage the enemy, creating diversions and disturbances. At last, Rod gritted his teeth, opting to bring Raymond and Cress to support the archers, while Thetis remained to command the reorganization of the forces, aiming for a swift return to the battlefield. Although Thetis possessed greater individual combat prowess than both Raymond and Cress combined, the latter, with one being an archer and the other a spear thrower, could maneuver more effectively. If Thetis charged into the throng of goblins, he risked becoming ensnared, whereas Raymond and Cress would not. Rod could lead them in guerrilla tactics, thereby hindering the adversary. Moreover, Thetis' command capabilities and experience far surpassed those of the siblings, ensuring that under his leadership, the main force could re-enter the fray with greater expediency. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Snow Valley, the high-ranking slave-capturing cavalry, which should have already engaged in the frontline battle, was instead maneuvering around the battlefield to position themselves behind the goblins. This elite cavalry, clad in full chainmail, was under the command of their leader, Ganasir. As he gazed upon the vast swath of crimson that had spread across the battlefield on the hillside of Snow Valley, a trusted confidant beside him could not help but inquire, "My lord, is this truly advisable? Are we not jeopardizing our opportunity for engagement? Will Mr. Yalos be displeased with our actions?" Humph. How could a meticulously devised plan bear any resemblance to the actual circumstances of the battlefield? Ganasir retorted. Clearly, launching a surprise attack from the rear holds far greater advantage. What reason do we have to charge head-on? According to the agreement reached prior to entering Snow Valley, Yalos and Ganasir had originally intended for this 20-strong slave-capturing cavalry unit to appear on the battlefield, directly assaulting the goblin main forces while shielding the archers of Redwood Town, who would provide range support. However, as the battle unfolded and the situation on the battlefield shifted, Ganasir, the leader of the slave traders, had a change of heart. He decided to maneuver his troops behind the enemy and engage from the slope of the snow, attacking the goblin main forces from the rear. This choice undoubtedly favored his own interests and those of his men. Entering the fray later and switching from a frontal assault to a rear attack offered greater advantages with reduced risks. Yet, such a sudden alteration in battle arrangements could be seen as a betrayal of Rod from Redwood Town, leaving the archers in a precarious situation. Mr. Yalos will comprehend our actions. After all, we are the esteemed cavalry under his command, not mere rustic folk from Redwood Town, Ganasir chuckled. Laughter erupted among the slave traders, oblivious to the steep price they would pay for their mirth. Rod, known for his unyielding desire for vengeance, had earned a reputation for being unforgiving in their community. He understood all too well that if one is harmed without the perpetrator facing consequences, then such harm becomes devoid of cost for the assailant. On the battlefield, due to the valiant efforts of Rod, Raymond, and Chris, the relentless cavalry skirmishers succeeded in significantly impeding the advance of the goblin forces, preventing them from catching up to the archers of Redwood Town. Defeat the humans, feast upon their flesh. Amidst the ogre's burdens, Abby fervently wielded her curved blade, striving to bolster the morale of her comrades. From the malevolent perspective of the goblin Abby, the army before her represented the last bastion of human merchants. Should she vanquish them, she would relish the opportunity to seize the myriad precious goods transported by the human convoy, thereby augmenting her own power and influence. Chapter 33. The submission of the ogre. Blood of fear. In the initial stages of the fierce confrontation, the situation had temporarily stabilized. Although the Shar hunters were not adept in close combat, they were certainly not lacking in agility, with the 3 knights led by Rod effectively restraining them. The 20 archers from Redwood Town engaged in a strategic retreat and advance, shooting intermittently. In the terminology of Rod's past life, this technique is known as kiting, a rare and exquisite skill in archery. Mastery of this technique could allow one to dominate all clumsy and brutish combat units. Observing this, Rod, stationed near Raymond and Cress, felt a slight sense of relief. Even from a distance, Alos and his loyal guard, Riel, were astonished by the resilience and courage displayed by the archers of Redwood Town. From their vantage point, the proximity of the 2 combat units was alarmingly close. Engaging an opponent from merely a few steps away not only maximized lethality but also tested the psychological fortitude of the archers, as there was virtually no barrier separating them. "My lord, that Ganasar dares to act contrary to your orders. How shall we address him after the battle?" Riel inquired, her mood slightly lifted as she addressed her master. Alos. She understood that her lord was a paragon of perfection, imposing the same stringent standards upon himself as he did upon others. Thus, the actions of a slave trader leader like Ganasar were undoubtedly a severe breach of decorum. However, this time, Riel was not met with her master's usual decisive judgment. Instead, after a brief pause, she heard him exhale softly. "I had anticipated this journey to be relatively uneventful, yet I find myself confronted with such matters. Riel, as my guardian knight, you too shall one day possess your own territory and retainers. When that time comes, you will understand the complexities and headaches of managing the relationships among your subordinates. In one instance, rewarding a vassal can incite the discontent of others. In another, making a decision may provoke the dissatisfaction of a different faction. It is a formidable challenge to achieve a delicate balance. Merely uniting a fraction of them is already a remarkable feat at that moment." Alos spoke from experience, for he discerned that Ganasar's current predicament likely stemmed from his acute awareness of Rod's significance. Under ordinary circumstances, such behavior would warrant severe reprimand. However, this occasion was different. Traversing the wilderness was of paramount importance to him and the forces he commanded, even surpassing Riel and Ganissar's expectations. Ganissar and his slave-capturing cavalry were crucial to the successful completion of this mission. In light of this task, personal grievances must be temporarily set aside. Yet, he could not completely overlook Ganissar's insubordination. Failing to address it would alienate Lord Rodehart and embolden Ganissar's defiance. As the situation weighed heavily on the mind of Yalos, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the battlefield. The human's stature and speed, combined with the valiant efforts of 3 knights, prevented Abby's main forces from closing in on the enemy, who relentlessly attacked and inflicted significant losses. This provoked Abby's fury. First, it shrank into the ogre's backpack, and upon emerging, it brandished 2 large glass vials filled with a powdery, pale substance, scattering the contents around. Under the influence of the strange, drifting powder, the goblins, who had previously cowered in fear from their ongoing casualties, suddenly exhibited bloodshot eyes and appeared to swell slightly, their speed in pursuit escalating dramatically. This unforeseen tactic caught everyone off guard, placing Rod, Raymond, and Cress, who had been skillfully maintaining distance while engaging the goblins, in jeopardy. Raymond and Cress, being ranged attackers, managed to keep a relatively safe distance. However, Rod, wielding a kite-shaped shield paired with a longsword, had not equipped any ranged weapon due to his rigorous sword training. With the goblins now invigorated by the frenzied powder, their running speed and the power of their stone-throwing increased manifold. Rod, sensing the imminent danger, pulled hard on the reins to turn his horse and flee, but at that moment, misfortune struck. A naturally sharp stone spike pierced the front leg of his travel horse, causing it to stumble and collapse violently. Had Rod been riding a steed of finer breed or a war horse with explosive strength, such a calamity would not have occurred. However, due to his impoverished state, he could scarcely afford even basic gear, let alone a decent horse, leading to the current predicament. Cursing under his breath, Rod pushed off the horse, tumbling into the snow without being crushed beneath it. As he regained his footing, he was confronted by a horde of frenzied goblins, their crimson eyes glaring menacingly. With stones raining from above, turning back would likely result in a fatal strike from a flying projectile. With urgency, Rod raised his shield to protect himself while retreating. At this moment, he could afford no concern for others. His injured travel horse was quickly overwhelmed by a swarm of ravenous goblins, who began to devour it alive, the warm blood saturating the snow as it was torn apart. Rod's primal roar echoed through the chaos, a wild cry aimed at intimidating the goblins and igniting his own fighting spirit. Clutching his kite-shaped wooden shield in one hand and his sword of strength in the other, he realized these were his sole means of survival in this dire moment. Damn it! Driven to such an extent by a horde of goblins, I vow that if I ever place my trust in those incompetent allies again, I shall. With a sudden lunge, Rod thrust his sword, piercing a frenzied goblin directly through its body. Due to the disparity in height and strength, he could even rotate the blade violently, casting the creature aside. Nevertheless, the relentless assault from the surrounding goblins showed no signs of abating. In this moment, fueled by a surge of adrenaline, time itself seemed to slow. Though rationally aware that only a brief span had elapsed, it felt as though an eternity had passed. As the sounds of clashing echoed, thuds and crunches, Rod's kite-shaped wooden shield shattered during the onslaught, leaving his body marred with numerous wounds from the barrage of stones and blades. Yet, at that very moment, he heard the distressed whinnies of horses. In the next instant, the frenzied goblins attacking from either side were dispatched by the swift strikes of long swords and thrown spears. "My lord, are you unharmed? My lord." Until Raymond breathes his last, none shall harm you. Though touched by their concern, the reality was that I had already sustained grave injuries. You too. What use is your presence here now? Coughing, I spoke. Nonetheless, as Rod, Raymond, and Cress stood back to back, weapons drawn in mutual defense, the onslaught of goblins continued to be cut down one after another. Among the trio, Cress exhibited the most ferocity. At that moment, she had activated her innate skill, entering a frenzied state that doubled all her combat attributes. Yet, it was precisely this that worried Rod the most. Energy is conserved. How could a young girl, yet untouched by the extraordinary, possess such strength? The frenzied state, in truth, consumed her vitality. Thus, despite Rod and Raymond's superior physical prowess and martial skills, their efficiency in slaughter was eclipsed by hers. For every technique they employed prioritized self-preservation first, followed by the destruction of enemies. Cress, however, aimed solely at eliminating foes. Even so, despite Cress risking her very life. When two colossal shadows loomed overhead, despair weighed heavily upon them all. Ogres, fully armed, capable of decimating an entire battalion of human cavalry single-handedly. Defeat the humans, the goblins feast. Accompanied by this brutally simple rallying cry, Abby urged her two ogre sons forward. Yet, as they neared the oddly dark-haired, crimson-eyed human, Abby sensed a palpable reluctance and retreat in her sons. Could it be they were hungry again? Indeed. The two hefty ones had gone over a moment without sustenance, 10 minutes. Consequently, Abby altered her rallying call. Defeat the humans, let the plump ones feast. Hearing their names and spurred on by their mother-s insistence, the two blue-hued ogres exchanged glances before ultimately advancing to attack. Raymond and Cress. Abby could not comprehend why her two portly sons chose to bypass the leading swordsman among the humans. However, that was of little consequence. Their immediate goal was to eliminate the swordsman's two subordinates, after which they could confront him. At that moment, in the distance across the snowy landscape, a lone rider advanced, flanked by nearly 60 warriors from Redwood Town, with a contingent of archers arriving even more swiftly. Witnessing their lord and captain ensnared in a siege by the goblins while attempting to protect them, the archers exchanged glances, discarding their bows in favor of daggers and short axes, charging forth. Yet, the ferocity of the goblins proved far greater than anticipated, rendering their advance futile as several were swiftly overpowered. After all, the archers had already exhausted much of their stamina in prior skirmishes. Lord, my lord, Rod. As the ranks of Redwood warriors swelled, and as more of the frenzied archers fell, sustaining increasingly severe injuries, Rod seemed to hear a phantom echo in his ear. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the ancient, pure black iron ring on his left hand, which, drenched in a deluge of blood, began to radiate a magnificent dark golden hue. Master. This call was no longer a mere figment of his imagination. It was the urgent cry of the young girl, Cress. Beside him, in that instant, Cress's berserk state began to wane as she was seized by an ogre. Despite her enhanced combat prowess, the disparity in their sheer strength was staggering. Sensing the tightening pressure around her, as if death were imminent, Cress instinctively cried out, Master. This exclamation jolted Rod from his dazed state. Release her. Channeling the sensations coursing through him, he raised his longsword high and brought it down with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant pure white light enveloped him, coalescing around the ancient cross sword, a fragment of power forming a faint platinum blade of light. Accompanied by a primal roar, the platinum blade descended, slicing through the ogre's arm that grasped Cress, severing it in an instant and unleashing a torrential spray of dark blood. Meanwhile, Aloys, who had been observing the chaos from a distance, could not suppress a low curse, pressing his hand to his forehead as a splitting headache assailed him. Damn it! Am I fortunate or unfortunate to discover such a talented warrior in this desolate and impoverished place? The world operates in such a manner. There are seldom perfect choices. To embrace one path often incurs the ire of another. Neglecting to aid either side may result in alienating both, a grave misstep for one in power. Originally, Alos had resolved to assist Ganasur in suppressing Rodehart. Although he disapproved of Ganasur's methods, he recognized the necessity of special measures under extraordinary circumstances. He required Ganasur's unwavering loyalty at this critical juncture, compared to the elite heavy cavalry under Ganasur's command. A group of rustic peasants would not evoke hesitation or turmoil in Alos, as even ordinary nobles would be resolute in their decisions. However, as Rod's sword fell heavily at this moment, Alos's personal attendant, Riel, was rendered speechless by fear, while Alos himself pressed his hand to his forehead. Overwhelmed by a throbbing headache, he had to choose between a capable subordinate and a potential future military genius. Meanwhile, after Rod had forcefully severed one of its arms, the ogre, instead of continuing its assault on Rod, who was securely surrounded and protected by the advancing Shar spear wielders, collapsed in despair alongside its brother. Its plump head pressed against the ground in a mournful wail. Regardless of how their father chastised them in anger, the two tearful blue ogres refused to rise. From the perspective of the ogres, their 2-meter-tall stature still classified them as children, and before them stood a human with black hair and eyes, emanating the terrifying aura of a higher being, the two-headed ogre king. Concurrently, as the Shar spearmen and Haidam militia launched a reckless and desperate assault, the armed goblins, their potion-induced strength waning, finally revealed their true nature and began to disband in disarray. Chapter 34, Captive Management. Void Divine Kingdom. Before making the treacherous decision to undermine the pioneering lord, Rodehart. Gunther never anticipated that he would find himself in such an awkward predicament. Upon realizing that the noble from Crescent City, whom he had finally managed to align himself with, held considerable favor for the young lord, Gunther felt a profound anguish. Despite his rational understanding that he should exercise restraint, the jealousy of the talented and the suppression of promising youth had, for some individuals, become almost instinctual. Consequently, he slightly revised his battle strategy based on the current situation, transforming the original frontal assault into a flanking maneuver. In Gunther's calculations, Rod would endure some hardships, which would in turn create a rift between him and the noble. However, the later developments of the battle unraveled entirely. First, Rodehart, in a bid to protect his archers, audaciously led two of his subordinates to engage the main force of goblins, only to unexpectedly fall from his horse and find himself in peril. If Rodehart were to perish at that moment, it would indeed be fortuitous for Gunther, effectively resolving the matter at hand. In the northern borders, the deaths of one or two pioneering lords were commonplace. With Mr. Eros involved, this fellow's demise would scarcely create a ripple. Yet, following Rod's misfortune, his subordinates, those evidently untrained village footmen, charged forth with a ferocity akin to madness, determined to rescue him. This spectacle left Gunther and his men astonished. They had never witnessed a noble lord commanding such profound respect, nor had they seen such loyalty and valor from the militia. The warriors of Redwood Town were willing to risk their lives for Rod, partly due to the influence of the so-called divine blessing ritual, but more significantly because Rod had shared their hardships and guided them in improving the town's prosperity, thereby enhancing the well-being of their families. These footmen may have lacked sophistication, yet when confronted with a true lord who genuinely cared for them, they were willing to lay down their lives in his service. The essence of power is birthed in this manner, by instilling in those around you the belief that you can lead them to a better existence. Thus, when the wandering knight, Fathes, reorganized his forces, a militiaman witnessed Rodeh's fall and cried out. The surrounding militia, who had been utterly exhausted, silently lifted their weapons once more, assisting one another as they surged back into the fray. Even Fathes' tactical command struggled to maintain control of the situation, only able to adjust the formation during the soldiers' advance, striving to keep the charge organized. In a true wolf pack, the robust alpha male leads the charge at the forefront, while the vulnerable elderly and young remain in the center, with strong females and regular males at the rear. When faced with peril, who steps forward to confront the danger? The alpha wolf. Rod embodied all of these principles. Thus he garnered a fervent and zealous army composed of footmen, who fought not merely for a noble lord, but for their own futures. In the snow-covered expanse, numerous spear-wielders cast aside their shields, roaring as they brandished their long iron spears. They then formed ranks, advancing with a fierce and overwhelming momentum towards the frenzied goblins before them. The force was as mighty as a mountain. The spears surged forth like a dense forest. As the woodland pressed on, none could withstand their charge. In a desperate bid to rescue their lord, the soldiers of Redwood Town relinquished all defenses, one after another, charging forth with unwavering resolve, cutting through the drug-crazed goblins. On one side, the goblins were fueled by their drugs, while on the other, the soldiers fought with clarity of mind, determined to trade blows at the cost of their lives. Ultimately, the goblins crumbled entirely, even if they did not collapse. They were thoroughly pierced by such overwhelming force. At that moment, Gunnersar arrived with his cavalry at a suitable location for a charge. However, by the time his 20 heavily armored riders descended the snowy slope, the goblin forces had already disbanded in terror, consumed by fear. The goblins were in a state of complete disarray, rendering even the cavalry's efforts futile amid such chaos. Thus, the battle was entirely won by the militia of Redwood Town, solely attributable to Rodehart, with no credit to Gunnersar. Gunnersar and his men merely circled around, ultimately achieving nothing of consequence. In the context of military operations, this was an indicator of ineptitude. Charging forth with his mounted troops, he arrived merely to clean up the battlefield. Gunnersar, mounted upon his chainmail-clad warhorse, felt a sense of awkwardness as he aimed to approach Rod, hoping to exchange a few polite words. However, before Rod lay a row of corpses, and the gravely wounded Cress was cradled in his arms as he channeled holy energy to alleviate pain and heal him. The surrounding soldiers, led by Fathes, obstructed Gunnersar's approach. This is a glorious victory. Troop morale at 18. You have gained 354 dinars and valuable spoils of war. Current morale at 89. Soldiers are eligible for upgrades. Due to your surpassing personal limits in this battle, You have truly experienced extraordinary power for the first time. Strength 1, Agility 1. System skill, Captive Management 1 acquired. Current number of captives, 5. Soul Redemption 2-5 has been triggered. Please select in the task log whether to accept. With 80 newly trained human soldiers confronting 200 wild tribesmen, they shattered their opponents without sustaining significant losses, emerging victorious. Even the system acknowledged this as a magnificent triumph. In truth, it was somewhat fortuitous. Had Rod's holy energy not erupted, and had the 2 ogres within the goblin ranks not surrendered, merely slaying those 2 frenzied ogres would have posed a considerable challenge for the militia of Redwood Town. Moreover, the current outcome of direct capture seemed rather fortunate. Yet, in that moment, Rod found little joy, for the snow before him was strewn with the fallen. Counting the wounded aside, Redwood Town had lost a dozen soldiers in this battle alone. Rod's heart bled profusely. Had this been a previous life, he would have forcefully withdrawn and re-engaged in battle. Yet now, he found himself powerless to resurrect those who had perished before him. This confrontation need not have claimed lives. At the very least, it should not have taken so many. Ganasser, how dare you betray me? I vow to see you dead. I shall make it happen. My lord Rod, you have performed admirably, came the voice of Fathes, who approached Rod and offered words of solace. This is the battlefield. It is a place where death is an inevitability. Those who fall in your service do so with honor and peace. At that moment, Fathes's composure far surpassed Rod's. In his previous life, Rod had lived in an era of peace, within a prosperous nation, and even having reached the age of 90. He had not encountered the profound pain of losing loved ones. To the people of this time, their noble lord's emotional response seemed excessive. To fight such a grand battle and mourn so deeply for the few who had fallen was perplexing. Their apparent indifference was not born of callousness, but rather a numbing familiarity with such tragedies. Furthermore, the intense emotions they experienced required considerable energy to sustain, which was a luxury many impoverished citizens, who often went without sufficient food, could not afford. As Rod cradled the unconscious young girl, Cress, and rose from the snowy slope, no one noticed the peculiar glimmer that momentarily flickered from the ring on his left index finger. This ring, a supreme masterpiece of goblin technological civilization, was known as the Void Divine Realm, a pinnacle of goblin achievements in their quest for divine mysteries, and one of the direct reasons the celestial gods could no longer tolerate waging war against the goblins. Of course, such matters were of little concern to Rod at this moment. His thoughts were solely consumed with how to eliminate the scoundrel Ganasser. Later that night, within the snowy military tent, all the heads of the caravan had gathered: Aros, Ganasser, and Rod. Aros's personal attendant, Riel, had been dispatched to prepare tea, leaving only the 3 of them inside the tent. However, the true decision-maker among them was Aros, the elegantly poised nobleman, who stood with arms crossed, fingers gently pressed against his brow, listening to Ganasser's attempts at justifying his actions, or rather, offering explanations. I had originally intended to charge the enemy head-on to assist Lord Rod, Ganasser began, but I discovered 2 armed ogres among the goblin ranks. As I was too far away, I did not realize they were merely juvenile ogres, concerned that a frontal assault might result in casualties among the heavy cavalry, potentially jeopardizing your plans to establish new trade routes. I chose to maneuver around, thus placing more burden on Brother Rod. Brother Rod, I sincerely apologize. For all your soldiers who fell, I shall personally fund their compensation. As the leader of the slave traders, Ganasser had emerged from the depths of a squalid society, clawing his way up with cunning and a heart as hard as stone. In this world, unreasonable arguments and a thick skin were his fundamental qualities. The pensions for soldiers, even from the regular army, were meager, let alone those from the militia of Hongmu Town. At this moment, Ganasser aimed to resolve the matter decisively in front of Alos, and as long as Alos ceased his inquiries, he was indifferent to Rod's fate. Then, Mr. Ganasser, how much are you prepared to offer me as compensation? Rod asked with a blank expression, observing Ganasser for a moment before suddenly smiling, seemingly unconcerned and inclined to settle the matter with money. However, Ganasser, momentarily taken aback by Rod's earlier peculiar demeanor, paused at the question. After a moment's thought, he replied, "How about 400 gold coins? The excess can be a token for your brotherly support." The death compensation for the Imperial Regular Army was merely 10 gold coins, though military families enjoyed certain policy benefits. Ganasser's offer was, in his view, reasonable. "Very well, for 100 gold coins it is." Rod nodded in agreement without any negotiation. Just then, Mr. Alos, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, You need not pay those 400 gold coins. Both Rod and Ganasser were taken aback by this statement, their gazes turning towards Elos, filled with confusion. Rod, prior to the battle, you rented a batch of chainmail armor from Ganasser, did you not? I will take responsibility for this matter, so you need not return those 20 sets of armor. I bear some responsibility for today's events. My lord. Ganasser attempted to interject, as that batch of armor was worth far more than 400 gold coins. Even accounting for depreciation, it would amount to at least double that. Ganasser was unwilling to bear such a cost. Yet, at this moment, Elos was resolute. Ganasser, about to speak, was silenced by a stern look from Elos, rendering him speechless. Enough, Ganasser. You may leave and reflect on your actions. Should such an incident occur again, I will not grant you another opportunity to rectify your mistakes. At that moment, a formidable aura emanated from the fair-haired, blue-eyed nobleman, an authority far beyond what one would expect from a merchant. And his unabashed display of such demeanor before Rod signified something profound. Cunning as he was, Ganasser was genuinely intimidated at that moment. He lowered his head in acquiescence, refraining from uttering another word, and exited the tent. You are still young, with limitless possibilities ahead. Do not act irrationally out of fleeting anger. Elos, I can concede to your request. However, following such an incident, I have demanded that my team and I be granted the authority to choose our battles and make autonomous decisions. In other words, should there be another large-scale conflict in the future, if your people do not participate, mine shall certainly refrain from joining as well. The lives of your men are of value, and so too are the lives of my subordinates. He referred to Yalos as the steward rather than as my lord, implying that Rod only needed to reach this level of communication with the other party. As for not recognizing their identities, that is simply inconceivable. Upon reaching the desolate plains, although it was not explicitly stated, Yalos and Riel had ceased to disguise themselves. Given Rod's level of capability, he could not possibly remain oblivious. Yet, at this moment, he chose not to acknowledge it, which, on another level, equated to a rejection of the olive branch extended by Yalos. I am unwilling to board the vessel of your faction. This implication has been made exceedingly clear. When Riel, having brewed tea, entered the tent with a steaming cup, she happened to witness Rod emerging, only to find her typically composed and dignified lord suddenly sweep the cup off the table in a fit of rage. Chapter 35, Military Skills. Wilderness Intelligence. As Rod emerged from Alos's tent, the earlier conversation, though charged with veiled anger, had left an impression of unspoken discord between the two. However, in a surprising twist, he found himself clutching a vial of translucent azure elixir, a gift tossed to him by the haughty nobleman just before his departure. In this era, colorless glass was a rare luxury, and thus, the potion contained within this exquisite alchemical vessel was undoubtedly a valuable commodity. It was sanctified water, blessed by a priest, which could be mixed with the water consumed by his warriors, effectively mending their wounds and guarding against the onset of disease. Though this nobleman was still somewhat juvenile in temperament, he possessed a certain grace. Were he not who he was, perhaps pledging loyalty to him would indeed be a prudent choice. In his previous life, Rod had engaged with a virtual reality game, where advancements in technology rendered many NPCs increasingly lifelike. Consequently, a cadre of LSP players chose an unconventional path, forgoing the role of lord to instead cultivate charisma, seducing lonely noble maidens, married women, and widows, manipulating their affections, and even swindling their wealth. Among them was a player known as 00, who, through his charm and sweet nothings, amassed a fortune over several years. In time, he acquired a castle and a cavalry unit, establishing himself as a regional power among the players, and becoming an idol to many who followed the path of charisma. However, poor time management led to a fateful encounter between his harem of female protagonists, resulting in a bloody confrontation that obliterated years of effort. Another player, identified as 2333, harbored a fondness for both lawless and mature women. After dedicating years to wooing a wealthy young girl, he eventually succeeded, only for tragedy to strike when his father-in-law perished unexpectedly on the battlefield. This player took charge of his father-in-law's castle and army, along with his daughter and wife. Investigations later revealed that he had a background in criminal investigation, endowing him with superior planning, execution, patience, and insight compared to the average player. Nevertheless, due to his unwavering devotion and meticulous nature, 2333 managed to navigate the tumultuous waters of the game without faltering, remaining a prominent figure amidst the chaos of warfare. However, players who pursued the path of charisma often experienced more failures than successes, with many stumbling while few thrived. The crux of this approach lay in leveraging influence. Yet the more one sought to do so, the more susceptible they became to being engulfed by the very forces they sought to exploit. In his previous life, Rod had adopted a strategy focused on intelligence and charisma, progressing steadily, albeit slowly. In this new incarnation, he was resolute in avoiding entanglement with any powerful noble factions. Rod understood all too well that once drawn into their intrigues, a single misstep could lead him and his followers into a maelstrom of power struggles, resulting in their utter destruction. Despite the tragic loss of 12 militia members from Redwood Town, the number of those left severely injured is surprisingly low, indeed, none at all. This phenomenon can be attributed to the nature of the rampaging goblins. When confronted by these diminutive foes, the militia of Redwood Town would only suffer fatal blows if overwhelmed by sheer numbers. After all, these soldiers are equipped with armor and possess extensive training. Among the fallen, 8 were archers from Redwood Town, while 2 were first-level militia from High Dam, and 2 were second-level spear wielders known as the Sharl. That night, as Rod meticulously tallied the casualty figures within his military tent, a growing frustration simmered within him. He had hoped to remain uninvolved in these affairs. Yet fate had drawn him into the fray. Cursing under his breath, he took a moment to compose himself. Rod understood that his anger stemmed from his current helplessness. Gunnar's audacity was rooted in the certainty that Rod could do nothing to counter him. Even Alos would not confront Gunnar. Given that the balance of power was starkly clear, 50 heavily armored slave traders against 80 militia members from Redwood Town. Even in terms of kinship, Rod found himself at a disadvantage. Were he in Alos's position, he too would refrain from taking action against Gunnar, for rational judgment must not be swayed by personal feelings. This is an essential quality of leadership. Relying on others for vengeance is ultimately unrealistic. To seek retribution, one must rely on oneself. After painstakingly compiling the list of casualties under the dim light, Rod discreetly accessed a system panel visible only to himself. Nonetheless, there were benefits to be gleaned from today's skirmish. Since Gunnar had not participated, all the kills were attributed to the soldiers of Redwood Town. However, this did not inspire gratitude towards Gunnar, as the lives of his soldiers were irreplaceable, even if their combat levels could gradually improve. Following the fierce battle, 2 of the remaining Sharl spear wielders were poised for promotion to the 3rd tier, and Rod promptly expended 64 dinars to elevate them to senior spear wielders. Would you like to expend 64 dinars for unit promotion? Yes. At that very moment, outside the tent, on the wind-sheltered stone slope, 2 exhausted Sharl spear wielders murmured in their sleep, their bodies suddenly flooded with a surge of warmth that enhanced their physical capabilities and combat skills significantly. The fatigue wrought by the day's brutal conflicts quickly dissipated. Senior Sharl spear wielders, classified as a 3rd-tier unit, excel at defending against cavalry and engaging large beasts in battle. They possess robust physiques, unwavering resolve, and are adept in the use of shield and spear, rendering them reliable elite soldiers on the battlefield. Unit Skill 1, Fortify. When activated, the defensive capabilities are temporarily enhanced. Unit Skill 2, Triple Thrust. At the moment of deployment, the seasoned spear wielders of the Sharl formation will thrust their shields forward to attack their adversaries. Is it customary for troop skills to emerge at level 3? The Sharl militia could indeed be considered a unique troop type. My predecessor was truly fortunate, yet regrettably, he chose to abandon this army before it had the chance to reveal its potential. Aside from 2 Sharl spear wielders, 18 Haidam militia were promoted to 14, while the remaining 10 Sharl hunters saw 4 ascend. Naturally, the former progressed from level 1 to level 2, while the latter advanced from level 2 to level 3. However, although the Sharl hunters evolved into Sharl wild hunters, both being level 3 units, the activation of troop skills did not occur. It may require 1 or 2 more levels of advancement, or perhaps this troop type simply lacks any skills altogether, a situation not uncommon among the Sharl. In the aftermath of battle, Rod contemplated various reflections throughout the night. By the dawn of the following day, the sleeping Cress within the tent awoke, letting out a soft groan due to her bodily pain, which roused Rod from his deep thoughts. Cress, you're awake? My lord, I am hungry. At that moment, Cress, still slightly dazed, was unable to grasp her surroundings, yet her weakened state compelled her to voice her needs instinctively. As the lord of Redwood Town, Rod's tent was equipped with a metal stove, which continuously heated water. My lord, you should eat too. After rising to consume some food, Rod noticed that he was merely feeding her, prompting Cress to push the food away. You need to eat more. We are no longer lacking in provisions. Cress. In the future, Refrain from entering a berserk state so frequently. You are still growing, and overextending your physical potential now may hinder your growth. Rod initially intended to mention the potential impact on her lifespan, but reconsidered, opting for a more auspicious phrasing. The young girl acquiesced obediently. Yet when her lord found himself in peril, she would unhesitatingly unleash her fury, even if it led to her lord's reprimands afterward. Cress, slender and still in the throes of childhood development, appeared pale due to the exhaustion of her life force, her freckles only accentuating her fragile appearance. However, the more time Rod spent with her, the more he felt a deep sense of pity and affection for the young girl. Were it not for the tumultuous times they lived in, he would have ensured her a more comfortable and carefree upbringing. Alas, in this era, sparing her the arduousness of training and adapting to combat would only diminish her chances of survival when faced with danger. In a world devoid of strength, happiness is exceedingly difficult to attain. After Cress finished her breakfast, Rod, unable to resist her insistence, partook in some food himself. He then exited the tent to locate the leader of the merchant caravan within the camp, purchasing some healing herbs to administer to his soldiers. Rod had only utilized a quarter of the potions provided by Yaris. Combined with his healing skills and the medicinal herbs, the soldiers' injuries were already mending swiftly. Those with more severe wounds were accommodated in a spare wagon, ensuring that their conditions did not impede their subsequent journey. Without horses, they replaced them with ogres and bear goblins to pull the cart, a scene that left the guards of the merchant convoy astonished, as they had never witnessed such docile ogres before. The rotund creatures appeared endearingly clumsy, even somewhat charming, yet in truth, they were among the most bloodthirsty and savage beings. Relentless in their attacks on the battlefield as long as they drew breath, their ferocity was likely a result of being raised by goblins. They shifted, one to the left and one to the right, attempting to shield their father with their ample posteriors. The effect of the captive management skill was to enhance control over prisoners, reducing the likelihood of their escape, and even improving the success rate of recruiting them. However, recruiting prisoners would dampen the morale of one's own forces. In the previous battle, due to the submission of 2 ogres, Rod inadvertently activated the captive management skill. Yet he had no immediate intention of recruiting the ogres, even though he received a system prompt that day indicating their desire to join his ranks. In the eyes of the ogres, Rod appeared as a more formidable 2-headed ogre. The cunning and shrewd slave trader leader, Gannis, felt uneasy witnessing Rod's ability to enslave the 2 young ogres. Following the events of the previous day, Lord Yalos had grown increasingly dissatisfied with him. And now the soldiers of Redwood Town had formed their own small faction, leaving him unable to intervene in their affairs. He could only console himself with the thought that even if the small lord of Redwood Town successfully enslaved the 2 ogres, it would still not be enough to contend with his own slave enforcers. Ultimately, he believed that he held a greater chance of victory, for this lord would not easily succumb to madness. In truth, Rod had no immediate intention of confronting Gannis, although it is best not to let vengeance linger overnight. That principle applies only when one's own interests are not at stake. At present, the absolute disparity in military strength between both sides was significant, making it ill-advised for Rod and the warriors of Redwood Town to seek revenge. Observing the efforts of the portly ogres diligently obscuring the diminutive goblin, Rod snapped the whip lightly, startling the trio into a tremor before he spoke. "Abby, come here." "Strong master, I am coming right away," the goblin replied eagerly. Due to his background, Abby had always been quite proficient in the common tongue, and in the past few days, his progress had been remarkable. He unfastened the ropes and scampered to Rod's side, bobbing his head and bowing in a servile manner that inexplicably reminded Rod of the treacherous dogs from his past life. Instinctively, he raised the whip, nearly striking it down again. "Now tell me more about the power distribution in the wilderness," Rod inquired, closing his eyes to suppress his itching hand. After all, this goblin, Abby, possessed a deeper understanding of the wilderness than anyone else. And the more intelligence he could extract from him, the more advantageous it would be for Rod, esteemed and formidable benevolent master. We goblins are rather indifferent to matters beyond our immediate sustenance. Thus, I can merely inform you that to proceed northward, one must traverse the Blackwater Marsh, the Stone Ridge, the Centaur Forest, and the Crow Canyon. The Blackwater Marsh is home to a plethora of fishmen, while the Stone Ridge is rumored to harbor monstrous creatures. The Centaur Forest, of course, is inhabited by a tribe of centaurs. Most perilous of all is the Crow Canyon, said to be the lair of the most terrifying fiend of the wasteland, the witch. Upon hearing the term witch, Rod's grip on the reins tightened ever so slightly. He recalled the dread werewolf he had previously vanquished and the arcane artifacts he had acquired from it. The most formidable supernatural forces of the wasteland? It would be prudent to keep a safe distance, as the level of danger here is exceedingly high. However, Allos possesses only a rudimentary map of the wilderness, making it quite challenging to navigate away from potential threats. Even with considerable wealth and a formidable backing, humanity's understanding of the wasteland remains limited. The map in Allos's possession was merely acquired from merchants who had traversed the wasteland once or twice. Yet their circumstances differ vastly from the current caravan, as they typically travel in small groups of 3 to 10, likely passing through unnoticed without disturbing any local powers. Should the 200-member trade caravan of the Atlantean Guild manage to traverse silently, it would suggest a complete lack of control by the local powers over their own territories. Moreover, as Abi suggested, being merely a goblin, the accuracy of its intelligence must be viewed with skepticism. Contemplating this, Rod seized Abi, who was panting heavily alongside him, by the scruff and urged his steed forward toward the front of the caravan. Chapter 36. Wilderness Strategy. Beneath the pristine white snow, the earth lay in a frozen slumber. Lakes encased in ice. The merchant caravans of the Atlantean Trading Company were meticulously designed, their cargo wheels reinforced and widened, rendering them more suitable for winter journeys. In fact, the advantages brought by the frigid winter far outweighed its disadvantages, particularly in the intricate terrains of the wilderness. Many lakes and marshlands, previously impassable, were now traversable due to the frost, albeit with certain risks involved. Rode, gripping the goblin Abi by the nape of its neck, rode forth to the front of the caravan. There, he encountered Allos, Riel, and the slave-capturing leader, Gunnis. Rode tossed the goblin Abi beside Allos's horse and proceeded to elucidate the situation at hand. I believe, Mr. Allos, it would be prudent to lend an ear to what it has to say. It may prove beneficial to our journey. Upon hearing this, Allos reined in his horse, halting their advance. The four of them veered off the caravan's path to a nearby spot. Goblin, divulge all that you know. At your command, esteemed lord, your faithful Abi shall reveal everything within its knowledge. As a goblin, Abi was unaware of the identities and statuses of those present. However, as a creature of sound mind, it was keen to avoid offending any individual, especially a human, given its current status as a slave. Thus, it recounted all it knew about the wilderness once more. During this exchange, Riel, the knight beside Allos, mounted her horse and unfurled a hide map, diligently marking and calculating as Abi spoke. Is this information derived from your own explorations, or merely hearsay? My lord, I had previously dispatched subordinates to the Blackwater Marsh and Stone Ridge, but they were all slain. The Centaur Forest and Crow Canyon, loyal Abi has only heard of by chance. I committed them to memory, wishing neither to provoke nor offend. My lord, aside from the differing names of the locations, all other information aligns. According to our map, we shall first traverse Crow Canyon, which is denoted as the mountain fortress and marked as the most perilous area. Upon hearing Riel's words, Allos nodded thoughtfully, then addressed Abi. You have spoken truthfully. Thus, I shall reward you with a winter garment. Should you wish for further rewards, strive to provide more useful information. If you can assist me, I may procure your freedom from your master. Fortunately, following the recent battle, Redwood Town had amassed a wealth of meat, sufficient to sustain both Abi and the two ogres. Without such provisions, this former goblin king would have perished from frost and hunger long ago. Upon encountering Abi, Rod felt a slight sense of satisfaction as he prepared to lead her to collect her cotton clothing before departing. Suddenly, Gunnar, mounted beside Allos, galloped towards them, extending his hand towards the goblin Abi, proclaiming, My lord Allos, there are surely other secrets within this goblin's mind. Hand her over to me, and I promise to unveil all the details. In that moment, Gunnar's arm collided with Rod's, which shimmered with light, similar to Phaetus. Gunnar possessed a strength attribute of approximately 15 points, threefold that of an average adult male, and his combat prowess vastly surpassed that. However, Phaetus was considerably younger and trained in the balanced path of a knight, likely surpassing Gunnar in martial skills. Yet, Gunnar, in his 40s, was at the pinnacle of mental and physical capabilities, and his cunning disposition posed a significant threat. If Phaetus were to face him alone, his chances of victory would dwindle to a mere 30%, leaving him vulnerable to treachery. Following the previous battle, Rod had experienced a breakthrough, elevating his strength to 14 points, his most formidable attribute. Nevertheless, he found himself slightly inferior to Gunnar at present. When their arms clashed, Rod discreetly summoned the energy of holy light, enveloping his arm, which alleviated the initial pain of the impact. This ability to negate the stiffness of a direct confrontation was a formidable asset in combat. Gunnar, a robust slave trader in his 40s, had honed his martial skills through years of combat, granting him nearly 3 times the strength of an average person. His martial prowess was his greatest reliance in his quest for noble status. Yet, as he gazed upon the youthful visage of his opponent, an unsettling feeling of powerlessness began to swell within the seasoned veteran. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated submission, believing that perhaps the young man would show mercy. However, that moment of weakness was swiftly suppressed. Without a steadfast and resolute will, he would not have reached his current standing. The unspoken tension between the two was palpable, and the female knight, Riel, observed with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, her master, Alos, appeared oblivious to the brewing conflict, engrossed in studying a map atop his horse. After a moment, he returned the map to Riel and urged his steed forward. "You two should behave and not create trouble for your master. Otherwise, I assure you, your demise will be most unpleasant," she threatened before spurring her horse to follow Alos. As Gunnar and Rod exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts, they remained silent before parting ways. "Master, why do you not intervene with those two? Their conflict is on the verge of becoming overt," Riel inquired. Separated slightly from the caravan, amidst a vast expanse of pristine snow, the knight Rear caught up with her master and inquired, to speak candidly. "I have grown somewhat weary of managing affairs. I had not anticipated the discord between Ganasar and Lord Rod, yet it matters little. Even if they cannot collaborate fully, both possess considerable abilities. Perhaps their subtle conflicts are more advantageous to me than harmonious cooperation, as long as I ultimately achieve my aims. Ganasar will obtain the title he desires, and Lord Rod will secure the investment he seeks. Is that not splendid?" As they traversed the snowy woodland on horseback, Alos appeared somewhat fatigued, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities. "Master, truthfully, your objective is not merely to forge new trade routes, is it? Given your stature, influence, and power, even if establishing a new trade route could yield millions of gold coins for Moonlight City annually, it would hardly warrant such personal risk for the Lord. Or for you. Am I correct in my conjecture?" After a brief silence, Rear boldly voiced her thoughts. However, her reward was merely the silence of her master. Amidst the swirling snow, the young girl with aquamarine hair and fair skin felt a twinge of grievance. Having grown up alongside Alos, she would unhesitatingly sacrifice herself for him. Yet she never imagined that one day her master would harbor unspeakable secrets from her. "Rear, if one day the entire world becomes my enemy, will you still pledge your loyalty to me?" As she met her master's gaze, Rear loathed her previous self for posing such a question that could wound his heart. The sorrow in her master's eyes made her own grievances evaporate instantly. An orphan, Rear would have perished long ago, savaged by wild dogs in the snow had the Lord not taken her in. From the moment he appointed her as his personal guard, her resolve had never wavered. Anyone who wished to harm her master would first have to step over her lifeless body, regardless of whether the enemy was one man or the entire world. Rear would never falter or retreat. Dismounting, the armored young girl knelt in the snow, expressing her unwavering loyalty to her master, ready to die without regret. "Then let us together wield our swords to carve out a brand new world, a realm where all people and races can live in peace and prosperity." Alos dismounted and gently embraced Rear, as if drawing immense strength from the moment. That night, as Alos reaffirmed his determination to realize his dream of creating a new world. At the caravan camp, Rod sat by the fire, contemplating how to swiftly and efficiently eliminate the shameless old scoundrel Ganasar. Fully aware that Ganasar likely harbored similar thoughts about him. Due to the vast and arduous journey across the wilderness, the merchant caravan's cargo carts were laden with provisions, nearly half their total capacity consisting of food supplies. These included dried cheese, salted fish, cured meats, and dehydrated mushrooms, all of which were durable and could be preserved for up to a year without spoiling. Additionally, the caravan would engage in hunting during their travels to replenish their stock. For instance, the recent skirmish had yielded some meat from goblins, fishmen, and kobolds. However, as the caravan was not currently in dire need of sustenance, the replenished portions were relatively modest. At least within the ranks of the army at Redwood Town, these provisions were primarily reserved for the captives. The campfire blazed brightly as Cress, whose body had gradually regained strength, busied herself with preparing the soup. One must admit that the young girl possessed considerable culinary skills. The soup, though not thick, was simmered to perfection. A hearty sip on this frigid winter night brought a wave of warmth that spread throughout the body. However, Cress, what kind of meat is this? Rod inquired with a furrowed brow as he extracted a piece of tender meat from his bowl. Oh, that's goblin meat. Recently, everyone has started consuming goblin and kobold meat. Otherwise, even in winter, it wouldn't last long without proper preservation, Cress replied. At her words, Rod's appetite vanished instantly. Isn't this meant for the captives? My lord, you are quite delicate. After all, it is still meat. In previous years, any game caught would be sold rather than consumed by ourselves, she retorted. Rod glanced around, observing that everyone in the camp appeared to be enjoying their meal. It seemed that, apart from himself, the vast majority of people in this world did not adhere to the taboo of consuming intelligent races. I previously sent the corpses of those wolfmen to the farmers for fertilization. Now it seems the soil is not the only thing being enriched. Rod mused as he set down his bowl. He could accept slaying them with his sword, but the thought of consuming them created a psychological barrier. My lord, you need not be overly troubled by those Nashan knights. They may be formidable on the battlefield, but at night, they too are without their armor. If we seize the opportunity, we can launch a surprise attack and eliminate them entirely. As Rod put down his bowl, Raymond, who had an excellent appetite, misconstrued his actions. His suggestion elicited a chuckle from Rod. The Nashan knights are not inexperienced novices. We must remain vigilant against them, just as they are against us. Many of them do not shed their armor while sleeping, keeping their weapons close at hand. If we attempt a nighttime assault, the best outcome would be a fierce struggle resulting in significant losses for both sides. Not only would we gain nothing, but we would also acquire new enmities. If I were to lead you into such a scenario, would the deaths of our comrades be due to the Nashan knights, or my own decisions? Rod did not elaborate on the moreover that lingered unspoken. For a moment, Raymond could not fathom his meaning and turned to his companion, Fathes. Fathes appeared mature beyond his years, possessing a depth of knowledge, experience, and insight that greatly surpassed both Raymond and Cress. In comparison to that slave trader, Ganissar. What truly concerns the esteemed gentleman is our employer, the illustrious Lord Yalos. This lord possesses a demeanor that is somewhat intimidating. I have dwelled in grand cities. Yet I have never encountered a noble of any rank below a powerful earl who exudes such grandeur. Yesterday, he revealed to me a vial of reagent, blessed by a high-ranking priest, a holy water unlike any I had previously seen, which typically appears a pale golden hue. This one, however, bore a verdant, herbaceous color. Regardless, such a vial of sanctified water commands a market starting price of 200 gold coins, and even wealth does not guarantee one's ability to procure it. Fathes, let us refrain from further discussion. In essence, Lord Yalos is not someone we can afford to provoke at this juncture. Whatever his intentions may be, our principle remains to refrain from inquiring or making a fuss, to maintain vigilance, and to withdraw at the first hint of benefit. Rod understands all too well that his current self and the present Redwood town are as fragile as a sandcastle before the relentless waves of true northern aristocracy. The only reason it remains unscathed is that the tides have chosen not to wash it away. Lord Yalos operates with the scale of a caravan of 200 individuals and an investment of tens of thousands of gold coins. Such a presence is far beyond what we can contend with at this moment. We must seize any opportunities that arise, but remember to keep our distance afterward. Otherwise, a mere brush with him or any of his adversaries could spell disaster for both ourselves and Redwood Town. Rod and Ganissar harbor mutual apprehensions. Yet neither dares to engage in a genuine confrontation with Yalos. Days pass in this manner, and the female knight, Riel, possesses a meticulously explored map. Although the journey ahead is long, one can surely traverse the wilderness if they persist. Of course, this assurance hinges on the survival of all involved. The dangers lurking in this forsaken land, filled with various hidden monstrosities, can induce a sense of dread. Once the condition of his soldiers had sufficiently improved, Rod again led them in intensive training. Whenever one seeks to enhance their skills, myriad methods are available. Numerous caravans encounter various challenges in the wilderness, whether from merchant escorts or slave traders, who prefer to avoid the burdensome tasks. However, the soldiers of Redwood Town, under Rod's directive, willingly engaged in these endeavors. Whether it was freeing wheels ensnared in snowdrifts or pushing uphill, they worked diligently without complaint, their humble origins rendering them indifferent to such labor. This earnestness significantly increased the favor Lord Yalos and Riel held for them. Observing the situation, Ganissar also urged his men to take part. Yet the majority of his proud warriors were reluctant to engage in such tasks. After several attempts, Ganasar realized that his subordinates held grievances against him and ultimately had to concede. However, in the eyes of Yalos, this reflected Ganasar's leadership prowess, which paled in comparison to that of Lord Rodehart, a fact that indeed held true. Gunnar and his subordinates share a relationship more akin to that of employer and employee, while Rod and the common folk of Redwood Town, along with the warriors, seem to be united as one. Chapter 37, The Original Essence. Blackwater Marsha's sharp whoosh pierced the air as a crossbow bolt soared forth, striking a woman with the wings and claws of an eagle against the azure sky. At that moment, she clutched a young man who was desperately struggling in her talons. Having sustained an arrow wound, she was compelled to descend, bringing him closer to the pursuing knight below. Caw! Caw! The grotesque woman, with her disheveled hair and hideous visage, brandished her wings and unleashed a menacing roar at the galloping knight. Yet, the knight remained unfazed, his gaze icy and resolute, maintaining his speed without a hint of hesitation. As they passed each other, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air, and in the next instant, a dark crimson mist erupted. The woman, lacking limbs and possessing only yellow talons like those of an eagle and wings akin to arms, finally relinquished her grip on the young man, who fell with a thud into the snow. The warmth of life spread outwards, extinguished. Experience points, 86. A line of text floated into view on the left, gradually fading away. Rod was somewhat astonished by the high experience offered by this creature, noting that the werewolf's combat prowess far surpassed hers, yet the experience was incomparable. Thank you, Lord Rodehart, for saving my brother. A man, who had been trailing behind Rod, suddenly lunged forward to embrace the unconscious young man, fervently expressing his gratitude. He and his brother were not soldiers of Redwood Town but belonged to a merchant caravan, thus he had not anticipated such dedication from this noble lord and his retinue. You should extend your thanks to Lord Fathies. Had his arrow not struck true, I would have been powerless. You would have had to venture into the lairs of these monsters to rescue your brother, Rod replied, his words sincere, for he had already undertaken the task of redeeming Fathies' soul, with 2/5 accomplished. Without the motivation of increasing Fathies' favorability, Rod would not have ventured this far. It was indeed a stroke of luck to have succeeded in this rescue. My lord, you are too humble. Given Fathies' nature, he would never seek accolades for such deeds. At that moment, the knight rode over to inspect the corpse of the creature. This is a wild harpy, a monster nearly extinct in these parts. The fact that merchant caravans are facing such threats indicates we have ventured deep into the wilderness. We are not far from Blackwater Marsh. Fathies had once traversed the wilderness alone during a time of profound self-loathing, almost seeking self-destruction, yet he had emerged alive, gaining some familiarity with this terrain. Since we are bound to encounter it eventually, encountering it now serves as a timely warning, Rod remarked. A number of onlookers approached, whispering in hushed tones as they gathered around the harpy's lifeless form. As Yalos and Riel did not intervene, the deeper they ventured into the wilderness, the more prevalent such magical creatures became. Incidents like today's sudden attack would become increasingly frequent, so it was prudent to prepare mentally. Sailors navigating the seas often fall prey to the enchanting songs of mermaids. A moment's distraction could lead them to perish upon the treacherous reefs, lost to the depths of the ocean. Solo traveling merchants traversing swamps and forests are susceptible to the assaults of harpies, who would abduct them to their lairs, compelling them to procreate, only to devour them once they are with child. Yet, we are not solitary merchants, with so many of us gathered. It is audacious for such creatures to attempt abduction in broad daylight. Should one fall victim, it would merely reflect a lack of prudence. Such occurrences may affect the morale of the caravan, but the impact would not be severe. Both slave traders and caravan guards are accustomed to living on the edge of danger. As long as the gold is ample, fear of death does not deter them. Among the nearly 200 individuals, the morale of the soldiers from Redwood Town stands the highest. Yalos and Ganasar attributed this to Lord Rod's exceptional leadership, which, while true to an extent, also stemmed from Rod's understanding that rigorous training and strict military discipline could significantly alleviate individual psychological pressure. The former relates to physiological mechanisms, while the latter pertains to the psychology of conformity. Rod effectively harnessed both aspects, resulting in the soldiers of Redwood Town possessing less experience than the slave traders or caravan guards, yet experiencing the least psychological strain and, consequently, maintaining the best state of readiness. In the wilderness, even when following well-trodden paths, one may encounter numerous unexpected situations and challenges. Much like the sudden assault by a harpy during lunch today, had it not been for Rod and Phaedus' swift reactions, along with the good fortune of the individual who was captured, the outcome could have been dire. Moreover, Rod's patience in handling various mundane matters surpassed even the seasoned Ganis serf, showcasing the disparity in insights and experiences from another world. Gradually, 2 weeks had passed since their entry into the wilderness. On this day, everyone trudged through the snow, and while Rod was patrolling on horseback, he unexpectedly encountered the lady knight, Riel. "Mr. Rodehart, I have noticed that you seem indifferent to your noble demeanor. The nobles I have encountered previously placed great importance on such matters. Why do you not?" she inquired. "Throughout this journey, I have observed you training and laboring alongside the soldiers. Are you not concerned that this might undermine your authority? Is it so?" "Perhaps there was a time when I cared," Rod replied. "But why do you not inquire about Lord Jalos? He appears equally unconcerned with such things." "It is quite different. My master has ingrained these principles deeply within her essence. Even without deliberate intention, her every action and gesture exudes the essence of nobility." At that moment, it seemed that Rodeha realized she had inadvertently let something slip, yet it was of little consequence. Upon entering the wilderness, particularly after delving so deeply, Jalos found no further need to conceal the truth. The vast majority of nobility in this world distinguished themselves from common folk through elaborate rituals and complex etiquette. Without these, the distinction between them and the ordinary populace would be negligible. Thus, while one might claim these customs to be inconsequential, they hold significant importance. However, I do not require such validation. As he spoke, Rod turned to glance at Rodeha, offering a gentle smile. "My very existence transcends that of most individuals in this realm. The esteemed residents of Hombu Town have chosen to trust and acknowledge me, thus I have become their leader. For only I can forge the best future for them. It is they who cannot afford to lose me, not the other way around." This assertion is not merely an accumulation of confidence from Rod's 2 lifetimes, but also embodies the inherent sense of destiny that arises within a transmigrator. "Ah, how proud you are. In this regard, you and my master share a striking resemblance. Though she seldom expresses it, her pride is boundless. This encapsulates the true essence of nobility. In the primitive and ignorant epochs, nobility did not exist. We are the most rational, intelligent, strong, and disciplined among all, which is why nobility emerged. However, the majority of present-day nobles lack the qualities of the original aristocracy. It is out of fear that they have constructed numerous rituals, etiquettes, bloodlines, and rules to safeguard their privileged status. But, dear lady, your grace is the envy of countless young women in Jiayue City. Indeed, that is because I am the primary beneficiary. Hence, I strictly adhere to these conventions. But when I am no longer the beneficiary, what do you think I shall do?" At that moment, Jalos also smiled gently at Rodeha, an act that inexplicably made Rodeha feel that the 2 individuals she conversed with today seemed to share an unspoken bond. As the caravan traversed the rocky pathways of the mountains and entered a region of low-hanging trees, they uncovered the icy surface beneath the snow, gradually confirming that they had indeed entered the Blackwater Marsh. In the spring, summer, or autumn, the 200 individuals and their numerous carts would have halted here, yet now they could proceed upon the solid frost. In truth, these paths had been traversed repeatedly before. After several days of travel, Jalos suddenly issued 2 seemingly perplexing commands to Ganisur and Rod. She instructed them to each take a group and transport several carts of provisions to a designated location. "Have you already calculated this? I did not realize you had such expertise in mathematics. I have my own arrangements. Follow my orders." Elos spoke thus, leaving Ganis and Rod with no further words to utter. After all, the leader of the caravan was Elos. However, Rod remained indifferent to Ganis' situation, preparing for contingencies. On one hand, he slightly reduced the food rations for the soldiers of the Redwood town to conserve resources. On the other, he replaced the food carts filled with sausages and dried meats with those laden with goblin and kobold flesh. Rod vaguely discerned Alos's intentions, which emboldened his actions. For the distinction between the 2 types of sustenance was negligible, particularly for the barbaric races of the wilderness. Yet, after several days of untroubled travel, one night, as Rod lay on his hammock, sword as his pillow, he was gently awakened by Raymond. "My lord, it appears we have discovered traces of the enemy nearby. Due to their limited numbers, we have yet to raise the alarm." "Understood. I shall venture out immediately." Startled from slumber, Rod felt a slight throbbing in his forehead. Cress, too, was roused by Raymond, swiftly rising to don Rod in leather armor with practiced ease. The elite soldiers of Redwood Town, led by Raymond, were alert, as were the other members of the caravan. Upon stepping out of the tent, Rod quickly noticed Elos, Riel, and Ganis, each accompanied by several subordinates, gathering together. "Ganis, Rod, Have you accomplished the tasks I assigned? How could I dare neglect your noble commands? We have placed every last food cart as instructed. So they have played us for fools? They refuse to honor their promises? Elos' voice was not muted, allowing those nearby to overhear. As the conversation unfolded, shadowy figures began to emerge from the surrounding darkness, gradually multiplying until, at a certain proximity, Elos, Rod, and Gannis beheld a group of creatures with human limbs, resembling fish more than men, the indigenous denizens of the Blackwater Marsh, the swamp fishmen. At that moment, these beings, with vacant gazes, encircled the members of the caravan, most wielding iron weapons, indicating that a civilization capable of crafting iron tools existed even in the wilderness. This small contingent could hardly have acquired such arms from humanity. Elder Huon, we have not failed in our offerings. What do you mean by this? Has the proud fishman ceased to uphold the sacred promises? Bathed in the dim light of the moon, it was evident that at least hundreds of fishmen surrounded them, despite it being winter and Rod, Gannis, and their companions priding themselves on their combat prowess. They could not shake the feeling that if conflict ensued, a fierce battle loomed ahead. Fishmen never violate promises. There are too many of your kind. Accompanied by this somewhat unfamiliar universal tongue, a vividly colored fishman slowly emerged from the throng, its scales gleaming with vibrant hues. In nature, such brilliant colors often signify toxicity. The more radiant the hue, the more lethal the poison. Our prior agreement stipulated a merchant caravan of 100. Yet here we stand with 200. It is your failure to uphold your promise that necessitates double the tribute. At the very least, the civilization of the swamp-dwelling fishmen remains primitive and uncivilized, although the elder among them strives to exhibit his indignation. It is evident to nearly all in the caravan that their true intent is merely to extract more from us. You may either offer double the tribute or leave half of your party behind. The choice is yours, faithless one. My lord Elos. My cavalry's effectiveness is severely diminished upon this icy expanse. Gunther murmured softly from behind Elos, his meaning unmistakable. Avoid conflict if possible. However, Rod, glancing at the avaricious fishmen surrounding them, furrowed his brow and felt compelled to join Elos' side. My lord Elos, these fishmen are but savage beasts, not yet fully civilized. They fear authority but do not appreciate kindness. Should you take a step back today, they will return tomorrow or the day after, seeking further gains. For the benefits you offer are too tempting for them to resist. Moreover, acquiescing to their demands would not only lead to a shortage of provisions but would also severely undermine our morale. We have only recently ventured into this wilderness. Rod, inherently self-serving, rarely instructs others unless they are exceptionally close, yet the current circumstances bind them all together. Should Elos and Gunther falter, the warriors of Redwood Town, also lost in this wilderness, would find themselves in dire straits. Rod, this is the fishman's domain. Do you truly believe we can engage them here, knowing their numbers? Gunther's brow creased with concern, recognizing the unsuitability of the terrain for cavalry operations. Yet Rod disregarded him and continued, if you surrender more provisions now, we will face an insurmountable deficit. This is their territory. They will launch night raids, harass us, set ambushes, and carry out assassinations, all the while our morale plummets. Our supplies dwindle, our geographical knowledge is lacking, and our future remains uncertain. How long can we endure under such conditions? Perhaps we shall not escape this swamp at all. If they wish to fight, then let them. Even if they were to honor their word, we must never relinquish control over our fate to them. At this juncture, Elos' hesitation dissipated entirely. Her inexperience in such matters did not stem from a lack of understanding. Our caravan does not number 200. We are indeed a merchant band of 100. Should Elder Huon find this unacceptable and insist on battle, then let us engage. But know that such negotiations will never occur again. Chapter 38. The testimony of the three prohibitions in the eyes of some. The barbarians are depicted as glistening figures, clad in resplendent attire, boasting chiseled physiques, exuding a boisterous and rugged charm, filled with martial virtue, and unwavering in their commitments. They are almost considered embodiments of raw vitality. In stark contrast, the majority of historical periods portray these tribes as gaunt and emaciated, dressed in tatters, with disheveled appearances, prone to plunder, subservient to the strong, lacking in honor and integrity, and fearful of power yet devoid of virtue, exhibiting minor courtesies without a sense of greater righteousness. During the First World War, the average height of German soldiers was merely 166 centimeters, with French soldiers being even shorter. In comparison, the average height of Chinese males in 2021 reached 170 centimeters. This underscores the notion that societal productivity is the decisive factor influencing stature. as long as there is an ample supply of meat, eggs, and milk. The Chinese do not lag behind other ethnicities in any sports discipline, often displaying superior intellect. As the nation's strength continues to flourish, neighboring countries once again yield to its authority, much like their ancestors had done countless times before. Thus, Rod understood all too well, barbarians are intimidated by power, not by virtue. Any hint of weakness would invite them to swarm like ravenous wolves. With Rod's steadfast support behind her, Alos's resolve began to solidify. She categorically rejected the unreasonable demands of the Fishman Elder. Just then, a powerful fishman emerged from behind the Elder, brandishing a trident in a threatening manner. Rod stepped forward from behind Alos, partially drawing his sword. Towering over the fishman by a considerable margin, he surveyed the scene from his elevated position, his gaze icy. The intimidating fishman gradually lost its bravado, realizing it stood no chance in a confrontation, only facing certain demise. At that moment, the Fishman Elder hesitated, contemplating whether to escalate the conflict. His gaze fell upon the merchant caravan's laden carts, revealing an unmistakable greed. However, the human warriors surrounding the caravan had donned their armor and readied their weapons. The fishmen, though armed, paled in comparison to the superior quality and array of weapons wielded by the humans. We may retreat, but this man must accompany us. Ultimately, the Fishman Elder, Huen, chose to take a step back, abruptly pointing a webbed hand at Rod. This is unacceptable. I cannot abandon the warrior fighting for me. Alos was no fool. She could not acquiesce to the fishman's demands without hesitation. Even the mere act of relinquishing provisions would demoralize the caravan, and there was no justification for surrendering a person. The morale of the caravan would undoubtedly falter. He has exchanged the flesh of goblins and kobolds for sausages and smoked meats. He has insulted us, humans. If you do not hand him over, we will no longer be able to cooperate, and your caravan will face relentless assaults in the Blackwater Marsh. Confronted with Elder Huen's accusation, Rod was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that these savage tribes could discern the distinctions among various meats. Indeed, it may be a delicacy exclusive to human civilization, far too sophisticated for them, especially when contrasted with the ordinary fare they are accustomed to. At this moment, Rod's back muscles tensed abruptly, for he understood that Gunnar would seize any opportunity to eliminate him. Furthermore, Rod remained uncertain of Aloys' stance. If Aloys were merely intent on forging new trade routes, then the threat posed by the swamp-dwelling merman would still be quite formidable. Clang! Yet, in the next instant, a brilliant arc of sword light sliced through the air beside Rod. The merman Huen, adorned with iridescent scales, was taken aback by the human's swift and decisive action, drawing his sword with such resolute finality. Instinctively, he raised the bone staff in his hand to defend himself. With a faint sound, the staff shattered upon impact. The surrounding mermen stirred in agitation. Elder Huen staggered back 2 paces, supported by his subordinates, but a deep, diagonal gash marred his chest, from which greenish blood flowed. This time, I spare your life due to the trading principles upheld by the Atlantean Merchants Guild. Henceforth, the choice between war and cooperation lies with you. The guild is amenable to either. In this moment, Aloys held his sword at an angle directed towards the merman, while beside him, Rod rested one hand on the hilt of his sword. Behind them, Gunnar, poised with his warhammer, was being restrained by Riel and Farthis, who flanked him on either side. The situation for the humans was delicate, yet the mermen failed to perceive this. They assumed that these humans were prepared for battle. Human, you shall come to regret this. Then let us await our next encounter. As the leader of the merman tribe, the injured Elder Huen pressed his webbed hand against his chest, retreating step by step into the shadows, choosing to withdraw this time. However, the relationship between the Blackwater Swamp Merman tribe and the Atlantean Merchants Guild had undoubtedly plummeted to a freezing point. Moments later, the dark silhouettes encircling them dispersed. Rodehart, do you know what your greatest weakness is? You seem to habitually strive for the maximum benefit at the minimal cost in whatever endeavor you undertake. I am uncertain how this tendency developed, yet you must understand that often, to achieve sufficiently significant goals, we may forfeit numerous costs to ensure ultimate success. Thank you for your guidance, and for coming to my aid this time. The habit that Aloys referred to as one Rod had cultivated in his previous life. Though he now recognized that reality was not a game, the ingrained behavior from years past occasionally caused him to act in such a manner. For instance, there were times when Rod would willingly endure significant danger to shield his troops from substantial losses, a choice decidedly uncharacteristic of nobility and lacking in rationality. Nevertheless, This approach had garnered him remarkable loyalty from his subordinates in a remarkably short span of time. There is no need for thanks. I shall directly deduct the cost of the 2 carts of food from your commission. The reason I choose to assist you this time is due to the extraordinary talents you have displayed along the way, far surpassing the cost I must incur. It is evident that Elos has discerned the weaknesses in Rod's character. He relentlessly seeks relative perfection and is unwilling to bear any losses. Thus, upon hearing that a deduction would be made from his commission, Rod's lips twitched in dismay, yet he refrained from voicing his grievances, resigning himself to his misfortune. Initially, after the harrowing incident with the fishmen, he had hoped to enjoy a restful night, but as dawn approached, Raymond once again summoned Rod from his slumber, claiming that an enormous creature had been spotted soaring in the distance. Such is the nature of work, unexpected events arise, and one must rise to the occasion. No matter how disheartening it may be, Rod hastily donned his armor, and upon exiting the tent, he found Elos and his devoted knight, Riel, already outside. Gunnar was not far behind, though this was to be expected given his heavy armor. What has happened now? He inquired. The night watchman reported that he had observed a colossal creature descending from the horizon, estimating its height at 7 or 8 blades and its length at 30 blades. Is this some sort of jest? 30 blades long, a flying hill? My lord Elos, what shall we do? Should we ignore it, or shall we venture forth to investigate? Gunnar asked as he approached Elos, who was adjusting his leather gloves and flexing his fingers. We shall go and take a look. Danger does not vanish simply because you choose to ignore it. It is futile to emulate the dodo. Only by confronting our fears can we hope to conquer them. The dodo, a large flightless bird from this world, buries its head in the ground when faced with peril, exposing its rear, believing itself unseen. Thus, it is not uncommon to find dodos in the wild, their heads buried in the earth while their bodies are devoured, giving the impression that they are not fleeing for their lives, but rather digging their own graves while they still breathe. The Stydiac people often use the dodo to mock the faint-hearted. It is prudent to scout the situation, if it is indeed a large flying creature. Our sizable caravan stands little chance of evading its gaze. Thus, it is wise to ascertain what we may be facing. Rod tightened his leather gloves, exhaling a breath that formed a mist in the cool air, and addressed Cress beside him. Cress, you need not accompany us this time. Fathys and I will handle it. Your riding skills still require refinement. Master, please take care, and remember not to rush headlong into danger without thought. Understood. Rod and Fathys were the most skilled horsemen from Redwood Town, and Elos and Riel were also adept riders. Among the 5 of them, Gunnar was the least skilled. In the face of danger, it was best to leave him behind to cover their retreat. However, that old fellow likely carried a light crossbow, so they must remain vigilant against any potential treachery from him. As the first light of dawn began to break, the 5 riders surged forth from the camp, plunging into the woods, heading southeast in accordance with the night watchman's directions. Against the biting cold wind, which whipped like daggers against his face, Rod crouched low, squinting his eyes to minimize the surface area exposed to the harsh elements. Yet, the discomfort remained palpable. Racing through the forest carried inherent dangers. One misstep could lead to entanglement in creeping vines, or a horse's miscalculation could result in a seasoned knight suffering a broken leg or, worse yet, a shattered neck. Fortunately, the journey was not overly lengthy, and in a brief span of time, the party arrived at their destination, even from a distance. The air was thick with the stench of blood carried by the wind. Upon breaching the visual obstruction, they were met with a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The ground was soaked crimson, littered with the lifeless bodies of the marsh-dwelling fishmen. Blood and corpses sprawled like a sanguine carpet, leading into the depths of the forest, suggesting an immense horror. The cadavers bore an unusual aspect. It appeared as though their bones had vanished. Riel dismounted and lightly kicked a nearby fishman corpse, which crumpled like a rag. Let us dismount and take a closer look. Before their departure, all the horses had their mouths covered with cloth to stifle their whinnies. Thus the group led their steeds quietly along the trail of blood and remains into the forest heart. Yet, with every step deeper into the woods, the sight became increasingly sinister and surreal. More fishmen corpses emerged, some, like the one Riel had discovered, devoid of any bones, as if their skeletal structures had explosively exited through their wounds. Some appeared to have recently perished yet looked as though they had been dead for ages, their bodies grotesquely decomposed. Others had perished in combat, their weapons still lodged in each other's chests at the moment of their demise. Among them, Rod recognized the robust fishman with whom he had recently faced off. Despite the similarity among the species in human eyes, this one bore a distinctive cross-shaped scar, allowing Rod to identify him instantly. Given the sheer quantity of the fallen, It seemed this tribe of marsh fishmen would no longer pose a threat. Do not be too optimistic. We cannot ascertain whether that creature has truly eaten its fill. If not, we may very well be its next meal. After securing the horses, the five ventured forth, hastening their pace. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a cave, where they witnessed the final confrontation, or rather, the ultimate massacre. There stood the last 50-odd marsh fishmen, their adversary merely a single figure, or perhaps just one who was human. This pallid man, draped in a crimson and black cloak, held aloft the neck of the colorful scaled fishman elder, who allowing the visibly toxic blood to flow over his skin. At that moment, the remaining fishmen were wailing in a desperate struggle. Their loyalty was not born from a desire to rescue their elder, but stemmed from being encircled by a throng of skeletons, zombies, and phantoms, leaving them no avenue of escape. With the strength of one, an entire race was being extinguished. Once a source of dread and trepidation for all who traversed the merciless Blackwater Marsh, the merman tribe was annihilated by a single individual in less than 2 hours. Please. No more killing. I shall surrender my ancestor scales to you. No need. I already know where they are. You shall become a part of my power. With such a smile and whisper, it is unclear what this pallid-faced man has done, but in an instant, Elder Huon before him transformed into a puddle of corrosive liquid, hissing as it met the ground. Yet, in the next moment, a swirling mass of ethereal purple energy coalesced before the man, who observed it momentarily before ensconcing it within the ring on his left hand. The shadow-marking ring. I never imagined this artifact would be recovered. In the woods, Rod and Aloys were in close proximity, thus catching her instinctive murmur of shock. Others may have heard. Yet attention swiftly shifted as the man turned after eliminating all the mermen, directing his gaze toward the concealed onlookers. Will you emerge of your own accord? Or shall I coax you out? Faced with such an unfathomable powerhouse, avoidance was not an option. Aloys exhaled softly and stepped forward, followed by Riel, Phaetus, Rod, and Gunnar. Who are you? I detest being spied upon. Therefore, you. Just as the middle-aged man raised his ring-adorned hand, poised to strike, he abruptly halted. Rod noticed Aloys, standing at the forefront, instinctively adopting a peculiar stance, as if a sword might suddenly materialize in her hands, despite her usual blade hanging at her waist. Forget it. My dark energy is already depleted. Even if I were to slay you, it would yield me no gain. Suddenly retracting his poised hand, the man tugged at his black-red cloak, dissolving into a swirling cloud of dark mist and bats, swiftly vanishing from sight. Necromancers wield two forms of magic, one akin to that of ordinary sorcerers, and the other, dark energy, which serves as the foundation for summoning and controlling the undead. Throughout ancient history, many formidable mages succumbed to the allure of this power, leading to their downfall. However, none can deny the potency of a necromancer's dark magic. Accompanied by a low chant, the survivors gazed up to witness a colossal skeletal dragon, towering 7 or 8 blades high and extending 30 blades in length, soaring through the air. It bore the middle-aged man and a short-haired girl clad in a black robe, cradling a wooden box. Clearly, this necromancer had acquired what he sought. The renowned hero Giovanni, has he not yet fallen to the chosen one, Alantir? I was terrified, thinking I might meet my end at his hands. The early advantage and relentless momentum of the ghostly tribe are undeniably formidable. Gazing at the skeletal dragon soaring through the sky, swiftly disappearing into the distance, Rod contemplated thus. Chapter 39. Ancient Ruins, Temple of the Sun God, the last refuge of the marsh fishmen. A secluded cave lies nearby. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can discern subtle signs of human activity in the vicinity. The marsh fishmen have been annihilated, and the fearsome necromancer has departed, though the precise reasons remain unknown. The group presently finds themselves in safety. Consequently, the 5 companions feel little restraint and choose to venture into the cave for exploration. Within the Fishman's Cavern, they discover an expansive space, seemingly a remnant of an ancient civilization buried beneath a collapsed mountain. Such ruins are not uncommon, particularly in these desolate wilds, where human presence has been scarce for countless years. This must be the lair of the marsh fishmen, likely with additional entrances concealed from view. Observing their surroundings, Rod remarks, "This parallel world bears an uncanny resemblance to the one I am familiar with. It is filled with numerous figures and events I recognize. Yet there are also many that seemingly do not exist." However, Rod is uncertain about this, as he had merely played a game in the past. He is not an encyclopedic repository of knowledge. The expansive world of the online game Mount and Blade is vast, and perhaps these narratives exist. But he simply has never encountered them. The ancient ruins before them appear to embody a religious style, adorned with ornate patterns reminiscent of ancient flames. Given the filthy nature of the marsh fishmen, it is evident that this place does not reflect their native beliefs, but rather those of a later occupation. My lord, the marsh fishmen likely possess nothing of value to you. There may be dangers below. Perhaps we should retreat, Gunnar suggested, approaching Yaris. This statement holds some truth. For someone like Yaris, adventure carries little practical value unless it piques his interest. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yaris's curiosity had been ignited. It's fine. Let us descend and take a look, he declared, compelling the others to follow, regardless of their own inclinations. To their surprise, the underground chamber is not shrouded in darkness. The rock walls are adorned with translucent mushrooms emitting a ghostly blue glow, and the air is surprisingly fresh. The ground is strewn with the remains of fishmen, predominantly juvenile. The space below is even more expansive than that above, and at the center stands an altar embellished with various opulent and luminous offerings. Yet, the altar's apex, intended for tributes, is conspicuously bare. Amidst their exploration, they also discover the food carts previously provided to the fishmen by the merchant convoy. 12 carts laden with provisions sit here, their lids ajar, with some food scattered across the ground. The marsh fishmen, once impoverished, must have been elated to receive such an abundance, only to meet their tragic fate before they could savor their good fortune. They would never have the chance to relish it again. Upon witnessing the array of food, Gunnar's expression subtly shifted. Rod had been quietly observing him, and upon noticing the slight change in his demeanor, he felt his suspicions were confirmed. However, he was not particularly concerned. After all, they were adversaries, and mutual deception was a commonplace occurrence. This time, having misstepped and fallen prey to a cunning maneuver, he felt there was little to be said. Yaros also took note of the food carts. Initially, she appeared indifferent, but soon her gaze became fixed. Approaching the carts, she prodded the contents with the hilt of her sword, discovering that, just as she had suspected, all the food had been tampered with. Previously, Rod had exchanged quality meat for that of goblins and troglodytes, leading Yaros to believe he had acted carelessly or underestimated the swamp dwellers, thus neglecting to inspect the food before placing it at the agreed location. However, at this moment, she observed that all the meat had been deliberately processed, chopped, mixed with oil and salt, and then blended with other quality meats, concealed in the lower layers of the food. Such meticulous preparation, such caution, could easily deceive not only the uncivilized swamp fishmen but even the most discerning of humans. Gunnar followed closely behind Yaros, beads of sweat forming on his brow. While he was not privy to the inner circle of Redwood Town, the guards of the Atlantean Merchant Guild, including hired crossbowmen, were fairly familiar with the soldiers of Redwood Town. For Gunnar, it was not difficult to bribe such individuals. Thus, he had sensed Rod's clandestine machinations and had his own men make contact with the swamp fishmen to ensnare Rod. Originally, even if this underhanded tactic failed to eliminate Rod, it would not implicate him. Who could have foreseen the complete annihilation of the swamp fishmen within a single day? Now, as the noble before him beheld this entire scene, Gunnar was drenched in sweat. Unlike Rod, he was acutely aware of the true identity of this noble, although he did not know their specific intentions. One thing was clear to Gunnar: he dared not entertain any thoughts of recklessness, for the noble would undoubtedly emerge unscathed, leaving him to face the entire empire's wrath. At that juncture, not only would bounty hunters swarm in, but even his own subordinates would seize him, turning him over to the authorities in Moonlight City to seek reward and absolution. Consequently, even though he understood that the noble before him likely harbored murderous intent, Gunnar was paralyzed with fear, unable to make any move. Intrigue and betrayal among subordinates were not uncommon in the noble class. Such behavior was deemed acceptable within high society. However, when such schemes ensnared those in power, it became a grave transgression. Gazing at the food carts and their contents, Yaros's mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Rodehart was guilty of embezzlement, while Gunnar was guilty of treason. According to the laws of Moonlight City, both deserved death. Yet, if the laws of Moonlight City were strictly enforced, would there be any nobles or officials left alive throughout the northern province? Today, while my sword may have severed the matter with ease, bringing a sense of relief to my heart, I ponder the future when I must confront the nobles of Jiayue City, who have engaged in a decades-long game with my mother. No matter how sharp my blade may be, how many can truly be vanquished? Learning to navigate and control them is indeed a crucial aspect of my training. Though both Ganasar and Rod possess flaws in character, they are endowed with exceptional talents, a rarity when compared to many who occupy high positions solely due to their lineage, yet lack any real ability. They may fearlessly engage in battle, but when faced with the formidable Alos, who holds dominion over their very existence and the fate of their lives. Ganasar trembles with trepidation, revealing the allure of power. It can embolden the timid, instill integrity in the greedy, elevate the base, and render the brave malleable, like clay in the hands of another. Accompanying Alos is Riel, whose curious gaze flits about, while Ganasar, apprehensive and guessing Alos's thoughts, struggles to grasp any semblance of understanding. Meanwhile, on the side of Fathes and Rod, they encounter their own fortunes. As previously mentioned, in this ancient world, there existed a common tongue across the continent, birthed by a once mighty civilization that created a language for the enlightenment of all beings. Thus, even centuries later, as that civilization faded into oblivion, regional dialects emerged, yet communication remained feasible. Through the murals on the temple walls, they gradually discerned that they stood within an ancient sanctuary dedicated to the worship of the sun god. Unraveling tales from an era that belonged to the primitive pioneers and valiant knights, a time when the chaos of civil war among myriad tribes had long since subsided. Despite the burgeoning population and the acquisition of vast new territories leading to the rise of countless burgeoning towns, these settlements would often vanish for an assortment of bizarre reasons. Sometimes it was due to a sudden and terrifying plague, perhaps whispered into existence by a demonic lord. At other times, it was the aftermath of Orcish slaughter, leaving behind heaps of severed heads, or merely the result of ravenous beast packs unleashed by hunger. In such an era, mere survival was an arduous endeavor for ordinary mortals. Consequently, a segment of the enlightened humanity gravitated towards their deities, and those who established the sun god's temple revered the ancient deity of the sun. In that age, priests and warriors were indistinguishable. They were the wisest, the strongest, and the bravest. When their kin faced hunger, they led hunts. When illness struck, they endeavored to heal. When danger loomed, they wielded their weapons at the forefront. These individuals were the primordial followers of the sun. We are the knights of the divine, fulfilling our duty to guard against the darkness, protecting the light and our kin. We are the original devotees of the sun. As he gazed upon the vivid scenes depicted in the murals, Rod contemplated the delicate balance between theocratic and aristocratic dominion. However, beside him, Fathes was already in tears. You may perceive this world as filled with filth and darkness, yet I implore you to believe that there exist noble and unyielding souls. Hold in your heart the conviction that light prevails in this world. Merely a smudged aphorism on the wall ignited a profound awakening within the wayward Fathes. Originally a graduate of the Royal Military Academy of the Stygiac Empire, he was a knight of exceptional talent. Yet, due to emotional turmoil and self-reproach, he relinquished everything, embarking on a solitary pilgrimage of suffering and self-mortification. Over the years, his martial prowess had waned, but he remained indifferent. After all, when existence itself is fraught with pain, who could care about the future? Yet, the bird of Hermes is my name. Devour my wings to tame my heart. Such is the peculiarity of humanity. In losing what one excels at, even losing everything, one may attain a clearer understanding of one's true desires. This explains why among the countless NPC heroes, ordinary, above average, exceptional, renowned, and divine, only Fathes and Aileen possess the potential to ascend from the ranks of legendary to godly, owing to the strength of their hearts. Inspired by the content of the temple murals, Fathes closed his eyes, entering a state of epiphany. The latent potential he had harbored for years erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. Simultaneously, Rod received a series of system notifications. Growth-type hero Fathes triggers the Holy Knight class change, detecting compatibility with the Radiant Heart technique. Should it be imparted? Declining to impart, the Soul Redemption 2-5 task progress remains unchanged. However, Fathes faces a 25 chance of death, a 40 chance of severe injury, and a 35 chance of achieving a breakthrough. Should the Radiant Chi technique be imparted? Had the hero beside him been another godly figure, Aileen, such an option would have stirred Rod's internal conflict for hours. Setting aside the immense value of the Radiant Chi technique itself, the mere act of forcibly accelerating task progress was perilous should the time limit be exceeded without success. The individual would depart with the Radiant Chi technique and the secrets of Redwood territory, while the Chi technique could be overlooked. The secret of the rapid advancement of the Redwood soldiers was not something to be taken lightly. If this information were to leak, it could spell disaster for Rod and the entire Redwood territory. In this medieval era, the ambitions of the nobility rendered human lives disposable in their eyes. Yet, with Fathes beside him, Rod felt no fear. Regardless of whether Fardas ultimately discovers his path to redemption or succumbs to defeat, he will not casually divulge the Sacred Light's heart technique nor reveal the secrets of Redwood Town to others. Even in a moment of drunken indiscretion, Such a breach of confidentiality is highly improbable, for he abstains from alcohol entirely. The most unfavorable outcome would merely result in the emergence of an upright and formidable wandering knight in this world, in a realm imbued with potent magic. A robust spirit can, in many respects, be equated with formidable strength. Had the illustrious sages of Rod's previous life, such as Laozi, Confucius, Zhuangzi, and Suanzi, transcended into this world, they could effortlessly manifest their profound spirits into unmatched power. Even contemporary purveyors of motivational wisdom would attract the gaze of lower-dimensional demons or devils more readily than the average denizens of this world. For their insatiable greed surpasses that of the untainted populace, who have yet to endure the bombardment of information storms. Faris, grounded in deep-rooted principles, has undergone rigorous self-discipline for many years, cultivating immense spiritual power. Today, upon achieving enlightenment, Rod perceives an incessant surge of fighting spirit emanating from within Faris, far more potent than his own cultivated energy. Under this influence, that power threatens to strangle the very essence of his holy light fighting spirit. Am I, at this moment, ensnared within the precarious probabilities of 25% death, 40% serious injury, and 35% breakthrough? However, having already delved too deeply, retreat is no longer an option. To withdraw now would be akin to delivering a fatal blow within Faris, sealing his doom. Thus, Rod must likewise concentrate his efforts, wholeheartedly assisting Faris in completing the cycle of holy light energy. At this juncture, Elos, Riel, and Ganasar approached, swiftly recognizing the peculiarities surrounding Rod and Faris. Ganasar, a first-rate warrior of the contemporary age, could not remain indifferent to the unfolding events. Were this a martial arts novel, the ensuing narrative would depict Ganasar intervening with a decisive strike, facilitating both Rod and Faris in achieving their breakthroughs and completing their endeavors. Yet, as this is a narrative rooted in a system-based game, Ganasar's initial impulse was swiftly quelled by a mere sidelong glance from Elos, suppressing all notions that dared to arise. What of a powerful fighter? When confronted by a charging battalion of heavy cavalry, one must face their fate, and Ganasar, at this moment, is not exempt from that reality. Chapter 40. The Transcender from Yanhuang. The sacred light Qi cultivation method originates from the long-extinct civilization of the gnomes, which aim to enhance their inherently frail bodies through a spirit of scientific inquiry. This method was meticulously crafted through the selection of suitable experimental subjects from among the weaker races of the continent. In the previous era, humanity was indeed one of these weaker races, exhibiting remarkable adaptability and compatibility for the cultivation of fighting energy, while possessing a low lifespan potential that made them easier to control. In the quest to create this methodology, countless experimental subjects were tragically lost or rendered incapacitated. Yet this suffering ultimately contributed to the accumulation of sufficient research data, leading to the scientific refinement of this sacred technique. However, technology could not save the gnomes, nor could fighting energy. Thus, this method never achieved widespread dissemination. Instead, after countless ages and numerous twists of fate, it found its way into the hands of Rod, a human, a testament to the mysterious and inscrutable nature of destiny. In a world abundant with myriad fighting techniques, the sacred light Qi from the gnome civilization stands out as a paragon of logical rigor and exquisite construction, undeniably among the pinnacle of its kind. The divine fighting energy cultivated through this method is gentle yet resilient, brimming with limitless potential, a masterwork of its kind. Nonetheless, this magnum opus bears a notable flaw. A significant drawback of its technological lineage. While its reasoning and structure are nearly flawless, it lacks true essence. After all, the gnome civilization never produced a genuine master of martial arts. Rather, it was a collective of gnome sages who ventured into interdisciplinary research, resulting in a theory that, while nearly perfect, still fell short in practice. Despite this, the sacred light Qi remains a first-rate technique, far surpassing the majority of fighting methods riddled with empirical fallacies. Thus, it can be said that Fatis has stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. To attain such an exceptional cultivation method at the onset of his enlightenment is an immeasurable advantage compared to his previous attempts at self-discovery. The sacred light Qi has undoubtedly elevated Fatis's future potential to a new height. However, the benefits are not confined solely to him. During the intense effort to assist Fatis in stabilizing the circulation of sacred power within him, Rod's mind and body began to resonate with Fatis, creating a phenomenon of synchronization. This enlightenment, which Fatis had painstakingly achieved through years of rigorous self-discipline and torment, now shared a portion of its rewards with Rod. As a traveler from Earth, Rod had always exercised considerable self-control and diligence, yet he remained subtly separated from this world and its skills. Today, however, this barrier was shattered by Thetis. In a moment of disorientation, Rod felt as though his soul was gradually ascending, detaching from his corporeal form. He perceived the hostility emanating from Gunnar, the threats and obstructions posed by Allos, and the subtle, yet constraining presence of Riel. Then, he beheld the entire underground temple, where the grimy and mottled murals had begun to peel away, revealing an intense, platinum-hued radiance emanating from within, despite the absence of any sound around him. And the impossibility of such a tempestuous wind in the underground temple, Rod could distinctly feel every sensation, each whisper of the wind, each breath. And every inch of his skin resonated with the experience. His soul, in a sudden upheaval, detached from the subterranean temple and ascended into the world beyond. Hurtling skyward at an astonishing and increasingly terrifying speed, aimed directly at the sun. Thoughts surged through his mind like a tempest, yet all at once, these notions vanished. For Rod felt himself propelled at a velocity surpassing even that of light towards the ancient, rotating sun. Ultimately, what met his gaze was an endless, magnificent, and sacred palace of the sun god, spanning the void and absorbing all light, brightness, and flame. In that vast cosmos, amidst the endless expanse, the stars scattered like a tapestry, all shrouded in darkness, their brilliance subdued, while the great sun remained eternal. This was the ancient temple where humanity once worshipped the solar deity, a sanctuary where the essence of holy light originated from the sage's studies of the sun god, implying that he had inadvertently awakened something. Calm, remain calm. In this moment, every minuscule thought was excruciating, yet Rod strained to retain his consciousness, fearing that if he emptied his mind entirely, he would lose himself in an instant. I think, therefore I am. As the passage of time within his spirit continued, the holy light technique within him repeated its cycles incessantly. Before his eyes, within that cosmic palace of gold, a colossal figure of light began to coalesce. An ancient god formed entirely of radiance. Residing upon the throne within the sun palace, this magnificent being waved its hand, and in the next moment, resplendent beams of platinum light pierced through the heavens and the earth, scattering into a net, transforming into a curtain of luminous rain, ultimately cascading freely, gathering and dispersing at will, purifying and obliterating all in its path. Amidst this overwhelming divine radiance, Rod perceived the mountains below being pierced, lakes and seas drying up, as the sun's light swept across, leaving destruction in its wake. The ancient god of light took a step forward, gradually extending its arms, and in that moment, a vast expanse, hundreds of thousands of feet around, morphed into a sea of light, creating its own domain. Within this realm of light, all existence outside the platinum sunbeams was repelled, as if the very fabric of reality rejected them. In this luminous domain, Rod witnessed the ancient undead monarch of a bygone era roar in defiance, only to be reduced to dust. He beheld the demon lords of the abyss igniting and shattering. He saw countless sky cities soaring skyward, only to be obliterated into ashes beneath the divine light. Light gathered and dispersed at will. Shadows transformed into rainbows and fled. Fierce flames consumed the eight desolates. Razor-sharp beams laid waste to all in their path. The sun's radiance rendered the heavens and earth invincible. This was the essence. This was the truth. This was the very element that the sacred light technique, crafted through the ingenuity of the greatest sages, lacked the most, that supreme intent to dominate all beneath heaven and earth, to subdue the endless ages of time. If Rod were not the Rod of today, if he were still the Rodehart of yore, his spirit would be incapable of grasping such a profound intent. For how could a mortal ever ascend to the divine? Yet, as a traveler from Earth, particularly from China, within Rod's fundamental belief, are not gods merely humans who have transcended? Thus, the former cannot bear such a burden, even with such fortuity. It would only lead to a mental collapse, ultimately ensnaring oneself in ruin. Conversely, the latter can endure and fully benefit from the assistance it provides. Ah, at last. The hand that seemed to be embedded in the back of Thetis can finally be relinquished. Rod's garments were drenched in sweat as he staggered back a couple of steps, panting heavily. At that moment, Thetis leaned forward, coming to a halt, and stared blankly at his hands, feeling as though he had been bestowed with a newfound life. Lord Rodehart, you have imparted such a precious martial arts technique to me. I am deeply indebted to you, and Thetis would willingly repay this favor with his life. In that instant, Rod received a series of system notifications. Thetis' favorability soared to 90, while his strength, agility, and other combat attributes experienced enhancements. His original class level reset to 0, transitioning to a level 1 Holy Knight Paladin. Although his level had been reset, his personal combat power did not diminish, rather, it surged explosively. A person's initial class significantly influences the consumption of potential. For instance, had it not been for Fatus' guidance in advancing Crest to the Imperial Knight system from level 1, her original class progression, which included Charles Recruit, Charles Spearman, Charles Senior Spearman, Charles Senior Swordsman, Charles Guard, and Charles Scorpion Assassin, would have rendered her attributes far inferior to what they are now. Of course, if one were intent on pursuing the assassin path, it would be wiser to seek the tutelage of an assassin rather than a knight. The hidden advanced class, Charles Scorpion Assassin, could undoubtedly be imagined as extraordinarily powerful. However, Rod did not wish for Crest to tread that path, even if it might be the most advantageous choice for her. Lord Rodehart, how are you feeling now? At that moment, Arrows inquired as he stepped forward. Upon seeing Arrows again, Rod's immediate instinct was to shield Fatus, instinctively taking a slight step back. In that case, let us depart this place. We have already squandered enough time, and it seems there are no further gains to be had here. Arrows, evidently well-versed, did not press Rod or Fatus with questions. The epiphany that had just occurred could be triggered by a single flower, a tree, a phrase, or a scene. For those inspired, it held profound significance, while for others, it bore no utility. Both Arrows and Riel understood this, thus they turned their attention away from the Temple of the Sun, while Gunther anxiously scanned the surrounding murals, desperately seeking clues that might have prompted Fatus' understanding of martial energy. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no results, as the repetitive murals offered him no insights whatsoever. What Rod had just experienced, he surmised, was a consequence of the intense convergence of the sacred light within him and Fatus, which activated the profound sentiments of ancient humanity's veneration for the sun god, reverberating through the temple's long-forgotten echoes. It was a mere coincidence, indeed, following this occurrence. The fervor of this place might have dissipated entirely, rendering it incapable of conjuring such serendipity again. Fatus, why did you obstruct Lord Aloes in my presence? Rod inquired of his companion, the once wandering knight now transformed into the Holy Knight, as they journeyed back on horseback. The title of Holy Knight had become so commonplace that it risked losing its significance, yet one must not underestimate its strength. In fact, it stood as one of the most formidable vocational transitions amidst the chaos of war and was notoriously challenging to achieve. While other NPC heroes could transition into Holy Knights with relative ease, merely being benevolent and without severe blemishes on their character, Fatus' path was fraught with obstacles due to his inner turmoil. I cannot explain why. It was an instinctive reaction, Fatus replied. It felt as though I harbored an innate fear of Lord Aloes. I had never sensed such trepidation before my transition. Then, do you harbor disdain for her? Not at all. Ah, that is reassuring. Should Fatus have developed an unconscious aversion to Aloes post-transition, it would imply that Aloes might be some deeply concealed dark entity. If that were the case, the entire Atlantean merchant convoy, numbering over 200 souls, would likely meet a grim fate. Aloes announced to the assembly that the swamp mermen had been entirely eradicated, and the beast responsible for their demise had been driven away by 5 individuals working in unison, ensuring the area was now secure. To weave an elaborate falsehood, allowing the world to dance at your behest, Rod mused, riding alongside the female knight, Riel. It appeared Aloes was also evolving, recognizing that sheer might, while the simplest means to resolve issues, was not necessarily the most prudent. As Riel rode beside her master, she nodded enthusiastically, delighting in every facet of Rod's growth. When her master was joyful, Riel yearned to express her thoughts but forcibly restrained herself, biting her lip and smiling as they continued their journey. Unbeknownst to Riel, her silence conveyed a wealth of information to Rod. A figure of significance, he pondered. Either a rare artifact or perhaps Lord Aloes herself possesses a formidable power, likely a sword. As he rode, Rod discreetly assumed a peculiar posture, and in the next moment, the sword of power that had hung at his side found its way into his grasp, only to vanish a heartbeat later into the ring on his left hand. Having acquired this knowledge, he contemplated his next course of action. Only through subtle guidance can I attain the most suitable benefits. Chapter 41. The Silent Hills in the Early Morning Hours. The vast wilderness at the northern frontier of the Stydiac Empire lay blanketed in pristine white snow, a result of the heavy snowfall that had graced the night prior. The landscape, enveloped in a silvery sheen, appeared exceptionally beautiful. A young noble emerged from the confines of the leather tent, observing that the campfire, after a night of burning, had diminished in vigor, yet still offered a faint warmth to the surrounding soldiers, aside from a handful of patrolling sentinels. The majority of the Redwood Town warriors remained lost in sweet dreams. After fetching a wooden basin, he melted a few handfuls of snow into warm water to cleanse his face, feeling rejuvenated. Rod poured himself a bowl of steaming soup simmering on the iron stove within the tent. A short while later, he ventured into the nearby desolate forest to relieve himself, taking great care to avoid treading upon the remnants left by others. Having completed his studies and worked for several years, one realizes that the knowledge retained in the minds of most ordinary individuals is rather limited, often insufficient to alter one's destiny. In many endeavors, the ultimate contest often hinges upon physical condition and willpower. Morning exercises serve to cultivate both attributes, ensuring one's vigor throughout the day. After a thorough workout, Rod, armed with a crossbow, surveyed the surroundings, greeting the patrolling soldiers. Most of the time, he found little to inspect. Rather, he consciously aimed to instill good habits in himself and his subordinates. In a world abundant with material wealth and information, many principles once memorized gradually assimilated into his very being under the pressures of life and death, fortifying his resolve and strength. As time passed and all in the encampment roused, it signified the commencement of a new day's adventures. Cress, groggily opening her eyes, noted that her lord had risen even earlier than herself, prompting a pang of frustration and regret. Yet, this was to be expected at her age. Girls often found themselves prone to oversleeping due to the demands of their growing bodies. For instance, fine iron ingots could be procured for but a few dinars, or a large barrel of salted fish for just several dinars. Such opportunities were akin to striking gold. Moreover, within the system shop, identical goods could fluctuate drastically in price, sometimes increasing tenfold. A standard curved blade typically cost several hundred dinars, yet a chipped or rusted blade could plummet to just over 100 dinars within the system shop, making it an excellent bargain. A blade with minor imperfections or rust would hardly impact its functionality. In fact, it could even be considered a natural enhancement. On this particular day, as Rod savored his breakfast while perusing the updated offerings of the system shop, he stumbled upon a book tucked away in a corner, the incomplete training manual for Rodehart crossbowmen. This book chronicles the training methods of the crossbowmen of the Rodehart kingdom, as well as the craftsmanship involved in the production of the Rodehart heavy crossbow. However, it lacks the techniques for crafting the Rodehart repeating crossbow. While this tome can serve as a substitute for the original unit upgrade system, it cannot facilitate the promotion of the ultimate Rodehart units. The Rodehart people, including the Rodehart crossbowmen, proficient crossbowmen, seasoned crossbowmen, master marksman, and the elusive fortress sniper, are all represented, albeit with the latter being conspicuously absent. This training manual was penned by a military noble of Rodehart in exile, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from recording the final secrets of his homeland. Nevertheless, this manual retains immense value, priced at 5,040 dinars. A splendid item indeed, albeit somewhat costly, it is undeniably of great worth. Within the tumultuous winds of war, the heavy crossbow of the Rodehart kingdom is renowned across the globe, celebrated as the kingdom's premier armament, reputed for its capacity to shatter the charge of heavy cavalry head-on. The presence of such a training manual in the system shop, priced at only 5,040 dinars, is a remarkable deal, though it remains beyond Rodehart's financial reach. Unless, of course, a battle of comparable magnitude to the clashes with the goblin tribes were to occur in the near future, which might yield some opportunity. Lord Rodehart, are you awake? My master requests your presence. Please proceed to the narrative. Understood, Sir Riel. Please hold for a moment. I shall arrive shortly. My lord, so early in the day. What could Lord Elos desire of you? At this moment, Cress had yet to finish her breakfast, but she set aside her soup bowl to assist Rod in donning his outer robe, inquiring, "It is likely that a merchant convoy is soon to arrive at Stone Ridge. All intelligence indicates the presence of monsters there. Were I in his position, I too would convene a meeting to caution everyone and enhance vigilance. If Lord Elos does not seek us out, I would undertake the same." Indeed, the situation was as Rod had surmised, though Elos proved to be even more forthright than he had anticipated. Prior to our arrival, the Adderland Merchant Association had already organized personnel and attempted multiple times to establish trade routes, albeit on a scale far smaller than this endeavor. The Blackwater Marsh, Centaur Forest, and Crow Canyon had previously seen merchants risking peril to present generous gifts and engage in exchanges. However, only at Stone Ridge, where monsters were purported to roam, had communication become utterly impossible, yet it remained the sole route available for large merchant convoys. We had no alternative but to press onward through it. Within the tent, Aside from Alos and the Knight Riel, were Rod accompanied by Phaedus and Raymond and Ganasser, who arrived with a trusted subordinate. Do you know what kind of monsters inhabit that area? Ganasser inquired, displaying the caution befitting an experienced mercenary. We do not know. The exploratory merchants arranged by the Adderland Merchant Association either found nothing or vanished entirely, thus we remain unaware of the creatures lurking there. The creature capable of making the squad vanish may not dare to strike at a merchant convoy of nearly 200 individuals. Perhaps we shall encounter nothing at all. Raymond articulated this thought, exuding a somewhat excessive optimism, yet it indeed represents a high probability scenario. Though the wilderness is a realm of magical turmoil, inhabited by numerous arcane beings from ancient times, it is rare for even these magical entities to triumph in direct combat against 200 warriors. Unless they belong to legendary species such as behemoths, dragons, high-ranking vampires, or abyssal demons. However, since these beings are legendary, they are not easily encountered. Ganasser and Rod are both inherently cautious individuals, yet no matter how prudent one may be, as subordinates they must face dangers head-on. Otherwise, Alos could prove to be more perilous than those mythical creatures. As days passed, Rod remained steadfast in his routine of alternating drills with the soldiers. Indeed, while the soldiers rotated, he practiced continuously. It was not until they neared the vicinity of Stone Ridge that the true nature of their journey began to reveal itself. This hilly region starkly contrasted with the surrounding expanse of pristine white snow. The entire hill bore no snow at all. The rocks were pitch black, exuding an inexplicable aura. This time, Alos did not dispatch scouts or reconnaissance personnel into Stone Ridge. Instead, she boldly led the main force directly into the area. She understood that the scouts and reconnaissance personnel of the merchant convoy could not compare to the quality of the elites previously dispatched by the guild. Thus, rather than sending lives to an uncertain fate, it would be more prudent to muster everyone and test Raymond's hypothesis. If the creature lurking here feared numbers, perhaps nothing would transpire. Conversely, even a dragon should lack the capacity to easily annihilate this nearly 200-strong merchant convoy. Traversing through the heavy snowfall proved to be quite arduous. Thus, upon entering the hilly region, the soldiers of the convoy surprisingly felt a sense of joy, relieved to escape the struggle of trudging through the snow. However, the leaders among them wore solemn expressions. My lord Rod, I sense that this hill seems to emanate a certain power. Fathes remarked as he approached Rod, his fondness for Rod having risen to an impressive level. Given his nature, he would be willing to entrust his life to Rod out of loyalty. Yet, for Fathes, personal affection, no matter how profound, was insufficient to inspire unwavering loyalty. In his previous life, he was known as a notoriously fickle hero. Whenever he appeared in taverns or inadvertently wandered into territories, players could scarcely resist the urge to recruit him. Initially, his favorability soared, and even if it eventually surpassed 90, typically enough for most heroes to pledge loyalty, without discovering his path to redemption, all prior investments would be in vain. And when the time came, he would depart regardless. Regarding Rod, in his previous life, he had never recruited Phaedus in the online version, only in the single-player mode. Thus he remained unaware of the essence of Phaedus's redemption. It was likely a form of magical radiation. It is said that many high-ranking wizards emanate such potent magic from their bodies that they must reside in solitary towers, lest the overwhelming aura of their magic lead to the demise of nearby mortals. Here, the snow melts as it falls, and beneath the undulating hills may lie slumbering powerful magical creatures or perhaps a vein of magical ore. Of course, other unknown causes could also be at play. The holy light within Rod is the source of the holy light within Phaedus, and he can sense it, as can Rod. While the holy light lacks the destructive properties of blazing fire or the immobilizing effects of icy energy, it possesses the capacity to shield and suppress such effects, thus exhibiting a form of magical resistance, making Rod particularly sensitive to the energy emanating from the hills ahead. Upon entering Stone Ridge, Rod, Phaedus, Raymond, Cress, Gunther, and his loyal confidants grew increasingly tense. The merchant caravan shortened their rest periods, striving to hasten their passage, while the soldiers began to sense the pervasive tension, casting a shadow over the entire atmosphere of the caravan. However, the expanse of the Stone Ridge Hills is quite vast, and the rugged terrain makes swift progress challenging. Even with an accelerated pace, traversing the area in a single day would be arduous. Throughout the day, they remained unscathed, but as night descended, the dangers of traveling the mountain paths escalated. Let us halt for the night. It is impractical to attempt to flee this place under the cover of darkness, Rod suggested to Alos, who was riding at the forefront of the caravan. At that moment, Aloes appeared quite troubled, a detail that Rod perceptively noted. He inquired directly, "My lord Aloes, have you disowned something?" "Nothing in particular, merely. This place instills a profound discomfort within me, as if it inherently rejects my presence," Aloes replied. Despite his aversion, the caravan could not continue its advance. Shortly thereafter, Gunther approached, advocating for Aloes to commence the establishment of a camp. Witnessing the typically adversarial Rod and Gunther arrive at a shared conclusion, Aloes recognized he could no longer act unilaterally and ultimately commanded everyone to set up camp. Albeit with a patrol force that was significantly more than usual, as Rod had suggested. As Rod gazed at the jagged stones cloaked in the darkness of night, he furrowed his brow and sighed softly, "May we remain safe this night. I am not at all eager to discover the nature of the monsters concealed within Stone Ridge. My lord, rest assured, what wild beast would dare attack such a large caravan as ours?" Raymond, riding alongside Rod, maintained an optimistic outlook, largely due to his ordinary mortal nature, which rendered him less aware of the unusual ambience surrounding them. Chapter 42. The Journey as Night Fell. Campfires flickered to life in the encampment. Aside from the soldiers on patrol, the warriors of Redwood Town gathered around the fire, producing their cards and game boards to indulge in merriment. In this era of extreme scarcity of entertainment, the simple amusements brought by Rod from another realm infused vibrant hues into many once monochrome lives. However, Rod himself refrained from participating in these diversions. During his time in Redwood Town, he occasionally played a few rounds with Raymond and the Crest siblings, aiming to stimulate their somewhat underdeveloped intellects. Yet, once they entered the wilds, Rod abstained from such amusements altogether. Ironically, many of the caravan guards learned these pastimes from the soldiers of Redwood Town, and in recent days, they had lost several months' worth of wages to card games, yet they continued to revel in the activity. Rod imposed a strict prohibition on gambling within his ranks, but playing with outsiders fell outside this ban. At times, to foster unity among a faction, it was necessary to delineate another as adversarial. Raymond and Cress were the most influenced by Rod's example. Although Raymond had developed a penchant for the games, he abstained as long as Rod did. At this moment, within the confines of the tent, Raymond held the legs of the Goblin Abbey, repeatedly submerging her in a large bucket of boiling water, eliciting her agonized cries. "Master." "Mumble, mumble. I have truly said all I know about the Silent Hills region." "Mumble, mumble." Before she could finish her sentence, Raymond plunged her back into the water once more. Outside the tent, two corpulent ogres trembled, yearning to rush in and rescue their wailing father. However, the presence of a two-headed ogre within the tent instinctively restrained them, rendering them hesitant to act impulsively. "Enough. Since we cannot extract any further information, Raymond, clean her up and then release her." "Very well, just watch." Raymond, a hunter by trade, was unbothered by filth, but he was ruthless in his scrubbing, causing Abby to emit screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. When the two hefty ogres could no longer contain themselves, they burst through the tent, only to find their father Abby stuffed into a pristine cotton garment, appearing as if he were on the brink of expiration, yet still alive. Simultaneously, a circle of spear-wielding guards quickly surrounded the two ogres, their gleaming weapons steadily aimed at their vulnerable spots. Approximately 46 minutes had elapsed. Was this their limit for endurance? Remarkably, it exceeded Rod's expectations. Observing the white sand hourglass gifted by Aloes, Rod gauged the passage of time. He approached, grasped Abby by the scruff of the neck, and tossed him to the hefty ogres, instructing his subordinates to drive them away without inflicting harm. "Master, why do you expend so much effort on them? Two ogres and a mere goblin. It would be prudent to eliminate them swiftly to avoid wasting excessive provisions." Raymond spoke thus beside Rod. "In this era, humanity harbors no affection for goblins, ogres, or indeed for the vast majority of other races. Humans consume them, and they in turn feast upon humans, establishing a predatory relationship of survival competition. The two ogres, having been stripped of all weaponry, pose no greater challenge than what the soldiers of Redwood Town can manage. My primary concern lies in their potential for uncontrollable rage, should they be armed and unleash their fury. Hence, I must assess my capacity to suppress them, as well as the goblins' ability to exert control over them. We have calculated sufficiently now by firmly grasping the gobliness life in our hands. We need not fear that the ogres will easily slip beyond our control. Moreover, we too are continually growing stronger." "My lord, I understand. What of Cress?" With the topic concluded, Rod cast a casual glance around. "At this hour, she is likely delivering dinner to Lord Fadus on watch duty. Stone Ridge. also known as the Silent Hills and Crow Valley, referred to as the Mountain Fortress, are temporary names bestowed by the pioneers of trade routes, as the wilderness has yet to welcome its true sovereign. During the passage of the caravan through this region, the lower-ranking soldiers remained somewhat indifferent. Yet nearly all leaders and their confidants became alert and tense. Even Cress had prepared a rich broth to invigorate Lord Phaetus, a courtesy not typically extended. "Thank you for the soup, Miss Cress," remarked Sir Phaetus, prompting expressions of gratitude from the surrounding Hydom light infantry, though the freckled girl before them was unremarkable in herself. Her brother served as the Lord's chief bodyguard, and she herself was the Lord's personal maid. Thus, while she was not fawned over by the soldiers of Redwood Town, she certainly was not treated with disdain. "You're welcome, you're welcome. On such a cold day, it's beneficial for everyone to enjoy some soup to warm themselves." As she spoke with a smile, Cress's ears suddenly twitched instinctively. She abruptly turned to gaze into the distant withered forest. Observing Cress's instinctive reaction, Phaetus, without a moment's hesitation, drew his crossbow and loosed an arrow. Clang! Had he missed? The group rushed over to retrieve the quarrel, yet found no creature or any other entity that had been struck. No, it hit something. It merely did not bleed. Phaetus crouched to pick up the slightly deformed bolt, his expression grave. That very night, the slightly altered quarrel appeared before several leaders of the caravan. "Wasn't this shot into the stone?" Alos inquired, frowning as he held up the bolt. "That is certain. I believe Phaetus would not mistake his aim, and even if he had shot wide, it would have struck the dead trees. There are no marks on the surrounding withered woods. In other words, Phaetus indeed struck that creature, yet it sustained no injury." Rod firmly believed in the personal qualities of Fathes, hence he made such an assertion. The creature was black, possessing nocturnal vision and the ability to fly, somewhat resembling a bat. However, with such limited clues, no one could ascertain what kind of monster it truly was. The following morning, the caravan set off once more. The group could not be deterred by such an enigmatic mist of uncertainty. Chapter 43. Regardless, the entirety of the Silent Hills was merely a journey of a little over 2 days. As long as it wasn't a matter of immediate and catastrophic peril, one could endure it with a firm resolve. This sentiment resonated within the ranks of the merchant caravan, and indeed, even Rod shared the same thoughts. From the intelligence provided by Phaetus and Cress, the creature lurking here was not an oversized beast. In other words, it was neither a dragon nor a behemoth. As long as it was not one of these entities, magical creatures in this era were bound by certain constraints. Furthermore, the environment appeared ill-suited for the presence of high-ranking vampires or demons. Casting his gaze around, Rod's thoughts shifted accordingly. Aside from the events of the previous night, the entire day's journey had been secure and smooth. Typically, they would encounter various intelligent creatures and wild beasts, yet today, they encountered none, marking a rare moment of ease during their travels. Suddenly, an immense rumbling echoed nearby. Rod's expression changed as he and Raymond hastened towards the source of the sound, only to find a food cart teetering at the edge of the mountain path, having succumbed to a landslide. At that moment, the warriors of Redwood Town were diligently managing the situation. However, the 2 draft horses had sustained injuries. "Leave it be. We will not salvage anything from this cart. We shall take the lightly injured horse and cut the heavier injured one loose, letting it remain here," Rod commanded decisively, noting that the severely injured horse had already broken a leg. Meanwhile, Raymond urged the other warriors of Redwood Town to maintain their formation and not allow chaos to ensue over the spoils. Raymond's approach to commanding the troops was straightforward and somewhat harsh. He simply rode over and cracked his whip. Normally, Rod would intervene to curb such behavior, but this time, he refrained. The horse with the broken leg struggled to rise, making its way to the side of the shattered cart, lowering its head to nibble on the jerky. Being an omnivorous creature, leaving it behind with just this cart's provisions would suffice for its survival until it healed, provided it could endure in this place for a while. "Rod, you've done remarkably well this time. Your orders were quite decisive, unlike before when you were reluctant to incur any losses," said Alos, who approached Rod with a smile. She genuinely admired this young man before her, albeit in the manner of a superior appreciating an exceptional young leader. Rod's talent for cultivating battle energy and his commanding abilities had captured Alos's attention. Despite his somewhat greedy tendencies stemming from his family's diminished status, she still regarded Rodehart as a rare talent. As for Rod's apparent aversion, she paid it little mind. "As long as you continue to carve out your dominion in the north, you will ultimately bow to me. You have no other path than to serve as my capable subordinate, whether in life or death." Viewing Rod's every advancement as a reflection of her own, Alos naturally felt a sense of joy for his growth. As for Gunnerzer, he was merely a temporary utility. Due to her lineage, Aloes possessed an exceptionally long lifespan, valuing only the very young and talented among human commanders. Those of advanced age would perish within a few years, unless they were truly exceptional. They held little potential for development. As time progressed and the caravan journeyed onward, they gradually entered a valley surrounded by hills. If they continued forward, they could escape this perilous area before nightfall. Consequently, all the higher-ups commanded the group to hasten their pace without regard for fatigue. Once they emerged from the hilly region, they could camp and rest properly outside. "Master, what do you see over there?" Cress suddenly pointed towards the side of the mountain. Following her gesture, Rod gazed in that direction and discerned something vaguely buried within the rock face. He rode closer, using the scabbard of his sword to strike away a portion of the earth and stone, revealing a peculiar iron figure embedded within the mountain. With a gentle tap of the scabbard against the brass-hued figure, Rod found nothing amiss. However, as the caravan ventured deeper into the valley, the number of these half-stone, half-metal figures increased significantly. Clad in ancient armor and wielding twin blades, they bore a muted ochre hue and gazed expressionlessly at the caravan passing by, showing no reaction even when touched out of curiosity. While mounted, Rod scrutinized the figures for a moment, and an expression akin to fear flickered across his face. He quickly summoned Phaedus and Raymond to his side. "Inform everyone in our party to keep their distance from these iron figures." "What is it, my lord? Have you discovered something?" Phaedus inquired, frowning. "Nothing of great concern, merely a suspicion that the forms of these iron figures are too varied, perhaps suggesting they were once living beings." In his previous life, Rod had encountered terracotta warriors, each distinct in appearance, yet those had been created by a great empire. In this extraordinary world, Rod found himself more inclined to suspect the involvement of dark magic leading to petrification rather than mere craftsmanship by a grand civilization. Rod's command over his troops was exceptionally high. As the order was issued, all the soldiers from Redwood Town consciously distanced themselves from the statues lining the valley walls, a stark contrast to the reactions of the caravan's guards and slave traders. As they neared safety, Aloes felt quite pleased. Although she noticed the soldiers' actions, she instinctively deemed Rodehart overly cautious. While such a trait is commendable in a military leader, it might appear somewhat timid and mundane in a man, thus detracting from his appeal. "This must be the creation of an ancient civilization," she remarked. "Riel, look at the armor they wear." Due to her noble lineage and inherent temperament, Aloes possessed an exceptional ability to appreciate art. As she animatedly discussed the artistic styles of ancient civilizations, a bronze figure before her suddenly sprang to life, decapitating a merchant guard with a swift strike, red-hot blood spraying over its metallic form. The valley trembled with a deep rumble, and soon, bronze figures from all directions awakened, mercilessly attacking the curious guards and slave traders who had ventured too close, their shrieks echoing through the valley. Indeed, one might ponder, in an era where magic existed, why would anyone bother to study the intricate and laborious craft of creating countless faces? It would be far more convenient to petrify all slaves at once. The spear-wielders formed a defensive circle around the supply cart, while light infantry coordinated their movements and archers took to the rooftops to unleash a barrage of arrows. This sudden turn of events was utterly unfathomable for those who had not experienced magic for over a millennium. Rod's ability to react stemmed from his previous life, where he had endured the onslaught of an information storm. His capacity for association far surpassed that of individuals from this era. He quickly integrated Phaedus, Raymond, and the still-dazed Aloes with the female knight Riel into his defensive formation. At this moment, aside from the soldiers from Redwood Town, who had quickly received orders and formed a stable defense, chaos reigned among the merchant guards and slave traders. The slave traders, clad in chainmail and skilled in combat, wielded heavy metal warhammers with ferocity, capable of shattering the bronze figures' heads. Conversely, the blunt weapons held by the bronze figures struggled to inflict harm upon them. However, the situation for the merchant guards was far graver. For them, combat was merely a side occupation, and they seldom donned the expensive and cumbersome iron armor. Blunt knives were still knives, and when they struck, they drew blood, scattering flesh and gore. This marked the first time the merchant guards had faced such severe casualties since entering the wilderness, and Aloes, witnessing the carnage, felt a surge of anger. It was easy to counsel others, yet hard to endure such misfortune oneself. Rod noticed Aloes' hand, adorned with a turquoise ring, trembling slightly. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he swiftly issued orders to the commander beside him. "Phaedus, take the light infantry of Hydam and rush to support the merchant guards." if they suffer heavy losses, our journey ahead will become exceedingly difficult. Indeed, while the soldiers of Redwood Town were resilient and highly disciplined, they were, after all, of peasant origin. And most matters concerning the merchant caravan required the merchants themselves to manage. Upon hearing Rod's orders, Aloys's expression softened, and a glimmer of gratitude flickered in her eyes. She understood how much this individual valued his soldiers, and it was no small feat for him to issue such a directive. These iron men stand resolute against strong assaults, impervious to spear thrusts and arrow strikes. The ensuing battles will place the majority of the burden upon Ganasser. Thus, I implore Lord Yalos to issue a strict command for governance. This is, of course, inevitable. Henceforth, Ganasser and his subordinates shall be entrusted to your command, Rod. For the prowess of military leadership is indeed beyond my own capabilities. Yalos's words left Riel, their loyal guardian, momentarily speechless. She could scarcely believe that her usually proud master would utter such words of humility. Chapter 44. Ascension of Rank. The vengeful Iron Knight do not falter. Hold your ground. Ganasser bellowed, vigorously wielding his double-headed hammer after shattering a bronze iron statue. He sought to invigorate morale and impose discipline upon his troops. However, the lack of rigorous training rendered them slow to react amidst the chaos, leading to inevitable mistakes. For someone like Rod, this was a matter of common sense. Yet for the warriors of this era, it was a somewhat nebulous concept. The slave traders under Ganasser's command rarely encountered such turmoil. Their usual operations of capturing slaves relied on their superior weaponry and armor, coupled with their own formidable strength. Strict training? Many slave traders hailed from the ranks of ruffians, vagabonds, and criminals, and excessive constraints would only provoke them to retaliate. In truth, the actual combat prowess of the bronze iron statues in the Silent Hills was not particularly formidable. Though they possessed bodies that appeared metallic, their movements were sluggish, and their forms lacked the resilience of true metal, making them susceptible to destruction upon sustained attack. Nevertheless, the terrifying spectacle of these statues awakening and wreaking havoc was enough to instill fear. Consequently, many caravan guards and slave traders chose not to wield their weapons, instead raising their hands in a gesture to ward off evil, spitting upon the bronze iron figures in a desperate bid for self-preservation. As fear and disarray diminished their fighting spirit, they found themselves isolated in their struggles. The warriors from Redwood Town, primarily composed of farmers and less seasoned in combat, were gripped by greater trepidation. However, when their lord, Rodehart, raised his ancient cross-sword and called upon the brave to join him in battle, a wave of warmth surged in their hearts, rekindling the courage within them. Instinctively, they responded according to their training. Thus, Aros and Riel beheld the sight of these modestly armored Redwood warriors, brandishing rudimentary weapons, rallying with cries of victory upon the battlefield. They followed commands with valor, forming a steadfast shield wall that showcased a spirit distinct from that of the caravan guards and slave traders. The disparity between the two groups, often obscured, became starkly evident in the face of adversity. In the future, the specter of ancient tribal wars might very well re-emerge, and Aros resolved to firmly grasp the hand of Lord Rodehart, for he envisioned the potential to establish a powerful and illustrious nation in the north with his guidance. At that moment, Aros's allegiance had decidedly shifted toward a particular individual, though that individual remained oblivious, as Rod's gaze was fixed intently upon his soldiers. Akin to a miser guarding his gold coins, pained by the thought of losing even one. Due to Rod's meticulous command, 38 Charles spear wielders formed several rows of interlocking shield walls, effectively repelling the onslaught of the bronze and iron statues surrounding them. The defense was not entirely sealed. Rather, it allowed a few statues to slip through, only to be dispatched and shattered by Raymond, accompanied by 10 Charles archers who had ceased using their bows. These iron statues, devoid of flesh and vital weaknesses, were more effectively confronted in close combat with axes than from a distance. At this juncture, Fathes had successfully linked up with the caravan guards alongside the Highdam light infantry. As the two groups converged, the caravan guards expressed their willingness to follow Rod's leadership, significantly bolstering their collective strength and considerably alleviating the pressure on their defenses. However, it was during this time that the true nature of the creatures discovered by Fathes the previous night became apparent. Several dark, demon-like or bat-like animated statues swooped down, seizing caravan guards or slave traders and casting them down from great heights, accompanied by horrifying screams that rent the air. Once these unfortunate souls fell, silence enveloped them. The reason for the attacks focusing solely on the caravan guards and slave traders lay in the chaos. The more tumultuous the situation, the easier it was for these sudden aerial assaults to succeed. Some gargoyles did plunge towards the warriors of Hombu Town, but they veered away mid-attack upon encountering the protective shields, opting not to risk further confrontation. The bronze and iron statues, resembling demons or bats, were not the entirety of the threat. The most alarming aspect was the emergence of several armored knights standing atop the gargoyles. As the gargoyles dove down, these armored knights unleashed devastating strikes with their great swords. Their power was fearsome. Raymond, mounted on horseback, was attacked from behind. Despite his quick reflexes, his wooden shield was shattered by a single blow, sending him tumbling to the ground. Although his life was spared, his arm was fractured, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. The most prominent figures on the battlefield had nearly all fallen victim to these gargoyle knights' assaults. Gunnar, wielding a massive two-handed hammer, witnessed Raymond's fall and felt a fierce wind at his back. A gargoyle capable of bearing an armored knight was already an elite creature. The addition of another, equally formidable, would be overwhelming. In an instant, Gunnar's body was propelled uncontrollably downward, racing toward the elite gargoyle's back as he roared and swung his hammer with ferocity. The sound of impact echoed, bang, 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 followed by a thunderous crash, as Gunnar, the armored knight, and the elite gargoyle collided with the rocky hillside, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Moments later, this formidable figure emerged from the debris, one-handedly wielding his hammer, roaring once more as he rejoined the fray. Regardless of fortune, his bravery was truly commendable. Though he thought this, it did not hinder Rod from swiftly taking command of Gunnar's slave trader forces. Due to his prior engagement in commanding the troops during the earlier skirmishes, the Gargoyle Knight did not designate him as a target, allowing Rod to observe the battlefield with a composed demeanor and to seek tactical opportunities. "Gather around, follow me," he commanded. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm your father." With that, Rod lunged forward, swinging his sword with precision, leveraging the momentum of his steed. Seizing the moment of disbelief from his adversary, he swiftly severed the head of a confidant of Ganasur. In the ensuing chaos, disobedience was swiftly quashed. No slave trader dared defy Rod's orders amidst such bloodshed and brutality. Firstly, they lacked a leader. Secondly, Rod had always held a prominent position within the merchant guild that stood in opposition to their boss. Although their relationship was semi-hostile, Rod's standing undeniably surpassed that of the others. In this critical juncture, with Rod assuming command, many slave traders, albeit dazed, instinctively acquiesced. "Everyone dismount. Advance on foot and charge with me. My lord, be careful." At that moment, Rod faintly heard the call of the young girl, Cress. Simultaneously, a colossal shadow loomed over him. An attack. Without hesitation, Rod rolled off his horse, just as a lance struck his mount, erupting into a mist of blood. Lying on the ground, splattered with blood, Rod beheld an even larger gargoyle than the others soaring above him. Upon its back stood a crimson-armored knight wielding a massive lance, its eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, reminiscent of vengeful spirits risen from the depths of hell, unleashing a howl of defiance upon the world. As this avenging knight raised its lance, the number of surrounding gargoyles multiplied. The silent hills concealed an innumerable host of such creatures, far exceeding the combat capacity of the 200-strong merchant convoy. "Riel, it's time to act." Observing Rod's peril, Yaris felt a surge of discontent. "Indeed, my lord," the devoted knightess. Riel, understanding her master's intent, spoke no further. Instead, she unfastened her left arm armor, revealing a glove tightly fitted to her skin, inscribed with enigmatic runes. "Cursed Gauntlet, Cursed Knight." With a swift motion, Riel pressed her left hand towards the colossal gargoyle, and a brilliant, concentrated fireball rapidly formed and shot forth. Boom. Though the fireball appeared modest in size, upon striking the gargoyle, it ignited, enveloping it in roaring flames. Within mere seconds, the formidable gargoyle, at least of elite caliber, disintegrated mid-air, as the potent flames of the cursed knight spell exhibited remarkable penetration, rendering ordinary magical resistance utterly futile. The high-ranking spell-marked knight. The great sorcery of fire. What are these two women truly about? Rod could vaguely deduce that Aros was a woman, primarily due to her fastidiousness, a quality rarely matched by men, in the way Riel gazed at her. As a successful lord, Rod was accustomed to the adoration of his little maid. Yet the way Cress looked at him differed from Riel's gaze towards Aros. Cress's expression was one of admiration, trust, closeness, and greed, while Riel's was marked by admiration, trust, and closeness, lacking the latter sentiment. Riel, though loyal to Aros, had a conventional orientation, evident in the way she had looked at Rod when he was bare-chested. Between men and women, pure friendship is forever an elusive notion. With this distinction, coupled with Aros's unconscious behaviors, Rod gradually began to perceive the truth of her gender. However, this revelation bore little consequence. In this era, women faced greater challenges than men when venturing outside. Thus, if circumstances permitted, changing one's gender could be deemed a rational and astute choice. Women, the Moonshadow Steppe, the Atlantean Guild, the City of the Crescent Moon. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Rod positioned his sword across his left elbow, his body angled towards the blood-red steel knight that had fallen from the sky. Though it would be wiser to wait for all of his allies to converge before launching an attack, the hesitation to seize the moment while surrounded by his formidable comrades would only hinder his path on the journey towards personal martial prowess. No matter how abundant the extraordinary resources at his disposal, with Rod's pride, he could not abide such self-awareness. The holy light, this adversary was worthy of battle. Sensing Rod's challenge, the steel knight, crashing from the air, swung his massive lance with a single hand, producing a terrifying blast of air. This weapon, not ideally suited for dueling, was rendered formidable in the hands of the towering, powerful blood-red knight, who wielded it with reckless abandon. Despite the duel, both Rod and the steel knight were surrounded by adversaries. Hence, their choices converged. Eliminate the lesser foes first, then confront one another. In Rod's eyes, unbeknownst to him, a hint of crimson flickered amidst the pure darkness, emanating an almost frenzied exhilaration. Lord, Sir Rodehart, victory, kill. The whispers of countless voices, filled with trust, reverence, and admiration, seemed to echo in his ears, culminating in a low growl that erupted from Rod's lips. Having engaged countless times in immersive role-playing games in his past life, save for the adult versions that required additional payment, none had ignited such fervor, such boiling blood, and such exhilarating battle intent as this very moment. He wielded the sword of power, charging towards the nearby bronze and iron statues. 1, 2, 3, 5. The brilliance of the blade surged forth, rendering all opposition powerless. Throughout this endeavor, his movements flowed with an elegance reminiscent of a meticulously rehearsed dance, honed through countless trials. The holy aura surging within him amplified Rod's strength, speed, and agility, while simultaneously minimizing the recoil of his power. In the ancient era, the destructive capacity of the holy knights, as Rod referred to them, sacred energy was not particularly remarkable. However, its true terror lay in the fact that high-ranking holy knights could perpetually maintain a state of invulnerability, regardless of the nature of the assault or the blows they endured. The tactical maneuvers of these elite warriors could be executed with minimal disruption. This was an exceedingly frightening reality. The strike of a sword meant either the end of one's own life or a relentless confrontation to the death. Rodehart's performance in the charge was nothing short of astonishing, while the Crimson Iron Knight's display instilled sheer dread. Like a relentless force sweeping away pests, it sent the surrounding slave traders flying as they approached. In the very instant Rod drew near, the knight unleashed a thrust. The western lance, resembling a slender cone, grew heavier and less agile the longer it was, typically employed by knights for frontal assaults. Yet, at this moment, under the might of the Crimson Iron Knight, the lance pierced forth, creating a visible vortex in the air before Rod, its force radiating with an intensity that reached its zenith. At that moment, Rod's heart raced. He sensed that this adversary was akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting with sudden fury. Before him loomed the terrifying shadow of the lance, accompanied by a searing aura, unleashing a potent wave of death. In that instant, he could no longer trust his own eyes, for objects take 0.3 seconds to register on the retina before being relayed to the brain, and the force and speed of the Crimson Knight's strike had likely surpassed that threshold. It was impossible to withstand. He could not block this blow, and he was doomed. How splendid! At that moment, Gunnar forgot the enemies surrounding him. His entire focus fixated on Rod's struggle. Then, a brutal strike from the bronze statue before him cleaved across his face, blood splattering forth. My lord! In the distance, Cress felt his heart leap into his throat. Lord Rodehart. Faris, enveloped in a surge of energy, spurred his steed and brandished his lance, yet the distance was too great. He would be too late. My lord. The injured Raymond felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, grateful that he was amidst his own ranks. In that very moment, as the knight's violent lance descended upon him, Rod's form suddenly transformed into an illusion, reappearing several paces to the side, having surpassed his normal limits in a remarkable burst of speed. Consequently, the Crimson Iron Knight's anticipation faltered. The colossal firearm glided along Rod's shoulder, though it never made contact. The shockwave shattered the leather armor upon him, leaving his muscles in excruciating pain. However, he had successfully closed the distance, now within a range far more suitable for a duel with a longsword. "Master, was that the Moonshadow step?" Riel exclaimed, her shock palpable as she witnessed Rod perform a technique that seemed beyond his capabilities. This move was one that even she had not been deemed worthy to learn. How could a mere lord from the Northern Territories possibly execute such a feat? Yet, it was not the Moonshadow step, while it bore a striking resemblance. It was an effect born from the explosive manifestation of his fiery combat energy, placing immense strain on his body. Had his training not been so extraordinary, he would have collapsed under the pressure at that very moment. Although Alos's explanation was unequivocal, it could not deter Rod from successfully engaging in close combat once more, unleashing the fiery sword technique with a devastating slash against the Crimson Steel Knight before him. At that moment, his nostrils were filled with the metallic scent of blood. Yet the exhilaration of surpassing his own limits overwhelmed him, leaving him in a state of euphoric frenzy. Yes, 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 this is the feeling. Faster, faster, faster. The sword's brilliance, fierce as a tempest, rained down upon the Crimson Knight, accompanied by the thunderous roars of battle. The intense collisions of steel produced an acrid, searing aroma of iron, spreading forth as it gradually disintegrated and incinerated the knight's form. Slay the vengeful Steel Knight. Experience point 1640. Defeat the enemy commander. Enemy, troop morale crumbles. The entire army is in disarray. You have earned 421 dinars, the shattered heart of steel, and other spoils of war. Level up to level 8. Attribute point 1. Skill point 1. Weapon proficiency 10. Heroic trait activation in progress. Activation failed. Bloodline dormant. Chapter 45. The Heart of Steel, System Organization and Skill Allocation. The azure sky stretched infinitely, resembling a boundless sapphire devoid of any clouds, while a few blackbirds screeched as they soared by. Below lay a vast expanse of lush green forest, and within the trees, a winding path meandered forth. A grand caravan, composed of over 100 individuals, advanced steadily, the sound of hooves creating a somewhat raucous echo along the trail. Despite lacking the requisite prowess, a certain individual insisted on having a small horse pull a grand cart, and at this very moment, he lay quietly atop one of the carriages. Though his eyes remained closed, his spirit gradually began to awaken, in a state that blurred the line between dream and reality. Rod seemed to glimpse a girl with golden hair and skin as radiant as ivory. She smiled softly, pressing her palm gently against her chest, and with that tender touch, a warm and vibrant life force began to spread, soothing and healing all the inner and outer wounds of his body. As Rod, in a daze, reached out to touch her, the girl smiled and retreated. Then, Rod awoke to find a round-faced girl, freckled and dozing with her chin cradled in her palm. Her lips even glistening with drool. Had she been dreaming of something delicious? Dreams may be lush, but reality is often stark. He resolved not to abandon his dreams and drifted back to sleep, encouraging himself to continue the sweet reverie he had just experienced. However, at that moment, the carriage jolted as it rolled over a stone, abruptly waking Cress, who then spotted Rod, now awake. "My lord, you have awakened." "Brother, Master Fatus, the lord is awake." The news of Rodhart's awakening resonated not only significantly with the soldiers of Redwood Town, but also invigorated the morale of the entire caravan. After all, each individual harbored their own assessments. Many viewed the Lord's remarkable performance during the Silent Hills incident as a salvation for the entire caravan. Had it not been for Rod's valiant confrontation with that Iron Knight, which petrified the other statues once more, the monstrous stone figures scattered across the hills would likely have annihilated the entire caravan. Naturally, those privy to the full details, such as Rod, Gunther, and Riel, held a different perspective, but for the majority, the situation was perceived in such a manner. "My lord, how do you feel?" "My lord, you have finally awakened." Fatus and Raymond were the first to arrive on horseback, Raymond's left arm still bound in cloth against his chest, nursing injuries that would not heal swiftly. Rod offered some words of reassurance to the gathered crowd, then subtly displayed signs of fatigue. The others quickly took their leave, recognizing the gravity of the perilous encounter at Silent Hills. "Cress, how long have I been unconscious?" "My lord, you must not act so impulsively in the future. You have been in a state of unconsciousness for nearly 2 weeks. We have now departed from Silent Hills and entered the region of the Centaur Forest. The Centaur Forest region is an expansive area within the wilderness, shaped like a crescent, enveloping the mountainous fortress. During my unconsciousness, did anyone come to visit me?" "Nearly everyone did. Lord Yaros, Knight Riel, even that Gunast appeared. though I sensed his intentions were not pure. Oh, I see. The alluring dream flickered through Rod's mind once more. Yet he now found himself uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination. My lord, you must be hungry. I shall prepare some meat broth for you. You have just awakened, and it would be best to avoid hard foods for a few days. Very well, go ahead. After the little leopard of Crest leaped off the moving carriage, Rod opened his system panel to consult the information. Before he succumbed to unconsciousness after defeating the vengeful Iron Knight, Rod was fully aware. He even waited until Fathes approached him before allowing himself to fall into slumber. The burning state of saintly combat depletes one's life potential, but due to his formidable self-control, Rod never anticipated he would lie unconscious for half a month before awakening. Was it the backlash from a failed bloodline awakening? However, in Rodhart's memories, the Hart family seemed devoid of any magical lineage. Yet now that it was confirmed, there must be something. What could it be? A dragon, abyssal demon, titan, or even a scion of the divine? Alas, I am already quite handsome. I should not indulge in fanciful thoughts. I would be content with even a trace of elven blood, for it would grant me over a century more of life. After a moment of contemplation, Rod chose not to dwell overly on his bloodline. In this era, a magical lineage bears far more advantages than disadvantages. Moreover, what he relied upon most was not this. The direct spoils from the recent battle yielded 421 dinars, combined with the 802 dinars he already possessed. And the sale of post-battle trophies netted an additional 625 dinars, bringing the total to 848 dinars. This, however, was still insufficient. The battle in the Silent Hills was even less rewarding than the initial skirmish against the Goblin coalition upon entering the wilderness, yet aside from the 1,000 dinars. This conflict had also bestowed upon Rod a shattered heart of steel. Shattered Heart of Steel 1315. 120. A complete Heart of Steel can summon 50 copper iron statues as combat puppets in the Silent Hills. A powerful Heart of Steel can summon 50 stone gargoyles as combat puppets in the Silent Hills. A vengeful Heart of Steel can summon 50 Iron Knights as combat puppets in the Silent Hills, with a chance to summon a vengeful Iron Knight. Clutching the peculiar iron fragment in his hand, Rod's mindset was one of despair. 50 Iron Knights constitute a formidable fighting force, undeniably, but to accumulate 20 such pieces? This is utterly absurd, unappetizing if consumed, yet too valuable to discard. It is nothing short of a chicken rib. Although he contemplated this notion, after a brief moment of reflection, Rod chose not to exchange it directly for dinars. Instead, he deftly tucked it away, sensing that he might someday find it useful. Even if it were merely 50 copper and iron figurines, wielded wisely, they could constitute a formidable force. Following the previous battle, he had ascended to a new personal level, and thus allocated his attribute points to intelligence, perhaps. Upon enhancing his intelligence attribute to 14 points, Rod then devoted 2 skill points, one earned through leveling up, the other gained from his intelligence boost, into his first aid skill. The efficacy of this skill allowed him and his commanders to regain a portion of vitality after each battle, reflected in the restoration of spirit, physical strength, and injuries. Had Rod been cultivating a different form of energy rather than the holy light chi, he would undoubtedly have prioritized augmenting his strength and agility. Initially, enhancing his survival odds was his primary focus. However, as his comprehension of the holy light chi deepened, he recognized that investing in intelligence to fortify his connection with the army was far more advantageous. This approach not only bolstered individual survival and combat capacity, but also elevated the survival and fighting prowess of the entire army. It was simply illogical to choose otherwise. In the Battle of Silent Hills, 16 guards perished, 14 slave traders met their end, while only 2 soldiers, hailing from the farming community of Redwood Town, sustained severe injuries. This starkly illustrated that the high mortality rate on the battlefield often stemmed more from chaos, fear, and the breakdown of military order than from the enemy's might. Undeniably, however, had the guards and slave traders not served as meat shields, the disciplined soldiers of Redwood Town would surely have sustained more than just 2 injuries. Chapter 46. The Heart of Steel, System Organization and Attribute Allocation. 2. The vengeful Iron Knight, though unaware of its origins, evidently possessed remarkable command abilities. It directed its subordinates to prioritize assaults on the disordered and clearly better equipped caravan guards and slave traders, far superior to the soldiers of Redwood Town. This was a judicious and astute choice. Hence, regardless of who might wage this battle, the decision would remain unchanged even after 1,000 iterations. The soldiers of Redwood Town not only suffered negligible casualties but also achieved substantial victories. Following this engagement, 8 out of 10 soldiers successfully advanced to the rank of Tier 3 Wild Hunters, significantly enhancing both their melee and ranged capabilities. Among the 38 spear-wielding Shar, 12 were eligible for promotion, while 8 out of 18 Haidam Light Infantry could ascend to Haidam Infantry. However, among the 2 wounded, excluding those with minor injuries that had already healed, one was from their ranks, and the other a Shar spear wielder. In the previous skirmish, the 18 Haidam Light Infantry had followed Fathes to assist the caravan guards and slave traders, and amidst the ensuing chaos, they sustained no losses. This was a testament to Fathes' formidable prowess and dedication. Even Rod himself was nearly certain that he could not match Fathes' level of skill in such an environment. Fathes' martial abilities far surpassed Rod's current capabilities, and even outside of a charged state, his holy light aura was more profound and robust than Rod's. It was no surprise that he had been nurtured to such a level, destined to rival legendary heroes in the future. With such foundational qualities and profession, coupled with superior equipment and potent light skills, what necromancer or demon would not feel a pang of anxiety at the sight? If those creatures still possessed any sense of concern. Once all adjustments were completed, the devoted maid Cress arrived with a steaming bowl of beef and potato soup. Far from the usual goblin fare, under her meticulous preparation, it was rich, delectable, and perfectly fatty, enhanced with onions, leaving Rod warm and slightly perspiring after consumption. Upon learning of Rod's awakening, Aloys, the steward, and her female guard, Riel, also came to visit him. However, Ganisser did not return. Perhaps grappling with the harsh reality that his hopes for Rod's demise had been dashed, he was evidently struggling to accept this grim truth. The thought of Ganisser's discontent brought Rod great joy, to the point of developing a peculiar fondness for him. As the sun set and the moon rose, the caravan progressed day by day. With the passage of time, Rod's body gradually recovered and even strengthened through the continuous practice of holy light energy and martial arts. The system's enhancement of agility not only bolstered an individual's strength and swiftness, but inevitably improved their foundational physical attributes. Otherwise, one might strike with a fist only to shatter their own hand or kick out and lose a foot. Such a farcical notion of system enhancement would be laughable. The sacred light and the aura of combat share a similar essence. As a martial skill, it primarily enhances the practitioner's strength and agility while inevitably fortifying their physical foundation. Indeed, the divine aura is among the various elemental combat techniques that place the greatest emphasis on corporeal enhancement. After a fortnight had elapsed, a sizable mountain city emerged in the distance, coming into view for the members of the caravan. At this juncture, Rod's body had nearly recovered enough for him to ride once more. Gazing at the mountain city, Cress approached Rod and inquired, "My lord, did we not hear that the wilderness is devoid of cities? Is this not a city?" The absence of a city belonging to humankind does not equate to the absence of civilization. As they drew nearer, the group discerned the presence of small dark figures soaring in the air above the city, a hybrid of human females and eagle wings. Unlike the harpy Rod had previously slain, these avian women appeared immaculate, their eyes clear and bright. Though they retained a hint of feral savagery, they had transcended mere beasts and were now capable of communication. "Who are you?" inquired a harpy with deep crimson wings, distinct from her kin, as she gracefully descended and hovered before the caravan. "We are a human caravan bearing gifts and offerings for the esteemed queen. We have already communicated with a commanding officer, who conveyed that Her Majesty has graciously permitted our passage through the mountain fortress," replied a noble lady knight named Riel, stepping forward with reverence, holding aloft a dazzling necklace of rubies. It seemed that all female beings were enchanted by such glittering treasures, including the harpies above, who were momentarily dazzled by the sight. It appeared that aside from the stone beasts of the Silent Hills, the Atlantean Merchant Guild had meticulously arranged every aspect of the trade route. Witnessing this spectacle, Rod could not help but murmur in awe, reflecting that with sufficient gold, these avaricious merchants could achieve almost anything. Exhibiting bravery surpassing the fiercest warriors and cunning that outmatched even the most treacherous fiends of the abyss. At that moment, Thetis rode alongside Rod's steed and concurred. With the illustrious ruby necklace and crystal bracelets paving the way, the gates of the mountain city gradually creaked open. On either side of the entrance stood wolfmen and lizardfolk soldiers, while harpy warriors clad in armor and wielding weapons soared above. The caravan, comprised of over 150 humans, entered the city at a measured pace. Within this mountain stronghold resided wolfmen, lizardfolk, fishmen, dwarves, and ancient orcs, alongside a considerable number of humans. However, Rod observed that all the humans he could see were ragged and toiling on the stonework at the city's periphery. The queen is quite fond of your gifts and has granted you the privilege of temporary respite and passage. However, do not cause disturbances within the city, otherwise the fate of the surrounding slaves will become your own. After imparting this warning, or perhaps threat, the winged, crimson-hued harpy, adorned with the crystal bracelet just gifted by Riel, took flight with her subordinates. It is difficult to fathom that amidst this city, there exists an establishment akin to an inn. Though operated by a lizard folk, it has carved out a section of the city to rent out beast skin tents while ensuring the safety of its inhabitants, serving a purpose indistinguishable from that of human taverns. Young Cress, having grown up to this point, was witnessing such a city for the very first time. She was simultaneously gripped by fear and curiosity, which instinctively drew her closer to Rod while her gaze darted left and right. The Crow's Gorge, or Mountain Fortress, is a mountain city established within a gently sloping canyon, surrounded by hills. High upon the elevations, one can find the nest of harpies, with numerous of these creatures flitting in and out. They appear to be classified by the color of their wings. Those with red wings are the leaders, the upper echelon, while the gray and black-winged ones are the common harpies. Yet, they clearly possess their own education, civilization, and social structure, markedly different from the beast they had hunted prior. Within the canyon dwells a multitude of diverse peoples, each engaged in their own trades and businesses. The most numerous among them are the gnolls, wergs, and lizardfolk, who possess an abundance of finely crafted iron tools while enslaving a significant number of humans to quarry stone from the cliffs on either side. As the caravan entered the tented area of the inn to rest, a ragged human suddenly sprinted down the hillside, an act swiftly noticed by a lizardfolk guard. Drawing back his bow, the guard released an arrow that struck the man squarely in the back, causing crimson blood to blossom instantly. Yet, the man seemed oblivious to his injury, continuing to run until he was within a certain proximity to the caravan, at which point he abruptly hurled an object from his arms. Cress, standing beside Rod, instinctively caught the thrown object. Realizing the trouble it might signify, she instinctively sought to discard it. However, upon discerning its contents, her motion halted, and she turned to gaze at her lord. Rod glanced over to see that the dark, coarse fabric concealed a frail human infant. This little one appeared to comprehend that the person who loved him most dearly had perished, tears streaming down his cheeks without a sound of wailing. At that moment, lizardfolk and werg guards armed with weapons had already encircled them, as vassal races to the harpies. They were far stronger than their kin from the outside world, sustained by the labor of numerous human slaves. Chapter 47. Divergent Perspectives on History. Rod refrained from causing trouble. Upon witnessing Rod and Cress encircled by lizard folk and gnoll sentinels, the soldiers of Redwood Town, already on edge, swiftly drew their weapons, with some even stringing their bows. Gunnar, the slave trader and their leader, observed the escalating tension and approached Rod, his expression shifting with concern. Despite the palpable animosity simmering between them, Gunnar understood that should Rod engage in conflict with the harpies, he would inevitably be implicated. What purpose does your discontent serve? The imperial mines employ alien slaves, and plantation owners exploit foreign human bondsmen. Such practices are rampant and not confined to this locale. Rod turned his gaze towards Gunnar, who stood behind him. At that moment, the foremost lizardfolk raised its spear menacingly towards Rod's face, poised to strike. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a sword being drawn echoed through the air. Rod swung his sword toward the lizard folk, causing the leader to stumble back in terror. Though the creature possessed some agility and courage, its inherent qualities were no match for Rod, whose martial prowess and physical strength exceeded that of an ordinary human nearly threefold. With a swift motion, Rod deflected an arrow aimed at him, simultaneously intimidating the lizard folk leader into a seated position on the ground. In that fleeting moment, a startled Charl hunter, overwhelmed with anxiety, inadvertently released the bowstring, mistaking the lizard folk's aggression towards their lord as an imminent threat. Rod, the young noble's decisive strike sent a chill of dread through Gunnar, while the lizard folk leader, now seated, was equally terrified. To you, it is merely a few pounds of flesh. I shall purchase it. At Rod's behest, subordinates promptly retrieved large cuts of meat and sausages, presenting them to the lizard folk and gnoll, the weight of which far exceeded that of an infant human. Mounted and illuminated by the sun, Rod surveyed the lizardfolk and gnolls below, confident that, due to the witch's edict, these creatures would not dare to strike unless he initiated the confrontation. Well then, you may leave. The frightened lizardfolk leader scrambled to its feet. disregarding the dust clinging to its scales, and rushed to inspect the meat and sausages offered by the soldiers of Redwood Town, clutching the provisions with apparent satisfaction. For these upright beings, adorned with thick green scales, exchanging a few pounds of meat for a substantial quantity was an exceedingly advantageous trait. Yet, despite their avarice resembling that of human constables, they lacked the cunning often exhibited by their human counterparts. In a similar scenario, a human town's constable would have demanded several times more in exchange for leniency. Cress. Yes, my lord. Please remember the appearance of this individual. I shall personally exact vengeance upon it for the sake of this child's kin. Indeed, I have committed it to memory, my lord. For Gunnar, the slave trader, such occurrences are commonplace and routine. However, for Rode, he has long adapted to the notion of humanity's supremacy among all races. He can even step back and regard other sentient beings, akin to humanity, with a measure of equality. Yet, the idea that these beings are superior to humanity is one that Rode cannot and will not accept. The harpy witch Magnalaril is said to be a remnant of an ancient lineage, having established this town over 2 centuries ago. This sorceress possesses the ability to summon tempests and cast curses, and she commands a formidable guard of Knoll warriors. We shall rest here for 2 days, steering clear of her and adhering to local laws. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Although Alos directed these words towards both Rode and Gunnar, her gaze remained fixed upon Rode, her meaning unmistakable. I understand that Redwood Town will not trouble the overseer. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the nearby mine. The onlookers turned to see several lizardfolk and Knoll guards hoisting a number of human slaves high upon wooden frames, laughing maniacally as they did so, their eyes glinting with a menacing challenge directed at the human caravan. The guards of the Adderland Trading Company, seasoned and knowledgeable, continued with their duties, choosing to avert their gaze and remain indifferent. This world is indeed sorrowful, rife with suffering, violence, and death. Such occurrences are all too frequent. If only someone could forge a new world where all beings and races coexist in harmony, living peacefully and prosperously. Alos mused softly. Ah, you possess grand aspirations indeed. My desires are not so intricate. I merely wish for humanity to lead a tranquil existence. However, if one solely focuses on a single race, hatred will perpetuate endlessly, and war and slaughter will remain unceasing. Alos furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing this. That merely indicates that not enough have been slain, that the task remains incomplete. If not eradicated entirely, hatred will persist. Once the enemies are vanquished, hatred shall cease to exist. At this moment, a stark ideological rift emerged between Rode and Alos. Both held valid viewpoints, each derived from their understanding of historical knowledge. Alos, having perused historical texts since childhood, observed that since the Great War of Races, countless millennia have passed with various races engaged in relentless conflict, yet war continues to plague the continent. Thus, she concluded that ruling by the sword yields no resolution. In Rode's perspective, the world is profoundly objective. Morality is merely a veneer over the might of power, akin to the vibrant flowers adorning a decorative sword. Chapter 48. Harnessing momentum. Returning to the camp. Within the confines of the tent, Raymond trembled with rage, and Fathi's wore a similarly grim expression. The sentiment was clear. Soldiers hailing from the agrarian roots of Redwood Town had seldom encountered grander spectacles. In their minds, it was unfathomable that beings of their kind should toil like cattle beneath the whips of lizard folk and wolfmen, only to face a senseless execution thereafter. Conversely, the seasoned slave traders and caravan guards, having traversed far and wide, had grown desensitized to such brutality. My lord, why not raid the mines tonight and liberate the slaves within? With our numbers, we could seize this place outright. You would become the lord of the land. Collecting entry taxes from that dandy Alos, Raymond fervently suggested, his emotions running high. Raymond, your appearance is already quite unappealing, came the sardonic reply. Thus, do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. If this land were easy to conquer, do you believe a shrewd individual like Alos would meekly pay the entry tax? Raymond, do you recall the pack of wolfmen that previously attacked Redwood Town? Each wolfman guard possesses the prowess of a tribal chief, and there are at least 50 of them. At these words, even the reckless and impulsive Raymond felt a lump form in his throat, silencing his tongue. He had first-hand experience, having nearly been crushed by a flail while outnumbered in battle. Yet, this place truly held promise. Perched atop the mountains, it was defensible and challenging to assault. Encircled by forests rich in resources, with rivers flowing nearby and likely veins of iron ore. Most crucially, the most crucial aspect remained unspoken as Rod stood at the tent's entrance, gazing outward, weighing his thoughts. Most importantly, this location lay at the critical juncture connecting Stydiac with the two Orc empires. If they could capture and hold it, the ensuing trade taxes alone would suffice to foster the town's development. However, with his current strength, he could not seize this territory. To succeed, he must leverage existing forces, using allies as a bargaining chip. Rod refrained from voicing this strategy, for the noble lady from Moonlit City wielded considerable influence. Mishandling her could pose grave risks to both himself and Redwood Town. I possess the cavalry system. The most rational approach would be to bide my time. Find a relatively stable locale to cultivate the populace and train my troops. In 10 years, I could undoubtedly forge an elite army. However, the establishment of Silverfrost City, the Musket Squad, the Goblin civilization, and the initial onset of the magical tide, along with the enigmatic Miss Yalos, all seem to convey a singular message. If I do not swiftly acquire the means of self-preservation, both I and that which I wish to protect may soon be ground to dust in the approaching chaos. Now that all objective conditions have been met, it is time for a decisive maneuver. Should I succeed, I shall thrive as a young model in the club, but should I fail, I will retreat into obscurity. To contemplate victory is wise, but to consider defeat is prudent. At this moment, Rod is already pondering how to escape with Cress and Raymond should the tides turn against him. In years past, Liu Bei endured a tumultuous life, yet he was accompanied by a loyal band of brothers. Though Rod does not dare to compare himself to Liu Bei, he believes that, with the support of the system, he too can gather a loyal following. The next day, under the protective influence of the Harpy Witch Magna, the human merchants of the caravan were allowed to move freely within the mountainous fortress, engaging in trade despite their human status. The caravan guards and slave traders rarely ventured out, preferring instead to rest within the camp, replenishing their energy. In contrast, Rod from Redwood Town rose early, accompanied by Phaedus and Raymond, to explore the splendor and resources of the mountainous fortress. This mountain city is divided into two sections. The upper part is the Eyrie, home to a relatively small number of harpies. Although their numbers are limited, after at least 2 centuries of development, even amidst ongoing conflict, the Eyrie boasts hundreds of harpies. According to Phaedus, this is a consequence of years spent battling the Centaur tribe and driving away some of their kin. Apart from these harpies, Rod observed a magnificent creature emerging from the Eyrie, adorned with yellow-brown feathers, possessing a robust physique and razor-sharp claws. Its impressive form combines the body of a beast with the proud head of an eagle, creating an aura of formidable ferocity. "What is that?" Rod inquired. But Raymond interjected before he could speak. "It is a griffin, although it is referred to as the witch's pet. I suspect it is a powerful weapon recently developed by her. Currently, their numbers are few, but once they multiply, the influence of the mountainous fortress will expand significantly." Phaedus explained, having wandered the wastelands alone and on horseback for countless miles. Indeed, a griffin, remarkably skilled to cultivate them so swiftly. I recalled during the Winds of War, they were heralded as the kings among lower-tier troops, rivaled only by the Orc dragon-riding forces. Rod exclaimed in admiration. Yet, while Phaedus and Raymond could still hear his earlier words, his subsequent musings became mere whispers, largely incomprehensible to them. After observing the Eyrie for a moment, and before attracting the attention of the Harpy sentinels armed with spears, the trio departed for the commercial street of the mountainous fortress. Although there are inns and commercial streets here, they are undoubtedly rudimentary and primitive compared to human towns. The marketplace of the mountain fortress primarily offers 2 types of goods: dried meat and iron weapons. Do not underestimate the significance of these items. The current Harpy Witch, Magna, has amassed a considerable portion of the wealth surrounding the mountain fortress through these 2 establishments, leading the outnumbered Harpies to gradually suppress the Centaur tribes. Over the years, the quality of ironware has notably improved, though from a human perspective, it still only reaches the level of agricultural tools. However, the finest items are likely never to be sold. In the marketplace, the largest and sole weapons shop drew Rod's attention, where he picked up an iron axe to assess its quality. With a prolonged focus, a series of descriptive symbols would materialize in his mind's eye, allowing him to glean far more information about an ordinary item than others could. "Good sirs, do you intend to purchase this axe?" At that moment, a diminutive human male emerged from the shadows of the shop, speaking in slightly awkward common tongue. "You are human, as you can see, but I am not the proprietor of this shop. I am merely a slave to the shopkeeper." The small man bent slightly at the waist, indicating his familiarity with this posture. Rod exchanged glances with Phaedus and Raymond, quickly grasping the situation. Although human status here relegates one to slavery, Even creatures as foolish as lizardmen or wolfmen recognize that sometimes a human slave might excel in certain tasks far beyond their capabilities. Then, what would it cost to purchase this axe? Gold coins. We accept everything here: gold, ores, jewels, and dried meat. However, if it is dried meat, it must either be in large quantities or of exceptional quality. Then, what if I were to offer freedom in exchange? As Rod spoke, he fixed his gaze upon the man's eyes. In an instant, he perceived a flicker of light and immense panic. The slender man glanced around in fear before lowering his body further and murmuring, "Please do not jest. My master is very loyal to his owner." While uttering these words, Rod subtly emanated a radiant aura of holy power, confident that, despite the presence of harpy oversight, as long as the witch herself was not watching, no one else would overhear their conversation. After all, he was merely a slave. If the mountain fortress had the capacity to monitor every slave, they would not require slaves at all. Having concluded their discourse, Rod placed a bag of gold coins down and turned to leave, believing that the events of yesterday had left their blood still warm. Chapter 49. The four-leaf clover necklace. In order to achieve success in an endeavor that seeks to overturn the established order, the most crucial conditions are timing and execution. Just as every unified dynasty has its own life cycle, typically spanning 2 to 3 centuries, the vitality of a dynasty remains robust until the opportune moment arrives. Until then, no matter how meticulously one plans or executes, the likelihood of success remains low, as the people's hearts are fixed, and the social mobility across various strata has yet to solidify. The elite will refrain from engaging in such perilous undertakings when the moment is ripe. The remaining task is to execute decisively. One must avoid the fate of a scholar's rebellion that falters after 3 years. The initial step towards success is often the most challenging. Once that first step is taken, the alignment of favorable circumstances can render the subsequent journey effortless, often leaving the initiator in a state of disbelief, as if transported to another realm. Upon his arrival in the foreign city, Rhodes observed the simmering resentment of the human slaves, akin to magma poised to erupt from a volcano. Within the mountainous fortress, the number of slaves reached into the thousands, forming the very foundation of the town. However, their agitation could equally undermine the stability of this settlement. Thus, on the following day in the bustling marketplace, Rhodes boldly approached a human slave and inquired whether he desired freedom, whether he wished to live as a true human being. With the timing ripe, execution was all that remained. It was preferable to act hastily than to waver indecisively. Prior to taking action, Rhodes had contemplated the potential repercussions of failure, believing he could withstand the fallout from one slave's denunciation, with financial loss being the worst outcome. "Ah, little one, come here for a hug," he said. "Careful now." "My lord, don't hurt the little one," Cress replied, cautiously handing the infant to Rhodes, her affection for the tiny human evident. As the day unfolded, with Rhodes maintaining his composure amidst Raymond's palpable anxiety, nothing untoward transpired. At this juncture, Rhodes was certain the time was right. That night, despite cradling the infant, he resolutely began to advance his plan. "Phaetus, I know your character. You must have contemplated the complete destruction of this mountain fortress upon learning of its existence. The reason you have refrained from acting is your awareness of your insufficient power. Now, I am confident in my ability to annihilate it, though it may require the ultimate sacrifice of your life. Are you willing?" In the dead of night, Rhodes placed the sleeping infant beside Cress within the tent before stepping outside, where darkness enveloped him. He addressed Phaetus and Raymond, who awaited him outside, saying, "My lord Rhodes, to spill my last drop of blood for the happiness of so many humans is my honor as a knight. As long as you truly possess the power to obliterate this accursed mountain city, I shall not hesitate to offer my life." In the face of the present moment, the wandering knight Phaethus knelt on one knee before Rod, his words devoid of any impassioned emotion, exuding only a calm and unhurried demeanor. Death? He had long ceased to fear it. It was not certain that death awaited him, only that peril loomed. In contrast to the ease of death, "I would rather you strive to live on." After patting Phaethus on the shoulder, Rod turned his gaze toward Raymond. "Raymond, the plan I am about to propose is fraught with danger. You may choose to abstain, and I shall not hold it against you. My lord, to die for your ambition is my fervent desire. Please, entrust the plan to me." Though their reasons differed, Raymond, like Phaethus, displayed no hesitation. Unlike Phaethus, he was genuinely devoted to Rod. "I now require you both to detach from the group and infiltrate the human slaves within the mountain fortress. The management of human slaves by those of foreign descent cannot be overly stringent or rational. Escaping may pose certain difficulties, but but to blend in unnoticed should not challenge you. Regardless of how meticulously we plan, our forces cannot attain the capability to besiege a city in the near future, hence I need you. The Crow's Gorge and the mountain fortress were far from favorable places for humans, and thus, after a 4-day respite, Yaris chose to depart with the merchant caravan. The subsequent week unfolded without incident, the journey proving far more relaxed than before. Shortly after leaving the mountain fortress, Yaris swiftly established contact with the Centaur tribe of the Centaur Forest, and after presenting a few precious gifts, the tribe graciously offered protection and hospitality to the merchants. During this time, Rod observed the centaurs. They exhibited an undeniable closeness to Yaris, a warmth reserved for true friends, contrasting sharply with the demeanor displayed towards the caravan. For someone as perceptive as Rod, this distinction was glaringly apparent. However, Rod chose not to delve further. Everyone harbored their own secrets. Yaris had his, and he had his own as well. Their relationship was merely one of transaction, even mutual exploitation, and there was no necessity for deeper understanding. In the midst of the bonfire feast within the Centaur Forest, Rod found the boisterous atmosphere unappealing. Thus, after gaining some freedom to roam, he took a wineskin and retreated to the side of a grand tree, drinking while gazing up at the silver moon in the night sky. This moon, if scrutinized in isolation, might not appear particularly beautiful, yet, when set against the backdrop of the entire starry expanse, it often appeared resplendent, beyond compare. Rod felt a weight upon his heart. The plan had commenced, and he was uncertain of its success. He pondered how many lives this endeavor might claim. How many would perish for it? Yet he understood all too well that this was a course of action that must be taken. Therefore, there was no room for hesitation. What are you doing hiding here? The dance of the Tatarans was vigorous and pleasing, wild and joyous, a spectacle unseen in Stydiac. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Rod. He turned to see Aloes approaching, similarly holding a wine pouch, swayed by the evening breeze. Rarely indulging in alcohol, his pale cheeks were flushed, exuding an air of elegance. You have ventured out as well. The joy of communal drinking differs from solitary indulgence, he remarked. Indeed, she replied. By the way, Rod, where are your 2 guards? I haven't seen them in days. After a pause, she continued, Rodehart, do you know? My mother taught me. Any statement that cannot be substantiated should be regarded as a lie. Hence, I ascertain that you are deceitful. Now, it was Rod's turn to fall silent. Yet, what does it matter? He pondered. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Here, this is for you. As she spoke, Aloes removed a peculiar necklace from around her neck. It was not crafted from precious metals or gems, but rather featured a vibrant green leaf suspended by a cord of hemp, presenting an extraordinary aesthetic appeal. You, always practicing those perilous martial arts. I hope that when we meet again, you are neither crippled nor on the brink of death. This trinket may offer you some assistance. As Aloes tossed it to him, Rod instinctively reached out to catch it. In that fleeting moment, he felt a strange vitality surge through him where their skin met. 4-leaf clover necklace, a necklace fashioned from a hemp cord binding a 4-leaf clover, said to bestow good fortune upon the wearer. Additional attribute, due to the influence of a certain magical force, the vitality within the 4-leaf clover is awakened, allowing for prolonged wear to replenish life force and enhance physical strength. Hey, is this item not excessively precious? Rod exclaimed, holding the necklace aloft towards her silhouette. Now fading into the shadows. What are you doing? You'll make me feel guilty when I plot against you. As he touched his chest, confirming the pang of conscience within, Rod's mind felt a wave of relief. Indeed, I possess a conscience. Chapter 50. Intrigue. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bonfire feast in the Centaur Forest, Ganister reveled in his triumph, having recently acquired a remarkable treasure. Before him lay a suit of heavy armor. Though somewhat battered, it exuded an aura of sanguinary terror, the mended bloodstained plate. Boss, I stumbled upon this gem in the marketplace of Mountain Fortress. Though it appears a bit worn, I could tell it was a valuable find. I purchased it for you, boasted a tall, gaunt man with a pointed visage and a single eye, who stood hunched beside Ganister, skillfully flattering him, prompting hearty laughter from the latter. Having fought countless battles and honed his judgment over the years, Ganister recognized that, despite its damaged appearance, this heavy armor was undoubtedly a magical artifact. Such an item could fetch a handsome sum anywhere, yet the most prudent choice would be to keep it as a family heirloom. In an average household, passing down a suit of knightly armor to the eldest son signifies considerable wealth. Ganister envisioned bequeathing a set of magical heavy armor to his own eldest son, and he could not suppress a hearty laugh. Well done, you old one-eyed rascal. True to your moniker Eagle Eye, even with just one eye, Your insight is remarkable. After this mission, I shall reward you generously. A generous reward typically implies a significant monetary gain, yet considering he had just provided a set of magical armor, an additional share of the profits seemed rather meager. The stooped one-eyed man maintained a facade of cheerfulness, yet internally, he smirked coldly, devoid of any remorse or guilt. Though the reasons behind the man's decision to gift the magical heavy armor to Ganasser eluded him, the prospect of absolving his debts and securing a substantial retirement fund was irresistible. This choice was far more appealing than continuing to serve as a slave trader's lackey. Little did Ganasser suspect that he had unwittingly fallen prey to a similar trick. Previously, he had exploited the guards of a merchant caravan to deceive Rod. And now Rod had utilized his own companion to return the favor. After a night of revelry, the following day, when Rod beheld Ganasser parading in the mended bloodstained plate, he struggled to suppress the envy and jealousy that flickered in his gaze. The bloodstained plate, disregarding its other qualities, was undoubtedly exceptional in terms of armor performance. However, due to the damage inflicted upon its enchantments, it was excessively heavy. While Ganasser fared well, his horse was burdened and swayed under the weight. Although the armor's performance had ostensibly improved, Ganasser's overall combat effectiveness was likely diminished. However, he remained unconcerned. For within the Centaur forest thrived a formidable Centaur tribe providing protection. Logically, the upcoming journey should have been smooth sailing for the Atlantean merchant caravan. After observing the departing Gunnar, who left in a display of bravado, Rod turned his gaze towards the southern horizon. He wondered if, at this distance, the eagle-bodied witch could still sense his presence. If she did, would she pursue him? The blood-patterned armor, upon sustaining damage, would undergo automatic repair within the witch's domain, meaning that each enchanted piece of armor held a certain connection to the mountain fortress. Now, he was eager to witness the strength of that connection. This scheme also posed a risk of loss for Rod. Should it fail, not only would all his prior preparations be in vain, but the arrangements made by Fathes and Raymond would also come to naught, for the mountain fortress, unscathed in strength, was not something Rod could currently contend with or hope to consume. Rod had never been one to rely heavily on external forces, yet this time he did so, fully aware that the one who leverages power must also bear the risk of being engulfed by it. In his previous life, he often occupied the main city in games by amassing strength and biding his time until the NPC factions had exhausted each other. Only when their power was sufficiently weakened would he seize the opportunity to take control. However, this tactic was not without peril. His own strength was relatively feeble. And even if he succeeded in seizing control, he could still face destruction in the subsequent backlash. Days passed, 1, 2, 3, 4. As time progressed, the likelihood of an attack from the eagle-bodied witch of the mountain fortress diminished, and Rod grew increasingly calm and composed. Since fate did not permit him to act through borrowed strength, he resolved to proceed with steady determination, albeit at the expense of Fathes and Raymond, who had spent so many days as slaves to the foreign race, only to achieve nothing. On the 7th day since the Centaur bonfire banquet, a sudden downpour forced the caravan, unprepared, to navigate through the muddy roads. In such conditions, resting in place was not an option. They needed to find a relatively sheltered spot to set up camp. The cold rain lashed against his face, seeping through the crevices of his armor and siphoning away his body heat. Amid the storm, Rod rode, reins in hand, urging the soldiers of Redwood Town to maintain their formation and avoid dispersing. Is this kid not out of his mind? Gunnar thought, observing the young man he found so distasteful as he continued to drill his troops even in the downpour. A mix of jealousy and disdain bubbled within him. If he dared to manage his men in such a manner, he would undoubtedly find himself with a knife to his throat by nightfall. Yet this young man had no such concerns. It was precisely because he was a noble. Once this venture concluded, Gunnar too would attain nobility, and he resolved that his son would be raised in the same manner. Although he harbored deep resentment within, Gunther, when given the choice, still hoped that his eldest son would grow to resemble Rodehart rather than himself, for deep down, Gunther understood the true essence of what a genuine military aristocrat should embody. At that moment, a furious roar suddenly reverberated like thunder. Enemy attack. Everyone immediately took up defensive positions. Upon recognizing the voice, Gunther, along with Aloes and Riel at the forefront, felt a chill of alarm. However, amidst the torrential rain, the response of those outside the strictly regulated soldiers of Redwood Town, be they slave traders or caravan guards, was somewhat sluggish. Even Aloes and Gunther found themselves in a similar state. In this relentless downpour, none were at the peak of their combat capabilities. Yet, the sudden tempest and the sharp spears cared little for such constraints. as the deep crimson wings swept through the rain, engulfing the entire caravan. Chapter 51. The Sword in the Lake. The holy sword of Nihil prejudice resides as an insurmountable mountain, impervious to even the most ardent efforts to displace it. Those not of my kind harbor different hearts. In the era in which Rod exists, the disparities among individuals were not yet pronounced, yet people distinguished and excluded one another based on region, skin color, language, and cultural habits. In a world teeming with various intelligent races, such divisions are exacerbated tenfold. Take, for instance, the Atlantean merchants and the swamp-dwelling fishfolk. Despite having previously engaged in communication, the fishfolk remain reluctant to interact extensively with human caravans, permitting them only to deliver their tribute of provisions to designated locations. Greed compels them to seek further gain. It is precisely this awareness of the entrenched barriers and mutual distrust among the intelligent races that leads Rod to believe his plan holds a measure of success. Indeed, the reaction of the Harpy, which was even more violent and terrifying than Rod had anticipated, she launched an immediate assault. Peaceful interaction and communication? Such habits are cultivated over long periods of tranquility, yet in the present age, amidst the desolation of the wilderness, the symphony of blades and blood, magic and death resonates as the prevailing theme. Moreover, the Harpy witch, Magna Laurel, is both proud and fierce, convinced of her absolute superiority, and thus acts with impunity. She kills at will. The pursuit from the mountain fortress is not solely led by a single Harpy. Amid the torrential rain, Rod discerned at least 20 Harpies, their crimson wings flapping ominously in the air, accompanied by formidable griffins. This was to be expected, as the caravan had traversed considerable distances. A rapid pursuit by ground forces was inherently challenging. They formed a defensive array around the caravan to safeguard the archers. Alas, as Rod directed his commands, drawing attention, several heavy javelins suddenly descended from the sky. With swift reflexes, Rod raised his shield to block, yet the force of the javelins knocked him off his mount. In the next instant, one of his pack horses was brutally slain by a thrown spear. The blood-winged Harpies may not exceed Rod in raw strength, yet their aerial dives combined with projectile weaponry grant them tremendous power. Thus, mere javelins proved overwhelming against Rod's current might. Even Rod, well prepared, suffered grievous losses within mere moments, while the other members of the caravan faced catastrophic damage. Not merely javelins. The legends hold true, the Harpy, which indeed possesses the ability to summon hurricanes. Amidst the torrential downpour, a dozen Harpies circled the central witch, and to Rod's astonishment, pure white tempests began to manifest, violently sweeping up the human warriors below, lifting even the carts and toppling the supply wagons. Truly formidable. She is deserving of her title as a sovereign of the wilderness. Air superiority, long-range spear throwing, summoning hurricanes, controlling griffins. No wonder their numbers are far fewer than the centaurs in the forest, yet they still occupy the most fertile lands and mineral veins, effectively suppressing the centaur tribes. Following the previous campaign in the Silent Hills, where many caravan guards lost their lives, numerous merchant carts were left unprotected. After being thrown from his mount, Rod found himself firmly positioned at the center, flanked by the spear-wielding warriors of Charles, alongside the protection of the merchant carts. Consequently, neither the hurricanes nor the spear attacks inflicted significant damage upon Rod and the soldiers of Redwood Town. However, the slave traders, serving as the outer defense, fared poorly, especially Gunnar, clad in heavy blood-patterned armor, who was particularly targeted by the spear throwers. Counterattack. Organize the response. Do not fear them. These birdmen cannot carry an abundance of weapons. As a seasoned warrior, Gunnar quickly discerned the primary flaw of the Harpies. They were flying units, female, and thus incapable of pursuing over long distances while carrying substantial armaments. Nevertheless, the surrounding Harpies erupted into raucous laughter, soaring high as they retrieved bags of spear ammunition from the griffins circling them, before diving down once more to launch their assault. Their physical strength, far surpassing that of ordinary human women, combined with the gravitational force of their aerial throws, rendered Gunnar's fierce slave traders vulnerable, often succumbing instantly when struck in vital areas. At that moment, a volley of arrows suddenly shot out from the forest, striking with remarkable precision and speed. The leather armor worn by the red-winged Harpies was as fragile as parchment against these powerful projectiles, and in an instant, 4 or 5 of them fell, pierced through their bodies. Once on the ground, even if they survived the initial impact, there was no escape from the wrath of the enraged slave-mounted knights. Lady Magna, what is the meaning of this? I believe I have acted with utmost decorum. Why have you chosen to attack today? In truth, Alos's words had become meaningless. When a formidable unit of centaur archers emerged from the forest to aid the merchant caravan against the Harpies, the relationship between the two factions had irrevocably soured. At that moment, Alos appeared, drawing attention and consequently provoking a torrent of powerful spear attacks. Yet, just before those spears could reach him, Alos was enveloped by a sudden emergence of flaming barriers, conjured by his loyal guard, Riel, who began to cast defensive spells. The arrival of the centaur archers inflicted significant losses upon the red-winged harpies, inciting the wrath of the harpy witch Magna, who resembled a blood-winged angel in the sky. With a piercing cry, a tempest that had been ravaging the merchant caravan suddenly intensified, sweeping through the area with devastating force, churning the earth and carving deep trenches in its wake. Merely caught in its wake, Rod watched helplessly as several of Redwood Town's spear-wielders were whisked away by the hurricane, screaming as they were hurled into the sky. Should they fortuitously cling to a tree, they might survive. However, if they were to crash to the ground, their fate would be sealed. However, this grand display merely serves as a prelude to the impending assault. These harpy-like creatures, with their crimson wings, evidently possess the ability to manipulate the winds, thus allowing the winged witch to conjure a domain-like state, armed with spears and charging at high speed. They are capable of tearing apart any adversary, regardless of whether they are clad in chainmail or are robust centaur archers. In an instant, their bodies would be rent asunder, drenched in a deluge of crimson. The domain's coverage and the specialized attacks are reminiscent of ancient warfare. Yet, antiquity does not equate to ineffectiveness. As the levels of magical energy in this world continue to escalate, more relics from the ancient era are destined to resurface. Throughout the conflict involving her subordinates, the harpy witch Magna did not remain aloft in safety, casting her spells with ease. In fact, she dove downwards, seemingly validating the legends surrounding her. This witch could not only summon tempests, but, at the moment she wielded her spear, the armored foes within her vicinity became as fragile as parchment. With a swift thrust of her spear, she could rend through her enemies with unparalleled ferocity, her onslaught unimpeded. It was as if the rain spiraling within the tempest was replaced by blood at that very moment. "Master, this creature is formidable. I fear I am no match for her. Please, for your own safety, do not engage her in mortal combat. Activate the binding scroll and ensure your own escape from this place." In the City of Moonlight, tensions between the Lord and his ministers had escalated, leaving Yalos with little recourse for exerting his influence during this journey, lest he attract the notice of rival factions. However, the use of magical artifacts remained permissible. Nevertheless, Riel had overestimated her own capabilities. Growing up within the depths of the stronghold, she had received excellent training in various aspects. Yet she had underestimated the ferocity of those who had survived the brutal wilderness of antiquity. Yalos, with his striking demeanor and handsome visage, was currently under the protection of a valiant spellbound knight, even amidst the chaos of battle. In the wilderness, tactics often dictated that the enemy's leader be eliminated first, for the death of a leader could significantly diminish the morale of their forces, thereby reducing the intensity of the conflict. The moment Yalos revealed himself, the tempestuous winds seemed to be drawn towards the harpy witch Magna, who then launched herself into the fray, her wings unfurling. The surrounding winds coalesced into a visible drill-like force, and before her spear could make contact, Riel's fiery barrier spell began to tremble, visibly cracking under the pressure. As Magna charged forth, her cohort of crimson-winged harpies followed suit, and though the griffins in the air reacted somewhat sluggishly, they too began their descent into the fray. While the harpies viewed the griffins as auxiliary forces, this did not diminish their combat prowess, even in close quarters. A few heavily armored slave traders would struggle to prevail against them. At the moment Magna initiated her charge, arrows were unleashed from Rod's side. "Fire!" At this very moment, Rod commanded decisively. With a resounding clash, the spear-wielders of the Shar and the seasoned spear-armed soldiers formed a shield wall, revealing within it 10 archers they had diligently protected, among whom 8 were Tier 3 soldiers, the Shar wild hunters. The air buzzed with tension as the bowstrings thrummed ominously, and the blood-soaked red-winged harpies surrounding the eagle-bodied witch fell, 4 of them collapsing instantly. Such remarkable archery prowess rivaled even the elite centaur marksmen, although a measure of luck played a part in their advantage. The witch's guardians, the red-winged harpies, numbered just over 40 in the entire mountain fortress, a count diminished by the increased magical potency of the world in recent years, leading to a purer lineage. This time, the eagle body which had brought only 20, and losing 4 in an instant felt like a grievous loss. Yet, she could not afford to halt her assault. Instead, she cast a venomous glare at Rod. her heart steeled with lethal resolve. Unbeknownst to her, Rod mirrored her determination. Observing the terrifying onslaught of the wind spears, he turned his gaze toward Elos. A gentleman may deceive with his composure. You, who aspire to forge a new world and foster harmony among diverse races, surely would not abandon your comrades to flee. Thus, allow me to witness your true trump card. When he encountered that fearsome necromancer in the Blackwater Marsh, Rod noted that Elos, in that moment of utmost tension, was not contemplating escape but rather reaching into his spatial ring for something. However, since the necromancer did not strike, Elos halted his action. Rod could not believe the mage had suddenly experienced a change of heart. Rather, he sensed something that prompted his retreat. Rod meticulously reenacted Elos's movements, surmising that Elos intended to draw a sword from his ring, which was precisely the leverage Rod sought and would undoubtedly catch the witch off guard. Master, flee at once. As the dreadful foe surged forward, Elos remained immobile, driving Riel to the brink of madness. Yet, as a loyal subject, she could not choose for her master. Instead, she prepared to invoke her self-destruct spell, ready to perish alongside him. However, just as Riel began to channel her incantation, Elos struck her in the abdomen, interrupting her. In the next instant, an immense and resplendent dark golden lightning bolt erupted, stretching for miles and illuminating the heavens, tearing through the clouds. The overwhelming force seemed to freeze the very wind, rain, time, and space around them. As he drew forth the sword, all deceptive illusions shattered. And amidst the brilliance of the dark golden aura, another form of Elos emerged. His radiant golden hair, skin as pure as jade, an elegant visage, complemented by eyes as clear as the vast blue sky. Even the most beautiful celestial seraphs of legend would pale in comparison, if not fall far short. At this very moment, Elos firmly grasps a magnificent greatsword adorned with an array of celestial gems, exuding a sense of noble elegance intertwined with valiant spirit, evoking an awe-inspiring vision of the divine Valkyrie from the ancient celestial realm, making her triumphant return. Chapter 52. The Flame of the West. The dark golden swordfire of the legendary sword tore through the heavens and rent the clouds asunder. Upon the sword's spine, ancient and mystical inscriptions shimmered. A colossal surge of energy, akin to flames, erupted from the blade, harmonizing with Alos's own formidable prowess, carving a resplendent arc of brilliance that cleaved toward the adversaries before him. With a single stroke, the opponent's moves were shattered, their soldiers obliterated, and their lives extinguished. The once terrifying onslaught of the wind spear was instantaneously vanquished. Even the formidable harpy witch, Magna, could only raise her spear in a futile attempt to shield herself. Though her weapon radiated a potent magical glow, it was still woefully insufficient. Impossible, impossible. This is the flame of the West. She could scarcely utter this lament before the gale of destruction fully engulfed her. In the wake of Alos revealing his trump card, Magna's elite guard and the majority of her ferocious griffins were reduced to mere ashes. At this moment, the stark disparity in power between the extraordinary beings was made manifest. As the primary recipient of the devastating strike, Magna, despite suffering grievous wounds and witnessing the demise of many of her guards and griffins, managed to propel herself backward with astonishing speed. During her descent, a circling griffin, drawn by her call, soared upward with all its might to catch her, bearing Magna away into the distance. Archers, shoot her down. Regardless of the furious cries of the surviving Gunther below, the airborne units were beyond reach. And even the centaur archers could not land a decisive blow against the formidable Witch of the Plains. In truth, rather than focusing on the already grievously wounded Magna, all gazes were instinctively drawn to the ethereal beauty of Alos and the ancient sword she wielded. In that moment, Alos was undeniably enchanting. Yet the pointed ears peeking through her golden tresses clearly distinguished her from humanity. "Father, what is that sword?" A younger centaur archer, having come to their aid from the forest, inquired of his robust father beside him. Talder, the centaur, was already aware of Alos's true lineage. In this era, those who still dwelled in the wilderness often possessed some degree of ancient skills. It was likely that Alos had not concealed her heritage from them. Thus their attention was now riveted upon the immensely powerful sword. The ancient blade, the Nashor Holy Sword, inherited from the royal lineage of the Western Elves, was renowned for its ability to infinitely store fighting spirit, also known as the Flame of the West. To infinitely store fighting spirit, is that not invincibility? The astonishment rippled through the gathered Talder as they absorbed their leader's words. The art of combat has been passed down through their lineage, gradually gaining prominence among high-ranking warriors over the years. Thus, these centaurs possess a keen awareness of the formidable power of combat energy and can deeply appreciate the astonishing prowess of this divine sword. It can be said that while the sacred sword can infinitely store combat energy, the wielder may not be able to bear such overwhelming strength. Consequently, throughout the ages, only those who have gained the sword's recognition can truly harness its power. It has been centuries since the Nahir's sacred sword has acknowledged a new master. And to witness the resurgence of this ancient sword today signifies that the world is on the brink of upheaval once more. The artifact, the Nahir sacred sword, which I had only seen in the official lore of the game. Moreover, the true identity of Yalos is, astonishingly, that of an elf. What could her concealed purpose be for traversing the wilderness towards the Orc Empire? It cannot possibly be to establish some trivial new trade route. Elves, Moonshadow Steppes. The Atlantean Guild, the city of Luminous Moon, the tide of magic is awakening. In an instant, I connected several threads of thought within my mind. Rod found himself nearly choked by a certain truth he unwittingly uncovered, his fear rendering him almost paralyzed, as cold sweat drenched his undergarments. Do not think. Do not think. Do not think. Focus on your own affairs and refrain from delving deeper. Ah! Rod bellowed as he drew his sword and charged towards a gravely injured griffin struggling on the battlefield. At that moment, the griffin had already broken its wings and was fighting for its life in a pool of blood, besieged by seasoned spear wielders. However, as Rod seized the opportunity to strike, his sword of power pierced its skull, ultimately extinguishing the last flicker of life within the griffin. On the battlefield, it is not a matter of whether one wishes to live or die. At this juncture, Yalos had reverted to her previous human form amidst the hushed whispers of the surrounding human warriors, and the ancient sword had vanished from her grasp. An elf. How could she be an elf? Is not Lady Yalos the esteemed princess of the city of Luminous Moon? It is said that the upper class has a penchant for keeping elven concubines, but the ruler of the city of Luminous Moon is a woman. At this moment, the mind of the slave trader chief, Ganasur, was a tumultuous sea of confusion. Lacking the keen insight of Rod and possessing insufficient intellect, he failed to delve deeper into the implications. Nevertheless, the palpable shift in the atmosphere within the caravan and the murmurs of his subordinates instinctively alerted Ganasur to something amiss. The northern city of the moon, Lady Daniele's Heartcowls, is a powerful noble who took command of the north following her husband's demise. Under the rule of this reclusive yet astute duchess, the political, economic, military, and social aspects of the north have flourished significantly. Thus, she is often referred to as the uncrowned queen of the northern provinces of the empire, holding immense prestige among the populace. However, Ganasur had never heard that this esteemed lady was an elf. Regardless of whether she is inherently an elf or has awakened her lineage due to the rising magical essence in this world, it appears that her existence poses a significant dilemma for the human empire of Stydiak. A female duke carries little consequence, nor does a wise northern ruler. However, a ruler of the human empire who could potentially live for centuries, if not millennia, is a notion that no human monarch could readily accept. The acceptance of such alien governance by the common folk is equally uncertain. With great power comes an inevitable cost. Even though the holy sword of Nahir has acknowledged its master and enjoys considerable esteem, wielding such a blade in this low magic realm still burdens Alos greatly. This fatigue manifested in Alos's decision to forego riding and instead take to a carriage after that fateful day, though perhaps another reason lay behind this choice. As the entire caravan was on the cusp of exiting the desolate wilderness under favorable conditions, Rod was unable to ascertain what awaited him beyond the Centaur forest. Thus, with a little less than half the distance remaining before departing from the forest, he approached the carriage alone to submit his request for the conclusion of their task. Rodehart. What do you mean by this? You wish to depart prematurely even before ensuring our safe arrival at our destination? Although she held a favorable impression of the man before her, her loyalty to her master remained paramount, relegating all others to a secondary position. However, her personal guard was now severely wounded. Continuing to accompany them would serve little purpose in terms of protection and would only hinder the caravan's progress. Furthermore, many of the injured needed immediate care to prevent their conditions from worsening. Therefore, I respectfully request Lord Alos's permission for us to depart ahead of the others. To express our apologies, it is we who should convey our regrets and offer compensation. At this moment, a voice from within the carriage spoke, still recognizable as Alos's, albeit somewhat altered. As the mystery of his identity began to unfold, Alos no longer felt the need to uphold the facade of a mere merchant of the Atlantean Trading Company. Goods worth thousands, even tens of thousands of gold coins could be given away with a mere utterance. Rod could sense the lingering air of superiority in Alos's words. alongside an undertone of recruitment. Yet, for Rod, such sentiments were a source of great solace. His greatest fear had been that Allos, motivated by some ulterior motive, might resort to silencing all humans with lethal force. Logically, given Allos's previously displayed temperament, the likelihood of such an outcome seemed minimal. Yet it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. The fact that Allos still sought to recruit him suggested, at the very least, that he would not be silenced just yet. In that moment, Rod could no longer concern himself with whether Allos looked down upon him. He exhaled a deep sigh of relief from the depths of his being. On one hand, the Northern Lord Daenerys has ruled over the Northern Province for over 20 years, garnering immense respect and popularity among the populace. Any newly appointed lord, a mere slave trader, or a buffoon, would pose no threat as long as they remain in the Northern Province. A mere flick of her wrist could extinguish any rebellious thoughts. On the other hand, Allos is an elf, and it is not certain that Daenerys is also of elven lineage. Such occurrences are quite plausible in this era. As long as the ruler of the Northern Province is not an elf, the question of whether Princess Daenerys belongs to the elven race becomes trivial. In fact, due to the elves' enigmatic and admirable reputation, many in the North might even welcome this notion. Therefore, the information held by Rod and Ganasser is of varying significance. In the face of uncertainty, any rational individual would choose to keep such matters close to their heart for a lifetime. The likelihood of gaining benefits by revealing this information is minimal, while the risk of dire consequences is considerably greater. After securing Allos's promise, Rod showed no hesitation, dispatching the soldiers of Redwood Town with 4 carts of food and 4 carts of goods to join the merchant convoy. Observing Rod's actions and the advantages he reaped, Ganasser, 2 days later, also sought to resign from Allos. By this point, Ganasser was engulfed in confusion. He was both covetous of the noble title promised by Allos and apprehensive due to her elven identity. The more he pondered, lost in a haze of uncertainty, the greater his fear became. After 2 days of turmoil and hesitation, his dread ultimately triumphed over his greed for nobility, leading him to choose resignation. Despite his disdain for Rod of Redwood Town, Ganasser recognized the superior qualities of his counterpart. Thus, opting to mirror Rod's choices seemed a prudent path. Allos, however, was evidently displeased by Ganasser's resignation. Yet, she ultimately acquiesced to his request, permitting him to take only 4 carts of provisions. Though the slave trader felt slighted by this decision, he dared not voice his complaints, resigning himself to depart with his followers. However, had Ganasser been aware of the events that transpired that very night following his departure, he would likely feel relieved at having made the right choice. Albeit the reprieve would not last long. With the soldiers of Redwood Town and the slave trader's cavalry having left, the once mighty merchant convoy of nearly 200 had dwindled to merely 20 guards and the 2 companions, Allos and her servant. Fortunately, they were not far from exiting the Centaur Forest. Although the remaining individuals faced greater hardship, the knowledge that their goal was near made their perseverance bearable. After all, the esteemed Allos was known for her generous rewards. Enduring a little discomfort could yield substantial gains, a sentiment shared by the guards of the Adderland Merchant Guild, who found little to complain about. In the midnight camp, the dim shadows of trees danced and flickered under the glow of the campfire. Here, we are nearing the fringes of the wilderness, where the number of monsters and foreign tribes has dwindled significantly. With the departure of the 2 leaders, who excelled in military matters, the remaining caravan guards have become rather lethargic. The night watch and patrols are nearly non-existent. Yet, danger often strikes when one is at their most complacent. Chapter 53 For the tribe, for the family in the depths of night, the camp was aglow with the warm, bright flames of a bonfire. The guards of the merchant caravan huddled in small groups, engaged in games with the cards left by the brothers from Redwood Town. In an era where entertainment was scarce, such games quickly spread among people once learned. I need to step into the woods for a moment. A merchant guard, somewhat hurriedly, handed his cards to a companion behind him, then briskly ran towards the shadows of the forest. However, just as he entered the cover of darkness, a shadow leapt down from the tree with the swiftness of a leopard, tackling him to the ground. The guard barely had time to react before he felt a cold blade glide across his neck, and his consciousness swiftly plunged into darkness. Yet, before he could approach the ominous shadow, another figure emerged from the depths of the darkness, illuminated by the moonlight. The guard saw it was a green-skinned orc wielding twin daggers. In the next moment, dozens of glowing green eyes materialized behind the orc. Before the guard could emit a scream, the surrounding forest erupted with rapid movements as green-skinned orcs mounted on massive wolves surged forth, engulfing the camp with overwhelming force. leaving the remaining caravan guards and hired crossbowmen with little chance to resist. Enough. Just as the last remnants of humanity in the camp were on the brink of annihilation. A low command resonated, and the sky erupted in golden radiance. Long swords composed purely of golden energy formed a swirling formation above, firmly pointing downwards at the invading orcs below. Although they had yet to descend, the aura of lethal authority already stifled all movements of the orcs present, halting their impending slaughter. Enough, you may all withdraw. And dear princess from the Moon City, there is no need for you to be angered over such trivial matters. My subordinates merely felt that your guards were rather negligent. Is this how they typically safeguard your safety? At that moment, a strong orc clad in a gray robe slowly emerged from the dim depths of the forest. Though seemingly aged, his status was immensely esteemed, and the surrounding orcs bowed respectfully upon his arrival. The profound respect emanating from them was genuine, something that orcs rarely feigned. For this was Lord Cadel, the Grand Sorcerer of the Hoffman Empire. These individuals are not my guards. They are merchants from Stydiak. There is no need for the valor of Hoffman's warriors to be displayed upon them. After all, they can provide exquisite pottery, silk, and even sharp, sturdy weapons for the Hoffman Empire. Descending from a resting carriage, Yalos held the ancient sword Nahil in one hand, declaring, though subtly vexed, his demeanor remained strikingly elegant. Even among orcs, elves, and humans, where aesthetic sensibilities might differ, Yalos's beauty elicited hushed gasps of admiration from the surrounding orc warriors. The only one to show no reaction was the gray-robed orc sorcerer. Human merchants are nothing but cunning worms. Yet, one cannot deny their usefulness, can they? Alos approached Kadarl, who leaned on his staff, while Riel, close behind, held her sword with one hand, her muscles taut. It seems His Highness still values these humans. Why then must we traverse the wilds to forge an alliance with us orcs? Let us continue mingling with these weak and deceitful humans. Kadarl appeared to harbor a deep disdain for humanity, his words laced with palpable mockery. If the northern provinces were solely inhabited by humans and elves, the elves would surely become the enemies of mankind. However, with the addition of orcs in the northern provinces, humans would opt for peaceful coexistence with elves, realizing that a race different from themselves is not so difficult to deal with. Ha ha ha, what relevance does such a plan have to the Empire of Hoffman? What benefit do we stand to gain? Perhaps the Nahil holy sword brought by Her Highness the Princess? At this moment, Kadarl's gaze flickered with a terrifying and fervent greed as he watched the ancient sword held aloft by the elf. The north province of Stydiak is already under the control of your KLS family. Would you truly part with it? This, of course, is impossible. Yet our presence can ensure that the Stydiak Empire cannot fully commit to the war between humans and beasts. Among the 5 nations on this continent, Raymond borders the Hoffman Empire, St. Roland shares its border with the Sims Kingdom, and for centuries, the 4 great empires have been embroiled in constant warfare. Only the Stydiak Empire, hindered by the wilds, has remained uninvolved in the human-beast war for a century. Yet it stands as the mightiest among the 3 human empires. By forming an alliance, we can establish trade routes, allowing the Orc Empire and the court to evade the military pressure of the foremost human nation while transporting natural resources from within our states, thus restoring our finances. Although it is a daunting task, I have already led the first commercial convoy out, with the perspective of the national advisor. It should not be difficult to envision the fervor these exquisite goods could incite within the Orc Kingdom. As Alos spoke, a golden sword suddenly descended from the air, cleaving a cargo cart in two. With a resounding crash, fine pottery and silk tumbled forth from the severed cart, and as a wine jar shattered, the rich aroma of wine wafted through the air, causing many orc warriors present to instinctively swallow. This trade is disadvantageous for the orcs. Our merchants cannot contend with human merchants, Kadarl remarked slowly as he surveyed the goods. Once trade routes are established, substantial commercial taxes will lead some nobles of Stydiak to fully embrace peace and commerce. The goods that Raymond and St. Roland refuse to sell to you may very well be available from Stydiak. Princess Alos, I am utterly perplexed. Do you lean towards us or towards humanity? After a brief silence, Kadarl chuckled and shook his head, unable to contain his inquiry. How could the Grand Master pose such a foolish question? Naturally, I lean towards the elves. Without the Orcish Kingdom, a conflict between the northern provinces and the Stydiak Empire is inevitable. Even in the absence of Stydiak, the Orcish Kingdom would not spare us. All I desire is mere survival. Alos gazed into the depths of Kadar's eyes and spoke thus. Nay, I perceive within your gaze, your highness, the flames of ambition and an unyielding pride that refuses to bow to others. Who would have thought that after the ancient wars between elves and orcs, we could still forge an alliance? Your highness, may our cooperation be harmonious. Indeed, may it be so. As Kedar slowly extended his right hand, Alos hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and controlled himself to reach out, lightly striking Kedar's palm. Kedar discerned Alos's profound obsession with cleanliness. A flash of anger sparkled in his yellowish beastly eyes. He abruptly grasped Alos's slender elbow and raised it triumphantly amidst the assembly of orcs and humans. Roar! Roar! Fortunately, Kedar released his grip before Alos could no longer restrain himself. He did not genuinely wish to jeopardize this alliance. For this clandestine collaboration between elves and orcs indeed held immense benefits for the entirety of the Orcish kingdom. The following morning, amidst the wilderness of the Centaur forests, Ganasur, clad in heavy armor and bearing a warhammer, led his loyal knights along the forest path on their return journey. Boss, we have lost so many brothers this time. Yet the gains are far less than promised. That Alos, being of the elven race, this information could fetch a pretty penny, right? Ganasur, riding at the forefront, heard his confidant murmur this query. However, these words sent a shiver down Ganasur's spine. Do you wish to court death without dragging me along? Our king is aging. In his mind, the northern Duke Danilith is from his era. Even if she lives longer than him, it cannot be for too long. Now, if we tell him that Danilith is an elf, this is indeed significant news. Yet I fear the likelihood of him sending us to the gallows far outweighs the chance of him rewarding us with gold. Thus, this secret is best kept buried in your heart, and you should advise the others likewise. No, it is prudent for us to seek refuge abroad. At that moment, Ganasur pulled back on the reins, for he spotted two large fallen trees blocking the narrow forest path. Nathan Hugh. Boss, there are words on that fallen tree. What do they say? I do not recognize them, but they seem familiar, as though I have seen them somewhere. His confidant's words caused a twitch in Ganasur's facial muscles. He was well aware of the caliber of his subordinates. Had they been exceptionally capable individuals, he would not have dared to rely on them so heavily. With no other option, Gunnars rode close to the fallen tree. Where he indeed found an inscription, Gunnars died under this tree. Upon reading those 9 words, a profound realization dawned upon him in an instant. Hawkeye, the old one-eyed man, my brother, you have betrayed me. Yet, at that moment, it was too late for understanding. Gunnar's gravest error was dispatching the gambling-obsessed one-eyed Nason to engage with the soldiers of Redwood Town. The allure of an epic-defining game had ensnared this old gambler entirely, exacerbated by Gunnar's own somewhat feeble leadership abilities, thus allowing Rod to seize the opportunity. Gunnars might have thought that a fondness for gambling could serve as a means of forging friendships. However, Rod understood that a gambler lacks any sense of limits. Hence, while he encouraged the soldiers and civilians of Redwood Town to partake in entertainment, he strictly prohibited internal gambling from the outset to preserve the army's combat effectiveness. Suddenly, the forest echoed with the thundering sound of logs crashing down, accompanied by a flurry of arrows slicing through the air. Rod, leading his troops, had set forth 2 days ahead of Gunnars, utilizing every moment to establish advantageous traps. At this moment, the Hydam light infantry prepared to release the logs, sending the slave traders below into disarray, while 2 ogres wielding heavy clubs and 2 bear goblins sealed off the traders' escape route. On the hillside, 8 Shire wild hunters unleashed a barrage of arrows, led by seasoned spear wielders who formed a protective formation. Faced with such a relentless and lethal onslaught, Gunnar's last flicker of survival instinct was extinguished. Rod, old one-eyed man, Nason, come out and face me. Though Gunnars was encased in heavy armor, rendering him nearly invulnerable, the arrows fired by the Shire wild hunters, despite being aimed with precision, could not penetrate his armor. Yet, the skill of these hunters had approached that of elite centaur archers, and any one of them could have become an instructor among the external troops. While the heavy armor resisted penetration, gaps in the chainmail or the armor itself were vulnerable. Rod, standing atop the earthen rise, observed an arrow embedded in Gunnar's neck. Fortunately, it was not deeply lodged, allowing him to persist for a while longer. Cease firing, commanded Rod, and the previously relentless barrage came to an abrupt halt, revealing a chilling discipline. Below, Gunnars, who had been wildly swinging his warhammer, was merely venting his rage. He had not anticipated that Rod would indeed emerge to confront him under such circumstances. To think, I would meet my demise at the hands of a youth like you. Nevertheless, having known each other, I can still fulfill your final wish. Rod gazed down upon Ganasur, ultimately recognizing the valor of the man before him. Let the one-eyed Nathan come forth to meet me. Rod scrutinized Ganasur for a moment, yet he did not deny this request. Consequently, the one-eyed Nathan, who had been lurking in the background, was soon thrust forward by the soldiers. "My lord, why haven't you killed him yet? Please, do it quickly." Hearing Nathan's frantic cries beside him, Rod chuckled and abruptly turned his gaze toward the man. "Nathan, did I not promise you a vast fortune that you could never exhaust? Provided you assist me in eliminating Ganasser? A mere 500 or 600 gold coins would suffice. It is my honor to serve you." At that moment, Rod retrieved a gold coin from his pocket and let it fall. "I will fulfill my promise. This coin will surely ensure you a lifetime of wealth." Indeed. Nathan had barely collapsed to the ground when Ganasser, like a frenzied beast, lunged at him. Without wielding his warhammer, Ganasser unleashed a brutal onslaught with his bare arms, mercilessly reducing Nathan to a pulpy mass. This is the fate of a traitor. If you could betray Ganasser, you would undoubtedly betray me as well. How could you ever believe that I would rely on you? The people of this world, unaccustomed to the relentless bombardment of information storms, sometimes lacked clarity of thought. Rod sought to establish a paragon of treachery, further enhancing the loyalty of the troops under his command, which was already considerable. "Ganasser, indeed, you are a mightier warrior than I. To perish at your hands leaves me with nothing to lament." After brutally dispatching the traitor Nathan, Ganasser, blood-soaked and with the arrow wound on his neck widening, rose once more. He stared at Rod, who returned the gaze, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. "Ganasser, you are ultimately a valiant warrior. I am willing to grant you a final semblance of dignity. You may die here without fear. I shall not pursue retribution against your family for our enmity." Given the circumstances, Rod was unwilling to relent. Not a single member of the slave-hunting band would escape alive. Alas, he truly was a courageous fighter. Just moments ago, Rod and Ganasser had engaged in a silent negotiation. Rod, in exchange for sparing Ganasser's family, secured the relative dignity with which Ganasser would surrender the slave-hunting troops to him. Although Ganasser may not have trusted Rod, he had no alternative. As a father, even the slightest hope compelled him to act thus. After all, he had maneuvered himself into a deadlock, with no further options remaining. Chapter 54. The elite goblin Ganasser proved to be a competent father and an exceptional warrior. After his demise, he laid to rest a lingering concern. That night, Rod enjoyed a deep and comforting slumber, in which he seemed to dream of his warriors bidding him farewell. The following day, after a night of profound rest, Rod sprang from his hammock, invigorated. At that moment, Cress entered, carrying a wooden basin brimming with hot water. "My lord, it is rare to see you indulging in a leisurely morning. Will you not sleep a bit longer?" "There's no need," Rod replied. "Excessive sleep thickens the blood. The more one sleeps, the more fatigued one becomes. This water is too hot for washing. Allow me to add some cold." Rod approached the basin within the tent and bent over to wash his face. Noticing Cress hesitating nearby, he inquired directly, "Cress, if there is something to say, please speak." "My lord, last night, 4 of the slave traders escaped under the cover of darkness." Cress hesitated briefly, realizing Rod would inevitably learn of the matter. Thus he divulged the information. Following the battle yesterday, Ganasser had entrusted the remaining slave-capturing cavalry to Rod. Consequently, Rod had not bound these individuals as slaves. Aside from confiscating the food cart, he had granted them considerable freedom. "Understood," Rod replied. To Cress's surprise, Rod's reaction was nonchalant, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Showing no displeasure. "My lord, do you not care at all? What is there to care about? The cavalry obtained through such means inherently lacks loyalty. That only 4 fled last night is already beyond my expectations. Cress, those who escape are both foolish and disloyal. Do not dwell on it. But my lord, the remaining individuals may not be loyal either. Yet, at the very least, they are not foolish. Where are we? In the wilderness, devoid of food carts and large forces. Those 4, armed with nothing but the meager provisions on their persons, believe they could escape?" Rod finished washing his face, stood up, and stretched his body, chuckling as he spoke. "However, my lord, what if they manage to escape and tarnish your reputation?" Cress, handing Rod a towel, expressed her lingering concerns. Upon hearing this, Rod, who had maintained a relaxed demeanor, momentarily adopted a serious expression. He gently patted Cress on the head, gazing into her eyes as he earnestly stated, "Cress, those who aspire to greatness must accept that praise and blame from the world are inevitable. This necessitates a strong and resilient heart to pursue what one believes to be right, regardless of what others may say. In my previous life, I observed this phenomenon in the workplace. The more diligently one works, the more prone they are to errors, often criticized by those who contribute nothing. If such is the case in the workplace, how much more so for those striving to establish a legacy in these chaotic times? One must not be easily swayed by the opinions and words of outsiders. Maintaining a strong and steadfast heart is, in Rod's view, a fundamental quality. Yaris sought out Ganasur, whose band of slave catchers numbered 42. Upon accepting Yaris's invitation, Ganasur depleted his resources to recruit 10 skilled individuals into his ranks. However, after traversing the wilderness for this mission, nearly half of the slave catchers perished. This outcome, of course, fell within Ganasur's expectations. He had prepared to exhaust his wealth to secure Yaris's approval and ascend into nobility. The settlement fees for his brothers had already been distributed in advance. What Ganasur had not anticipated was that this mission would also claim his own life. Rodehart emerged from the tent and observed the camp. Besides the soldiers from Homu town, there was another area housing 21 dejected slave traders. Although they were disheartened, their loyalty was not guaranteed. Nonetheless, Rodehart remained indifferent. As the commanding officer, leading his subordinates to victory time and again would naturally bolster morale and loyalty. Bounty hunters, slave escorters, slave hunters, slave enforcers, not achieved, slave leaders, and slave generals. The majority were Tier 3 soldiers, the typical limit of an ordinary person's martial prowess. Until their hearts were fully won over, a divine blessing ceremony could not be conducted. Ganasur likely resembled an elite model of either a slave leader or a slave general. Break camp. We shall depart at once. Yes, my lord. Behind this goblin trailed 2 stout ogres and 2 bear goblins. Following the assault by the harpy witch Magna, Rodehart received a recruitment application from the goblin, Abby. This indicated a change of heart, suggesting that Abby had developed a degree of loyalty, as the system would not have recognized it otherwise. Upon acceptance, the party expanded to include 2 ogres, 2 bear goblins, and 1 elite model goblin. Name, Abby level, 12 strength, 2. The average for ordinary individuals hovers around 5. Yet goblins typically possess lower strength despite similar values. Agility, 8 intelligence. For charisma, 6 remaining attribute points, 0 skills. Alchemy 2. Plunder 2 remaining skill points, 0 weapon proficiency. One-handed weapons 1, two-handed weapons 2, polearms 0, bows 0, crossbows 0. Throwing 12 remaining weapon proficiency. 8. Heroic traits, master tactician. Under equal intelligence, strategies are guaranteed to succeed, enhancing the probability of invention and creation. Alchemy increases the likelihood of successful invention and creation. Career advancement path, goblin robber, goblin thief, goblin enforcer, hidden advancement class, goblin overlord. In a certain sense, this individual stood on par with the top generals Fatus and Arain, sharing the same rarity. It was indeed my first encounter with an elite model possessing 2 heroic traits. And to my astonishment, this creature's level exceeded my own. Riding atop his steed, Rod observed the little goblin, Abby, who was trotting alongside his pack horse. He couldn't help but reflect on the psychological shifts of this small creature, though he felt little inclination to comprehend them. He urged his horse onward, hastening away into the distance. Oh, master, please wait for me. Your loyal Abby is right behind you. Chapter 55. The advantages of terrain and the return of the undead mage. Rod was willing to take risks to plot against Allos. His ultimate goal was certainly not merely to escape in advance or to ambush and eliminate Ganasur. The latter was hardly worth the peril Rod was prepared to face. The Crow Gorge and the Centaur Forest had been bitter enemies for centuries, their animosity deeply rooted in bloodshed. In times of strength, the forces of Crow Gorge could easily suppress the centaurs, forcing them to wander in hiding. Yet, when the harpy witch Magna found herself gravely injured, how could the centaurs refrain from rallying to strike down their fallen foe, attempting to erase this formidable adversary once and for all? This was precisely the scenario Rod sought to create. As long as the harpy witch Magna lived, the human slaves within the mountain fortress would never dream of rising against their oppressors. Of course, Rod was previously unaware of the true nature of Allos's possession. He only knew it was a powerful artifact. Even if all his plans were to fail, the losses he would incur were bearable, for apart from a few close confidants, none were aware of his clandestine machinations. On the beast path near the mountain fortress, Rod led a cavalry and convoy towards the Stydiac Empire. As they drew closer, a brass telescope appeared in Rod's hand, a relic he had discovered upon the death of the keen-eyed Nathan, a fitting moniker for such a seasoned gambler. This telescope was not simply an advanced instrument of its time. Rod suspected it had been imbued with some form of magic. Despite its somewhat crude craftsmanship, it provided remarkably clear images. Engraved upon the telescope's body were the words, Ramsoda University. With his company, Rod peered through the telescope, witnessing the harrowing battle at the mountain fortress. The stronghold had been fortified over generations by human slaves, rivaling the defenses of any human empire. At that moment, the walls were teeming with armed wolfkin and lizardfolk, while below, the centaurs launched ferocious assaults against the fortress, armed with massive axes and clad in only rudimentary leather armor. The centaur warriors braved the rain of spears and arrows, charging onto the battlements along a rickety plank. A single valiant centaur could only hope to take down 3 or 4 of the weaker lizardfolk or wolfkin, a highly inequitable exchange. Yet the centaurs surged forth, undeterred by fear. For nearly a century, the centaur tribe had suffered under the oppressive might of the harpy which that dominated the mountain fortress. As the harpy grew stronger, the centaur tribe weakened, and not a single far-sighted centaur was free from worry. Now, seizing the opportunity, even if 2/3 of their men were to perish, capturing the fortress would be deemed a worthwhile endeavor. Simultaneously, the harpy witch's forces were also showing signs of exhaustion. If their leader, the harpy witch Magna, had not been severely wounded, and her elite guard had not suffered a devastating blow, how would these beasts, merely clinging to survival in the forest, dare to provoke the mountain fortress? Let alone lay siege to it. The battle at hand is exceedingly arduous and tightly contested. The witch's elite, the red-winged harpies, do not employ bows. Instead, they wield throwing spears. This choice stems from the unique conditions of the wilderness, where large-scale warfare is a rarity, and even a few hundred combatants are seldom seen. Consequently, the red-winged harpies do not require sustained lethality, coupled with their robust physiques. A mere couple of diving assaults by dozens of red-winged harpies can shatter the morale of most foes. In contrast, the ordinary gray-winged harpies utilize bows. While the iron-working skills of the mountain fortress surpass those of most centaur tribes, the centaurs have long resided within the forest and developed their own distinct arrow-making techniques. Their arrows, crafted from a special ironwood, possess sharpness and resilience comparable to ordinary iron and steel arrows. Thus, even when in a disadvantaged position, their retaliatory fire can match that of the harpy archers, inflicting mutual damage. Both factions still possess considerable reserves of strength. It is far from the time for me to intervene. The timing of seizing the spoils must be impeccably calculated. I have but one chance. Should I fail to capture the mountain fortress, they may unite to eliminate me, the outsider. With the brass tube telescope stowed away, Rod advanced southward with his entourage. Why does he linger on this place? In truth, the Crow Canyon and the mountain fortress are secondary. What Rod truly desires are the human slaves, oppressed for centuries. A slave who has never seen the light might be resigned, but one who has glimpsed it, given even a hint of illumination, will risk everything to pursue it. This is Rod's true ambition. Capturing the mountain fortress grants a strategic advantage, arming the human slaves, providing them with safety and dignity. This is the essence of humanity. As for the opportune moment, that is for me to seize. Until the time is ripe, I must remain concealed, continuously fortifying my strength. To achieve a feat of great magnitude with minimal effort, I must possess at least a modicum of weight. As Rod pondered thus, Cress suddenly approached him on horseback, accompanied by 2 slave hunters. My lord, I do not rush, take a breath, and refrain from gulping water too quickly, lest you choke, Rod interjected, gently patting the young girl's back. Observing Cress's demeanor, he sensed she had uncovered something significant. Yet, in matters of great importance, one must maintain composure. Haste often leads to error. My lord, while patrolling the surroundings, I discovered a most peculiar place and an odd individual. A peculiar place? An odd individual? Lead me to it. Rod was acutely aware of Cress's latent talent for reconnaissance, which, although not yet fully awakened through rigorous training, had already begun to manifest subtly. Therefore, he never underestimated her insights simply because she was a young girl. The mountain fortress was a sprawling area where numerous peaks converged. In the southwestern vicinity of this fortress, a human female clad in a grayish-white robe stood, one hand clutching a tome, while the other meticulously traced an incantation in the air. 9 hells, malevolent spirits, heed my summons, arise, awaken. As her magical energy infused the incantation, it shimmered with a ghostly violet luminescence. With the casting of this spell, the ground before her began to fissure, and from these cracks, tendrils of mist emerged, gradually coalescing into ethereal, humanoid specters. Ah, truly, it is the ancient battlefield relic I have sought for so long. Even after all this time, this mass grave still holds the power to summon high-quality wraiths. My long journey has not been in vain. Behind the gray-robed sorceress, a considerable number of skeletal soldiers and zombies had already gathered. With the recent addition of the ghostly companions, The ranks of this undead army swelled to over 100. However, at that very moment, the necromancer remained blissfully unaware that she had attracted the attention of others. How curious to find so many adept practitioners of the realm of death converging here, Rod mused, observing through his enchanted telescope. Indeed, as the tide of magic resurges, the chaotic energies of the wilderness gradually settle, drawing those who have inherited ancient powers to such locales in hopes of acquiring more extraordinary legacies from bygone eras. Among these, the forces of death stand out prominently, for the veneration of death has never waned among all living beings. Furthermore, sentient creatures, once endowed with power, inevitably pursue further ambitions, be it greater strength, elevated status, power, beauty, or renown. Under Cress's guidance, Rod's initial thought upon observing the female necromancer was whether he could enlist her to his cause, even if merely as an ally. However, the next action of the necromancer, as seen through the brass telescope, extinguished that notion entirely. She knelt down, commencing a form of prayer. While both scholars of death and demon worshippers could wield the powers of death, they were fundamentally different. The former were capable of communication and cooperation, whereas the latter often sought to eliminate any potential rival, as the majority among them were driven by madness. Chapter 56. The Radiance of Holy Light. Creation and destruction through the distant observation offered by a brass cylindrical lens, Rod discerned that his adversary lacked the habit of utilizing phantoms for reconnaissance. Resolute in his decision, he opted to execute an ambush. Originally intending to practice in the Silent Hills, the encounter with a demon worshipper presented an opportunity to eliminate the threat directly. Interestingly, demon worshippers in the early stages appeared to be akin to a treasure trove of experience and riches. The sole concern was that an excessive number of eliminations might attract the attention of some truly terrifying entities. In his previous life within the game, the strength of early demon worshippers was relatively feeble, yet they often possessed magical artifacts. Even if such dark magical items were unsuitable for personal use, they could be sold to expedite the development of one's territory. Consequently, many players initially pursued these beings across the map, and Rod was no exception. However, as he gradually realized the disproportionate difficulty of vanquishing these demon worshippers relative to the rewards, he instinctively ceased his aggressive hunting and extermination efforts. The game's progression was smooth at that time, and no significant flaws were apparent in other aspects. Thus, the peculiar design of these monsters stood out as somewhat anomalous. Later, a segment of players who remained oblivious to the consequences found that after exterminating a certain number of demon worshippers, their territories began to be besieged by demon hunters. The power of these demon hunters often exceeded the capabilities of mid-game players, leading to the demise of many during these encounters. By the mid to late stages of the narrative, players would eventually discover that the eradication of demon worshippers would provoke the onslaught of demon hunters, and an excessive elimination of demon hunters could ultimately summon the abyssal demons. Such beings were far beyond the reach of the majority of players in the early to mid-game, resulting in numerous players who had initially profited suffering catastrophic losses later on. Rod distinctly recalled the unprecedented uproar on the official War-End website, where within less than a week, hundreds of thousands of players flooded the forums with their grievances, decrying the perceived violation of player agency. The developers are playing us. Down with the gaming company. This wretched game has ruined my youth. I will quit and never return. I shall destroy you all. As players reaped abnormal rewards from the extermination of demon worshippers, a sense of caution should have been instilled. Furthermore, the logic of the Dark Force's vengeance was clear and unequivocal, devoid of any compulsion against player will. Rod shook his head, dispelling the memories from his mind, and proceeded to anticipate the trajectory of the approaching necromancer. He began to scout the surroundings with Cress, seeking the most suitable location for his ambush. On the other side, the necromancer Mary Field trudged forward with her legion of the deceased. Clad in a gray robe and mounted on a skeletal steed, she bore a massive bone scythe upon her shoulder. The version of herself from 3 years prior would have found it unimaginable to evolve into such a being. Mary Field was once a medical student at the Andis Alliance Academy, but after falling in love with her mentor, she became his wife. Although this choice required her to abandon her studies, Mary harbored no regrets. In fact, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. However, a tragic miscarriage rendered her unable to bear children, leading her into a spiral of paranoia and madness. She began to suspect her husband of infidelity, even believing he had used drugs to murder their child. Ironically, her husband did eventually betray her, and it remains unclear whether his lack of concern drove her to madness or if her madness pushed him to seek solace elsewhere. Ultimately, under the shroud of night, Mary took a dagger and ended the lives of her husband and his lover. Following this act of slaughter, a pact with a demon was naturally forged. Guided by the demon's unseen hand, she acquired an ancient tome of dark magic from the library of the Andis Alliance Academy. This potent dark power allowed Mary to manipulate the guards of the academy at will, enabling her to escape with ease. In the days that followed, she immersed herself in the study of dark and necromantic magic, amassing strength and divine favor through her relentless acts of violence. She felt herself growing more powerful with the passage of time. During this period, news of the wasteland reached her, and under the guidance of her patron deity, she journeyed to that desolate expanse to further cultivate her power for the sake of pleasing the divine. Unbeknownst to Merryfield, the demon that secretly watched her had bestowed upon her little to no actual power. The strength she possessed was entirely the result of intense psychological stimulation and various dark rituals. Her burgeoning might was not a mere illusion, rather, it was a consequence of the increasing magical potency within the world, enhancing her innate talents, completely unrelated to the demon. Becoming a worshipper of the demon was not out of the question, but it was preferable to possess substantial power and knowledge beforehand. Otherwise, one might find themselves easily deceived by abyssal demons weaker than themselves. Although Merryfield possessed considerable magical aptitude, she lacked military knowledge. While she understood the intermittent use of spirits for reconnaissance, she often overlooked critical areas that warranted attention, instead focusing on less pertinent locations. Controlling a 100-strong legion of the undead proved to be a taxing endeavor for her, consuming her mental and emotional resources, thus preventing her from managing all aspects effectively. As she traversed a desolate expanse of dense, reed-like vegetation, the necromancer, who had previously employed spirits for reconnaissance in earlier regions, refrained from casting any spells here. Rod's previous assessment of her was accurate. She lacked the habit of employing phantoms for reconnaissance, not due to an inability to use them, but rather due to a reckless application stemming from insufficient experience with her troops. Consequently, when suddenly besieged by a barrage of arrows from the reed-like region, although Merryfield's entire being was enveloped in a brilliant dark violet defensive shield, she panicked and retreated, failing to promptly command the formation of her undead army. Fortunately, she was in control of a morale-deficient undead legion, had it been a conventional army. Witnessing their leader in such disarray would have resulted in a morale loss exceeding 50% before even engaging in battle. Drawing his longsword with a metallic clang, Rod solemnly commanded, "All troops, advance." The infantry formed ranks at the front, pressing forward to engage, with archers following suit to coordinate their assault. As of today, nearly half of the veteran spear wielders from the Charles had integrated into the Charles spear unit. They bore large shields and wielded their spears with both hands, leading the formation, despite facing the terrifying undead for the first time. However, bolstered by the presence of their trusted commander and the advantageous ambush they had executed, the overwhelming majority of soldiers felt their fervor for battle far outweighed their trepidation. Kill, kill, kill. Accompanied by fervent roars, the spear wielders unleashed their unique skill, the triple thrust. For the first time, executing it with the force of an avalanche, their spears striking like a dense forest. This maneuver, traditionally reserved for confronting their arch-nemesis, the heavily armored cavalry, bore an air of ferocity and reckless abandon. Yet, at this moment, it was deployed against a horde of mere skeletal remains that had recently emerged from the earth, resulting in an unstoppable, overwhelming onslaught. The undead, which Merryfield commanded over 60 skeletal soldiers, along with more than 20 zombies and a handful of newly acquired phantoms. In this instant, her skeletal soldiers, facing fewer than 20 seasoned spear wielders from Redwood Town, advanced mechanically and fearlessly, yet they were utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. Where the spear points directed, shattered bones and fragmented skeletons cascaded to the ground in disarray. Thanks to the human army's successful preemptive strike, they had penetrated the heart of the undead legion. While the slower-moving, tougher-skinned zombies were unable to reach the fray in time. Even if they could, they would possess no tangible advantage in combat. The third-tier soldiers were indeed the elite regular forces of their nation, especially in light of the long-standing peace that had relaxed the military readiness of the Stydiac Empire. Under the leadership of the seasoned spear-wielders, the unit nearly obliterated the skeletal soldiers, decimating over half of them. The first skill, hold the line, temporarily reduced mobility but enhanced defense, while the second skill, triple thrust, sacrificed some defensive capability for a surge in offensive power. Thus, as the spear wielder's thrusts pierced through. Rod swiftly advanced 17 Haddam soldiers to maintain the offensive, preventing potential losses from any enemy counterattacks. "Who are you, and why are you attacking me?" The woman truly seemed incapable of recognizing her own errors. "Why are you attacking you? Do not tell me that your skeletal zombies were transformed with the consent of the deceased and their families." During the previous battles, Rod did not draw his sword intentionally to train his troops. In this moment, as he raises his long sword high and brings it down, he commands the heavily armored cavalry in the nearby woods to charge forth. Rod then embarks on his own battle, lunging towards the gray-robed, round-faced witch riding a skeletal warhorse. "Woe is me. It was my husband who betrayed me first, leading to my current state. I have no interest in your lamentations. In this world, people perish every moment, suffering, enduring hardship, feeling wronged and helpless. Thus, no one bears the responsibility for your personal emotions or misfortunes, not even Rod, who only seeks to care for himself and those close to him." As he gallops forward, his steed is flanked by the valiant Haddam infantry fighting desperately alongside him. Whether facing skeleton warriors or swirling phantoms, all succumb to the ancient cross sword wielded by the young knight, returning to dust with every strike. Yet, at that very moment, the witch upon her skeletal steed suddenly turned towards Rod, her expression twisted in rage, and bellowed, "Do you know how much I suffer?" Her visage contorted in agony, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, her wild hair billowing, her eyes radiating a terrifying green light. In the next instant, a horrific wail, steeped in pain and malice, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, descended upon the world, capable of piercing the mind, shattering the flesh, and extinguishing the soul. This dark magic, the wail of the banshee, possesses a dreadful power to annihilate a considerable number of beings within its range if harnessed to its fullest potential. Even in this imperfect form, it swiftly diminished the morale of the soldiers from Redwood Town. Rod's vision was filled with a barrage of notifications. Sustained attack from the dark magic, wail of the banshee, reduces army morale by -5. Sustained attack from the dark magic, wail of the banshee, reduces army morale by -10. The disparity in combat effectiveness between a high-spirited army and one in despair is undeniably stark, especially when the morale of a troop collapses to its nadir, risking a rout without a fight. Moreover, this banshee wail not only weakened the soldiers' morale, but also accelerated the previously slow-moving phantoms surrounding them. At this moment, 21 heavily armored cavalrymen, slave traders known as slave hunters, had charged into close range, rendering the zombies' supposed high defense negligible. Yet, under the influence of the banshee's wail, the swirling phantoms, struck by blows, found weapons passing through their forms without inflicting harm, while their own attacks left ghastly marks upon the soldiers' iron armor. The psychological shock and collapse of morale resulting from this were terrifying. "No, cease your cries." One already demoralized slave hunter covered his ears, fell from his horse, and knelt on the ground, wailing in despair. He first knelt on one knee, only to be unable to restrain himself from rolling onto the ground, his body becoming mired in the mud. The sudden, eerie shriek that pierced the air, though brief, felt to the shattered soul as if it had endured the torment of that dreadful sound for an entire century. Yet, at that very moment, Rod, confronting the banshee's wail head-on, remained utterly unperturbed. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the reins, causing his sturdy steed to rise. He positioned the ancient cross sword before his brow, and from his being emanated a radiant circle of pure white light, reminiscent of the dawn. Though Rod's mastery of the holy aura was not yet particularly adept, the surge of dark magic prompted an igniting fervor within him, enveloping him in a blaze of luminescence. The humans surrounding him, previously beset by a myriad of negative emotions, experienced an immense alleviation, while the nearby undead creatures found their movements slowed and their strength diminished in the presence of this brilliance. Those ghostly soldiers, once impervious to harm, could now be vanquished with the slightest touch from an ordinary human soldier, disintegrating into ashes amidst the pure white flames with piteous wails. This was the true fire. The genuine light, not merely an embodiment of heat and combustion, but a manifestation of the fundamental principles of birth and demise. It was the essence of annihilation and the force of creation. Within the endless eons, the sun endures, embodying the principles of destruction and genesis. The cycle of existence contained within. Amidst the surrounding darkness and despair, Rod, as the source of light, surveyed the soldiers' gazes directed toward him, and a profound understanding blossomed within his heart. At that moment, the holy aura within Rod surged naturally, forming a luminous flame that enveloped the ancient cross sword. The sword of power. No, I refuse to accept this. I cannot bear to witness my most trusted spell undone by this young knight before me. Marifiel cried out, fully aware of her impending doom, her voice imbued with resentment and despair. However, regardless of her unwillingness, Rod, shrouded in the holy flames, charged forth. The undead surrounding her dared not approach. In the next instant, his blade descended, cleaving Marifiel from her crown to her chin, revealing a soul so mired in filth that it resembled black oil. Slain a demon worshipper, experience gained. 2886. Defeated enemy commander, enemy morale crushed. The entire army is in disarray. You have acquired 448 dinars, exquisite bones, spiritually infused ashes, chunks of extraordinary flesh, and the blood of an extraordinary being among your spoils. In comparison to their true might, the rewards from the demon worshippers were exceedingly generous. Whether in experience or otherwise, encountering them so early on was a matter of fortune or misfortune that remained uncertain. Upon the demise of the necromancer, the army she once commanded descended into chaos. A portion of them, having lost their magical sustenance, returned to the dust from whence they came. Meanwhile, another faction, now possessing their own self-sustaining magical cycle, instinctively began to assault the living around them. However, the soldiers of Redwood Town and the slave hunters had just witnessed their commander breach the enemy lines, swiftly dispatching the opposing leader, which ignited a surge of morale. It was, therefore, a trivial task to eliminate the remaining undead. The exuberance was palpable not only among those present, but also in the heart of Cress, who was stationed atop the food cart left by Rod to guard their provisions. With a telescope in hand, she bounced with glee. "Miss Cress, please. Let me have a glimpse at the Master's glorious might," implored Abby, who had climbed beside the food cart with eager yearning, only to be unceremoniously kicked down by the overly exuberant Cress. Chapter 57. Reflections on publication. I was born in 1990 in Bayan City, a remote locale in northeast China. My grandfather was a teacher, and my grandmother managed a commercial complex. They dedicated their lives to supporting their parents and nurturing their children. Apart from my father, I have an elder uncle and aunt, both of whom were university graduates, an exceptional and esteemed achievement in those times. Upon graduation, they both secured positions in banks, while my father, despite having deserted his military post, was aided by my grandfather's connections to obtain a job at the local power plant. By the time I was 5 or 6, his monthly income exceeded 2,000 yuan, complemented by generous benefits such as free utilities. During that period, our family was regarded as one of the foremost households in Bayan, for members were employed in public service, and who could rival us? Who wouldn't envy our situation? However, everything took a drastic turn. My father succumbed to smoking, alcoholism, gambling, and domestic violence, leading to divorce. He severed ties with his job, sold the house bought by my grandparents, and fled from creditors to another city. Yet, this tumultuous turn did not significantly impact me, for I was showered with affection by my grandparents. I chose to stay by their side, a decision I now recognize as astutely wise. My uncle, having encountered difficulties at the bank due to his position, was imprisoned. At that tender age, I could not discern whether he indeed abused his authority or, as my grandmother suggested, fell victim to misguided companions. Perhaps both were true. My aunt, possessing a calm demeanor, later moved to Nanjing with her husband, who was still a student at the time, leading to a frugal existence. Regardless, our family faced utter decline. Consequently, when I entered junior high, my grandparents liquidated all assets and relocated me and my great-grandfather to Shandong. It was not merely a matter of survival, but rather a loss of dignity. Who would desire to start anew in their 50s if their sons had not encountered such misfortunes? Yet, here lies the crux. From 1990 to 2020. Although our family faced decline, China itself grew increasingly robust, with its economy steadily advancing and national strength flourishing. Despite our family's downfall, I experienced no significant hardship. Instead, I found life improving day by day. Certainly, my grandparents' love and care contributed to this, but looking back a decade, even at our family's peak, we could scarcely afford meat at every meal. As of 2021, while our family no longer enjoys past prosperity, I perceive an expansion in living space and an abundance of material wealth. This is undoubtedly a result of technological advancement, yet without a strong and stable nation. Would such progress have any relevance to us? Thus, whether one labels me as a nationalist or accuses me of having an underdeveloped mindset, I remain unfazed. In my worldview, everything about my homeland is the best. Even if it is not currently at its zenith, it is still acceptable. Although I did not reap many benefits from my family's former affluence, I have undeniably thrived on the dividends of my nation's strength. It is not that this country cannot survive without me. Rather, as a member of the weaker class, I cannot afford to lose this nation. If I were to perish, perhaps my grandparents and sister would shed a few tears for me. But once the sorrow has passed, life would continue as it always has. If the country were to face turmoil, I shudder to think how my grandparents and sister would navigate their futures. Therefore, do not speak to me of bourgeois ideology or social Darwinism. I embody the quintessential Han nationalism, firmly believing that, under equal circumstances, everything is at its finest in China. I have penned a fantastical tale of chivalry solely because I enjoy engaging with this genre. Just because I have developed an affinity for Japanese anime does not imply that I wish to become Japanese. Such generalizations are unjust. Lastly, my new book is available for subscription. I humbly seek your support and encouragement. After 10 years of writing, I have yet to find a romantic partner. And I hold all of you, dear readers, partially responsible. Chapter 58. The Path to Redemption. This was a flawless victory, elevating the troops' morale. The inquiry arose whether to sell exquisite bones, infused with spirit, alongside chunks of extraordinary creatures' flesh and blood. The answer was affirmative. The clinking sound of coins cascading into his pocket filled the air, and the delightful system voice uplifted Rod's spirits immeasurably. However, merely this bounty from the demon worshipper had once again plumped Rod's pockets. It was indeed challenging to resist such temptation, although the combat prowess was not formidable. The spoils from their defeat were remarkably substantial. It is no wonder that many players from his previous life sensed something amiss yet could hardly suppress their avarice. Rod did not dispose of all the dark magical items he had acquired. When the necromancer fell, her ashes scattered by the holy flames. Rod simultaneously obtained a tome, the ancient compendium of dark sorcery. Ordinarily, this book would have perished in the conflagration alongside the necromancer. Yet through the effects of his plundering skill, it materialized among the spoils of victory. Rod's plundering skill was not particularly high. It could scarcely be deemed proficient. However, the success of such skills often relies on fortune as much as ability. Rod's countenance, how should one describe it? It drew attention akin to a lively dance in the square, attracting the interest of several elderly ladies seeking his WeChat. This notoriety left Rod feeling quite beleaguered, ultimately retreating into the seclusion of his home, indulging in gaming. In this life, Rod's visage remained equally striking. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for the young maiden Crest to exhibit unwavering loyalty despite his lack of remarkable talents. Naturally, following Rod's arrival and the adulation stemming from his consecutive victories, Crest's affections had only intensified. Now, during his daily attire changes, Rod could sense her hidden gaze, shimmering with fervor. As for the notes on dark magic, perched upon his steed, surrounded by soldiers scavenging for spoils while the pack horses searched for dry fodder, Rod paid them little mind. After all, the uncertainty of survival in the next battle loomed large, and it was prudent to treat the horses kindly for the time being. Opening the tome, the first entry detailed the necromantic art of soul summoning, a fundamental ability of necromancers, meticulously documented in every aspect. Yet, Rod had no interest in pursuing the path of a necromancer, swiftly turning the pages. Before attaining the holy light, he might have hesitated. Post-transformation, such thoughts were entirely dispelled. For Rod had no desire for a fractured psyche or a fatal explosion. Beyond the soul summoning, the notes recorded the reanimation of skeletons, the summoning of zombies, and the conjuring of phantoms, alongside 4 practical dark magic spells: the Weaken Curse, the Decay Curse, the Wail of the Banshee, and the Rebirth of the Undead. Each page was densely packed with tiny script, adorned with illustrations and various interpretations, interspersed with a fervent adoration for death and phrases reminiscent of divine worship. As Rod, filled with curiosity, placed his palm upon the icon depicting the patient afflicted by the rotting curse within the dark magic tome, a vivid illusion flashed before his eyes. In this vision, he transformed into a formidable necromancer, wielding curses with a mere wave of his hand, enveloped in arcane luminescence. A battalion of robust soldiers clad in iron armor shrieked in agony under the terrifying might of the curse, melting away. Ultimately, an entire company of over 20 elite infantrymen, under the influence of such sorcery, found no opportunity to advance towards him and perished entirely. Thus, it became evident that the tome itself possessed a beguiling power over the mind. Breaking free from the illusion, he unhesitatingly closed the tome with a decisive motion. Although those who wielded sacred power theoretically had a higher resistance to such influences, Rod was acutely aware of his deep-seated yearning for strength. Thus, He had no inclination to repeatedly test the fortitude of his spirit. Nevertheless, his understanding of the dark magic contained within the tome filled him with a quiet sense of relief for his prudence. As the successful ambush left the necromancer witch with little recourse to unleash further spells, save for her banshee wail. Had it not been for this, a flawless victory, without casualties, would have been unattainable, simultaneously uplifting the morale of his entire army. Once the battlefield was cleared, Rod organized his troops. He divided the heavy cavalry into 2 patrols, with supply wagons at the heart of the convoy, escorted by Cress and Abby, while archers formed the perimeter and the front lines were held by the Haddam infantry. Following the winding path, the convoy continued its advance southwestward. In the deep of night, within the dense woods at the southwestern corner of the mountain fortress, a dirted and fatigued middle-aged man, having lost an arm, cautiously surveyed his surroundings before concealing himself beside a large stone. As the full moon hung overhead, time passed. And just as he believed it would be another night of fruitless waiting, faint sounds of hoofbeats approached from the darkness. Upon hearing this, the one-armed man's expression changed. He curled his body tighter, daring not to make a sound. In the context of the Centaur Forest's current situation, the presence here could signify either the noble he had long awaited or, more ominously, the ruthless and keenly perceptive Centaur hunters. Tap, 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 tap. The rhythmic sound of 3 short knocks followed by one long one reached his ears, the agreed-upon signal. Cautiously, the one-armed man peered around the stone. Under the silvery moonlight, he finally discerned his lord, accompanied by a maid and several heavily armored knights. "My lord, you have finally arrived." With the aid of the radiant moonlight, he recognized Rod and Cress on horseback, prompting Valen Dixon to step forward with haste, trembling from the prolonged pressure, overwhelmed with emotion. This man was one of the 2 injured soldiers who had remained with Fathes after the Battle of the Silent Hills. Unable to serve in the military any longer due to the loss of his arm, yet still eager to prove his worth. "Valen, you truly are commendable. How fares the situation within the mountain fortress? Are you and Guido still holding strong? Has there been any progress on the fronts of Fathes and Raymond?" Not long after your departure, a fierce battle erupted between the Harpies and Centaurs, a brutal struggle to the death. As the intensity of the siege outside escalates, the lizardmen and word guards become increasingly frenzied, indiscriminately slaughtering the human slaves within the city to vent their fear. Under such circumstances, it will not be long before some of the human slaves are dispatched to the city walls as auxiliary troops, and that moment will present an opportunity for you. My lord, the soldiers of Redwood Town are illiterate. Even Raymond, a military leader, possesses only a limited vocabulary. Fathes is clearly mindful of this, and, fearing miscommunication, he has nearly compelled Raymond, the wounded Valen, and Guido to memorize these words to ensure the message is conveyed accurately. Rod heard Valen's recounting and closed his eyes. In that tranquil woodland, the only sounds were the gentle whinnying of horses and their soft hoofbeats. As he spoke, Rod gestured towards the distant mountaintop city with his riding whip. Upon hearing his lord's promise, a faint flush appeared on Valen's pallid face. As a disabled soldier, he had contemplated his future with trepidation. Though Redwood Town offers substantial support for fallen and injured soldiers, as a man, he could not accept a future in which he lived like a waste. The position of town constable was already a significant figure that Valen and Guido could aspire to. Thus, Rod's promise would undoubtedly elevate their spirits. From Rod's perspective, he was in the midst of a venture, painting grand visions for his subordinates. Securing the mountain fortress would render the positions of 1 or 2 constables inconsequential. Should the plan falter, there would be no rewards at all. Therefore, while Rod verbally urged the 2 to prioritize their safety, in reality, Valen and Guido would risk their lives for a brighter future, as even continued military service might not guarantee such esteemed positions. Meanwhile, within the Crow Valley mountain fortress, Fathes and Raymond were consuming a vegetable porridge. Beneath the greasy green foliage, the porridge contained both live and dead mice. However, what troubled him most at this moment was not the stringent management of the lizardmen and wargs surrounding them, but rather the gang conflicts among the human slaves. Indeed, even at this dire juncture, humans would quarrel over trivial matters such as who ate first or which mining area belonged to whom, escalating to hatred and even murder. To outsiders, this might seem absurd, but for the human miners ensnared in this plight, it is a harsh reality. Those who eat first are guaranteed a full belly, while those who eat last may very well go hungry. In the pursuit of mining in easily exploitable or regions, one might endure fewer lashes from overseers. Conversely, in more challenging mining areas, the scant rewards often result in severe punishment, leading to the potential demise of minors suffering from extreme malnutrition. It is rather ironic that in an age of material abundance, some individuals may choose to embrace death for inexplicable reasons, while in dire circumstances, the majority strive relentlessly to survive and continue living. Perhaps it is true that a peaceful and comfortable environment renders individuals as delicate and fragile as flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Yet, it is amidst the harsh storms of uncertainty that people often find their strength, realizing that many of their past grievances and burdensome thoughts are, in fact, trivial matters of little consequence. Next door, the infamous Black Demon Jorin's wife was brutally murdered by a werewolf guard during her pregnancy, her child extracted and devoured in the process. Although Jorin did not react violently at that moment, I could perceive the seething hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. Before he erupts, we may be able to reach out to him and temporarily pacify his fury, enlisting his aid in our endeavors. Raymond, bare-chested and muscular, held a bowl beside Fathi's. Though his face remained still, his words had already been conveyed. "Do not approach Jorin," he cautioned. "Though he appears robust and savage, his brutality is directed solely at his fellow humans. He harbors an abject fear of the alien guards, and your interaction with him would undoubtedly lead to betrayal. However, I believe Janice may be worth pursuing. How could you suggest that madwoman Janice, who finds pleasure in consuming her own children? You are not a woman. You cannot comprehend their thoughts. Some women, before taking their own lives, choose to take their children with them, not out of hatred, but out of a desire to spare their offspring from suffering in this world. Then why does she not end her own life? And you too are not a woman. How could you possibly understand?" Due to Fathi's warnings, Raymond hesitated to approach Jorin, who held a certain influence among the human slaves. Meanwhile, Fathi's intended to seek out the deranged Janice under the cover of night. Within this relatively small mining area, human slaves were divided into 4 factions: the formidable Black Demon Jorin, the child-eating maniac Janice, the old ghost Radish, rumored to have clandestine dealings with the lizard guards, and the group that Fathi's and Raymond had recently gathered. Apart from his own followers, Fathi's and Raymond needed to distinguish friend from foe, striving to recruit at least one additional faction to bolster their chances of success in the forthcoming plans. One must not assume that all individuals are amenable to persuasion in such circumstances. Some have grown accustomed to the life of a slave, doubting the possibility of success. Attempting to win over such individuals would inevitably result in betrayal. Laugue Radi is profoundly contemplative, and Fadis feels he cannot fathom his intentions, thus refraining from any attempts to win him over. The dark sorcerer Jolin appears brutal and formidable, yet Fadis senses an immense fear lurking within him, an overwhelming dread that paralyzes him. Such a person, regardless of the enmity he harbors toward the gnolls, will never summon the courage to unleash his wrath if he does not do so in the moment of crisis. Madwoman Janice, whom Fadis had glimpsed from afar, is indeed a woman on the brink of madness. However, since mastering the sacred martial aura, Fadis has felt his perceptive abilities intensifying. When confronting Janice, his initial impression is not one of insanity, but rather profound sorrow, a deep, marrow-penetrating grief that defies verbal expression. She may well be mad, yet this raw madness seems potentially exploitable. Fadis finds himself grappling with such thoughts, feeling a surge of self-contempt and disdain. Why does this world harbor so much suffering? Why are we, as humans, so feeble and subjected to oppression and humiliation? If only we could alleviate some of this anguish, perhaps we could lessen our own plight. If I could achieve such a monumental task, even I, burdened with unforgivable sins, might find a path to redemption. From extreme anguish springs profound contemplation. Unbeknownst to Rod and Fadis, certain thoughts in Fadis's mind gradually crystallize. Outside the castle, amidst the dense forest, Rod peers through his telescope, envisioning the mountain fortress as a succulent steak, still bloodied and far from being ready for the knife. 37 spear-wielding Shar, 17 Hydam infantry, 10 Shar archers, and 21 slave traders, along with the 5 ABIs, myself, and Cress, totaling 92 souls. Chuckling, Rod reflects that in the past 2 days, far more than 92 centaurs have perished in the siege. Yet, this is a positive sign. Quality trumps quantity, especially in a covert assault where fewer than 100 will suffice. As for the 5 ABIs, apart from Abi herself, the 2 ogres and 2 bear goblins have had their enlistment requests accepted, and their career advancement systems are visible to Rod. However, all these systems are grayed out, indicating that these units cannot gain experience. The reason for this eludes Rod for the moment. Yet, he decides to set this matter aside. For in the imminent series of battles, discipline and order will prove far more vital than sheer combat prowess. Even if they could advance, Rod lacks the time to nurture them. My partnership with Fat Nye is disheartening. The subscription numbers are woefully bleak. To be honest, the thought of abandoning this book has crossed my mind upon witnessing such dismal figures. However, having already allowed the previous work to languish, I cannot afford to tarnish my name further by abandoning this one. There is no choice but to strive with all my might despite the limitations. Starting today, I shall update with 10,000 words daily, and on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, 5,000 words. Each update shall be completed by 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Should I fail to fulfill this promise, I shall compensate with 4,000 smiles, adorned with exquisite makeup, and perform the joyous dance of the Pure Land. This is a solemn pledge, never to be retracted.